Chu Han has traversed into a martial world dominated by ferocious beasts and the supremacy of the strong, where becoming a martial artist is the aspiration of every individual. During the awakening ceremony for martial arts talent at school, Chu Han is assessed and found to possess no innate abilities. Possessing potential points exceeding 3,000, he is instantaneously branded as a useless individual, subjected to the scorn of the entire student body. Fortunately, as a time traveler, he has awakened his own extraordinary ability, a daily lottery system. The system's grand gift opens with a tenfold draw. Chu Han acquires a talent multiplied by 10,000. This translates to 10,000 times comprehension, efficiency, root quality, and potential. What does it matter that he lacks martial arts talent when he possesses a foundational aptitude multiplied by 10,000? Is being devoid of martial arts talent destined to render one a failure? What does that signify for me, Chu Han? Chapter 1. Failure to awaken? 10,000 times talent arrives. At Jiangcheng Third High School, the square is filled with students in their final year. Students, today marks the day of talent awakening, a pivotal juncture that will determine the course of your lives. I hope each of you awakens a formidable talent. The principal's words resonate with fervor, while the students below are engulfed in a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Among the crowd, Chu Han gazes calmly at the awakening crystal, his heart fluttering with a tinge of excitement. Having traversed into this world for 18 years, he is seamlessly integrated into this era that venerates strength. Becoming a martial artist is his cherished dream. Next, Zhang Tao, a robust boy, steps forward nervously, placing his palm upon the crystal. The crystal trembles slightly, then emits a faint white glow, revealing the inscription, E-Class Talent, Great Strength. Zhang Tao's face instantaneously blossoms with joy. Although it is merely E-Class, it certainly suffices for him to become a martial artist. After all, 90 of individuals fail to awaken any talent. A wave of encouraging applause erupts from the audience. Next, Li Mengran, a strikingly beautiful girl with a cool demeanor, approaches the awakening platform, taking a deep breath before confidently placing her hand upon the crystal. In the next moment, the crystal bursts forth with a dazzling ice blue radiance, a chilling aura swiftly enveloping the surrounding students, causing them to shiver. A-Class Talent, Ice Spirit Body. Wow! The crowd erupts in excitement, filled with gasps of astonishment and envy. A-Class. She actually possesses A-Class talent. Truly worthy of Li Mengran, the school beauty and academic prodigy. She is indeed remarkable. A future destined for greatness. The principal and teachers nod in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles of satisfaction. An A-Class talent is considered a genius throughout the entire Jiangxing city. The emergence of an A-Class talent is regarded as a successful accomplishment for the school's administration. Historically, the highest talent level awakened at third high has only reached A-Class. A hint of pride curves Li Mengran's lips as she inadvertently glances at Chu Han in the crowd, her eyes shimmering with an almost imperceptible expectation. Finally, the teacher's voice on stage announces the name everyone has been eagerly awaiting. Next, Chu Han. In an instant, all eyes converge on him. It's Chu Han's turn, the monster with potential testing over 3,000 points. It is said that the Longxiao Federation has never seen such high potential. I wonder what level of talent he will awaken, S-Class, or the legendary SS Class. It must be stronger than Li Mengran's A-Class. Our school is about to gain fame. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Chu Han strides towards the awakening crystal. 18 years of arduous cultivation hinge upon this moment. May I receive a powerful talent. He has diligently trained over the years to enhance his potential, all for this very instant. The principal strokes his chin and whispers to the supervising teacher beside him. This child, Chu Han, possesses unwavering resolve and limitless potential. He is the greatest hope of Jiangxing Third High School and is bound to be specially recruited by the top institutions of the Federation. The head of the teaching department nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the future allocation of resources within the school hinges upon him. Chu Han slowly lifted his hand to press upon the frigid awakening crystal. Buzz! The awakening crystal suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The radiance was so intense that it far surpassed that of Li Mengran, even causing pain to the eyes of all present, as if a miniature sun had risen upon the playground. Heavens! This light, I told you, it's truly extraordinary. What level is this? S-Class? Or perhaps SS Class? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, the students' faces flushed with excitement. The principal abruptly rose to his feet, his face flushed with fervor and his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation, while the teachers craned their necks in unison. Li Mengran's beautiful eyes widened, her small hand covering her mouth, as she thought to herself, indeed, he still surpasses me. Chu Han felt the surging energy within the crystal, his heart racing with exhilaration. However, in the next moment, the dazzling light swiftly dimmed, vanishing without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. The crystal displayed 3 glaring words: no talent. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. No talent, but I'm a time traveler. How could I have no talent? Could it be that the potential points can also be erroneous? Chu Han furrowed his brows, unable to believe the outcome. After the silence, the crowd erupted once more. Surely the awakening crystal malfunctioned? His talent was supposed to exceed 3,000 points. What a pity! I thought I would witness the birth of a prodigy. Haha, this is hilarious. The top of the potential rankings, and yet he awakens with no talent? This must be the greatest joke in history. How foolish of me to have such expectations. Turns out he is just a waste. Without talent to support him, even if he becomes a martial artist, he won't progress far. What a farce. From now on, Chu Han will be the biggest joke in Jiang City. Even our school will be embarrassed alongside him. Pity, skepticism, schadenfreude. Various voices surged like a tide, instantly drowning Chu Han. The excitement and flush on the principal's face had long since disappeared, replaced by profound disappointment and coldness. He sat back heavily in his chair, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils, refusing to glance at Chu Han again. The surrounding teachers shook their heads in dismay, their gazes towards Chu Han filled with resentment. Just then, the principal's icy voice echoed throughout the hall. By the school's decree, effective immediately, the awarding of the first-class scholarship to Chu Han is hereby terminated, and all cultivation resources will be allocated to students who excel in this awakening. Scholarship. Those 3 words thundered in Chu Han's ears. The first-class scholarship of 5,000 federal dollars each month was the lifeline for his father. His father, once a martial artist, had sustained severe injuries and for years had relied on the exorbitant treatment liquid to barely prevent his condition from deteriorating. The monthly scholarship was crucial for him. His mother could barely support the expenses for his father's treatment, working 3 jobs. What would happen to his father without the scholarship? Chu Han clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He never anticipated the school's cruelty. At that moment, Li Minggran approached him. Chu Han, in the past, I was young and naive, mistaking you for someone of interest. I hope you will come to your senses and abandon any unrealistic fantasies about me, and refrain from bothering me further. She did not conceal her disdain. The thought of her previous pursuit of Chu Han filled her with shame and anger. Chu Han slowly raised his head, gazing at the woman whose demeanor shifted faster than the turning of pages in a book, feeling an unusual tranquility within. He had never harbored any feelings for this one-sided admirer. She was merely a suitor, and their relationship had never progressed to that of couple. Bother you? Chu Han's voice was remarkably calm, even tinged with a hint of mockery. Li Minggran, are we familiar enough for that? Have you overestimated your own importance? Li Minggran was taken aback that this now talentless individual dared to address her in such a manner, her fair complexion flushing with anger. She had expected to see Chu Han weeping and pleading after their roles had reversed, yet his cold response only deepened her humiliation. You can be defiant now, but our disparity will only grow. We are destined to inhabit 2 different worlds. With a cold huff, Li Minggran distanced herself from Chu Han. Her current objective was to sever ties with Chu Han and maintain her distance. Chu Han remained unfazed. His primary concern was still the loss of the scholarship. Without it, he would have to find a way to earn money on his own. Lacking awakened martial talent was not an insurmountable obstacle. One could still become a martial artist through basic talent and cultivation. However, the efficacy of cultivation would pale in comparison to those with innate gifts. Even those with F-class talent would experience significant enhancements in physical capabilities and accelerated training speed upon awakening. He recalled that those who had not awakened martial talent had only managed to reach the 2nd tier of martial arts, which was the level of intermediate martial artists. Most untalented individuals could not even attain the rank of a qualified martial artist. The path of martial arts is fraught with difficulty. Damn it. As a fellow time traveler, why am I the one suffering so? It seems the tales and novels are nothing but deceit. Chu Han silently cursed the heavens for their unfairness. Just then, a mechanical prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection of host's failure to awaken talent. The golden finger is binding. Daily lottery system is activating. Activation successful. Congratulations, host has bound this system. The host may draw once daily. The beginner's gift package has been issued, granting 1 chance for 10 consecutive draws. Would you like to draw immediately? A system? A golden finger? It has finally arrived. An indescribable elation washed away all the shadows in his heart. My golden finger has finally arrived. Draw immediately, he shouted within his mind with all his might. Buzz. In his consciousness, a colossal, rainbow-hued wheel materialized, spinning rapidly, dazzling to behold. Ding! Lottery begins. Congratulations, host has obtained Body Refinement Pill X5. Congratulations, host has obtained Steel Longsword X1. Congratulations, host has obtained F-Class Talent Fragment Sprint X1. Collect 10 fragments to synthesize. Congratulations, host has obtained E-Class Talent Tough Skin. Congratulations, host has obtained 10,000 federal dollars. Congratulations, host has obtained Supreme Strength Pill X10. Congratulations, host has obtained D-Class Movement Martial Skill Spirit Cat Steps. Congratulations, host has obtained Lower Tier Energy Stones X5. Congratulations, host has obtained C-Class Spiritual Rice 10 pounds. A series of prompts flashed by. The rewards varied and plentiful. Money, martial skills, pills, and talents were all present, leaving Chu Han dazzled. Among them were several valuable items, including talents. Just as he was about to conclude his 10th draw, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the center of the wheel, illuminating his entire lottery space. Golden legend. True treasures had arrived. Ding. Congratulations. Host has drawn 10,000 times talent. 10,000 times talent. Your comprehension, root bone, physical potential, learning ability, and insight are all enhanced 10,000-fold. Use immediately. Boom. A warm current swept through his limbs and bones, cleansing every inch of his flesh and skeleton. The 10,000 times talent not only elevated his comprehension, but also augmented his root bone and physical potential. These enhancements directly transformed his physical body, causing his cells to undergo metamorphosis and sublimation, filling him with immense strength. Although he did not know what it felt like to awaken a talent, Chu Han was confident that his transformation was no less than that of those who had awakened martial talent, perhaps even surpassing it. In his mind, all the foundational martial arts he had previously practiced played out like a slideshow. The techniques he once deemed near perfect now revealed numerous flaws, while the once impenetrable fist techniques and movement skills suddenly presented paths for advancement. This was the effect of the 10,000 times talent. What did it matter that he had not awakened talent? His foundational talent was 1,000-fold. A cold smile crept onto his lips. On the stage, the awakening ceremony was drawing to a close. The principal and the various leaders and teachers wore grim expressions. Although this year's awakening results at their school were commendable, they fell short of everyone's expectations. With over a month remaining until the martial arts examination, everyone must strive to enhance their strength. Those wishing to participate in the examination may register for the outdoor training camp in 7 days. In the wilderness, you will experience true combat, and you may form teams of up to 5 with trusted companions to hunt exotic beasts. Those who achieve high kill counts will receive rewards. Those interested should sign up with their homeroom teachers. After the principal concluded his speech, the students flocked to their homeroom teachers to register. Think carefully before signing up. The outdoor training camp is no child's play. Battling exotic beasts involves life-threatening risks. Chu Han's homeroom teacher, Wang Hao, a lean, capable middle-aged man and a second-tier martial artist, was currently explaining the dangers of the wilderness to the students with great patience. Teacher, I want to participate. I will join as well. I have a D-class talent. I can definitely slay the wild beasts out there. I possess a C-grade fire control ability. The wilderness cannot possibly intimidate me. Wang Hao's declaration failed to dissuade anyone, as enthusiasm surged among the crowd for registration. Teacher Wang, I wish to enroll as well, proclaimed the final voice to sign up, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Chu Han, have you lost your mind? Chapter 2. The Mastery of Movement. How did he achieve it? Chu Han, you cannot go. You lack awakened talent. Venturing into the wild is tantamount to courting death. Wang Hao implored urgently, his brows furrowed in deep concern. Teacher Wang, I am not being reckless. This is a decision I have pondered thoroughly. Chu Han replied with a faint smile. Despite Wang Hao's disappointment over Chu Han's unawakened talent, his gaze reflected only pity, devoid of any disdain. This homeroom teacher had been a significant source of support for him over the past 3 years and demonstrated considerable care. Thus, when Chu Han expressed his desire to participate in the outdoor training camp, Wang Hao's response was one of worry rather than mockery or doubt. No. Agreeing to this would be akin to signing your death warrant. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. Wang Hao reiterated with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for negotiation. Chu Han shook his head in resignation. His old teacher was indeed steadfast, albeit somewhat inflexible. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. A worthless individual daring to participate in an outdoor training camp? A derisive voice pierced the air, brimming with scorn. Sun Liqiang? Chu Han instantly recognized the speaker by his voice alone. Turning to look, he saw Sun Liqiang with his hands stuffed in his pockets, disdain etched across his face. If I were you, I would quietly tuck my tail between my legs and hide away, perhaps find a factory job tightening screws after graduation. Ha. Having awakened a B-grade talent, Sun Liqiang was currently basking in the glory of his newfound superiority. He had long harbored disdain for Chu Han, who had previously outshone him in both potential and academics. Even Li Minggran, the girl he fancied, had shown favor towards Chu Han. Seizing this opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Indeed, a waste should possess the self-awareness of their worthlessness. Don't go out there and embarrass yourself. Do you not think you've already tarnished our school's reputation enough? Sun Liqiang's followers immediately chimed in with laughter. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Han's eyes. These clowns had finally revealed themselves. He glanced at Sun Liqiang and smirked icily. If I can prove myself stronger than certain awakened clowns, would that grant me the right to sign up? His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. What was Chu Han attempting? Had he truly lost his senses? How could he dare to provoke someone with a B-grade talent like Sun Liqiang? Who do you call a clown? Sun Liqiang's smile vanished, replaced by fury. The shadow of having been thoroughly dominated by Chu Han resurfaced, igniting his rage. I am referring to you, Chu Han replied, his tone calm. You're seeking death. Sun Liqiang bellowed, lunging forward to attack. Enough. Wang Hao interjected sharply, overwhelmed by a headache. He hadn't anticipated Chu Han's audacity, attempting to gain entry through provocation. But how could he stand against a B-grade talent? Teacher Wang, since Sun is unwilling to accept this, I propose a public duel. If I win, it proves my eligibility for the training camp. If I lose, I shall no longer mention my application and will voluntarily apologize to him. How does that sound? Chu Han continued, tightening Wang Hao's frown even further. Ha! You, a talentless wretch, think you can challenge me? Sun Liqiang laughed maniacally, impatiently accepting the challenge before Wang Hao could respond. Fine. If you lose, you will humbly admit you are nothing but a complete failure. Do you dare? Someone of your caliber could never cause me to lose. Chu Han retorted with a cold smile. Let us see who is left to talk big. The surrounding students, eager for chaos, began to cheer. Fight! Fight! Sun, show him the gap between a talented individual and a failure. Ha ha ha, this is going to be entertaining. Everyone was eager to witness the downfall of Chu Han, the once promising genius, as if it would somehow satisfy their meager self-esteem. Ignoring the jeering crowd, Chu Han turned to Wang Hao. Please, teacher, be a witness. Wang Hao observed the calm, yet resolute gaze of Chu Han, then glanced at the agitated students. Fully aware that this duel was unavoidable, he sighed, resigned. Very well, to the gymnasium arena. Keep it controlled and refrain from causing intentional harm. The gymnasium arena quickly filled with spectators. News of Chu Han challenging Sun Liqiang spread like wildfire, drawing nearly all the senior students, with even some teachers coming to watch. Minggran, I had already opposed your pursuit of Chu Han. Look at him now. He has lost all reason. With such temperament, he cannot possibly become a warrior. One of Li Mengran's friends remarked, observing Chu Han on stage. Beside her, Li Minggran snorted derisively, casting a contemptuous glance at Chu Han without uttering a word. Her attitude was unmistakably clear. On the arena, Sun Liqiang cracked his neck, a cruel smile gracing his face as he envisioned the moment Chu Han would cry out in defeat. He refrained from using his talent initially. To him, employing it against a talentless opponent would be an affront to his dignity. Chu Han, it's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Sun Liqiang sneered. Is your chatter always this excessive? Chu Han beckoned with a finger, challenging him. Seeking death. Sun Liqiang roared, his anger fully ignited as he charged forward, his right fist slicing through the air towards Chu Han's face. This punch was executed with astonishing speed and force, far surpassing that of an ordinary high school student. Clearly a testament to the enhanced physical capabilities following his talent awakening. How vicious. Chu Han is finished. Many spectators believed Chu Han would be unable to withstand this blow. However, just as the punch was about to connect, Chu Han slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the strike. Sun Liqiang's fist swung through empty air, momentarily stunned before his anger flared even more, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Chu Han. Yet astonishingly, every single attack missed its target. Each time, Chu Han managed to evade with minimal movement, executing precise maneuvers just before the attacks landed. How is this possible? How can he avoid everything? Luck. It must be sheer luck. It can't be luck. Even with my talent, I couldn't achieve what Chu Han just did. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This appears to be foundational movement technique, yet how can it flow so seamlessly? Wang Hao's eyes ignited with disbelief. As a martial artist, he possessed a clearer understanding. Chu Han's evasive maneuvers were anything but luck. They were the culmination of foundational footwork. He recalled that Chu Han had only recently mastered the pinnacle of foundational footwork just before the awakening ceremony, surpassing the level of an average high school student. Yet now, Chu Han demonstrated a mastery that had evidently reached perfection. Even his own foundational movement technique, as a second-tier martial artist, had only achieved this level. Could this truly be accomplished by someone devoid of talent? The other observing teachers were equally astonished, unable to believe their eyes. It is known that martial skills are divided into 7 realms. Initial insight, entry level, mastery, minor accomplishment, comprehension, major accomplishment, mastery, perfection, transcendence, transformation, pinnacle, ultimate realm, and return to innocence, path. Chu Han's perfection was far beyond what a newly awakened student could achieve. To reach such a level without awakened talent truly labeled his foundational talents as monstrous. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had not awakened a talent. Chu Han felt a surge of exhilaration within, Merely the enhancement of his comprehension had allowed his movement technique to ascend to a new realm. A sensation that was utterly sublime. You scoundrel! Is evasion all you can do? Sun Liqiang was engulfed in a tumult of shame and anger, feeling as though he were a monkey toyed with for amusement. What he had anticipated as a fleeting skirmish had unexpectedly morphed into a showcase for Chu Han. Oh, then why not take a punch from me and see? Chu Han uttered nonchalantly, suddenly launching his assault. There were no extravagant maneuvers, merely the simplest of basic jabs. Yet, this strike encapsulated the entirety of his strength, with technique approaching perfection, its speed akin to a thunderclap, unadorned and direct. Sun Liqiang had no time to react. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Sun Liqiang felt a crushing sensation in his chest, his breath momentarily stifled, causing him to stagger backwards several paces before tumbling to the ground. His face a mask of astonishment and pain. The audience erupted in uproar. Not only had Chu Han evaded all attacks, but he had also retaliated. He had even knocked down Sun Liqiang, who had awakened his B-level talent. What an outrageous jest! His foundational boxing skills had evidently reached an extraordinary zenith. How could this be? Wang Hao and several other teachers were momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom the reality before them. Chapter 3. Defeating Sun Liqiang, Merging Talents. I will make you pay for this. Sun Liqiang howled from the ground. Humiliated before the gazes of many, the overwhelming disgrace swiftly consumed his rationality. His eyes burning crimson as he activated his innate ability. Beast transformation. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed as Sun Liqiang's body began to undergo a violent transformation. His fingernails sharpened to lethal points, dense brown fur sprouted across his skin, and his skull elongated into a fearsome, feline visage. He morphed into a muscular beast man. Terrifying. Was this the extent of Sun Liqiang's talent? Chu Han was truly doomed. He had completely incensed Sun Liqiang. Would Chu Han truly be eviscerated? The audience below was taken aback by Sun Liqiang's beastly form, some even trembling in fear. Roar! In his beast form, Sun Liqiang's speed, strength, and reflexes surged dramatically. He dropped to all fours, propelling himself with a sudden leap. A brown blur darting towards Chu Han with claws poised to rend his throat. Chu Han sensed an overwhelming, perilous aura surging toward him, compelling him to remain vigilant. Sun Liqiang's talent indeed held formidable power. This was dire. Chu Han was in peril. Wang Hao gasped in alarm. Although Sun Liqiang's talent was classified as B-level, his explosive capability surpassed that of some A-level talents. Chu Han stood no chance. Yet Wang Hao found himself too late to intervene. Whoosh! Sun Liqiang's claws tore through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. However, the anticipated scene of Chu Han sustaining grave injury never materialized. He emerged unscathed. Had he evaded again? Wang Hao felt his heart leap in disbelief. Chu Han remained composed, as if he felt no pressure at all. In beast form, Sun Liqiang's power and speed undeniably eclipsed Chu Han's, yet under the scrutiny afforded by his 10,000-fold talent, the trajectory of Sun Liqiang's attacks, driven by primal instinct, became more straightforward and thus easier to predict. As Sun Liqiang lunged once more, Chu Han deftly sidestepped the assault. Impossible. Sun Liqiang's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, claws slicing through the air in a chaotic frenzy, intent on shredding Chu Han to pieces. Yet Chu Han consistently evaded the blows at the last possible moment. His movements, under immense pressure, became more efficient, as if he were dancing upon the edge of a blade, thrillingly perilous, yet utterly unflappable. Indeed, at this moment, Chu Han had come to regard Sun Liqiang as his sparring partner. The reality of combat and danger propelled his growth at an accelerated pace. He could sense his foundational agility strengthening, reaching an extraordinary level of mastery. How could this be? How could he evade attacks in beast form? A monster? Was he not the true monster here? Was there a mistake with the awakening stone? Yet he certainly did not exhibit the traits of someone with awakened talents. The students below were left dumbfounded, their worldview shattered. This agility was extraordinary. It was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of foundational techniques. Several teachers trembled with excitement, for it was a realm they had yet to attain. Moreover, Chu Han had not even employed any specialized techniques, indicating that he had reached this level purely through fundamental training. Truly a prodigy. If he were to awaken a talent, it was unfathomable what kind of genius he would become. What a pity. Chu Han's agility continued to advance, while Sun Liqiang grew increasingly erratic in his assaults. Sun Liqiang's strikes became more ferocious, yet also more disordered, making them easier to anticipate. The beast transformation granted him strength, yet amplified his wildness and impatience. As Chu Han dodged, he remained calm, meticulously observing. The profound insight bestowed by his 10,000-fold talent allowed him to swiftly analyze the weaknesses of Sun Liqiang's beastly state. His attack patterns were singular, lacking adaptability. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and the transformation likely had a time limit. Moreover, there was a significant vulnerability at his waist. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chu Han's eyes as he quickly identified Sun Liqiang's weakness. After yet another full frontal assault, the flaw lay bare. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Han launched his counterattack. His entire body maneuvered at an odd angle behind Sun Liqiang, dashing forward in a swift lunge. His elbow crashing forcefully into Sun Liqiang's lower back. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Sun Liqiang's body was sent flying, crashing down beneath the stage. That elbow strike had unleashed the full extent of Chu Han's power. Even with the protection of his beast form, Sun Liqiang was grievously wounded. The transformation rapidly dissipated, reverting him to human form, curled up and moaning in agony. The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant. All eyes widened in disbelief, as if frozen in time. Unsure of how to respond, Chu Han stood proudly, undeterred by the awakening of talents. They were still merely a waste. His gaze swept across his classmates, most of whom dared not meet his eyes. These were the very individuals who had previously reveled in his misfortune and mocked him, now silenced by Chu Han's actions. If even Sun Liqiang, who had awakened a B-level talent, had been defeated, they were in no position to deride him. Li Minggran regarded Chu Han with a complex expression, their eyes meeting, yet all she saw reflected in his gaze was profound disdain and indifference. Chu Han's attention did not linger on her. It was as if he had no care for her opinion. Chu Han, do not think that defeating a single Sun Liqiang puts you on my level, Li Minggran murmured, a hint of indignation flashing across her face as she clenched her fists. Teacher Wang, may I sign up now? Chu Han inquired, turning to his homeroom teacher with a smile. Wang Hao exhaled deeply. Your performance today was truly astonishing. Your strength qualifies you for the wilderness training camp. That's splendid. Chu Han nodded, departing from the school. Wang Hao watched Chu Han's receding figure, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within him. The foundational talent Chu Han displayed undoubtedly merited a potential score exceeding 3,000 points. Should he awaken any martial talent, the possibilities for his future would be limitless. Yet, fate is often harshly inequitable. Sighing softly, Wang Hao added Chu Han's name to the wilderness training camp roster. On his way home, Chu Han opened the system space. The 10 items drawn previously, apart from the tenfold talent, remained untouched in the system space. An E-grade talent? Chu Han's gaze lingered on that particular talent. Stone Skin, E-grade talent, upon activation, grants a stone-like skin that enhances one's strength and defense. Although it is merely the lowest tier of E-grade, a talent is still a talent, and its effects surpass those of ordinary training. Previously, he had dismissed this talent, but now he recognized its potential. Its efficacy is indeed unparalleled by mere physical exertion. Without hesitation, he chose to activate it. Buzz. An extraordinary sensation coursed through his entire being instantaneously. A new strength melded with his body, sending every cell into a jubilant uproar. Is this the sensation of merging with a talent? It is undeniably a marvelous experience. The entire process lasted for approximately 10 seconds before culminating. Once the fusion was complete, Chu Han examined the skin on his arm. The color remained largely unchanged. However, upon touching it, he instantly discerned an extraordinary resilience and hardness. Ordinary friction and slight impacts would scarcely inflict any damage. He picked up a sharp stone from the ground and dragged it across his arm, leaving behind only a faint white mark. Its hardness rivaled that of cowhide, and his strength had notably increased. If he were to activate the talent, the enhancement would surely be even greater. With this thought in mind, he activated the effect of stone skin. Instantly, his skin radiated a grayish-white sheen, and its texture became coarse, as if enveloped in a layer of solidified stone. When he forcefully scraped the stone across his skin, a loud crack echoed, and the sharp edge of the stone shattered instantly, while his stone skin remained unscathed. Such formidable defense. His strength had also received a substantial boost. Overjoyed, Chu Han's gaze swept over the cobblestone path beneath him. He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, the cobblestone surface cracked open in several places, debris scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, his fist, aside from being dusted with a bit of stone powder, remained entirely unharmed, devoid of even the slightest sensation of pain. Excellent. Chu Han was elated. At this moment, even without employing any agility, he could easily overpower Sun Liqiang. Though merely an E-grade talent, the enhancement it provided was still remarkably terrifying. It was no wonder that those without awakened talents were often abandoned. The disparity was simply too great. Having confirmed his newfound abilities, Chu Han swiftly departed from the scene and deactivated the stone skin state. The commotion from his recent punch had been considerable, and he wished to avoid being held accountable for the damage to the ground. Furthermore, maintaining the stone skin state would continuously deplete his internal energy. Chapter 4, C-Grade Martial Technique. The 7 Styles of Breaking the Army. Chu Han sprinted back to an old, dilapidated neighborhood. His home was located here. Although the buildings were aged, the rent was affordable, and the residents were predominantly impoverished individuals. Navigating through a cluttered hallway, he paused before an iron door plastered with various advertisements. Inserting the key, he opened the door. His home was quite small, easily visible from one end to the other. The living room was partitioned to serve as his bedroom, with a narrow single bed pressed against the wall, its foot piled high with a few stacks of books. The sole window faced the wall of another building, providing poor lighting. Even during the day, he needed to turn on a light. The kitchen and bathroom were crammed into a corner with outdated facilities. In fact, when he was younger, before his father was injured, the family resided in a luxurious martial artist community. Following his father Chu Han's severe injury, the exorbitant medical expenses quickly drained their finances, prompting them to sell everything of value, including their home. Over the years, they had moved countless times, with each new dwelling becoming increasingly dilapidated and the environment deteriorating further. Recently, Chu Han's exceptional potential had garnered support from his school, providing the family with a brief respite. However, they no longer received any monthly scholarships. Is Chu Han back? A feeble voice emerged from the inner room. Chu Han suppressed all emotion, replying, "Dad, it's me." At that moment, only his father was home. His mother was still out working. He pushed open the inner door to find a weary middle-aged man half reclining on the bed, covered with a patched thin blanket. In his hands, he clutched a nearly worn-out basic illustrated guide to exotic beasts, while a half-bowl of dark medicinal liquid sat on the bedside table. This was his father, Chu Han. Once a renowned martial artist in Jiang City, Chu Han now bore the frailty of an elderly man, his vitality diminished and his body riddled with hidden injuries, relying on costly medicinal solutions to barely sustain his life and prevent his condition from worsening. Upon seeing his son, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his murky eyes as he asked with barely concealed anticipation, "You're back? Did the awakening ceremony go smoothly?" What was the result? His voice was hoarse and unsteady. Chu Han poured a glass of water for his father and replied softly, "I did not awaken a talent." The room instantly fell into a heavy silence. The hope in Chu Han's eyes flickered and extinguished, replaced by profound despair. Without an awakened talent, the future of his son and their entire family appeared bleak. However, this emotion was short-lived, quickly suppressed as he forced a comforting smile. "It's all right. Many people fail to awaken talents, but that doesn't mean one cannot lead a good life. Don't be disheartened. Don't place too much pressure on yourself." Chu Han endeavored to sound relaxed, yet his voice grew even raspier. He understood that the pain and disappointment his son bore were far heavier than what he, as a father, could imagine. He could not afford to add any more pressure on his son. Taking a deep breath, Chu Han shifted the topic gently. "It's no big deal if you can't become a martial artist. You could join the military or attend a liberal arts university. Your performance in humanities is commendable." Yet Chu Han, with unwavering determination, declared, "My goal has never wavered. I will become a martial artist, take the martial arts examination, and enroll in the best martial arts university. In the future, I will help you recover." He paused, casting a glance at his father before asserting, "I will become strong enough to seek justice for you." Hearing the word justice, a shudder coursed through Chu Han's body. A whirlwind of complex emotions flashed in his eyes, shock, pain, and fear. He quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? My injuries were an accident. They are no one's fault. Focus on planning your own life. Do not dwell on these frivolities. Do you hear me?" His reaction only confirmed Chu Han's suspicions. Years ago, his father, Chu Han, as an elite member of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, had been gravely injured during a mission organized by the school, nearly losing his life. According to the school's agreement and federal law, the martial arts school bore the responsibility for treatment and compensation. However, the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School subsequently refused to cover the majority of medical expenses, absurdly claiming that his father had acted beyond the scope of the mission, even attempting to shift the blame entirely onto him. Their family had no recourse for appeal and instead faced threats and oppression from the martial arts school, ultimately being forced to accept a meager compensation and cast aside. Chu Han had witnessed these events during his childhood. At that time, his parents believed he was too young to remember, yet it remained etched in his memory. "I will seek justice, with both principle and interest." In response, Chu Han sighed. "The matters within are not as simple as you think, and the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School is a formidable entity, beyond your capacity to confront." Chu Han suddenly smiled. "Father, although I have not awakened my innate talent, I have acquired other opportunities. Rest assured, my strength will undoubtedly rival those who possess awakened abilities. You've always been a determined child. I cannot alter that. Since you aspire to become a martial artist, both your mother and I will unconditionally support you." As he spoke, Chu Han pointed to the bedside cabinet. "In the bottom drawer, there is a wooden box. Please retrieve it and open it." Chu Han immediately complied, taking out a wooden box measuring 20 centimeters. Upon opening it, he discovered a small booklet inside. "Is this a martial technique?" Chu Han's pupils constricted as he read the prominent characters on the cover. 7 styles of breaking the army. Indeed, this is a C-grade swordsmanship technique. The 7 styles of breaking the army, and it is the only thing I can leave you, Chu Han remarked with a smile. "A C-grade technique? It must be quite valuable," Chu Han exclaimed, recalling that a C-grade martial technique typically costs no less than 1,000,000 federal coins. Martial techniques, like innate talents and cultivation methods, are classified from high to low as SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F grades. For an ordinary person, a C-grade martial technique is an extraordinarily rare treasure, hard to come by. Its value far surpasses any basic fist or footwork techniques he had learned previously. Of course, I nearly exhausted my savings to purchase this sword technique, Chu Han continued. The fundamental requirement for practicing this martial technique is to have mastered the basic swordsmanship to a significant level. This is why I had you training in basic sword techniques from a young age. Without achieving mastery in the foundational skills, one cannot practice this advanced technique. The reason this sword technique is rated as C grade is that it is exceedingly difficult to master, requiring a high degree of comprehension of swordsmanship. Thus, very few can attain the 5th style. I only managed to reach the 4th style in my time. Achieving the 4th and 5th styles grants the technique a power comparable to B-grade martial techniques, while the 6th style rivals A-grade techniques. And the 7th style is said to approach S-grade techniques, though nearly no one can master it. S-grade, the upper limit of this sword technique, is astonishingly high. Chu Han was taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. Currently, what he lacked the least was comprehension. Do not rejoice too soon. If the latter styles of this technique were so easily practiced, it would not have been classified as C-grade, Chu Han cautioned. Chu Han dismissed his father's concern. My foundational swordsmanship has already reached mastery. I am ready to practice. Indeed, your talent far exceeds mine. If you can master the 1st style of this technique, it will be sufficient to handle battles in the wild, Chu Han said with a look of pride. Unbeknownst to him, after acquiring a 10,000-fold talent, Chu Han's foundational swordsmanship had already transcended to a state of perfection, though he chose not to disclose this to his father. Eagerly, Chu Han opened the 7 styles of breaking the army. After a single perusal, he had committed its contents to memory. With the enhancement of his 10,000-fold talent, he comprehended the essence of this martial technique thoroughly. Although he had yet to formally practice it, his understanding surpassed that of his father. The core of the 7 styles of breaking the army lies in the technique of exerting force, characterized by grand, sweeping motions that emphasize an unstoppable momentum, pursuing the power of the blade. Therefore, the potency of each style multiplies, demanding greater skill in force application and blade control. This is the reason the latter styles are exceedingly difficult to master. I will begin my training now. Chu Han made his way downstairs. Not far from the community lay an abandoned park, which had always served as his private training ground. He planned to practice the 7 styles of breaking the army there. Coincidentally, he had a steel long sword stored within the lottery space, which he could use as a weapon. Chapter 5, 10,000-fold Talent, Transforming Martial Arts. With a thought, a steel long sword appeared in Chu Han's hand, inscribed with the description, Steel Long Sword, forged from high-quality steel, equivalent to an E-grade weapon. With swift motions, he wielded the sword, producing a dazzling display of cold light. With his foundational swordsmanship now perfected, the sword felt like an extension of his arm, moving fluidly at his command. What a fine sword, truly worthy of being an E-grade weapon. He recognized that an E-grade weapon is worth at least several tens of thousands of federal coins, making it quite luxurious for him at this moment. With this steel long sword, he saved a considerable amount of money. Moreover, with his upcoming expedition into the wilderness in 3 days, he would be able to utilize this sword as his weapon. Until now, he had only practiced with prop swords, which were unsuitable for actual combat. Now, to practice the 1st style of the 7 styles of breaking the army, Chu Han concentrated all his strength and executed a slash, resembling a silver streak slicing through the air. The air ahead was instantly torn apart by the blade's edge, emitting a sharp sound. I did it. Chu Han rejoiced. The 1st style had already taken shape in his mind, and being the simplest, he succeeded on his 1st attempt. 2nd style? He slashed again, faster and more forceful, completing the 2nd style with ease. The 3rd style followed suit, executed flawlessly as well. However, upon reaching the 4th style, his power faltered slightly, resulting in an incomplete execution. From the 4th style onward, it required the infusion of elemental energy into the techniques to unleash double the power of the 3rd style. Relying solely on his physical strength proved challenging. Without sufficient elemental energy, he could not unleash the 4th style's true might. Elemental energy, in this world of martial artists, is a special cosmic energy that exists between heaven and earth. Even during ordinary training, the body cells autonomously absorb free elemental energy to enhance physical strength. Martial artists, on the other hand, can draw elemental energy into their bodies and even manipulate it to gain extraordinary power. Generally, the more elemental energy a martial artist possesses within, the stronger their capabilities. Elemental energy can enhance the physical body, augment the power of weapons, and can be released externally to produce various elemental attacks. The best method for martial artists to absorb elemental energy is through practicing cultivation techniques. These techniques are specifically designed to cultivate elemental energy, allowing practitioners to obtain elemental energy of different attributes. For instance, someone practicing a fire attribute technique can unleash flames even without having awakened a fire attribute talent. Naturally, if a person awakens a fire attribute talent, practicing a fire attribute technique will yield significantly better results, especially when combined with fire attribute martial techniques, enabling them to unleash powers far beyond the ordinary. For example, Li Mingran, whose awakened talent is the ice spirit body, would undoubtedly opt for practicing ice attribute techniques, resulting in a training speed that surpasses that of normal individuals. However, to practice these techniques, one must first become a martial artist. Before becoming a martial artist, the body's absorbed elemental energy is primarily used to strengthen the physical form. The physical body serves as a vessel for containing elemental energy. The larger and sturdier the vessel, the more elemental energy it can hold in the future. Only by establishing a solid physical foundation can one efficiently cultivate elemental energy. Once the physical body reaches a certain level, the absorbed elemental energy will automatically be stored in the dantian, marking the entry of a martial artist into the realm. Currently, Chu Han was far from meeting the requirements of a martial artist. The elemental energy available to him was insufficient to support the release of the fourth style of the 7 styles of breaking the army. Must the fourth style of this sword technique remain only half complete until I become a martial artist? Chu Han pondered, gazing at the long sword in his hand. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have given up at this moment, viewing it as a skill that could only be unlocked after reaching a certain realm. Yet, Chu Han was different. He possessed a 10,000-fold talent. This is not merely a swift learning ability. Rather, it is a terrifying insight and deductive power that pierces directly to the essence. He understands that the core of the 7 styles of breaking the army lies in the technique of exerting force, albeit the latter styles necessitate the assistance of primal energy to enhance this exertion. If primal energy is not utilized, does that imply such techniques cannot be executed? Why can I not achieve this move using solely my physical strength? A frenzied thought flashed through Chu Han's mind like lightning. His prodigious talent granted him an unparalleled control over his muscles, fascia, bones, and vital energy, enabling him to exert several times his usual strength. Others may falter due to their inability to attain such precision and bodily control, but I shall endeavor to try. A spark of excitement ignited in Chu Han's eyes. He closed them once more, mentally constructing a model of the 4th style without employing primal energy. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from his gaze. Gripping the long knife anew, he assumed a fresh stance, his muscles taut in a peculiar manner, akin to a bow drawn to its full potential, poised to unleash. There was no fluctuation of primal energy, only the pure sensation of power coalescing within him. He struck. The long knife sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Due to initial modifications and insufficient control, the blade ultimately crashed down upon the hard stone slab beneath. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated as the ground was instantaneously cleaved, the blade embedding itself deeply beneath the stone surface. Chu Han sheathed his knife, exhaling a breath of stale air. His arm muscles tingled slightly, a normal reaction from the sudden exertion that exceeded his current physical capacity. Yet, as he gazed upon the terrifying gash in the ground, a wave of intense joy flickered in his eyes. Though there remained some imperfections in his control, with further refinement, the power of this modified 4th style would undoubtedly rival that of the original. He had succeeded. Although this maneuver placed immense strain on his body and could not be sustained like primal energy, it could serve as a decisive weapon in critical moments. Once he became a martial artist, with the aid of primal energy, the potency of this technique would undoubtedly undergo a transformative enhancement. The next step was to continue perfecting the 4th style. Chu Han steadied his vital energy, gripping the knife once more. Now that the path was clear, the ensuing task was to practice incessantly, mastering and refining his modified technique. After countless repetitions, until his arms grew numb, Chu Han's revised 4th style was finally completed. He persevered through his training until nightfall. In addition to perfecting the 4th style, he practiced the first 3 styles innumerable times, embedding them into muscle memory, so that when confronted by an adversary, he could wield them with unrestrained freedom. Simultaneously, his foundational mastery of knife techniques ascended to a realm of profound artistry. At this moment, as long as he wielded a knife, he could survive in the wilderness training camps even without employing martial skills. The scope for progress in knife techniques was now limited. The next 2 days would be dedicated to enhancing his physical strength. Chu Han had devised a plan for his forthcoming training. Moreover, his system space contained numerous elixirs capable of augmenting his physique, sufficient to swiftly elevate him to the realm of a quasi-martial artist. Upon returning home, it was already 8 p.m. His mother, Zhang Milan, was preparing dinner. She bent over, stir-frying vegetables in a pan, her profile appearing exceptionally haggard under the light. Juggling 3 jobs a day, coupled with prolonged fatigue and concern for her husband's illness, had hastened her aging. Upon hearing the door open, Zhang Milan turned her head, and upon seeing her son, a gentle smile immediately graced her face. "Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." Observing his mother's weary figure, Chu Han felt a pang in his heart. Yes, Chu Han made his way to the cramped bathroom. Once the wilderness training camp concluded, he could seamlessly present federal currency and resource subsidies to support his family. Their circumstances would surely improve. Chu Han silently vowed. Although his space currently held wealth, he could not explain its origin to his parents. After the wilderness training camp, he would have justification. In the future, he must acquire restorative herbs to nourish his mother and prolong her life. And as for his father's injuries, I shall heal them as well. In that moment, Chu Han was filled with motivation. Chapter 6. Consuming the Supreme Strength Pill, Quasi-Martial Artist. Dinner was soon served on the worn dining table. The meal was simple, consisting of one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and a small bowl of soup. Chu Han had already been propped up by Zhang Milan, resting against the headboard. The three of them began to eat, with Zhang Milan continuously serving Chu Han, while she herself ate very little. Shortly, Chu Han set down his spoon, hesitating before finally speaking. Chu Han, how is your practice of the 7 styles of breaking the army progressing? Have you attempted to practice the stance of the first style? Chu Han paused mid-bite, responding. The progress is quite good, though I have encountered some minor difficulties. As long as it's going well, that's what matters. Relax, martial skills are not easily mastered. Back in the day, I was reputed for my talent in knife techniques, yet it took me nearly half a month to learn the first style. Do not rush. His tone was cautious, fearing that his son might feel discouraged by the challenges of martial training. Chu Han's actions faltered momentarily, as it was evident his father had misunderstood his words. He had intended to express humility, but the current family atmosphere required confidence and hope. He resolved to demonstrate the fruits of his training. Rising to his feet, Chu Han moved to the meager space in the living room. Zhang Milan, puzzled, wondered what her son was doing, interrupting his meal. Chu Han offered no explanation, merely returning to his room to retrieve his practice knife, striking a stance. This is the stance of the first style of breaking the army. Are you? Chu Han's eyes widened in realization, astonished, his gaze fixated on his son, determined not to miss a single detail. In the next moment, Chu Han moved. With a sudden flourish, he swung the practice knife, executing the first style of breaking the army. His movements were as swift as lightning, the air even resonating with a faint whistle. This is the first style of breaking the army. You have actually mastered it. Chu Han erupted in exuberant laughter, his excitement palpable. Yet, his laughter quickly halted. Chu Han continued, slicing through the air with 2 more strikes, flawlessly executing the second and third styles. After practicing for just half a day, the first 3 styles flowed from Chu Han's hands like water, seamless and unimpeded. In an instant, both parents were left in stunned silence. Chu Han felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His eyes bulged wide, mouth agape, his body trembling uncontrollably from excitement. Cough, cough, cough. The intensity of his exhilaration triggered an old injury, causing him to cough violently, prompting Zhang Milan to rush to pat his back. Yet, Chu Han waved his hand. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Han, his voice trembling as he asked, how is this possible? In just a few hours, how could you have reached this level? He could hardly believe his eyes. This was far beyond a beginner. It was evident he had grasped the very essence of the 7 styles of breaking the army. Even at his peak, he would not have dared to claim he could execute these 3 styles with such grace. Looking at his father's near loss of composure, Chu Han chuckled. Dad, I told you I would become a martial artist. You and Mom must believe in me. We believe. We all believe. Chu Han, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. My son is a genius. A true genius. No talent. Nonsense. He appeared almost deranged, oscillating between laughter and tears, as if he were determined to release all the pent-up frustration and despair that had accumulated within him over the years. Although Zhang Milan was unfamiliar with martial arts, her husband's uncharacteristic outburst and her son's earlier extraordinary display made her realize that her son was anything but ordinary. Tears glistened in her eyes as she nodded repeatedly, her face finally breaking into a smile filled with hope, witnessing the fervent excitement of his parents. Chu Han resolved to surprise them even more in the days to come. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom while his mother continued to tidy up the dishes outside. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he entered the lottery space in his mind. There remained 7 items yet to be utilized: 5 body refinement pills, 1 F-grade talent fragment, 10,000 Federation coins, 10 superior strength pills, a D-grade martial technique book titled Spirit Cat Steps, 5 low-level energy stones, and 10 pounds of C-grade spiritual rice. The body refinement pills, upon consumption, they can enhance muscles, fascia, bones, and overall physical strength, vitality, and foundation. Superior strength pills, consuming 1 grants a boost of 100 pounds of strength, with the potency gradually diminishing, and a maximum of 5 can be taken. Spirit Cat Steps, a D-grade martial technique that, once practiced, allows the body to become as agile and versatile as a spirit cat, significantly enhancing speed and reaction time. Low-level energy stones, containing vast amounts of cosmic energy, absorbing them yields pure elemental power. C-grade spiritual rice, consuming this improves physical constitution, accelerates blood circulation, and replenishes vital energy. Among these, the least valuable was the 10,000 Federation coins, while the other pills, weapons, spiritual rice, martial techniques, and energy stones far exceeded this value. For instance, the low-level energy stones are essential resources for martial artists. Each stone, containing energy, accelerates cultivation speed and is valued at 100,000 Federation coins. However, He had no intention of selling them, preferring to utilize them for himself. As for the superior strength pills, although they were available for sale on the market, they lacked the superior designation and could only enhance strength by 30 pounds per pill. Even so, ordinary strength pills cost 5,000 Federation coins each, with a maximum of 3 permitted for consumption. In contrast, his 10 superior strength pills offered far superior effects. If auctioned, their price would undoubtedly soar. With a mere thought, a small porcelain vial appeared in his hand. Upon uncorking it, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the room. Inside lay 10 small pills, the superior strength pills. How fragrant! Chu Han inhaled deeply, drawing the medicinal aroma into his nostrils, and instantly felt a jolt coursing through his body, as if all his cells had awakened, and his strength seemed to augment. The potency of this pill was astonishing. Unable to resist any longer, he poured one out and swallowed it. The moment the pill settled in his stomach, an overwhelming force erupted, warm currents washing over his limbs and invigorating every cell within him. After several minutes, he fully absorbed the pill's effects. What a delightful sensation. I feel my strength has significantly increased, at least by 100 pounds. Chu Han now believed the pill's description. Consuming one indeed translated to a boost of 100 pounds of strength. He could still consume for more. Moreover, this pill not only enhanced his strength, but also transformed his body, bestowing an overall enhancement. Without hesitation, Chu Han poured out another pill and swallowed it. Minutes later, his strength surged by another 100 pounds. Next came the third, fourth, and fifth pills. After consuming 5 pills, he had instantly gained 500 pounds of strength. Remarkably, the effects remained undiminished despite the consecutive consumption. My one-arm strength must now exceed 1,000 pounds, perhaps even more. Achieving a one-arm strength of 1,000 pounds signifies the threshold of a martial artist. It feels like a meteoric rise. I must test my strength at the martial arts school tomorrow, and perhaps sell the remaining 5 superior strength pills. Chapter 7. S-Grade Martial Technique. Ninefold Body Refinement Technique. The next day, Chu Han leaped out of bed, brimming with excitement. The first order of business upon awakening was, of course, to partake in the lottery. The system had kindly provided a reminder the moment he roused. Opening the lottery space, he silently wished for a favorable draw. Instantly, the colorful wheel began to spin rapidly. With only one chance, he hoped for something exceptional. Today, there was no option for a tenfold draw, just a single lottery opportunity, which made Chu Han feel a tinge of apprehension. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-Grade Body Refinement Martial Technique, Ninefold Body Refinement Technique. S-Grade? And a Body Refinement Martial Technique? Chu Han could hardly believe his eyes. He quickly examined the lottery space, and indeed, a new martial technique was stored there. The Ninefold Body Refinement Technique. An S-Grade Body Refinement Martial Technique. Ha ha ha. My good fortune has not yet run out. Overjoyed, Chu Han immediately accepted the technique, and a flood of fundamental information about it surged into his mind. Though classified as a martial technique, the Ninefold Body Refinement Technique is, in essence, a method of body refinement, divided into 9 levels of difficulty, with each level exponentially increasing in challenge. Practicing it feels akin to enduring a hellish trial, filled with excruciating pain. Each level comprises several to dozens of intricate and bizarre postures that defy human logic, designed to stretch, compress, and twist the body to its limits, while ensuring energy permeates the deepest and most minute corners of one's being. Simply achieving the correct postures demands immense mental and physical exertion, coupled with unwavering willpower. Moreover, mastering these postures accelerates the body's absorption of the world's elemental force. All absorbed energy is utilized to enhance the physical body. With prolonged practice, one can significantly elevate bodily strength, power, speed, endurance, flexibility, and self-healing capabilities, rendering oneself akin to a human beast. This body refinement technique imposes no restrictions on the practitioner's cultivation level. It is accessible to all, even those who are not martial artists, such as Chu Han. How splendid! This technique seems perfectly tailored for me. Overjoyed, Chu Han eagerly attempted the first posture while still on his bed. He successfully positioned his limbs into an exceedingly intricate arrangement. Thanks to the enhancements brought by his tenfold talent, executing this posture posed little challenge for him. However, the moment he settled into the stance, a searing pain shot through him, causing him to gasp sharply. Ouch! That hurts. Chu Han prided himself on his incredible willpower. Yet this sudden agony left him drenched in sweat. After enduring for merely a few seconds, he reverted to a normal stance. This was not something an ordinary person could practice. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he discovered that his blood flow had become remarkably smooth, and every cell in his body felt inexplicably vibrant. Could this be the effect of the Ninefold Body Refinement Technique? Every change within his body was under his control, and he understood this sensation was not a mere coincidence. This was indeed the result of the Ninefold Body Refinement Technique. How extraordinary! A wave of ecstatic joy washed over him as he promptly dismissed the earlier pain from his mind. No matter how painful it was worth it. He resolved to dedicate the next 2 days to intensively practicing this body refinement technique. Dad, Mom, I'm heading out to train today. After finishing breakfast, Chu Han eagerly departed from home. He intended to visit the martial arts school, both to test his training outcomes and to secure a tranquil environment for his practice. In the era of martial arts, every city is home to numerous martial arts academies, both large and small. The academy that Chu Han frequents is known as the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy, conveniently situated between his home and school. Having previously worked there, he is quite familiar with the surroundings. On his way, Chu Han does not squander his time. He diligently studies the D-rank martial technique, Spirit Cat Steps. From the lottery space, the difficulty of mastering this technique is relatively low, and he quickly makes a breakthrough, progressing to the refinement stage. He mimics the Spirit Cat, alternating between stealthy strides and swift dashes, his entire being becoming agile and elusive. Onlookers, bewildered, assume he has been bitten by a dog and is suffering from rabies. Only Chu Han is aware of his continuous improvement. As he hurries along, his footwork grows increasingly light and ethereal, nearing mastery of the technique. By the time he arrives at the academy, the Spirit Cat Steps is fully perfected. From this point onward, he merely needs to hone his skills in practice or combat, without further training required. Such a pace of cultivation is truly unprecedented. With a buoyant spirit, Chu Han pushes open the door and steps into the academy. At the front desk of the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy stands a girl in her 20s, bespectacled, with a sprinkle of freckles on her face, named Zhang Qiuyu. She shares a friendly rapport with Chu Han and is rumored to be related to the academy's owner. Upon seeing Chu Han, she greets him warmly. Chu Han, it's been quite some time since you last came to work at the academy. What brings you here today? Chu Han smiles and replies, Sister Yu, I'm here for training. Please arrange a training room for me. Zhang Qiuyu pauses, taken aback. You're here to train? That is quite rare. By the way, I've heard that the third-year students have all awakened their talents recently. You must have awakened a formidable talent as well, right? Not wishing to disclose his lack of talent to Zhang Qiuyu, who looks at him with eager anticipation, Chu Han feels a pang of reluctance. After all, isn't he the subject of ridicule at the third high school? With over 3,000 potential points, yet failing to awaken any talent. Ha. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupts. Chu Han turns to see 3 students from a neighboring class. The leader, Li Lei, is one of Li Mengran's suitors. Li Mengran had previously expressed her disdain for this admirer in Chu Han's presence. Yet, Li Mengran has never regarded him with any seriousness, viewing him merely as a toad. Consequently, Li Lei harbors considerable animosity towards Chu Han. Encountering him at the academy today, he seizes the opportunity to mock him. Li Lei's voice booms, drawing the attention of everyone in the academy. Chu Han, is what he said true? You need to pull yourself together. It's no big deal if you can't become a martial artist. Upon noticing Chu Han's reaction, Zhang Qiuyu realizes the truth in Li Lei's words and quickly attempts to console him. She is one of the few who genuinely cares for Chu Han. Feeling warmth in his heart, Chu Han smiles and responds, Sister Yu, thank you. I have never lost heart. Nor have I given up on my dream of becoming a martial artist. Rest assured. How amusing. A useless person still dares to speak so boldly. This is a martial arts academy, not a place for someone like you. Chu Han remains silent, which only emboldens Li Lei further, leading him to believe that Chu Han is weak. Aware of Chu Han's impoverished background, Li Lei understands that his previous influence at school was solely due to his potential. Now, facing Chu Han, no one would come to his aid. A glint of coldness flashes in Chu Han's eyes as he coldly retorts. If you wish to share the same fate as Sun Lichang, keep talking, otherwise, shut your mouth. His icy gaze pierces through Li Lei, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. Li Lei instinctively steps back, but as his foot lands, he realizes and is filled with shame and anger. How could he be intimidated by a so-called waste? Especially as Chu Han's cold, indifferent gaze mirrors that of a proud genius from third high school, unchanged. Li Lei feels an overwhelming sense of humiliation. On what grounds? Why does Chu Han still carry himself with such pride and arrogance? He has indeed heard about Sun Lichang's defeat at the hands of the talentless Chu Han, but he dismisses it as a case of Sun Lichang underestimating his opponent or lacking control over his talent. He simply cannot believe that Chu Han possesses the ability to defeat someone with talent. Do not compare me to that waste Sun Lichang. My awakened talent is the Kirin arm. Though it is also B rank, it far surpasses that of Sun Lichang. Li Lei retorts, his face flushed with indignation. However, compared to Chu Han, he appears utterly flustered, causing the onlookers to begin questioning the veracity of his claims. As the scrutiny of the crowd intensifies, Li Lei can no longer contain himself and activates his talent. Instantly, his right arm is enveloped in a layer of scales, exuding an aura of strength and destruction. My talent is genuine. Chu Han, you will be the first to fall to my Kirin arm. You should feel honored. With that, Li Lei strides forward, charging at Chu Han. Clenching his fist adorned with the Kirin arm, flames ignite around it, creating a thunderous sound that suggests immense power. What a formidable talent. He isn't lying. The realization that he is indeed not fabricating his claims puts Chu Han in a precarious position. Zhang Qiuyu exclaims with concern, Chu Han, be careful. It's fine, Chu Han replies with a calm smile. and then his eyes glimmer with intensity as his figure suddenly vanishes from sight. Spirit Cat steps. Utilizing the newly acquired martial technique, he transforms into a fleeting shadow, circling around Li Lei's back. His speed is such that Li Lei cannot react in time. Though Li Lei's Kirin arm is powerful, it only enhances one arm. With his defenses wide open, he pales in comparison to Sun Lichang. Furthermore, Chu Han has integrated the Stone Skin talent and consumed 5 supreme strength pills, making him far more formidable than before. Bang! Chu Han's fist strikes Li Lei's back. Producing a dull thud, Li Lei is immediately sent spiraling away, crashing heavily onto the metallic floor of the academy. He is unable to rise again. Chapter 8. The terrifying effect of the ninefold body refinement technique. The battle is decisively concluded in an instant, resulting in an overwhelming victory. The onlookers are left in a state of bewilderment. Is it over already? The loudmouth Li Lei, who had derided others as worthless, is effortlessly defeated by the very person he labeled as such. Who truly is the waste? How disappointing. I expected this fellow to be more formidable. Yet he turns out to be a mere facade. I misjudged. This young man is indeed impressive, exuding an air of strength that is anything but weakness. I concur. Moments ago, this young man demonstrated a martial technique that nearly reached perfection, truly a prodigious feat. In an instant, everyone transforms into Chu Han's supporters. Quick! Take him to the medical room. There are doctors there to attend to him. Zhang Xiaoyu instructs Li Lei's 2 companions to assist him while simultaneously expressing her astonishment at Chu Han's displayed prowess, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She recalls that merely a month ago, Chu Han was significantly weaker than he is now. You are truly remarkable. I believe you can become a powerful martial artist. I support you. Keep it up. Zhang Xiaoyu pumps her fist towards Chu Han, assigns him a training room, and hands him a training card. Rest assured, I shall never disappoint those who support me. Chu Han declares, eagerly clutching the training card as he rushes off to begin his training. Upon entering the training room, Chu Han first approaches a power testing machine. Seated upon his perch, with his left hand gripping the lever of the strength testing machine, he summoned all his might and thrust upward with fervor. A resounding boom echoed as the entire apparatus quivered, and the numbers on the screen began to race. 892, 977, 1055, 1298, 1380. The final figure stabilized at 1380. Indeed, my unilateral strength has far surpassed the minimum threshold for an aspiring martial artist. Chu Han continued to test, maintaining a consistent force of approximately 1,400 pounds in his left arm. Subsequently, he assessed his right arm, culminating in an impressive 1,500 pounds. The strength of both limbs exceeded the requirements for a budding martial artist. Next, he approached the punch force tester, preparing to gauge his striking power. The criteria for qualification as an aspiring martial artist are twofold. One must either achieve a unilateral strength of 1,000 pounds or deliver a punch force of 2,000 pounds. As long as one can generate a punch force of 2,000 pounds, they are deemed compliant, regardless of their foundational strength. The potency of one's punch is a true testament to the mastery over one's own musculature and skeletal structure. Those with superior control exhibit enhanced striking techniques, often resulting in greater power output. Ultimately, the strength of a martial artist is measured by their combat effectiveness. Otherwise, even the mightiest strength is rendered inconsequential. A twofold increase in punching power is the bare minimum. Typically, an aspiring martial artist capable of 1,000 pounds of strength can deliver at least 2,000 pounds in punch force. More adept individuals may even achieve a threefold increase. And with the application of martial techniques, 5-fold or 10-fold increases are not uncommon. Bam! Chu Han's fist struck the punch force tester, producing an immediate cacophony within the training chamber. The digits on the device surged rapidly. 3,500, 4,200, 5,001, 5733, 6056. He had unleashed a staggering 6,000 pounds of punch force, an increase of 4-fold. As anticipated, my foundational striking technique has reached a state of perfection. And with the enhancements to my innate constitution, its potency approaches that of conventional martial techniques. Yet, this is not my limit. A gleam of determination ignited in Chu Han's eyes. He sensed that his foundational striking technique still harbored potential for further refinement. Thus, he repeatedly unleashed his punches upon the tester, continuously adjusting his striking technique and honing his foundational skills. With his prodigious talent, each swing of his fist surpassed the last, unveiling the flaws of previous strikes and perpetually enhancing his martial prowess. The punch force readings on the tester continually updated. 6,100, 6,200, 6,300, 6,500, 6,800, 7,000. At last, the theoretical methods swirling in his mind harmonized perfectly with his physical movements, culminating in the most flawless punch he had ever delivered. Boom. The digits on the punch force tester soared once more. Chu Han's foundational striking technique advanced to an extraordinary level. 7,700 pounds. A 5-fold increase. Elation coursed through him. His conventional punch now rivaled the augmentation of martial techniques. Should he master a martial technique, the magnitude of his power would be unfathomable. Presently, Relying solely on his foundational striking technique, basic footwork, and fundamental swordplay, he could exert combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary aspiring martial artists. Should he employ martial techniques or activate his innate abilities, his combat potential would surge even further. He felt unafraid, even when faced with true martial artists. The upcoming wilderness training camp would be the launching pad for his ascent. Chu Han clenched his fist, brimming with vigor. He now possessed a clear understanding of his strength. Next on his agenda was the training of the ninefold body refinement technique, which was the primary purpose of his visit. With a mere 2 days at his disposal, he aimed to elevate his strength to that of a martial artist. He seated himself in a cross-legged position, adopting the posture of the first level of the ninefold body refinement technique. A piercing agony surged through him, akin to 1,000 needles stabbing at once, as if his skin was being flayed and his flesh scraped. No matter the pain, he must endure. Chu Han gritted his teeth, diligently maintaining the breathing rhythm prescribed by the technique, feeling as if every cell in his body was awakening, streams of warmth penetrating deep into his flesh. This phenomenon indicated that his body was absorbing primordial energy. Each posture required a minimum duration of 1 minute to achieve optimal training effects. After a minute elapsed, Chu Han collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. The pain dissipated rapidly, replaced by an overwhelming surge of vitality and strength. What a formidable body refinement technique. Truly terrifying. Chu Han hastily rose to attempt the second posture. The intensity of pain in the second posture was no less than that of the first, perhaps even more excruciating. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself and persevered through gritted teeth. He proceeded to the third and fourth postures, diligently conquering each of the 36 positions in the first level of the body refinement technique. He trained with a blend of agony and joy, pushing himself to the limits. After an entire morning, he finally completed the 36th posture, feeling a significant enhancement in his strength. Following the sequence, he executed the 36 postures in succession. Instantly, a torrent of warmth flowed within him, forming a cycle, and a vortex of primordial energy emerged in his dantian, as external energy was continuously drawn into his body. The rate of energy absorption skyrocketed exponentially. Remarkable, truly worthy of an S-grade body refinement technique. Chu Han rejoiced, knowing that as long as he continued to cycle through the 36 postures, the vortex of primordial energy would remain sustained. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach protested. Chu Han realized he was famished. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was precisely noon. It was time to step out for a meal, lest his body suffer from deprivation. Rising, he ceased his training. Before exiting, he approached the strength testing machine once more, eager to ascertain how much his strength had augmented. With a vigorous thrust of his left arm, the final reading registered at 1550. Astonishingly, his left arm's strength had increased by 150 pounds, comparable to a premium strength-enhancing elixir. Chu Han could hardly believe the numbers before him. He then tested his right arm. 1,650. His right arm had also gained 150 pounds of strength. Exhilaration swept over him as he laughed heartily and departed the training room. Chapter 9. The value of the premium strength-enhancing elixir, a modest windfall. Chu Han found himself in a buffet restaurant. 200 federal credits per person, with an array of delectable foods available for unlimited consumption. Previously, he would have hesitated at such a price, but now, all was sacrificed for the sake of training. Although this establishment lacked high-end ingredients like spirit rice or exotic beast meat, the ordinary meats were more than sufficient. Ever since he began practicing the ninefold body refinement technique, he felt as though his appetite had multiplied several times over, requiring vast amounts of energy to sustain his training. After indulging heartily, Chu Han exited the restaurant amid the manager's and waitstaff's envious gazes. Upon returning to the martial arts academy, Chu Han resumed his training. An hour later, he sensed the sudden disappearance of the primordial energy vortex within him, accompanied by a wave of weakness and an unusual pain. It dawned on him that he had trained too rapidly, overwhelming his body with an excess of primordial energy, resulting in cellular damage. Apart from him, no one has been able to master all 36 postures of the first level of body refinement on the very first day. He neglected to grant his body the necessary time for adaptation and recovery, forcing his training, which led to such a predicament. Under normal circumstances, a night of rest would suffice, and he could resume his training the following day. However, he did not wish to squander the rare opportunity for cultivation. With a thought, a vial of medicinal pills materialized in his hand. He uncorked the bottle and poured out a body-tempering pill. Had his training not been obstructed, he might have forgotten about the existence of the body-tempering pill altogether. The consumption of this pill could enhance muscles, fascia, and bones, thereby bolstering physical strength, vitality, and foundational attributes. It was indeed a miraculous elixir to assist in body refinement. He promptly ingested a body-tempering pill, and as the medicinal energy spread throughout him, his damaged cells began to recover instantly, a surge of new strength coursing through his being, fortifying his body. Overjoyed, Chu Han immediately resumed his training. As expected, a vortex of primordial energy reappeared at his dantian. with an abundance of primordial energy continuously flooding into his body. Under the nourishing effects of this energy, every cell in his body rapidly grew stronger. He trained until evening, at which point he had fully absorbed the potency of a single body-tempering pill. Concluding his training, Chu Han then tested his strength. 1900, 1950. The power in his arms had reached approximately 1,900 Jin, a remarkable improvement. It seemed that surpassing 2,000 Jin the next day was a certainty. Content: Chu Han exited the training room. Upon arriving at the front desk, he noticed someone waiting for him. "Hangu, you've finally come out. I've been waiting for you for 2 hours." The person greeted Chu Han enthusiastically. "Zhao Feiyu? What are you waiting for me for?" Chu Han inquired, puzzled. Zhao Feiyu was a friend he had made at the Warhammer martial arts school, of the same age, and a senior at the first high school. Unlike him, Zhao Feiyu hailed from a wealthy family. He had come to this martial arts school to pursue a school beauty from the first high school. However, ever since meeting Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu had become his little admirer, especially admiring his talent. Every time he came to the martial arts school, he trained alongside Chu Han and made considerable progress. After the school beauty left, Zhao Feiyu had remained there. "I wanted to seek your advice on how to become stronger quickly," Zhang Qiuyue said with a smile. Chu Han chuckled. "Oh, are you not aware that I've become the biggest joke at the third high school? You should have awakened a decent talent by now. Why do you need to seek me out for training?" Zhao Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I've heard about it, but I'm not like those short-sighted individuals. You are the first person whose potential value surpasses my sister's. Even without talent, you can become a formidable warrior. I heard you defeated someone with an awakened B-grade talent at the martial arts school, which confirms my suspicions." Chu Han nodded. "Thank you. You are one of the few who supports me. All right, Hangu, don't get all mushy on me. I want to know how you suddenly became so strong. I see your strength has also increased significantly. What exactly did you do?" Zhao Feiyu appeared eager to become stronger, his face filled with anticipation. Naturally, Chu Han could not divulge that he had been using a cheat. He pondered for a moment and replied, "Actually, I encountered a mysterious, powerful individual yesterday. He saw that I had not awakened my talent and deemed it a pity, so he gifted me a vial of pills. Such good fortune? Why didn't I encounter that?" Zhao Feiyu lamented. Chu Han asked, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to grow stronger? Is your talent awakening not satisfactory?" Zhao Feiyu's face fell as he replied, "Sigh. I awakened a hereditary talent, the A-grade bloodline of the Mad Lion. However, my family has a special method to assess the purity of the Mad Lion bloodline, categorizing it into 4 levels: blue, purple, black, and gold. The highest, the golden bloodline, is an S-grade talent, while the lowest, the blue bloodline, is an A-grade talent, and I awakened the blue bloodline, the weakest in my family. The blue bloodline talent put me at a disadvantage from the start, and even now, I have yet to become a quasi-warrior. At this rate, I am afraid I won't gain admission to the Capital Martial University, and I would undoubtedly become a disgrace to my family. Although the family possesses secret methods to upgrade bloodlines, admission to the Capital Martial University is a prerequisite." Observing Zhao Feiyu's despondent expression, Chu Han felt a sense of camaraderie. Zhao Feiyu was a disgrace to his family, while he was the laughingstock of the entire school. Given this, he could not simply stand idly by. However, Chu Han's heart was still somewhat unbalanced. For families like Zhao Feiyu's, even awakening an A-grade talent was a source of shame, while ordinary individuals could only aspire to awaken an E-grade talent. The disparity between people was indeed vast. "Hangu, you must have a way to help me, right?" Zhao Feiyu regarded Chu Han as his last hope. Chu Han smiled and produced a porcelain vial containing 5 top-grade strength-enhancing pills, each capable of increasing strength by 100 Jin. 100 Jin? This type of pill can only be taken once, right? Are there any side effects? I've consumed ordinary strength-enhancing pills before. There won't be any adverse reactions. "Will there?" Zhao Feiyu queried, puzzled. "I took 5 without any side effects. I initially intended to auction the remaining 5 at a bidding event," Chu Han clarified. "Don't auction them. Sell them to me instead. You are like a brother to me. I'll offer 50,000 federal coins for each top-grade strength-enhancing pill." Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 50,000. Chu Han was taken aback. Zhao Feiyu was indeed a rich second-generation heir, offering 10 times the price of ordinary strength-enhancing pills right off the bat. "Hangu, if you think that's too little, I can add more." Zhao Feiyu was determined to acquire those 5 top-grade strength-enhancing pills. Chu Han chuckled. "No need, 50,000 each is fine. I'll sell all to you." As he spoke, he handed the porcelain vial to Zhao Feiyu. In return, Zhao Feiyu promptly transferred 250,000 federal coins to Chu Han's account. Upon seeing the substantial sum of 250,000 arrive, Chu Han felt a thrill that surpassed even the joy of becoming stronger through training. Coupled with the 10,000 federal coins he had won in the lottery, his wealth had now reached 260,000. 260,000. It would take his mother 2 to 3 years of hard work to earn that amount. Indeed, becoming a warrior is the most lucrative path. Zhao Feiyu had already consumed 1 top-grade strength-enhancing pill, and a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body. He then approached the strength testing machine in the public area to test his single-arm strength. 1011 gene. As expected of someone with an A-grade talent. His foundational conditions far surpassed Chu Han's. Chu Han noted that Zhao Feiyu's strength before consuming the strength-enhancing pill already exceeded his own strength without any enhancement. Ha! My strength has finally reached the level of a quasi-warrior. Zhao Feiyu exclaimed joyfully, nearly jumping with glee. Without hesitation, he consumed the remaining 4 top-grade strength-enhancing pills. Ultimately, his single-arm strength reached 1487 gene. 1487. 1487 gene. This pill is truly worth it. Zhao Feiyu was so ecstatic he nearly leaped into the air. If he had attempted to achieve such results on his own, it would have taken him half a month to do so. Hanggu, you are my savior. Zhao Feiyu was overwhelmed with gratitude, holding Chu Han in even higher esteem. Chapter 10, Lottery. Space Equipment. Chu Han declined Zhao Feiyu's invitation to treat him and left the martial arts school directly. He visited the martial artist commercial district and purchased a set of outdoor combat gear worth 8,000 federal coins for himself. He also bought a month's worth of healing liquid and various medicines for his father. When he returned home, his mother had not yet finished work. In the lower levels, Chu Han procured a considerable amount of ingredients and took out some C-grade spiritual rice from his spatial storage to prepare a pot of it. Today, they aimed to enhance their meals. When his parents beheld the spiritual rice he had cooked, they were taken aback. Chu Han had to explain that he had earned some money by assisting others in their cultivation, and the rice was a gift from them. Only then did his parents grudgingly accept the situation. The following morning, Chu Han proceeded with his usual lottery draw. However, this time his luck was mediocre, netting him merely 10,000 federal coins. Subsequently, he made his way to the Warhammer Martial Arts Hall for training. Today, he consumed 2 body-refining pills, augmenting his strength by an impressive 800 gene. His one-arm strength climbed to 600 gene, far surpassing the minimum requirement for martial artists. Yet, he sensed that his body had not yet reached its limits, and he still had a considerable distance to cover in his cultivation. This was also indicative of his solid foundation. As the third day dawned, Chu Han once more engaged in the lottery. Today marked the day for the outdoor training camp, and he hoped for a stroke of luck that would bestow upon him something valuable. As the lottery wheel whirled, he fervently prayed. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a C-grade spatial ring. Spatial ring. Spatial equipment containing 1,000 cubic meters of space, with dimensions of 10 meters in length, width, and height. Good heavens! This is incredible. Chu Han sprang from his bed upon receiving the news in his mind, nearly colliding with the ceiling above. This was spatial equipment. In this world, few things were as valuable as spatial equipment. Even an F-grade spatial equipment, with just 1 cubic meter, could fetch a price of $1 million. Moreover, such items were rare and often unattainable in reality. Ordinary individuals had only heard whispers of such equipment, with very few ever having laid eyes on one. Even true martial artists found it challenging to possess even the most rudimentary spatial gear. How could he not feel exhilarated? Although he also had a lottery space, it could only store items won from the lottery. Nothing else could be placed within it. Now, with the spatial ring, it would be so much more convenient. Xiao Han. What happened? His mother inquired from outside. Chu Han quickly concocted a reason, saying, I was just deeply immersed in my training, nothing else. Be careful then. Don't overdo it in your training, she advised. After reassuring his mother, Chu Han promptly retrieved the spatial ring and donned it on his hand. Instantly, he felt a connection between his consciousness and the space within the ring. With a mere thought, he stored a set of combat gear that had been resting on his bedside into the ring's space. His consciousness could perceive the combat gear appearing within the spatial confines, as well as the overall structure of the space. Truly convenient. Chu Han rejoiced. During the upcoming outdoor training camp, he could utilize the spatial ring to gather even more materials. Next, it was time to set off for school. At Jiangxing San Middle School, on the playground, students participating in the outdoor training camp gathered, most clad in brand new combat attire, their expressions a blend of anxiety and excitement. Among them, Li Mengran, who had awakened an A-grade talent, naturally drew everyone's attention as the favored child of destiny. Surrounded by teachers and school officials, she received repeated admonitions and high expectations. Li Mengran stood proudly, her demeanor cool and composed, seemingly already accustomed to her current role. Compliments and flattery abounded until Chu Han's appearance momentarily diverted some of the spotlight. Dressed in a black combat uniform, with a sturdy steel longsword slung across his back and a tactical backpack in tow, Chu Han presented a tall and steady figure. His eyes were calm, and the aura emanating from him was as formidable as that of his classmates who had awakened their talents, even resembling a true martial artist. Hiss! Is that Chu Han? His aura is remarkably strong. It doesn't seem like an act. What can he do? He is still a waste, just putting on a show. Others scoffed. Without talent, mere appearance is of no use. Out there, it's life and death with real weapons. Let us not forget, he did defeat Sun Liqiang, who possesses a B-grade talent. Many witnessed it. The arrival of Chu Han immediately became the focal point of the gathering, with voices of skepticism echoing around. The school leaders noticed him as well, their brows slightly furrowing, though they did not linger on him, their minds occupied with talents like Li Minggran. Li Minggran cast a dismissive glance at Chu Han before turning away, regarding him as nothing more than a bluff. Only his homeroom teacher, Wang Hao, observed Chu Han's distinctly different demeanor, a glimmer of barely perceptible admiration and satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He could see that Chu Han had not succumbed to despair. The determination in his gaze was more pronounced than ever. Regardless of the outcome, this spirit was commendable. He still believed that Chu Han was the most exceptional student he had taught, even without talent. The students boarded the armored bus arranged by the school, jostling along the way until they arrived at the outdoor supply base located on the outskirts of Jiangqing. The base was fortified with towering alloy walls, adorned with energy weapons and firing ports. Soldiers clad in standard military attire patrolled the perimeter with a vigilant demeanor. Inside, the base resembled a fully functional small town, complete with supply stores, weapon shops, medical stations, a mission hall, and even a trading market. Numerous weary martial artist squads came and went, either resupplying or trading materials harvested from the wild, the air thick with a faint scent of blood and a chilling atmosphere of impending danger. Here lay humanity's outpost against the monstrous beasts. The students surveyed their surroundings with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, sensing an atmosphere starkly different from their campus. Many detected the metallic tang of blood in the air, and the initial excitement began to fade. Some students with weaker constitutions even succumbed to fear and unease, an attitude that could prove fatal in the wilderness. At that moment, the principal and a military officer approached side by side. The principal began his address. Students, for this outdoor training camp, the school has collaborated with the base's military department to prepare substantial rewards. The top few students will even receive martial skills and pills. Therefore, everyone must bring forth their best state and fight earnestly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, for activities with rewards were always the most popular. The military officer then spoke sternly, "Everyone, quiet down. Here, there are no students, only warriors, and you must heed our commands. Remember a few crucial points. First, you may only operate around the periphery of Haishi Mountain. Venturing deeper is strictly forbidden. If you see a danger zone sign, return immediately. Second, you must never act alone. Always team up and look out for one another. Third, after hunting the monstrous beasts, you need only collect materials that represent their characteristics to count towards your performance. You have all studied the characteristics of various low-level beasts in your textbooks, so I need not elaborate further. Fourth, should you find yourselves in danger, you may fire your signal flares. We will provide swift assistance. Do not act recklessly." Once the military officer concluded, the students quickly formed teams of 4 or 5. Naturally, Li Minggran was eagerly sought after, while Sun Liqiang also gathered a few followers to form a group. Only Chu Han remained unnoticed, a burden that no one was willing to take on an adventure. His countenance was serene. He had initially intended to act alone, which would facilitate his movements. However, that was not permissible. The regulations mandated teamwork, as solitary endeavors were deemed far too perilous. The officer responsible for counting the participants sternly rejected his application. Chu Han frowned slightly, finding the rigidity of such individuals rather vexing. If all else failed, he would have to reveal a modicum of his abilities. Chapter 11. The Misfortunate Sun Liqiang. "Chu Han, join our team," a clear voice rang out. Turning his head, he was surprised to find it was Captain Jiang Yin who spoke. She had awakened her B-grade supportive talent, plant affinity, enabling her to manipulate flora in combat. With a gentle disposition and a wide social circle, she was accompanied by 3 other classmates. "Jiang Yin, why are you bringing him along? He will only drag our team down," complained another female student, Zhang Lin. Jiang Yin replied, "We are all classmates. It is only right to assist one another. Furthermore, Chu Han is not a liability. We all witnessed him defeat Sun Liqiang." She turned to Chu Han with a warm smile. "Come with us, but be cautious. Stay close and do not act recklessly." Chu Han regarded the kind-hearted girl and nodded. "Thank you." Joining a team indeed offered greater convenience. He could subsequently detach from the group to act independently once they ventured into the wilderness. Although the others were somewhat reluctant, they did not outright reject Chu Han. As the team set forth, they traversed the heavy gates of the base, stepping into the true wilderness. The atmosphere was primal, desolate, and fraught with danger. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, and dense underbrush thrived, the air mingling with the scent of decaying leaves and a faint metallic tang of blood. The students became tense, gripping their weapons tightly. Chu Han's team proceeded cautiously, encountering several of the weakest mutated beasts, the fang-toothed rabbits. Without his intervention, 2 classmates, albeit nervously, dispatched the creatures and collected their distinctive teeth as trophies. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin and the others remained vigilant against other potential threats. Chu Han remained silent, merely observing the environment. They had only just exited the city and had yet to truly enter the periphery of Blackstone Mountain, where danger was minimal. Everyone was practicing and rapidly familiarizing themselves with real combat. Chu Han also efficiently dispatched a few fang-toothed rabbits, subtly showcasing some of his strength. Soon, the team arrived at the outskirts of Blackstone Mountain. The ground was littered with black stones, giving the area its name. Chu Han could sense the heightened alertness and anxiety among his companions, an air of paranoia permeating the atmosphere. The tranquility was swiftly shattered. The nearby thicket rustled, and everyone prepared for battle. Chu Han furrowed his brow, having heard the unmistakable sound of human footsteps. Before long, another team emerged, led by none other than Sun Liqiang. Upon seeing Chu Han, a flash of malice and excitement ignited in his eyes. Ah, if it isn't our prodigy, Chu Han. You truly dare to venture into the wilderness. Sun Liqiang approached, surrounding him with his companions, unabashedly mocking Jiang Yan. I advise you not to protect this useless fellow, otherwise, when beset by beasts, he will be the first to flee. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. Sun Liqiang, we are in the wilderness now, not the time for infighting. Infighting? Huh. I merely wish to tear away the facade of certain individuals. Sun Liqiang fixed his gaze on Chu Han. 3 days ago, it was my oversight. Unfamiliarity with my talent that allowed you to win by chance. Do you truly believe you, a worthless being, can defeat me? Today, I will expose your true self. Sun Liqiang, you are deliberately following us for this purpose? Jiang Yan retorted angrily. Captain Jiang, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to have a match with him. It will not affect your team's performance, Sun Liqiang replied with a smirk. All except Jiang Yan watched the unfolding scene in silence, curious to see whether Chu Han indeed possessed any strength, including those from Jiang Ping's team. Jiang Yan attempted to interject, but Chu Han gently placed a hand on her shoulder, calmly addressing Sun Liqiang. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. What is with all the needless chatter? Seeking death, Sun Liqiang roared, unleashing his talent without hesitation. Beast transformation. His body swelled and morphed into a grotesque creature with a jagged leopard head and a human body, exuding a far more menacing aura than 3 days prior. Clearly, he had not been idle in the past few days, deepening his control over his talent. Roar. Experience my newly learned martial technique, brutal claw strike. He bellowed, his claws glowing with a faint crimson light, accompanied by a piercing shriek as he lunged toward Chu Han with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. His beastly form was perfectly suited for claw-based martial arts, rendering any weapon unnecessary. The power behind this strike was truly terrifying. Sun Liqiang was evidently serious. Everyone held their breath, and Jiang Yan gasped, unable to bear the sight. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, Chu Han chose to confront it head-on. His right fist clenched tightly, the muscles in his arm tensed with alarming rapidity. Simultaneously, his stone skin talent activated, enveloping his fist in a layer of gray. Then he struck. This punch was devoid of flashy techniques, embodying pure power, with 5 times the force augmented by the stone skin talent. The strength of this punch surpassed 20,000 pounds, equivalent to 10 tons. The collision of fist and claw. Crack. A sound reminiscent of splintering bone echoed clearly. Aru. Sun Liqiang emitted a ghastly wail, unlike anything human. Under the horrified gazes of all present, his beastly claw twisted grotesquely along with his entire arm. His body was propelled backward at an alarming speed, rolling several times before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A swift kill. Yet again, a swift kill. Even more decisive and brutal than in the gymnasium. This time, Chu Han did not employ his elusive footwork to evade. Instead, he thoroughly crushed Sun Liqiang head-on. An immediate, deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. All skepticism, disdain, and schadenfreude transformed into unparalleled astonishment. Could it be that Chu Han was truly not a waste? No, rather. He had always been a super genius. They had merely misjudged him. Chu Han slowly withdrew his fist, pointing at Sun Liqiang, who lay like a dead dog on the ground, and said, Here's a piece of advice. This useless fellow is no longer capable of fighting. Hurry and return him to the base before he becomes a liability. Ah, understood. Sun Liqiang's teammates responded numbly, then proceeded to carry him back to the base. Chu Han paid them no further mind. Instead, he turned to Jiang Yan. Captain, thank you for taking me in this time. However, I prefer to act alone. So I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished into the depths of Blackstone Mountain without a backward glance. Jiang Yan was left speechless, while her other teammates felt an immense sense of regret. The prowess Chu Han had displayed was comparable to that of an A-grade talent. Had he chosen to team up with them, their performance and safety would have undoubtedly escalated. If only they had been a bit more welcoming to Chu Han earlier. Chu Han departed from the team, making his way directly into the heart of Blackstone Mountain. The ordinary mutated beasts surrounding the periphery held no value for him. He sought to delve deeper and test his luck. After traversing several miles, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Chu Han perceived the increasing tremors beneath his feet. They had arrived. He abruptly stepped back. The ground emitted a muffled thud, and chunks of obsidian stone were thrust upwards as 3 pitch-black scorpions emerged from the depths. They were the Blackstone Scorpions. Chapter 12. Slaughter of the Blackstone Scorpions. Tusked boars and corrupt hounds. The Blackstone Scorpions were unique beasts of Blackstone Mountain. Although they had not yet reached the first tier, their bodies were encased in an extraordinarily hard black exoskeleton, granting them formidable defense. Their pincers could easily crush black stone, and their venomous tails could swiftly eliminate first-tier warriors. Additionally, they preferred to attack in groups, causing even first-tier warriors to avoid confrontation with them. Indeed, before Chu Han could steady himself, the surrounding soil erupted repeatedly. And within mere moments, over 20 Blackstone Scorpions had burst forth, encircling him. Had it been any other trainee, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear, either fleeing or signaling for help. However, Chu Han gazed at the swarm of Blackstone Scorpions before him, without a trace of trepidation, his eyes instead sparkling with excitement. Just when he was seeking a place to hone his skills, they had conveniently delivered themselves to him. He drew his steel-long knife from his back, his gaze sweeping over the Blackstone Scorpions' forms, quickly identifying their weaknesses. Their vulnerabilities lay in their heads and abdomens. They were relatively slow and had predictable attack patterns. As long as he evaded their pincers and tails, he could dispatch them with ease. At that moment, the foremost Blackstone Scorpion lunged at him. It arched its body, its pincers snapping swiftly towards Chu Han's calves, while its tail sprang forth like a spring, the eerie blue stinger aiming for his chest. Excellent! Chu Han roared, advancing rather than retreating. With nimble footwork, he effortlessly dodged the scorpion's deadly assault. Simultaneously, his long knife struck like lightning, piercing precisely through the scorpion's head with a satisfying squelch. Withdrawing his blade, dark green ichor splattered forth as the scorpion's body convulsed violently before it fell lifeless. Chu Han did not employ any martial techniques. Relying solely on his refined basics of knife skills, he had swiftly dispatched the Blackstone Scorpion. His movements were clean and fierce, a level of proficiency that even many seasoned warriors could not achieve. Blackstone Scorpions were indeed no match. After this initial skirmish, Chu Han's fighting spirit surged as he charged towards the 3 remaining Blackstone Scorpions. Despite their coordinated attacks, he maintained a leisurely demeanor, evading their strikes with grace. With a flurry of strokes, swish, 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 he dispatched the 3 scorpions in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he had already slain 4 Blackstone Scorpions. The remaining scorpions, enraged by the demise of their comrades, hissed furiously and lunged at Chu Han. Some approached head-on with pincers sweeping, others attempted side attacks with their tails, while a few burrowed underground, seeking to ambush him from below. Yet, Chu Han's footwork grew ever more ethereal and agile, executing the cat's foot technique flawlessly without a single flaw. No matter how the Blackstone Scorpions assaulted him, they could not touch him. Instead, with each thrust of his knife, another Blackstone Scorpion met its end. The battle swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre orchestrated by Chu Han. The ground beneath him became increasingly littered with the corpses of Blackstone Scorpions. Before long, all 27 scorpions that had attacked him lay lifeless, standing amidst the carcasses. A faint flush crept upon Chu Han's face. Although the fight had been effortless, the continuous high-intensity combat had drained him considerably, yet he felt exhilarated. This was his true first battle. He emerged unscathed, and both his foundational knife techniques and cat's foot had seen substantial improvement. Indeed, real combat was the best form of training. With a sigh of reflection, Chu Han's gaze fell upon the stinger of the Blackstone Scorpions. He directed his knife towards the junction of the scorpion's tail and stinger, deftly extracting the venomous spike that radiated a ghostly blue glow. Nothing could better symbolize the identity of the Blackstone Scorpion than this stinger, serving as tangible proof of his successful hunt. Thus, he collected the stingers of the Blackstone Scorpions, wrapping them in a special anti-venom cloth and placing them in the inner compartment of his backpack. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he stored the cadavers of the scorpions into his spatial ring. While the stingers were indeed the most valuable part of the scorpions, their exoskeletons also constituted excellent materials for crafting defenses, and their venom sacs could be used in medicine. Chu Han was not one to overlook such opportunities for profit. Having completed these tasks, Chu Han's gaze turned deeper into Blackstone Mountain, where the stench intensified, signaling the presence of even more formidable beasts. He quickened his pace, resuming his journey. Along the way, he encountered 2 more waves of Blackstone Scorpions, all of which he dispatched, totaling 39 slain. As he delved deeper, after several miles, Chu Han suddenly felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. More Blackstone Scorpions? His brow furrowed slightly. He had already eliminated enough for one day and hoped for a different beast. No, this was not the movement of Blackstone Scorpions. Chu Han discerned that the tremors originated from further away, and the commotion grew increasingly loud. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Rumble, rumble. The ground suddenly shook beneath him, akin to an earthquake. Chu Han's expression shifted as he hurriedly dashed towards a nearby elevated ridge of black stone, where he could ascertain the situation ahead. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld an open space amidst the trees, where a colossal beast, comparable in size to a small truck, was frantically barreling through the underbrush. It was a tusked boar, exceeding 3 meters in length, its body cloaked in thick black skin, with steel-like bristles standing erect along its back. Most alarming were the two long, curved tusks protruding from the corners of its mouth, each half a meter long and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. As it ran, its tusks collided with tree trunks, effortlessly snapping them in half. A first-tier beast. The tusked boar. Chu Han's pupils constricted as images from his textbooks flooded his mind. The tusked boar was not to be compared with the blackstone scorpions. It ranked among the most perilous varieties of first-tier beasts. Its strength and defense were unparalleled within the first tier, rivaling even second-tier warriors among humans. Its tusks were lethal weapons, capable of easily piercing through large trees and boulders. At least 5 first-tier warriors working in unison would have a chance to attempt a hunt, and casualties were highly likely. Even second-tier warriors would need to rely on agility to maneuver, daring not to engage head-on. Yet, such a formidable entity was now fleeing in a panic, akin to a headless chicken. This was due to a horde of shadowy figures pursuing it, their roars sending chills down one's spine. Focusing intently, Chu Han recognized the pursuers immediately. They were a pack of corrupt hounds, at least 70 to 80 of them. Corrupt hounds, larger than adult Tibetan mastiffs, were grotesque with decaying flesh, oozing pus, and emitting an utterly repugnant stench. Their teeth were sharp and elongated, coated in a black, viscous substance. A single bite could necessitate antidote treatment even for third-tier warriors. They belonged to one of the most disgusting categories of beasts. The pack of corrupt hounds moved with remarkable speed, relentlessly pursuing the tusked boar, seemingly maintaining a coordinated hunting formation. How could this be? Chu Han's brow furrowed in confusion. Although corrupt hounds were formidable, their individual strength fell far short of first-tier status, and a single one was weaker than a blackstone scorpion. Aside from their rapid speed and venomous bites, they held little advantage against the tusked boar. Do not speak of merely 70, even were there 100, under normal circumstances. They would be effortlessly crushed by the tusked boar. How could they possibly encircle and hunt the tusked boar in return? Yet, indeed, several grievous wounds, deep enough to expose bone, marred the hindquarters and flanks of the tusked boar, festering as a result of the corruption hound's assault. Just as Chu Han pondered this perplexity, the tusked boar suddenly emitted a shrill and mournful wail, its speed faltering abruptly. A colossal hound, far exceeding the size of a typical corruption hound, pounced upon the tusked boar like a flash of lightning. Its velocity surpassed that of its companions, its form nearly twice that of an ordinary corruption hound. Resembling a ferocious tiger, it struck with pinpoint accuracy, sinking its teeth into the boar's hind leg. With a vigorous shake of its head, it tore away a substantial chunk of flesh. The tusked boar let out a heart-rending scream, its massive frame staggering as it nearly collapsed to the ground. Chu Han's pupils dilated, his gaze fixed upon the retreating hound, which now emitted a menacing growl. So it is the corruption hound king, a first-tier aberrant beast. This corruption hound king evidently possessed greater intelligence. Not only was it formidable in strength, but it also employed strategy. It was the one that initially wounded the tusked boar and commanded its subordinates to incessantly harass the boar, driving this powerful first-tier beast into a dire situation. Particularly, that recent strike had dealt a devastating blow. A large portion of flesh was torn from its hind leg, and the yellowish-green corruption spread rapidly from the wound, rendering the boar's entire leg powerless, causing its massive body to stagger and crash to the ground, scattering debris. In the next moment, over 60 corruption hounds converged upon it. Some gnawed at its limbs, while others lunged for its belly. Although the tusked boar continued to struggle fiercely, using its tusks to fling off 2 or 3 corruption hounds. An overwhelming number surged forth, their black slime mingling with bright red blood, creating a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, the corruption hound king stood aside, its scarlet eyes coldly fixed upon the tusked boar. Each time the boar attempted to rise, it would leap forward to bite, extinguishing any hope of escape. What a clever beast, Chu Han sighed, as he observed the brutal clash before him. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was a rare spectacle of 2 titans contending. The tusked boar, being a first-tier aberrant beast, possessed tusks, thick hide, and a beast core, all of which were exceedingly precious materials. Its flesh was among the finest in the realm of aberrant beast meat, truly a rarity. The corruption hound king, also a first-tier creature, had teeth and a core of great efficacy for concocting detoxification pills, its worth surpassing that of the tusked boar. The remaining corruption hounds likewise bore valuable materials, and Chu Han felt a stirring desire. If he charged in now, with his strength, he might very well seize both. But he would inevitably face the onslaught of the hound pack. Even if victorious, it would come at a cost. Better to wait for them to mutually inflict wounds. Then all the materials shall be mine. A smile crept upon Chu Han's lips as he concealed himself in the shadows of the black stone slope, biding his time for the fisherman to reap the benefits. However, he soon discerned a troubling revelation. Though this pack of corruption hounds appeared ferocious, their attacks were utterly incapable of slaying the tusked boar. The corruption hound king evidently had the capacity to kill the boar, but refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as if toying with its prey. Textbooks did not mention that corruption hounds enjoyed playing with their quarry. What, then, was their true objective? Before long, the tusked boar's resistance waned significantly. Clearly, it had reached its limit. At that moment, the tusked boar suddenly lifted its head, directing a cry of a wholly different tone toward the corruption hound king. This wail, unlike its previous expressions of fury and agony, bore an almost humble tremor, as if pleading for mercy. Subsequently, the tusked boar slowly bent its forelegs, its massive body gradually lowering, half kneeling upon the ground. Its head hung low, the once sharp tusks resting against the earth. Even its breathing became subdued, akin to submitting before the corruption hound king. Is it possible to behave thus? Chu Han was taken aback. This tusked boar had completely forsaken its dignity in a desperate plea for survival. The corruption hound king squinted its crimson eyes, gazing at the half-kneeling boar for several seconds before suddenly unleashing a low growl. The pack of corruption hounds surrounding the tusked boar immediately ceased their tearing and retreated, leaving the boar all alone, drenched in blood. In the next instant, the tusked boar opened its mouth wide, its neck swelling, producing a gurgling sound from its throat. Chu Han could see a solid object slowly moving beneath the skin of its neck. Soon, the tusked boar expelled a black stone the size of an egg. The stone was entirely dark, yet it emanated a faint crimson glow, its surface smooth as jade, and upon closer inspection, one could observe what appeared to be blood vessels flowing within. The black bloodstone. It is undoubtedly the black bloodstone. Chu Han's heart seized suddenly, his eyes instantly reddening. He had encountered records of this extraordinary item in tomes concerning rare treasures. The black bloodstone is a unique mineral from the Blackstone Mountain, formed from the absorption of aberrant beast blood over a century, containing an exceedingly terrifying essence of blood energy, comparable to 50 chi blood pills. For aberrant beasts, consuming the black bloodstone carries the possibility of directly breaking through level restrictions, even inducing mutations. For human warriors, it is an unparalleled treasure for the body. Both aspiring and seasoned warriors who utilize it can significantly enhance their physical strength and blood energy. The benefits for aspiring warriors are even greater, rapidly solidifying their corporeal foundation, strengthening their meridians and dantians, allowing their bodies to accommodate more elemental force once they become warriors. For Chu Han, it was a rare treasure. Earlier, he had wondered why the corruption hound king, clearly capable of swiftly dispatching the tusked boar, chose instead to torment it. It was evidently waiting for this very object. This black bloodstone was likely the tusked boar's ultimate life-saving card, revealed only when it was utterly cornered, hoping to barter for its life. Yet the corruption hound king had no intention of sparing it. How? The corruption hound king abruptly raised its head, baring its sharp fangs, and then, like a shadow, lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the boar's neck. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed as the tusked boar's neck was instantly torn open, hot blood gushing forth and splattering the corruption hound king. Its body convulsed violently a few times, the once raised forelegs drooping limply, its beastly eyes swiftly losing their luster, rendering it motionless. Beasts are ultimately beasts. They know not the meaning of mercy. Chu Han sneered inwardly. In the arena, after the corruption hound king had dispatched its opponent, its scarlet eyes gleamed with avarice, fixated on the black bloodstone lying on the ground. It sniffed the stone with its nose and then gently licked it with its tongue, producing a low growl of satisfaction, clearly pleased with this spoils of war. Once it had savored the sight, it promptly opened its mouth to grasp the black bloodstone, evidently intent on swallowing it whole. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Han's eyes. He could no longer contain himself. He had to acquire the black bloodstone. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forth from the black stone slope, employing the spirit cat steps to elevate his speed to its utmost. The air was still thick with the dust raised by the tusked boar's struggles, and Chu Han used this cover to weave through the rubble and trees like a specter, his speed leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In a mere 2.5 seconds, he traversed the 100 meters, rushing to the rear of the corruption hound king. The corrupted hound king had just slain the tusked boar and acquired the coveted black bloodstone. Its vigilance waned to its lowest ebb, only to be jolted into awareness of danger when Chu Han suddenly charged forth. With a fierce roar, the corrupted hound king lifted its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Chu Han, while an enraged growl erupted from its throat, its jaws slightly parting as if to swallow the black bloodstone whole. Perish! Chu Han offered no time for the corrupted hound king to react. With a swift motion, his steel blade transformed into a glimmering arc, cleaving down upon its neck. First form of the 7 styles of breaking army. Chu Han bellowed, unleashing the power within him in an explosive surge. Despite the corrupted hound king being a first-tier beast, its defense paled in comparison to that of the tusked boar. A sharp sound echoed as Chu Han's blade severed the corrupted hound king's neck with a single stroke. Chapter 14. The Crimson-Scaled Python. Life and Death Crisis. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. The corrupted hound king's head, along with the black bloodstone, tumbled to the ground, the headless corpse crashing down and twitching briefly before falling still. Chu Han had effortlessly dispatched the first-tier corrupted hound king in an instant. The events unfolded with blinding speed. leaving the surrounding pack of corrupted hounds in a state of shock. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, they erupted into furious howls and lunged at Chu Han. Yet, their motive was not vengeance for their fallen leader. Rather, their true objective was the Black Bloodstone. By obtaining it, they could ascend to become a new first-tier hound king. With a cold smirk, Chu Han paid no heed to the rabble. His focus was solely on the Black Bloodstone lying on the ground. Just as he bent to retrieve it, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind, rapidly approaching. In a moment of urgency, Chu Han evaded, narrowly avoiding a massive tusk that glinted with a deadly sheen as it grazed past him. The tusked boar was not dead after all. With a deafening crash, the tusked boar, having missed its strike, inadvertently collided with several corrupted hounds, crushing them, while simultaneously smashing through a large piece of black stone. It had feigned death. Chu Han broke into a cold sweat. This tusked boar was not as simple as he had presumed. After the corrupted hound king had bitten its neck, it had cleverly suppressed its breath, pretending to be lifeless. Deceiving even Chu Han, it had merely awaited the opportune moment to launch a lethal counterattack. However, its assault proved ineffective. At that moment, the tusked boar turned around, its mouth agape, staring at Chu Han in shock. It realized that both the head of the slain corrupted hound king and the Black Bloodstone had vanished into thin air. In that fleeting instant of evasion from the tusked boar's attack, Chu Han had swiftly stowed the head and the stone into his spatial ring to prevent any unforeseen complications. With a smile, Chu Han waved his hand, causing the corrupted hound king's corpse to similarly vanish. Enraged, the tusked boar comprehended that this human had utilized some strange ability to snatch away the Black Bloodstone. With a furious roar, the tusked boar scraped its foreleg against the ground, charging at Chu Han once more. Although gravely injured as a first-tier beast, its final struggle was exceptionally fierce. Its thick hide and formidable tusks still posed a significant threat. Chu Han dared not confront it directly. He employed the spirit cat steps to deftly evade the oncoming assault. If you seek death, then allow me to oblige. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chu Han's eyes as he brandished his blade and charged at the tusked boar. His speed was astonishing, akin to a fleeting shadow, as he thrust his blade forward. The tusked boar's vision blurred, and in an instant, it found itself gazing into a sea of crimson. One of its eyes had been pierced by Chu Han's strike. Chu Han swiftly withdrew, dodging the tusked boar's tusk attack, and retaliated with another thrust. The other eye met the same fate, leaving it completely blinded, transforming into a frenzied beast that launched indiscriminate attacks around it. Such assaults posed no threat to Chu Han. It is time to end this. Seizing the moment, Chu Han swung his blade once more. Third form of the 7 styles of breaking army. A ray of cold light severed the tusked boar's neck, and its massive head was sent flying, separating from its body. Given that the tusked boar's defenses far exceeded those of the corrupted hound king, Chu Han unleashed a more potent technique. The power of the third form was 4 times that of the first, sufficient to slay the tusked boar. Its colossal form swayed before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With another wave of his hand, Chu Han stored the tusked boar's head and body into his spatial ring. This time, he had struck it rich. Chu Han was exhilarated. 2 first-tier beast corpses, along with a Black Bloodstone. The value was enough to drive one mad. The pack of corrupted hounds remained, their eyes glinting with hunger, yet they did not retreat. Chu Han resolved to deal with them first. He plunged into the midst of the hounds, akin to a tiger among sheep. With each swing of his blade, 1 or 2 corrupted hounds fell lifeless. After a relentless slaughter, the remaining hounds were paralyzed with fear, scampering away with their tails between their legs, quickly vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chu Han shook his head, opting not to pursue the fleeing hounds. Instead, he collected their fangs, placing them into his backpack as materials. Before long, the fleeing corrupted hounds returned, frantically charging at Chu Han once more. What was happening? Chu Han furrowed his brow, immediately sensing that something was amiss. He attentively observed the direction the hounds were coming from. Suddenly, a blazing inferno shot through the forest like a comet, instantly incinerating the last few corrupted hounds in its wake. The flames were searing, reducing them to ashes and leaving behind a pungent odor of charred flesh. What is that? Chu Han's eyes widened, a surge of intense unease flooding his mind. He focused intently, only to behold a colossal crimson python, as thick as a barrel and spanning 20 meters in length, slithering forth from behind the pack, flames flickering within its gaping maw. This immense serpent moved with astonishing speed, its massive form gliding across the ground for dozens of meters, pulverizing the black stones beneath it and kicking up clouds of black dust. The crimson-scaled python. It was a second-tier beast, the crimson-scaled python. Chu Han's expression turned grave. This creature was beyond his capability to contend with. Although the crimson-scaled python was a second-tier beast, it was no less formidable than a third-tier beast. Flee. The only thought racing through his mind was to escape. Otherwise, a single lash of its tail or a blast of its flames would surely spell his demise. He immediately sprinted in the opposite direction. But soon the ground shook with a thunderous roar. The crimson-scaled python was pursuing him. It was after the Black Bloodstone. In that moment, It dawned on Chu Han that the serpent's target was unmistakably the black bloodstone. The python's slit-like eyes locked onto him, its body coiling and undulating as it surged toward him with increasing speed, stirring up a searing gale. Damn it, I am no match for it. I must escape. Chu Han swiftly employed the spirit cat steps, pivoting and darting away, utilizing the surrounding trees and boulders to keep changing direction in an effort to shake off the relentless pursuit of the crimson-scaled python. However, the speed of the red-scaled python was simply extraordinary. Its massive form glided effortlessly through the forest. No matter how Chu Han altered his course, it relentlessly pursued him, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Gritting his teeth, Chu Han had no choice but to flee deeper into the black stone mountain, yet the further he ventured, the more palpable the aura of danger became. Continuing onward might lead him to encounter another second-tier beast. Yet, at this moment, he had no alternatives. The oppressive presence of the red-scaled python compelled him to press forward. Hisses. At that moment, the python opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Chu Han. The inferno surged with a seething heat, warping the very air around it. Alarmed, Chu Han activated the spirit cat step to its utmost limit, swiftly darting sideways to narrowly evade the blaze. Seizing the opportunity, the red-scaled python closed the gap. Before Chu Han could regain his footing, its colossal tail swept toward him with a howling wind. In this critical moment, both Chu Han's mind and body operated at breakneck speed. The spirit cat step achieved a breakthrough, reaching an extraordinary realm. His speed surged dramatically. With a leap, he barely dodged the strike. Yet the python's head lunged at him once more, offering no respite. Enraged, Chu Han resolved to take the offensive. He evaded the python's strike, gliding past its scales. With a swift maneuver, he sprang up, aiming directly for the python's vital point, the 7 inches. Striking this area could potentially afford him a flicker of hope. He raised his long sword high, channeling all his strength into his arms, and struck with fervor, the fourth form of the breaking Army 7 styles. Chu Han unleashed his most formidable blow, the sword slicing through the air like a flash of lightning, striking the python's 7 inches. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed as he felt a tremendous recoil reverberate through the blade, numbing his arms and cracking his palms. Looking at the red-scaled python, he realized that this full-force strike had merely severed a few of its crimson scales. The flesh beneath only sustained minor injuries, bleeding but not life-threatening. Chapter 15, Swallowing the Black Bloodstone, Slaying the Second Tier. Hisses. The red-scaled python was utterly enraged by Chu Han's strike. Its massive head whipped around violently, charging directly at him. Chu Han had no time to evade and instantly activated the stone skin state, bracing himself for the impact. Bang! A tremendous force surged through his arms, propelling him like a cannonball. He crashed through 3 trees before finally embedding himself in the ground. He felt his vitality surge within him, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily erupted from his lips, his body feeling utterly shattered and racked with agony. Cough. This massive python's strength undoubtedly exceeded 100,000 pounds. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chu Han struggled to rise, only to see the red-scaled python open its gaping maw once more, unleashing an even fiercer blaze towards him. The flames scorched the ground black, distorting the surrounding air, and the searing heat nearly suffocated him. In this life-or-death moment, Chu Han frantically sought an escape. His gaze suddenly fell upon a nearby pool of water, which, despite the intense heat, still emanated a refreshing coolness, indicating its considerable depth. That's it. With every ounce of strength, Chu Han propelled himself into the water like a piercing arrow. A wave of coolness enveloped him, providing a sense of relief, even alleviating some of his pain. The red-scaled python, being of the fire attribute, surely wouldn't he pursue him into the water, he mused. Yet, the python harbored no such reservations. Its massive form writhed and dove into the water, relentlessly pursuing him. This beast, Chu Han was both alarmed and furious. Yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. In the water, his movements were severely restricted, while the python retained its agility, its gaping maw inching ever closer, poised to swallow him whole. Desperate, Chu Han clenched his jaw and retrieved the black bloodstone from his storage space, swallowing it whole. The black bloodstone could be utilized in various ways, yet consuming it directly was the least recommended and most perilous method. The human body, unlike that of a beast, was fragile. Ingesting the stone, which contained a tremendous essence of blood energy, could very well lead to explosive death. Even a third-tier warrior would hesitate to consume it directly. Yet, pushed to the brink, Chu Han had no choice. As the stone entered his throat, an overwhelming wave of blood energy surged into his body. This energy flooded through his limbs and bones, making him feel as if he might burst apart. Crackle. Every bone in his body seemed to explode under the pressure of this energy. All his cells began to rupture, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood, with every pore gushing crimson. The ferocity of the energy contained within the black bloodstone exceeded his expectations. If this continued, he would surely be overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, Chu Han swiftly retrieved the remaining 2 body refining pills from his space and swallowed them whole. Once ingested, The pill's medicinal power rapidly began to repair his body and cells while aiding in the swift absorption of the blood energy. Chu Han could feel his physical form strengthening at an astonishing rate, far surpassing the pace of his usual training. Moreover, the unabsorbed blood energy coalesced into a crimson elemental force that swirled around him. With this newfound power, his strength multiplied, now sufficient to contend with the red-scaled python. Furthermore, combat served as the finest training, enabling him to rapidly absorb the energy from the black bloodstone. At this moment, the red-scaled python was in a frenzy. It watched in fury as Chu Han swallowed the black bloodstone. Its colossal body twisted violently, its serpent form parting the waters as it lunged toward Chu Han with its ravenous maw. Had this been before, Chu Han would have been unable to evade such an attack underwater. However, at this moment, he was reborn. With a powerful kick against the water, he shot upward like a needlefish, swift and precise. The python's massive head again missed its target, crashing violently against a stone at the bottom of the pool. Now was the moment. A cold glint flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he gripped his longsword tightly. The power within him, alongside the swirling crimson elemental energy, coalesced upon the blade. The fourth form of the breaking army 7 styles. This time, it was the true fourth form, imbued with elemental force. A 1-meter-long crimson blade of energy extended from the tip of his sword, striking fiercely at the python's 7 inches. Previously, Chu Han had breached the python's scale defenses. Now he was targeting its most vulnerable point. With a swift thrust, the crimson blade sliced through the python's flesh, penetrating deeply. Dark red serpent blood erupted in the water, rapidly spreading and staining the entire pool a pale crimson hue. The red-scaled python, grievously wounded, emitted a piercing cry, sensing genuine peril. It thrashed its massive body, occasionally crashing against the pool walls, attempting to shake Chu Han off. Chu Han had long been prepared. After delivering a decisive strike, he swiftly seized the flesh at the 7-inch mark of the crimson-scaled python with his left hand, his fingers sinking deep into the wound. Utilizing the serpent's thrashing might, he clung tenaciously to its back. With a thunderous roar, the crimson-scaled python, realizing it could not shake off Chu Han, propelled itself vehemently towards the surface of the pool, bursting forth into the open air. Once outside, it could incinerate this wretched human with its flames. The colossal body of the python crashed onto the ground, rapidly turning its head, its gaping maw aimed directly at Chu Han, unleashing a torrent of searing fire. Boom! The crimson flames enveloped both Chu Han and the python in an instant. Chu Han felt a bone-chilling heat assail him, and he hastily summoned his blood-colored energy to shield his body, warding off the flame's scorching touch. Simultaneously, he infused more energy into his long blade, executing the fourth form of the breaking army's 7 styles, aiming it squarely at the python's vulnerable wound, plunging it fiercely into the flesh. Die! The blood-colored dagger pierced through the python's 7-inch mark, its tip emerging from the other side, carrying with it a torrent of boiling serpent blood. Hiss! The crimson-scaled python emitted a final, heart-wrenching cry, its immense body convulsing violently, its tail sweeping away nearby trees and dark stones, leaving the ground in utter disarray. Soon, however, its movements grew weaker, the thrashing diminishing until it lay completely still on the ground, devoid of life. Chu Han released his grip on the dagger, exhaling a long breath. The second-tier beast had finally been vanquished. After the fierce battle, he had absorbed half of the essence energy from the black bloodstone, his physical form continuing to grow stronger. At this moment, an intense wave of hunger surged within him. It felt as if he had not eaten satisfactorily for several lifetimes. A profound emptiness gnawing at his body and soul. He recalled the side effect of absorbing the black bloodstone, which induced an overwhelming hunger, necessitating a prior preparation of ample sustenance. Yet, caught in the throes of crisis, he had neglected such concerns. He urgently needed to consume something to replenish his energy and alleviate his ravenous cravings. However, the desire for sustenance surged uncontrollably within him. Chu Han lunged at the python's wound, voraciously devouring its flesh and blood. Glug, glug. The crimson blood of the python was greedily gulped down by Chu Han, his stomach resembling an insatiable abyss, ravenously absorbing the liquid. After indulging, the blood-colored energy enveloping him seemed to ignite, radiating an astonishing heat. Chapter 16, Urgent Rescue. Jiang Yin in peril. Chu Han felt a wave of heat wash over him, the previously contained essence energy becoming rampant. It dawned on him that the flesh and blood of the crimson-scaled python contained a substantial amount of fire attribute energy. Particularly, the python's blood was imbued with a potent fire poison. By consuming it directly, he inadvertently triggered the essence energy of the black bloodstone, while simultaneously adding another layer of fire attribute energy to his being. The fusion of these two energies overwhelmed his body, as if it were on the verge of combustion. An unbearable heat enveloping him. My body refinement pills are exhausted. I must resort to other means. After some contemplation, Chu Han resolved to re-enter the cold pool, hoping to suppress the surging heat energy. With a wave of his hand, he stored the massive corpse of the crimson-scaled python into his spatial realm. He then plunged directly into the cold pool, submerging himself to the bottom. The temperature at the pool's base hovered near freezing, and the immense water pressure offered him some relief. He began to practice the ninefold body refinement technique, cycling through the 36 postures of the first level. As the energy vortex in his dantian emerged, both the essence energy and fire attribute energy were drawn in, transforming into nourishment to fortify Chu Han's physique. Chu Han was rapidly growing stronger. He treated the bottom of the cold pool as a sanctuary for cultivation, determined to exhaust the energies of the black bloodstone and the python's blood. Aside from surfacing occasionally for air, he remained submerged in the cold waters. Time passed gradually, and it was not until the sun began its descent in the west that Chu Han finally assimilated both forms of energy within him. Bang! With a resounding crash, the once tranquil waters of the pool erupted, and Chu Han leaped forth from the depths, a cascade of water splashing around him. Incredible! Feeling the surging power within him, Chu Han could hardly suppress his excitement. The energies from the black bloodstone and the crimson-scaled python's blood had transformed him, his physical strength rivaling that of a beast, far surpassing that of an ordinary warrior. Although the controllable blood-colored energy had dissipated, he discovered that a flicker of intense heat now coursed through his energy as it circulated, seemingly a result of absorbing the fire attribute energy from the python's blood, which had undergone a metamorphosis. Nevertheless, the energy within him remained sparse, and he still had a way to go before attaining the first tier of martial prowess. My one-arm strength must exceed 7 or 8,000 pounds. Chu Han estimated his newfound power, approaching a massive black stone. He unleashed a punch, shattering the stone into fragments. What immense force! My martial technique has indeed improved. This harvest is truly remarkable. During this outdoor training, he had acquired not only a boost in strength, but also the corpse of a second-tier crimson-scaled python, 2 first-tier beast corpses, and a bounty of materials from other beast carcasses. If these materials were sold, they would fetch a handsome sum, perhaps enough to purchase healing elixirs for his father. With this thought in mind, Chu Han felt an eager urgency to return. It was just nearing dusk, and the time for the outdoor training camp's assembly was approaching. Since he was deep within the Blackstone Mountain, returning would require considerable time. Chu Han raced forward, collecting materials from the decaying dog corpses he encountered along the way. As he neared the outskirts of Blackstone Mountain, a massive red signal flare suddenly shot up into the sky. The flare exploded against the backdrop of the heavens, casting a brilliant red light everywhere. Chu Han furrowed his brow, recognizing this as a distress signal indicating that someone was in peril. However, this signal flare was unusual, significantly larger than those typically deployed by the training camp students. What had transpired ahead? Chu Han hastened his pace to investigate. Upon cresting a hill, he was taken aback. Before him lay a vast clearing swarming with blackstone scorpions, at least 100. This horde of scorpions had formed an impenetrable circle, within which were trapped a dozen or so humans. Among the besieged, more than half were clad in camouflage uniforms, undoubtedly soldiers. These soldiers formed the first line of defense for humanity against the blackstone scorpions, repelling the creatures each time they charged. They appeared to be military rescue personnel, each possessing the strength of first-tier warriors. Chu Han swiftly pieced together the unfolding scenario. The students participating in the outdoor training camp had fallen into danger, and these soldiers had come to their aid, only to find themselves in an insurmountable predicament. That large signal flare must have been launched by these soldiers to summon stronger reinforcements. Logically, a group of first-tier warriors should not be ensnared by mere blackstone scorpions. Chu Han felt perplexed. Could first-tier warriors truly be so feeble? But soon, his perspective shifted. Amidst the throng of blackstone scorpions, he spotted a colossal specimen. This particular blackstone scorpion was far larger than its ordinary counterparts, at least twice their size. Its carapace was adorned with dark crimson patterns, and its tail stinger was as thick as a finger, gleaming with a sinister black-purple sheen, evoking an aura of terror. It was a mutated blackstone scorpion, a first-tier aberration. No wonder these soldiers were unable to break through. This creature was the cause. Chu Han instantly recognized the origins of this blackstone scorpion. The mutated blackstone scorpion belonged to a rare breed, its power nearing that of a second-tier aberration, even more formidable than the corrupted dog king and the fong boar. Not only was it larger in size, but its defensive capabilities were also unparalleled, and the venom on its tail stinger could paralyze a first-tier warrior in an instant. Even second-tier warriors would require several individuals to have a chance at slaying it. With its presence, it was no surprise that a dozen first-tier soldiers could not escape. At that moment, Chu Han caught sight of the students within the protective circle of soldiers. They were none other than the members of the team led by class leader Jiang Yan, who was among them. At that moment, Jiang Yan was already injured, a ghastly wound marring her left arm, yet she gritted her teeth and persisted, aiding the soldiers in repelling the blackstone scorpion. It seemed he had to intervene. Chu Han initially intended to observe, but could not stand idly by upon seeing Jiang Yan in peril. After all, she had reached out to help him from the very beginning. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. His figure left a fleeting shadow in the air as he charged directly toward the mutated blackstone scorpion. In mere moments, he had plunged into the throng of scorpions, with his steel-long knife constantly in motion. The blackstone scorpions on either side fell like blades of grass before his might. He was indeed a professional at slaying blackstone scorpions. Who is this person? Such prowess. He does not appear to be one of our rescuers. He seems to have emerged from the mountains, more akin to a student. A student? Nonsense. His strength rivals that of a second-tier warrior. I have never seen such a powerful student. The soldiers were the first to notice Chu Han, who was rampaging through the blackstone scorpions, and they were utterly astonished. At that moment, the formation of the blackstone scorpions became chaotic under Chu Han's assault, significantly alleviating the pressure on those within. Jiang Yin and her companions also noticed Chu Han, but his speed was too swift for them to recognize him. Marvelous. We have a savior. The heavens are merciful. This individual is undoubtedly a formidable warrior. Why does his silhouette resemble Chu Han so closely? Could he truly be Chu Han? Are you jesting? Even those first-tier warrior soldiers cannot handle the blackstone scorpions. How could Chu Han be slaughtering them at will? I would never believe it. Look, he is charging at that first-tier mutated blackstone scorpion. At this moment, Chu Han had already arrived before the mutated blackstone scorpion, which quickly took notice of the human slaughtering its kin and was filled with fury. It swung its robust pincers toward Chu Han, attempting to crush this sudden intruder. Too slow. A cold smile crept across Chu Han's lips as he executed the cat spirit step, effortlessly evading the pincer attack. With a swift motion, he struck down at the joint where the mutated blackstone scorpion's pincer met its body. With a sickening sound, the massive pincer was severed from its body, flying away. Enraged, the mutated blackstone scorpion opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of purple venom. Simultaneously, it brandished its poisonous tail stinger, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Han. Holding his breath, Chu Han swung his knife, accurately deflecting the incoming venomous stinger. He then advanced, his long knife cleaving down toward the mutated blackstone scorpion's head. Third form of the breaking Army 7 styles. The icy blade gleamed for an instant, and the mutated blackstone scorpion's head was cleaved in two by Chu Han's strike. Its gargantuan body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Such a fierce display of agility. Such a terrifying blade technique. Truly, he is immensely powerful. Gasps of admiration erupted among the soldiers. Just then, Chu Han deftly evaded the poisonous gas, landing on the ground a short distance away, his face now fully revealed. It is indeed Chu Han. How is this possible? Chapter 17. Assessing the bounty. She is not first. Chu Han stood at the edge of the poisonous mist, holding his knife with the poise of a war god. It truly is Chu Han. A student pointed at him, his voice trembling. It's him. Jiang Yin could not hide her astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. He is your classmate? This is a student from the field training? A soldier inquired, astonished. Yes, his name is Chu Han, Jiang Yin replied. My heavens, he is genuinely just a student. Those who previously refused to believe Chu Han was a student gasped in disbelief. A genius. He is a true prodigy. Such talent can only be nurtured within our military. Indeed, let us immediately inform the commander. Several soldiers began to contemplate how to recruit Chu Han into the army. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Chu Han, was not idle. He continued his onslaught, slaughtering the remaining blackstone scorpions. Within mere seconds, 7 or 8 blackstone scorpions lay dead at his feet. Brothers, follow him. We cannot fall behind. The soldiers were ignited with fervor by Chu Han's valiant spirit, charging forth to join the fray. With the distraction of the mutated blackstone scorpion removed, the first-tier warriors unleashed their full potential against the ordinary blackstone scorpions, achieving remarkable efficiency. The battle quickly concluded, the ground strewn with the corpses of blackstone scorpions. Thank you, Brother Chu. Without you, we likely wouldn't have made it out today. Captain Wang of the soldier team approached Chu Han, solemnly saluting him, his gaze imbued with a flicker of fervent respect for strength. It was a mere act of convenience. These blackstone scorpions were also my quarry. Chu Han sheathed his long knife, speaking nonchalantly. Regardless, you are our savior. Captain Wang smiled, turning to the soldiers behind him. Brothers, collect all the stingers from the blackstone scorpions and hand them over to Brother Chu. They are his spoils of war. Chu Han's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised by the soldiers' resourcefulness, which saved him considerable effort. The soldiers promptly sprang into action, producing specially designed anti-sting cloth bags, carefully severing each blackstone scorpion stinger and placing them into the bags before presenting them to Chu Han. There were a total of 70 to 80 stingers. Coupled with the 66 he had previously slain, he now possessed over 100 blackstone scorpion stingers. Could you assist me in transporting this? Chu Han gestured toward the corpse of the mutated blackstone scorpion. In plain sight, he could not reveal his spatial equipment and had to rely on the military for assistance. Of course, no problem. I have already contacted the base's transport vehicle. We will ensure these corpses are delivered intact, including that first-tier one. That is good to hear. Chu Han nodded but still extracted the stinger from the mutated blackstone scorpion as a precaution. Captain Wang had no objections. Half an hour later, 2 military trucks arrived. and the soldiers worked together to load the black stone scorpion corpses onto the vehicles. Chu Han and the students from Jiang Yin's team boarded the truck, heading toward the training camp base. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the truck finally reached the base. At that moment, a square within the base was already bustling with people. All the students who had participated in the field trials had returned, awaiting the tally of their points for slaying aberrations. A temporary scoring platform had been erected in the center of the square, where several teachers held registration forms, ready to record the results. The principal and military leaders were seated on the stage, awaiting the commencement of the tally. Captain Lee, we have received news from outside the city. The rescue team and the students have successfully entered the base, and we may begin the count, reported a soldier beside Captain Lee. Nodding, Captain Lee addressed the principal. The students have returned. Shall we commence? The principal nodded in agreement, rising to declare. The tally for the Wilderness Training Camp's Beast Hunt officially begins. With his command, the students approached in turn to present their spoils. Fanged Rabbit, 1 point. Wasteland Wolf, 2 points. Decayed Hound, 3 points. Striped Serpent, 3 points. Various non-tiered beasts were classified by strength, yielding differing points. Those who had only hunted fanged rabbits and wasteland wolves naturally found themselves at the bottom of the rankings, while those who had slain decayed hounds and striped serpents garnered significantly higher scores. Next, Zhao Lei, called the teacher. A robust young man stepped forward, retrieving 3 black stone scorpion stingers and 5 decayed hound fangs from his backpack, proudly placing them on the table. Report, teacher. 3 black stone scorpions and 5 decayed hounds. Oh, black stone scorpions? The teacher examined the stingers, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. A B-tier talent makes a difference. 30 points. The surrounding students erupted in astonishment. Zhao Lei is impressive. He actually managed to kill black stone scorpions. 30 points. He's surely among the top 3 now. Truly, a B-tier talent outshines us C-tier students. Hearing the murmurs, Zhao Lei's smile broadened, casting a challenging glance around, as if seeking someone who could surpass him. To slay a black stone scorpion, one must at least possess B-tier talent. His achievements were indeed commendable. At that moment, the crowd abruptly fell silent, all eyes turning toward the next contestant, Li Minggran. She approached the points table, carrying an exquisite leather bag, proudly flanked by a throng of admirers. It's Li Minggran, the A-tier talent. She was surely responsible for hunting even more formidable beasts. Look at her bag, it's bulging. Li Minggran reached the points table, elegantly opening the bag and retrieving the stingers one by one, placing them on the table. Instructor, 11 black stone scorpion stingers. What? 11 stingers? The tallying teacher abruptly raised his head, counting the stingers in disbelief. Indeed, it was 11. 11 stingers, 55 points. That's the highest score so far. The venue erupted in excitement. My heavens, 11 black stone scorpions? Li Minggran is incredible. She must have been hunting this dangerous beast all along. A-tier talent truly is formidable. She is guaranteed to secure first place. Just moments ago, Zhao Lei had been boasting, but now he paled in comparison to Li Minggran. As the cheers surrounded him, he quickly subdued his pride. He was indeed far from her level. Li Minggran wore a triumphant smile, basking in the attention. Pausing, she produced a claw adorned with feathers from her bag and placed it on the table. Oh, and this, a claw from the first-tier beast, the Gale Hawk. The Gale Hawk. The tallying teacher's eyes widened in disbelief as they scrambled to examine the claw closely. The faint golden feathers remained, and the sharp tip gleamed ominously. It unmistakably bore the characteristics of the Gale Hawk. First-tier beast Gale Hawk, slaying reward, 100 points. Li Minggran, your total is 155 points. This Gale Hawk was already somewhat injured. I was fortunate to have slain it, Li Minggran humbly remarked. Even an injured Gale Hawk is not something an ordinary aspiring martial artist can contend with. This score is undoubtedly impressive. The tallying teacher enthusiastically responded. 155 points. The crowd erupted, students gasping in astonishment, clearly shaken by this achievement. The principal and several school leaders stood in excitement. Li Minggran had demonstrated prowess comparable to a first-tier martial artist. How could they not be thrilled? Indeed, it's no surprise that Li Minggran claimed first place. One school leader exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging her potential to become a first-tier martial artist before the martial examination, perhaps even challenging for second tier. The principal of Third High School expressed his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Captain Lee shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The first place is not hers. As Li Minggran concluded her tally, the remaining students could hardly stir any excitement. Even the tallying teachers appeared somewhat indifferent. The school leaders had lost interest, merely waiting for everyone to finish before distributing rewards. Look, Chu Han and Jiang Yan have returned. I heard they encountered a large-scale beast attack, and the army rescued them. The appearance of Chu Han and his companions sparked considerable commotion. After all, encounters with beast attacks near Blackstone Mountain were quite rare. One could only wonder if anyone among them had accumulated a high score. What could this team offer, aside from Jiang Yan? Are we to expect anything from the useless Chu Han? They all seem injured, making it unlikely for them to achieve good scores. Almost everyone harbored little hope for them. Eager for the tally to conclude, Li Mingran cast a disdainful glance at Chu Han and his group. She had heard of Jiang Yin's team encountering danger and doubted they had gathered anything noteworthy. It seemed the first place was destined for her. With a sense of superiority, Li Mingran even began to anticipate the rewards. Chu Han and his companions, upon seeing the scoreboard, noted that Li Mingran's name topped it with 155 points, ranking first. Chu Han cast a cursory glance before losing interest. Though unclear about the scoring rules, he was confident that his own score would undoubtedly surpass hers. Soon, members of Jiang Yin's team approached to tally their scores, each scoring around 10 points, placing them in the lower tier of the school. When it was Jiang Yin's turn, she finally attracted some attention, especially since she had awakened a B-tier talent. Jiang Yin retrieved a puncture-resistant cloth bag from her backpack and opened it, revealing 6 black stone scorpion stingers neatly arranged inside. Report, 6 black stone scorpion stingers. The tallying teacher paused, momentarily doubting his eyes. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed 6 black stone scorpion stingers. He promptly announced, Jiang Yin, 6 black stone scorpion stingers. 30 points. A wave of discussion erupted in the crowd. With 6 stingers, her score propelled her into the top 5. Impressive. She even surpassed Zhao Lei. Although Zhao Lei and Jiang Yin had the same score, Jiang Yin had slain more black stone scorpions, thus garnering greater recognition. Indeed, Jiang Yin is quite remarkable. The school leaders were pleased to see outstanding students shine, readily offering their commendations. Only Zhao Lei remained sullen, struggling to accept the outcome. Next, it was Chu Han's turn to tally. Even before he stepped up, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Does he really dare to go up? Could he have actually hunted a beast? Chu Han isn't that weak. I heard Sun Liqiang provoked him in the wild and was swiftly defeated. Perhaps he has been concealing his strength, they murmured. Is that true? The achievements of Chu Han are likely no trifling matter. Could he possibly pose a threat to Li Mingran? It is inconceivable that he could threaten her, no matter how formidable he may be. He cannot contend with a first-tier mutated beast. However, observing the bulging backpack he carries, it is evident he has gathered a substantial bounty. Chu Han removed his backpack and placed it upon the statistics table. The teacher in charge of the tally frowned slightly. We only account for materials with distinct beast characteristics. Other items will not be counted. I understand. My bag is filled with proof, Chu Han replied nonchalantly. What did you say? The teacher, perplexed, fixed his gaze on the bag in Chu Han's hands, convinced he must have misheard. Indeed, Chu Han stated, refraining from further elaboration as he unzipped his backpack, spilling out a multitude of decayed canine fangs. With a clatter, over 60 of these teeth cascaded onto the table, filling it entirely. These are all fangs from decayed canines. The statistics teacher stood up in a sudden rush of excitement, his expression one of astonishment. He quickly composed himself and began to count. There are a total of 62, amounting to 186 points. His voice trembled, yet it was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Instantly, all the school officials rose in shock. 186 points? That surpasses Li Mingran's 155 points. How can this be possible? Could there have been an error in the tally? Those fangs cannot possibly belong to decayed canines. Indeed, it is highly plausible. I suggest a thorough investigation. Some students exclaimed in disbelief, demanding a review of the materials. Li Mingran furrowed her brow, her visage pale, yet she maintained her composure. She too doubted the legitimacy of Chu Han's score. Slaying 62 decayed canines was a feat not unlike her own battle against a first-tier Gale Eagle, an untalented underachiever. No matter how skilled, must have limits. Chu Han's performance clearly exceeded normal comprehension. Thus, it must be a fabrication. Even the school leaders approached the statistics table to conduct a personal verification. Their countenances were stern, reflecting their disbelief in Chu Han's accomplishments. Yet, as they examined the materials, their expressions gradually morphed into astonishment. Could it be that Chu Han's evidence was indeed authentic? It seemed likely. This time, he might truly astonish everyone and dispel all doubts. Though difficult to accept, the truth lay before their eyes. Soon, several school leaders exchanged nods and then announced, the materials presented by student Chu Han are verified as authentic. The score stands at 186 points, making him the top student in the entire school. Indeed, it had come to pass. The title of first place had changed hands. Chu Han's prowess was extraordinary. The audience erupted into fervent discussion. Li Mingran's complexion drained of color, her heart heavy with disappointment and shock. More than losing the first place, she found it unbearable that Chu Han had surpassed her. She turned to glance at him, only to find him unflappably calm, as if the result was well within his expectations. At that moment, Chu Han spoke softly, "Excuse me, my score has not yet been fully tallied." A leader immediately inquired, "Not fully tallied. Do you have additional materials?" The others, astonished, fixed their eyes on Chu Han, unable to believe their ears. Was the spectacle not yet concluded? Chu Han opened the inner layer of his backpack, revealing a protective cloth bag. As he unwrapped it, a series of glistening black scorpion tail stingers emerged. There should be a total of 146. Feel free to verify and authenticate their authenticity, Chu Han stated. Yet, the leaders and the tallying teacher stood motionless, petrified in disbelief. How can this be possible? One of the leaders stammered, recovering first, but his excitement rendered him speechless. 146 stingers meant he had to slay 146 black scorpions. Even a genuine first-tier warrior could not accomplish such a feat. No matter how exceptional Chu Han might be, this was beyond conceivable limits. Not only the leaders, but the students in the audience were rendered speechless with astonishment. Li Mengran's previous achievement of slaying 11 black scorpions was already astonishing. The notion of Chu Han slaying 146 was beyond even the wildest imaginings. Soon, the students began to voice their doubts. Is it possible that these black scorpion tail stingers were pre-prepared by Chu Han to create a sensational impression? Perhaps he secretly buried the stingers in Blackstone Mountain, retrieving them after entering the wilderness. I believe so. He must have cheated. Yet, such a notion was even more ludicrous than cheating. Who would invest in such a plethora of poisonous materials? It seemed illogical. Let us see how he explains this. Amidst the chorus of skepticism, Jiang Yan, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and declared loudly, "Our team members can attest that Chu Han's materials are genuine. He personally dispatched the black scorpions. Yes, we all witnessed Chu Han's slaughter of the black scorpions. He is absolutely credible." The others he had rescued echoed in support. However, someone immediately retorted sarcastically, "You are all on the same team. Naturally, you would defend him. Perhaps you have also received some benefits from Chu Han." Indeed, those who are on the same team as Chu Han cannot provide credible testimony. It's possible that those 62 decayed canines are also fabricated. Quickly, new doubts were raised, rendering Jiang Yan and her companions' testimonies trivial. On stage, several leaders, with serious expressions, stated, "Chu Han, this matter indeed requires verification. Unless you can prove that you killed 146 black scorpions, your score cannot be counted." Chu Han frowned slightly, taken aback by the complexity of tallying the score. The critical issue was that neither the leaders nor his peers believed in him. Our members can attest that it was Chu Han who killed those black scorpions. At that moment, another supportive voice rang out, resonant and commanding, reaching every ear with undeniable authority. It was evidently a powerful warrior. Chu Han turned to locate the source of the voice, discovering it was the officer seated alongside the principal. Li Yunjian, the commanding officer responsible for the field training of the third school, was a fifth-tier warrior. In this context, his words held even greater weight than those of the principal. As he spoke, the crowd fell silent, compelled to accept the reality of Chu Han's triumph over the black scorpions. Nevertheless, disbelief lingered regarding Chu Han's combat capabilities, as his prior circumstances suggested otherwise, and no one had witnessed his prowess firsthand. "Captain Li, are you certain of your words?" The principal of the third school, still incredulous, sought further confirmation from Li Yunjian. Li Yunjian nodded affirmatively. "Chu Han's strength is formidable. He has slain both first-tier, mutated black scorpions and numerous ordinary black scorpions, rescuing my subordinates and several students. My subordinates can vouch for this. He likely possesses one final tail stinger from a first-tier, mutated black scorpion that he has yet to produce." Such claims were indeed hard to fathom. The principal and other leaders found themselves speechless. To question further at this juncture would be tantamount to slapping Captain Li's face. They could only address Chu Han. "Chu Han, do you have any other materials in your bag?" In response, Chu Han retrieved a massive dark red tail stinger from his bag, clearly of superior quality, belonging to a first-tier mutated beast. Indeed, it is a tail stinger from a first-tier mutated black scorpion. One of the school leaders exclaimed. The tail stinger presented by Chu Han served as a corroboration of Li Yunjian's assertions. "Now, can I continue to calculate the points?" Chu Han inquired. All right. The statistics teacher soon calculated Chu Han's points. With a tremor in his voice, he announced, "Corrupted hounds, 62, 186 points. Blackstone scorpions, 146, 730 points. First-tier mutated blackstone scorpion, 100 points. Chu Han's total score is 1,016 points." As soon as the result was revealed, the entire venue erupted in excitement. 1,016 points. Even the fractional part exceeds my score. How can one live with this? 1,000 points is equivalent to the score of an entire class. I initially thought that Li Mengran, with her score surpassing 100, was invincible, but unexpectedly, Chu Han proved to be even more formidable. Li Mengran, however, remained surprisingly composed. She doubted the validity of this result, but had no means to prove it, unless she could confront Chu Han in battle. At that moment, she suddenly spotted Sun Liqiang, who had just regained his mobility, outside the crowd, and a flicker of light flashed in her eyes. Apart from Li Mengran, the school leaders also harbored doubts. Unlike the exuberance when announcing Li Mengran's scores, everyone wore a facade of false smiles. Clearly, they were skeptical of Chu Han's achievements. Yet, due to Li Yunjian, they could not publicly investigate. The principal promptly announced the ranking rewards. First place, reward C-grade martial art Xianbing Palm, 20 blood essence pills. 25th place, reward D-grade martial art Banquan, 10 blood essence pills. 610th place, reward E-grade martial arts Kaishan blade technique or Wuing sword technique. Your choice, 5 blood essence pills. 1120th place. Reward 5 blood essence pills. 2150th place. Reward 1 blood essence pill. Xianbing Palm? So that is how it is. Chu Han realized that the first place reward, Xianbing Palm, was clearly prepared specifically for Li Mengran. No wonder the principal and the leaders appeared so distressed. However, Chu Han would not relinquish the first place reward so easily. Just as he approached the stage to claim his prize, dissenting voices arose from the audience. I disagree with Chu Han receiving the reward. Sun Liqiang, his arm bandaged, limped forward, glaring at Chu Han with a face full of malice. Chu Han frowned slightly, having thought his punch would keep Sun Liqiang bedridden for half a month. Yet he was surprised to see him recover so quickly. Moreover, he was here to cause trouble. On stage, the principal signaled for a pause in the award ceremony and turned to Sun Liqiang, asking, Sun Liqiang, do you have any objections? Sun Liqiang immediately pointed at Chu Han and shouted, I report that Chu Han used banned substances to forcibly enhance his strength and even attempted to kill a fellow student. The principal quickly inquired, is what you say true? Do you have proof? My teammates and I can all attest to it. He only achieved this strength, comparable to a warrior, by using banned substances. I encountered him on Blackstone Mountain, and he seemed like a different person, filled with brutality, nearly killing me. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would likely be dead by now. Upon hearing this, the principal, along with other leaders and the students below, turned grave. Such an accusation was no trifling matter. In martial arts cultivation, the use of banned substances is a serious taboo. Although it can rapidly enhance one's strength, it causes irreversible damage to the body and alters the user's temperament, making them cruel and bloodthirsty. It is strictly forbidden, especially for students. If verified, that student would be permanently barred from major examinations and expelled from the school. The principal and leaders already harbored doubts about Chu Han's achievements and had no desire for him to receive the first place reward. Now, with Sun Liqiang's accusation, they had the perfect pretext to annul Chu Han's score. Under normal circumstances, they might have treated Sun Liqiang's claims with caution, but now they were eager to seize this opportunity. The principal stated sternly, Chu Han, the school has serious doubts regarding the method by which you acquired your strength. Until you can prove your innocence, your rewards will be calculated from the second place onwards. Moreover, you must immediately undergo rigorous testing by the school and the martial arts department to demonstrate that you have not used banned substances. With this declaration, the principal essentially treated Chu Han as a suspected user of banned substances. After all, in their established perception, Chu Han had initially not awakened any talent, and now his rapid surge in strength seemed highly abnormal. Captain Li, wanting to assist, found himself at a loss. While he could attest that Chu Han had indeed killed the Blackstone Scorpion, he could not prove that Chu Han's strength enhancement was not the result of cheating. According to reports from his subordinates, Chu Han's foundational skills were exceptionally solid, even surpassing first-tier warriors, making it evident that he could not have used banned substances. Yet, the school-less attitude was clear to all. As an outsider, he could not alter their perspective. At this moment, Chu Han's homeroom teacher, Wang Hao, stepped forward, pleading, Principal, esteemed leaders, I know this child best. He would never resort to using banned substances, and his family is quite impoverished. How could he afford such things? I do not agree with this punitive decision. Before the principal or other leaders could respond, Li Mengran's homeroom teacher, Shen Ping, interjected sarcastically, Wang Hao, are you questioning the principal's decision? Perhaps the banned substances were procured by you. Wang Hao retorted, how could I allow my student to use banned substances? Shen Ping sneered. That is hard to say. Over these 3 years, you have invested considerable effort into Chu Han. I suspect you may be more anxious than he is about his lack of awakened talent. What did you say? Wang Hao fumed, ready to argue, but was interrupted by the principal. Enough. Let us not argue about this. Whether Chu Han is innocent will be determined after the testing is complete. This matter concerns the fairness and justice of martial arts. We must handle it with caution and adhere to the rules. The principal's stance was resolute, leaving no room for further doubts. It's not that complicated. Suddenly, Chu Han laughed coldly, pointing at Shen Ping and exclaiming, let Shen Ping and me have a battle. Let you witness whether my strength is derived from banned substances. Nonsense. Shen Ping is a second-tier warrior. You are no match for him. Wang Hao urgently attempted to dissuade Chu Han from acting impulsively. No matter how strong Chu Han was, he could not possibly contend with a second-tier warrior. Shen Ping immediately let out a derisive laugh. Ha! What a joke. A mere student dares to challenge a teacher beyond his means? Who gave you such courage? Your emotional agitation clearly indicates a surge in your primal instincts and desire for battle, a clear side effect of having used banned substances. He continued to mock. Even if the banned substances were extraordinarily potent, they could not elevate you from a waste to a contender against a second-tier warrior. It seems the substances have only amplified your arrogance, clouding your judgment. Shen Ping's remarks appeared logical, inciting further doubts among the crowd regarding Chu Han. Enough chatter. Let us fight. Chu Han spoke coldly. His challenge to Shen Ping was not solely to prove himself, but rather to vindicate his homeroom teacher. He knew that Wang Hao held a strong sense of integrity and reputation, and he could not allow others to tarnish that. Thus, he was determined to reclaim that dignity. Chapter 20. I choose to withdraw from Class 3. Chu Han's declaration of war instantly ignited the crowd. A student yet to graduate daring to publicly challenge a second-tier warrior? Was he out of his mind? Could it be that Chu Han truly had used banned substances and thus lost his sanity? His impulsive behavior further corroborated Sun Liqiang's accusations, and there were now few who believed in his innocence. A glint of cold light flashed in Shen Ping's eyes as he immediately approached the principal, saying, "Principal, he is beyond redemption. Allow me to rid our school of this scourge, or else he will tarnish the reputation of our institution." The principal nodded slightly, tacitly approving of the duel. This young man indeed possessed a fierce spirit. It would be a pity if he did not become a soldier, Captain Li thought to himself. He regarded Chu Han with increasing admiration, pondering that it might be worthwhile to observe the situation, and should danger arise, he would not hesitate to intervene. Chu Han and Shen Ping ascended to a designated arena, specifically designed for martial artists within the base to spar and duel. Through the students' fervent promotion, a considerable audience quickly gathered, for it was not every day that a student challenged a teacher. On the stage, a sinister smile crept across Shen Ping's lips as he declared, "Chu Han, today you shall witness what it truly means to be a martial artist." Chu Han merely scoffed, beckoning with a finger, "Make your move." He was well aware of the teacher's capabilities. Although Shen Ping was a second-tier martial artist, his strength was far inferior to that of Wang Hao, also a second-tier, but at its early stage. Compared to the second-tier pinnacle, the crimson-scaled python, he was utterly insignificant. Having already slain the crimson-scaled python, Shen Ping posed no threat to him. Despite lacking the blood-red elemental energy, his physical attributes, strength, and defense had been augmented 23-fold. He could certainly hold his own based solely on his physical prowess. Seeking death, Shen Ping could no longer restrain himself. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in azure energy, crashing toward Chu Han. Shen Ping's talent, the D-rank wind body, enhanced his agility, granting him remarkable speed. This fool dares to use elemental energy right from the outset. Below, Wang Hao clenched his fists, unable to suppress his concern for Chu Han. "Come on," Chu Han shouted, standing his ground and delivering a punch of his own. He was eager to ascertain the extent of his current punching power. "How dare you take it head-on? The forbidden drugs have surely corrupted your reason. You will soon be rendered useless." Li Mingran, watching from the sidelines, shook her head in disdain, her eyes filled with scorn. Bang! Their fists collided, a thunderous sound echoing as Chu Han's strength surged forth. Shen Ping's wind-based energy sliced through the air like myriad blades. Yet Chu Han felt only a tingling sensation. It was of little consequence. Conversely, Shen Ping was forced back several steps by the sheer force of Chu Han's blow. How could this brat possess such strength? Are his fists made of iron? Shen Ping exclaimed, wincing in pain as he rotated his wrist to alleviate the discomfort. The spectacle did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who were left in utter astonishment. Chu Han had not even utilized elemental energy, yet had managed to repel a second-tier martial artist? Who would dare believe such a feat? This was the quintessence of foundational boxing techniques, achieving at least a 56-fold amplification of strength. Li Yunjian's eyes lit up, his shock lingering long after. A second-tier martial artist was merely that, nothing more. You are not only on drugs, but have also injected bodily enhancers. Shen Ping spat through gritted teeth. However, I will not engage in a contest of brute force with you. With that, Shen Ping drew his sword, a D-rank weapon. Channeling his azure energy, he transformed into a gust of wind, his blade weaving through the air in an intricate arc. D-rank martial technique. Swift wind steps. C-rank martial technique. Gale blade technique. Shen Ping was now serious, unveiling his most formidable skills. A wave of awe rippled through the audience. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ping's blade was at Chu Han's throat. Clang. The metallic clash resonated as Chu Han parried the attack with his sword. He had blocked it again. His foundational swordsmanship had evidently reached an extraordinary level. Li Yunjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Han's seemingly casual move was recognized by seasoned experts as extraordinary. The principal, a fourth-tier martial artist, wore an expression of incredulity. Could it be that he had misjudged Chu Han? Should he consider restoring the rewards? No. Even so, Chu Han was still a talentless individual, destined to remain a mere third-tier martial artist. Meanwhile, Li Mingran, with her A-rank talent, was poised to challenge the realm of masters. The two were not comparable in the slightest. The Gale Blade technique was not limited to a single strike, but was a relentless barrage of fierce attacks. You can defend as long as you wish. Shen Ping, incensed by his first strike being thwarted, unleashed a flurry of cuts with his blade, akin to a tempest, striking from all directions toward Chu Han. Simultaneously, he employed swift wind steps to continuously shift positions, ensnaring Chu Han within the web of his blade. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Han reacted swiftly, deflecting the blows, his earlier contempt for Shen Ping diminishing. It must be said that Shen Ping's swordsmanship was quite impressive, and Chu Han found himself appreciating it. While parrying, he analyzed the technique, and under the influence of his 10,000-fold talent, he quickly grasped the nuances of the Gale Blade technique. The essence of the Gale Blade technique lay in its swiftness, the attacks resembling an unending storm, offering no respite for the opponent. When combined with wind-based energy, the power was even more formidable. However, Shin Ping's technique was still underdeveloped, revealing many flaws. With his sword deftly maneuvering, Chu Han faced Shin Ping's onslaught with increasing ease, each strike perfectly countering the attacks. Your swordplay is still lacking refinement. Allow me to enlighten you. Chu Han chuckled coldly, transitioning from defense to offense, retaliating with the Gale Blade technique. Each strike was ferocious and relentless. Although his sword lacked elemental augmentation, its unpredictable nature and increased speed made it all the more challenging to counter. Impossible. How can you wield the Gale Blade technique as well? Shin Ping was taken aback, hurriedly attempting to defend himself. He had immersed himself in this technique for over a decade, and could instantly discern the remarkable proficiency with which Chu Han executed it, far surpassing his own. Of course, you taught it to me. Chu Han's mastery of the Gale Blade technique was on par with the highest level, leaving Shin Ping to rely solely on his elemental energy to barely cope, leading to a rapid depletion of his reserves. Realizing he was on the verge of exhaustion, Shin Ping employed swift wind steps to distance himself from Chu Han. This technique, driven by wind-based energy, was beyond Chu Han's comprehension to replicate, yet with his keen insight, he quickly deciphered the patterns and vulnerabilities within it. He then activated the spirit cat steps to pursue, his sword flashing like lightning toward Shin Ping. 7th Style of the Breaking Army. Shin Ping was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure that momentarily stifled his breath and shattered his resolve. He hastily channeled all his elemental energy into his blade, desperately attempting to resist. A flash of white light cut through the air, and with a resounding crack, Shin Ping's sword shattered in his grasp. Chu Han's long blade slashed diagonally across Shin Ping's chest, causing blood to spurt forth. Shin Ping fell backward, utterly devoid of combat capability. Chu Han glanced at his own long sword, now similarly damaged and serrated, and shook his head. Had it not been for his weapon's significant impairment during their earlier clash, that last strike would have been sufficient to slay Shin Ping. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The contest concluded, and throughout the venue, Shin Ping was utterly subdued by Chu Han's overwhelming prowess. It was evident that Chu Han's strength had ascended to the level of a second-tier martial artist. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing, leaving many spectators momentarily speechless. The previous strike was the 4th form of the 7 styles of breaking the army. Li Yunjian, observing from the sidelines, stood up in sheer astonishment, his face a canvas of shock. As a practitioner of the same technique, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of mastering such a martial art. To execute the 4th form without the aid of inner force, coupled with his foundational mastery of swordsmanship, boxing, and agility, this was nothing short of prodigious. The depth of his martial arts foundation was unprecedented, certainly not attainable through the use of forbidden substances. The expressions on the faces of the principal and other officials were a spectacle in themselves. Bewilderment, shock, and confusion etched across their features. Now I can definitively prove that I have not resorted to forbidden substances, Chu Han declared, standing firm with his blade, addressing the principal and the officials. The principal, however, scoffed. Even if you exhibit a certain degree of martial talent now, who can assure us this is not merely the effect of those substances? Furthermore, as a student, to strike so ruthlessly against a teacher and refuse to submit to discipline, I could revoke your outdoor training credits on that basis alone. As the lofty principal, he would not tolerate such audacity from a student, unless the latter had awakened undeniable talent. Yet, Chu Han clearly did not meet that criterion. Very well. If that is the case, then I, Chu Han, have no desire to remain at Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. With resolute determination, he proclaimed, effective immediately, I choose to withdraw from Jiangcheng No. 3 High School and shall no longer be a student of your institution. Chapter 21, Selling Materials, Striking Rich. Chu Han is leaving No. 3 High? Is this for real? Has he lost his mind? Even in the face of unfair treatment, one cannot simply abandon their school. If he is innocent, why not await the outcome of the investigation? With the martial arts examination approaching, how will he register for it now that he has chosen to withdraw? A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. None could comprehend Chu Han's actions. It was crucial to understand that severing ties with the school meant losing the most straightforward opportunity to register for the martial arts examination. Without student status, unless recommended by a prominent figure in the martial arts community, he would have to pursue registration as a social martial artist. However, the difficulty of this path was immense, as he would face fierce competition against seasoned martial artists, and slots were exceedingly limited, often fully booked in advance. Chu Han's withdrawal from school significantly diminished his chances of participating in the grand examination. Failing to gain entry into a martial arts university could spell disaster for his development as a martial artist, even if he felt wronged and humiliated. Such a choice was far from wise. The principal was momentarily taken aback by Chu Han's declaration, but soon responded with a cold smirk. Chu Han, I advise you to reconsider. Leaving No. 3 High will make your return exceedingly difficult. Chu Han merely chuckled at this, stating, I have long since made my decision. I am no longer a student of No. 3 High. With that, he turned and departed the arena. I hope you won't regret this, the principal thought, showing no inclination to persuade him otherwise. As the head of the institution, he could not be intimidated by a mere student. Moreover, even if Chu Han possessed remarkable abilities, he lacked the requisite talent to warrant the school's pursuit of him. Naive, Li Ming Ran, on the other hand, wore a smug smile, relieved that with Chu Han's departure, her position at the top was now firmly secured. Chu Han's loss of eligibility for the martial arts examination would inevitably condemn him to mediocrity, severing any future ties with her. Even if he managed to find alternative means to participate in the examination, he would likely be rejected during university admissions due to his lack of talent. Chu Han, indifferent to the surrounding murmurs and confusion, first returned to the statistics table to gather the materials he had acquired, which he had no intention of leaving for the school. He then proceeded to the trading center in the base city. There, he encountered several soldiers he had rescued in the wild, who were also searching for him. Brother Chu, you arrived just in time. All your materials have been delivered here for you to check. Captain Wang greeted him warmly, handing him an electronic wristband. This wristband, designed specifically for martial artists, not only verified personal identity, but also recorded the materials sent to the trading center. This way, transactions could be conducted without the hassle of carrying bulky items. One simply needed to present the wristband, and successful trades would automatically be recorded. Chu Han accepted the wristband and proceeded to authenticate his identity. His information was thus entered into the National Martial Artist Trading Platform, eliminating the need for future identity verification at other trading centers. After glancing at the materials, he smiled and said, "Thank you all. Very well. Let Manager Du handle the trading details with you." Captain Wang indicated towards a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses standing nearby before departing the trading center with his companions. The middle-aged man was the first to extend a greeting, reaching out his hand to Chu Han. "Greetings, Mr. Chu. My name is Du Kuan, and I am responsible for your transactions." Chu Han reciprocated the handshake, replying, "I appreciate your assistance." Manager Du Kuan waved his hand dismissively. "There's no trouble at all. It's an honor to serve a young talent like yourself, Mr. Chu." Having dealt with martial artists for over 2 decades, Du Kuan excelled at discerning character. Upon learning that a student had single-handedly slain over 100 Blackstone Scorpions and a first-tier mutated Blackstone Scorpion, he eagerly sought to engage in trade with Chu Han. Now, having witnessed Chu Han's public defeat of a second-tier martial artist, Du Kuan was even more convinced of the latter's extraordinary potential. Such a figure was worth befriending before his rise to prominence. "Manager Du, I must be direct. I have numerous other materials I wish to trade, and I doubt we can accommodate them all here," Chu Han stated plainly. He intended to sell all the materials he carried, including those within his spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Du Kuan was momentarily stunned, then elatedly exclaimed, "This way. We have dedicated trading rooms for such purposes." Chu Han followed Du Kuan into a spacious trading room capable of accommodating various large game. "Mr. Chu, if I am not mistaken, you possess spatial equipment, correct?" Du Kuan inquired cautiously. Chu Han nodded, neither confirming nor denying. As a professional trading manager, Du Kuan ensured strict confidentiality regarding client information, unperturbed by the potential leak of his own possession of spatial equipment. "Excellent. Please, feel free to present any other materials you wish to sell," Du Kuan urged, his anticipation palpable. Chu Han produced the corpses of 66 Blackstone Scorpions. Du Kuan's eyes widened in surprise. The ability to carry so many scorpion bodies indicated that Chu Han's spatial equipment had substantial capacity. Following this, Chu Han revealed the remains of the corrupted canine king and the tusker boar. "I will keep the leg meat of this tusker boar, the rest is for sale," Chu Han remarked. These were corpses of 2 first-tier mutated beasts, and among the most formidable of their kind. Du Kuan gasped in astonishment, "Mr. Chu, the surprises you provide are simply astounding. Your strength leaves me in awe." He had not anticipated Chu Han's prowess to be so formidable. Defeating a second-tier martial artist was one thing, but slaying mutated beasts was a matter of life and death, further affirming Chu Han's capabilities. With a slight smile, Chu Han replied, "We are not finished yet." "Not yet finished. Could you possibly have even more advanced materials?" "Of course." Du Kuan felt his breath quicken, his gaze fixed intently on the vacant space before Chu Han. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the area. A colossal creature, measuring over 20 meters in length, materialized in the clearing, instantly filling the trading room. Upon witnessing the true form of this behemoth, Du Kuan sprang from his seat in utter astonishment. This is the corpse of a crimson scale python. An intact crimson scale python." Du Kuan's voice trembled with excitement, verging on hysteria. "This is truly astonishing. I have not laid eyes on a complete crimson scale python corpse in over 2 years, let alone traded one. The entire body is a treasure, each scale immensely valuable, a rare gem. Though it is a tier 2 beast, its worth exceeds that of even a tier 3 beast. Mr. Chu, how did you acquire this corpse?" "I killed it." In just 5 words, his tone exuded confidence and undeniable certainty. "You killed it?" Du Kuan's mind momentarily short-circuited. To slay a tier 2 crimson scale python, one must possess at least tier 3 strength. He could hardly believe that Chu Han was capable of such a feat, yet this mattered little. What was significant was that Chu Han had procured such a rare corpse, along with such high-grade spatial equipment and power surpassing that of his peers. Du Kuan began to speculate about which illustrious family Chu Han belonged to and resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Forgive my momentary lapse. Since you, Mr. Chu, have chosen to trust me, I will assist you in assessing the value of all the materials. Du Kuan took a moment to compose himself and began tallying Chu Han's materials. Utilizing an intelligent holographic assistant, he swiftly recorded the various materials into the trading information. Soon, an electronic holographic display popped up on Chu Han's wristband, detailing the price and quantity of each material. Blackstone Scorpion Tail Needle, 1,000 Federation Coins, quantity 146. Corrupted Hound Fong, 500 Federation Coins, quantity 62. Blackstone Scorpion Corpse, 3,000 Federation Coins, quantity 146. Mutated Blackstone Scorpion Tail Needle, 20,000 Federation Coins, quantity 1. Mutated Blackstone Scorpion Corpse, 50,000 Federation Coins, quantity 1. Corrupted Hound King Corpse, 60,000 Federation Coins, quantity 1. Fong Pig Corpse, 50,000 Federation Coins, quantity 1. Crimson Scale Python Corpse, 3,000 Federation Coins, quantity 1. Total, 37,950,000 Federation Coins. Chapter 22, The Army's Invitation. Over 3 million. Chu Han's face lit up with joy, a broad smile gracing his features. In his entire life, he had never seen such a sum of money. The same was true in his previous life. With this wealth, he could procure new equipment. Most importantly, he could purchase better healing potions for his father. I choose to trade. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han opted for the transaction, and his wristband promptly reflected an incoming deposit of 37,950,000 Federation coins. Adding this to his original 250,000, his savings surged past 4 million. Indeed, being a martial artist is the most lucrative. Chu Han felt a rush of exhilaration. He then inquired, Manager Du, are there any potions in the base's marketplace that can heal serious injuries for martial artists? He had some understanding of healing potions for his father, yet the information accessible to a student like him was limited and often inaccurate. Du Kuan replied with a smile. Certainly, Mr. Chu. May I ask what specific injuries the person in need of treatment has sustained? How long ago did the injury occur? He was poisoned by a cave demon spider. Although the toxin has been purged, various hidden injuries remain within, and his internal organs are in a state of ruin. It has been 12 years. He currently relies solely on basic healing solutions to stave off the deterioration of his condition. Chu Han recounted his father's situation. Du Kuan's brow furrowed slightly as he responded. To achieve a complete recovery, or even restore martial prowess, an A-grade nirvana pill, a tier 7 life fruit, or life water is required. Each of these treasures is valued at several billion Federation coins. I fear these are all beyond my means. Are there more affordable alternatives? Anything that can at least prevent the condition from worsening or alleviate the patient's suffering. Given the limitations of his savings, Du Kuan's recommendations seemed impractical. He merely sought a means to temporarily ease his father's ailments, allowing time for more gradual solutions. After a moment of contemplation, Du Kuan suggested, there is also the Life Gene Agent No. 1, a product developed in recent years specifically for repairing human injuries and treating various ailments. Upon ingestion, it reprograms the body's genes to mend damage. Oh, Chu Han's eyes sparkled with interest, and he quickly inquired, will it completely cure the condition I described? Du Kuan shook his head slightly. While this agent can repair physical damage, it has certain limitations. The individual you mentioned will likely be able to eliminate physical ailments and restore their body to a complete state. But the vital energy lost due to previous injuries cannot be replenished. Moreover, following treatment, their condition may be even weaker than that of an average person. They will only be able to perform simple basic activities and will be incapable of engaging in strenuous tasks. However, they will be able to care for themselves without the need for continuous use of those healing solutions, which will certainly alleviate some burden. That sounds acceptable. Chu Han nodded. He could definitely accept Du Kuan's assessment. He then asked, Manager Du, how much does the Life Gene Agent No. 1 cost per vial? The standard price set by the Federation is 5 million per unit, Du Kuan replied. 5 million, is it? I'm still a bit short. Chu Han had just over 4 million on hand, leaving a significant gap. Upon hearing this, Du Kuan chuckled. Mr. Chu, I consider you a valued client. I can offer it to you at a 30% discount. Really? I appreciate your help. Manager Du, it is my honor to assist you, Mr. Chu. Du Kuan had long recognized Chu Han's immense potential, and providing him with this convenience was undoubtedly a worthy investment. Furthermore, such discounting privileges were available to trading managers of his caliber multiple times. Chu Han transferred 3.5 million Federation coins, and soon after, Du Kuan personally retrieved a vial of the Life Gene Agent No. 1 and handed it to Chu Han. Chu Han carefully accepted the vial, scrutinizing the small container as if envisioning his father standing and moving about after recovery. After expressing his gratitude to Du Kuan, he hurriedly departed the trading center, intent on returning home to treat his father. However, as he reached the entrance, a booming voice suddenly called out, "Brother Chu Han." He turned to see Captain Wang from the military waving at him. Beside Captain Wang stood another figure, none other than Captain Li, who was with the principal. "Captain Li." "Captain Wang." Chu Han greeted them with a smile. Captain Wang stepped forward, clapping Chu Han on the shoulder, and exclaimed jovially, "Brother Chu Han, we finally found you. Captain Li has been wanting to have a word with you." Captain Li nodded slightly. "Chu Han, would you be interested in having a chat?" "Very well." Chu Han was curious about their intentions and readily agreed. The three of them settled into a cafe located in the martial artist leisure district. Li Yunjian first gestured for the waiter to bring 3 cups of coffee before turning to Chu Han and saying, "Chu Han, had it not been for your timely intervention to rescue my subordinates today, they would likely have perished on Blackstone Mountain. I must express my gratitude to you in person." Chu Han waved his hand modestly and replied, "Director Li, you overstate it. I merely did what was within my capabilities." "However," Li Yunjian replied earnestly, "that is not how we should frame it. Your assistance was indeed a life-saving grace. The mutated Blackstone scorpions and the numerous ordinary Blackstone scorpions are not foes that just anyone can confront. Your strength and courage are truly commendable." He then recounted the scene of his battle with Shin Ping. "I watched your sparring match with Shin Ping in its entirety, and I am certain you did not resort to performance-enhancing drugs. Your martial arts talent is astonishing." Captain Wang, standing nearby, concurred, "Indeed, Brother Chu Han. After many years in the military, I have encountered numerous martial arts prodigies, but none like you. Your potential is simply boundless." Chu Han, taken aback by their accolades, sensed that their compliments were not solely for the purpose of gratitude, likely hinting at a deeper motive. Once Li Yunjian's polite remarks concluded, he transitioned to the main topic. "Chu Han, beyond expressing my thanks, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our military. Should you choose to become part of my team, we would prioritize your training and dedicate ample resources to your development." Chu Han was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a sudden invitation from Li Yunjian. If this were the case, everything began to make sense. Li Yunjian continued, "While the martial arts examination is regarded by many as a crucial pathway for warriors to advance, it is not the only path." "Oh, I am eager to hear more." Chu Han replied, intrigued. Li Yunjian elaborated, "Joining our military allows you to undertake various missions, providing ample opportunities for practical experience. Training in real combat surpasses the pace of learning in school. Furthermore, the cultivation resources within our military are substantial. You will have access to various elixirs and martial techniques. And as long as you perform admirably, you can acquire them." Considering the prospect of joining the military, Chu Han reflected, "I had not previously contemplated this option." Li Yunjian lifted his coffee cup, taking a sip before adding, "One does not necessarily have to participate in the martial arts examination to gain admission to a martial arts university. Joining the military is a viable alternative." "Really?" Chu Han's interest piqued. Seeing Chu Han's curiosity sparked, Li Yunjian smiled slightly and remarked, "Once you join the military, you can directly apply for admission to prestigious military academies, including the Longxia Military Martial University, one of the 4 major martial arts universities in the Federation. It is renowned for cultivating numerous exceptional martial artists. The Military Martial University." Upon hearing these words, Chu Han could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, Chapter 23, Honorary Soldier. C-Rank Martial Technique, Explosive Fist. Listening to Li Yunjian's words, Chu Han was genuinely astonished. The Longxia Military Martial University, as one of the 4 major martial arts universities, ranks among the top 10 martial schools globally. It is a coveted institution for millions of students nationwide and one of Chu Han's aspirations. All 4 major academies are his ambitions, yet his foremost goal remains the top-ranked Kyoto Martial University. Kyoto Martial University stands as the pinnacle of martial arts education within the Longxia Federation, boasting exceptional faculty, abundant martial resources, and a track record of producing the most formidable warriors. In comparison, the Military Martial University falls slightly short. However, given his current circumstances, the Military Martial University indeed presents a commendable option. Noticing Chu Han's interest, Li Yunjian continued, "With your qualifications, I can assure you a chance to apply. As long as you pass the assessment, admission will be seamless, and this route is significantly less arduous than the martial arts examination." Chu Han was taken aback by the high regard in which this military official held him. The terms he offered were undeniably enticing, representing a bright path for many martial artists. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he gently shook his head. With a hint of regret, he replied, "Director Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer a more liberated lifestyle. The military's strict discipline and constraints might not suit me." Upon hearing Chu Han's refusal, Li Yunjian was not surprised. Chu Han's firm departure from the 3rd school indicated a resolute heart. Li Yunjian smiled and nodded, saying, "I respect your perspective. Everyone has their own choices. However, I have another proposal for you to consider." Chu Han, intrigued, looked at Li Yunjian and asked, "What proposal?" Li Yunjian set down his coffee cup and stated, "Chu Han, You could affiliate with my team as an honorary soldier. Honorary soldier? Chu Han inquired. Indeed. Honorary soldiers are not required to remain in the military full-time for training and missions. You would only need to undertake military tasks occasionally when assistance is required. During other times, you would enjoy complete freedom. Additionally, for each task you complete, you could earn military merit, which can be exchanged for various treasures within the military. Chu Han's interest was piqued. This proposal seemed perfectly tailored for him. It would afford him the freedom he desired while providing the military as a support system. Along with certain benefits, he saw no reason to decline. He nodded and said, directorly, "This proposal is quite appealing. I accept." Haha, splendid. From now on, you shall be a member of our team. Li Yunjian's face radiated satisfaction upon hearing Chu Han's agreement. This is excellent. With Brother Chu Han on our side, our team's strength will advance significantly. Captain Wang also expressed his enthusiasm. At that moment, Li Yunjian solemnly retrieved a medal from his pocket and said, "Chu Han, since you have agreed, I now present you with this Level 1 Military Merit Medal on behalf of the military district. It is a recognition of your previous assistance to the military and the students." For me, Chu Han was somewhat taken aback, as he had not yet undertaken any military tasks. "Of course," Li Yunjian declared, handing over the medal, which gleamed with a metallic luster. "Congratulations, Brother Chu. You are among the fastest to receive a military merit medal." "Thank you, Captain Li. I will come to the military for training whenever I have the chance." Chu Han replied with a smile. He could sense Li Yunjian's genuine appreciation, which he valued greatly. "Haha, there's more to your reward." Li Yunjian then retrieved a martial arts manual from his bag and handed it to Chu Han. "This is a martial technique." Chu Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Yunjian chuckled. "This is also a reward from the military district, a C-rank martial technique, explosive fist. I believe it will significantly enhance your strength." Chu Han hastily accepted the martial arts manual, filled with gratitude, and exclaimed, "Captain Li, thank you, and please extend my thanks to the military district for this reward. Should any tasks arise, I will not hesitate to assist." Li Yunjian patted Chu Han on the shoulder and smiled. "Brother Chu Han, no need for formality. From now on, we are comrades. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." Chu Han exchanged contact information with both Li Yunjian and Captain Wang. Shortly thereafter, Captain Wang personally drove him back to the urban area of Jiang City. After bidding farewell to Captain Wang, he hurried home. Throughout the journey, his emotions were a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Before long, Chu Han pushed open the door to his home. It was remarkably quiet inside. His father was resting in the bedroom, while his mother was still at work. "Father, I'm back," Chu Han called softly, as he stepped into the bedroom. Chu Han awoke and expressed his concern. "Xiao Han, how was the wilderness training camp? Did you encounter any dangers?" Chu Han smiled and reassured him. "Father, you needn't worry. I came through unscathed, and I gained a great deal from this experience." "That's good to hear. A martial artist is destined to face countless real battles in the future. And this wilderness training camp is merely the beginning," Chu Han replied, his satisfaction evident. Though he felt compelled to impart his wisdom as a seasoned individual, a notion that Chu Han had long grown accustomed to. "Father, let's not dwell on that. I brought back something significant for you." "Oh, what is it?" Chu Han retrieved a vial of the Life No. 1 Gene serum from his pocket and presented it to his father, saying, "Father, take a look at this." The smile on Chu Han's face faded as he gazed at the vial, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this the Life No. 1 Gene serum? Xiao Han, where did you acquire this? Such a thing does not come cheaply." Over the years, Chu Han had been researching methods for restoration. He had heard of the Life No. 1 Gene serum when it first emerged, but could never afford it. Therefore, seeing his son present it to him was nothing short of astonishing. Chu Han explained, "Of course. I purchased it. During my time at the wilderness training camp, I stumbled upon some rare materials. After selling them, I was able to buy this vial of serum, which should be able to cure your ailment." A warmth spread through Chu Han's heart, but soon a frown creased his brow as he sighed. "Alas, my child. How foolish you are. This serum is exorbitantly priced. You ought to invest your funds in your own training instead. I am but a useless shell, unworthy of such a sacrifice. You lack innate talent, and the path of martial cultivation is inherently arduous, requiring abundant resources for self-enhancement. How can you squander money on me?" Chu Han exclaimed, his emotions surging. Deep down, he longed to utilize the serum, yet he deemed his son's future far more significant. He resolutely decided to reserve this opportunity for his son. Hearing his father's words stirred deep emotion within Chu Han. He spoke earnestly. "Father, what are you saying? You are not a useless being in my eyes. You have sacrificed so much for me and our family. Now that I have the means, I must find a way to heal your affliction." After a moment's thought, he added, "Moreover, Father, during the awakening ceremony, I may not have registered any talent. It could have been a misunderstanding. In the past few days of training, I have come to realize that I indeed possess some talent." "What? Are you serious?" Chu Han exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Chu Han. He knew that the awakening ceremony was highly rigorous and rarely erroneous. "Could it be that you possess hidden talent?" "Hidden talent? Yes, it is quite possible," Chu Han declared, no longer concealing his abilities. A surge of energy coursed through him, and a layer of gray, stone-like skin enveloped his body. Then, seizing a kitchen knife, he struck it against his arm. Bang! The knife shattered into several pieces. Chu Han's eyes widened even further at this spectacle. This is talent. I knew my son could never be ordinary. Haha. Observing his father's exuberance, Chu Han quickly said, "Father, now you can take the serum, can't you?" Chu Han nodded, no longer hesitating. He uncapped the vial and tilted his head back, consuming the serum in one swift motion. Chapter 24, Talent Replication Card. Upon ingesting the serum, Chu Han's expression contorted with intense pain, his body beginning to tremble violently. Chu Han understood that this was the effect of the serum and refrained from intervening. Before long, Chu Han expelled several mouthfuls of black blood, his complexion growing even paler. Yet after a brief period, Chu Han noticed that his father's breath gradually steadied, no longer erratic as it had been before. After waiting a little longer, Chu Han observed that his father's breath remained calm, and color began to return to his face. "Is it over?" he asked, elated. Though his father's breath was still weaker than that of an ordinary person, the affliction that had plagued him for many years seemed truly to have vanished. "Father, how do you feel?" Chu Han inquired softly. Chu Han took a slight breath, his voice still frail. "I feel wonderful. The pain that tormented me for over a decade has completely disappeared. It feels surreal. Though I lack strength, I feel significantly better. I haven't breathed normally in years." A surge of joy welled up within Chu Han as he exclaimed, "Father, this is fantastic. Once you regain your strength, I will find a way to help you become a martial artist again." "A martial artist? Ha ha ha. I believe you can achieve it," Chu Han responded, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he nodded. This treatment had shifted his mindset. He had long given up on his injuries. But now hope reignited within him, healing both his body and spirit. Once Chu Han regained the ability to move, he took a few steps around the room before. With Chu Han's assistance, he made his way downstairs. The sun had not yet completely set, and Chu Han took a leisurely stroll within the community. Just then his wife, Zhang Milan, returned from work. Upon seeing Chu Han walking alone outside, she blinked in disbelief, dropping her groceries without a second thought. "Old Chu, what on earth is happening? You can walk," she asked in confusion. Turning to her with a gentle smile, Chu Han replied, "Milan, I am well now. You have suffered so much these years. Old Chu, you truly are better. This is marvelous," Zhang Milan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Chu Han quickly added, "Mother, father has taken the gene serum and has now cured his illness. He is still a bit weak and needs to recuperate, but you should be happy." "Yes, Milan. We must celebrate this moment," Chu Han reassured her. "All right, let us return home." That evening, Chu Han prepared a sumptuous dinner featuring spirit rice and wild boar meat. It was the most joyous meal the family had shared in over a decade. All three felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as the dark cloud that had loomed over them for years had finally dissipated. Seeing the smiles on his parents' faces, Chu Han felt that every ounce of effort he had put into his training was worth it. His father's liberation from suffering was merely the first step. He had not forgotten the debts owed to the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, and he was determined to help his father regain his strength and once again become a martial artist. Before that, he planned to move the family to a better environment, allowing his mother to retire and enjoy some well-deserved rest. With over 700,000 federal coins in his possession, he was well equipped to improve their living conditions. However, to achieve his goals more effectively, he intended to first complete his martial artist certification and obtain proof of his status. The simplest route to acquiring such proof was to demonstrate his ability to cultivate elemental energy. If he could not cultivate elemental energy, he would need to undergo practical assessments to prove his martial artist level capabilities. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could attain martial artist certification. Chu Han resolved to participate directly in the martial artist practical assessments. Though he still had much to learn in terms of cultivation, he had far surpassed expectations in practical combat. Becoming a martial artist would yield bountiful rewards. In the Longxia Federation, martial artists enjoyed various benefits, including subsidies for necessities such as food and housing. A first-tier martial artist not only received a monthly stipend of 10,000 federal coins, but could also apply to reside in a martial artist community or apartment. With his current finances, purchasing a home in the martial artist community was still a stretch, but residing in a martial artist apartment was well within reach. He planned to have his parents move into the apartment once he secured his martial artist certification. On another note, he also aimed to participate in the martial arts grand examination as a martial artist. After dinner, Chu Han ascended to the rooftop. He retrieved the newly acquired C-grade martial technique, the explosive fist, and, illuminated by the dim light of the rooftop, he meticulously perused its contents. After a thorough reading, the essence of the explosive fist was indelibly etched in his mind. His foundational boxing skills had already reached an extraordinary level of mastery, and with a profound understanding of martial arts, augmented by his 10,000-fold talent, he swiftly grasped the profound intricacies of the explosive fist. Truly, the explosive fist was remarkable. Chu Han couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This technique was on par with the 7 styles of the breaking army. The most formidable aspect of the explosive fist lay in its immense explosive power, capable of unleashing a staggering six-fold damage right from the onset. Its core principle involved the ingenious compression of both kinetic and elemental energy, condensing them like explosive material within the fist and at the moment of impact, releasing all that power simultaneously, resulting in unparalleled force. Moreover, another distinct characteristic of the explosive fist was its ability to unleash the accumulated energy within the target, inflicting even greater damage, effectively bypassing defenses to some extent. Although he was yet unable to harness elemental energy, this martial technique was sufficient to significantly elevate his unarmed combat prowess. Chu Han took a deep breath, positioning himself according to the explosive fist's method of channeling energy, gradually raising his right arm and gathering all his strength into his right fist. "Huh!" Chu Han shouted, hurling his right fist forward like a cannonball, creating a howling wind. Boom! The air before him exploded, twisting under the force of Chu Han's punch, which was stronger than any he had thrown before. It must surely exceed six-fold strength. The explosive fist was indeed formidable. Savoring the initial thrill, Chu Han did not pause for a moment. He adjusted his breathing once more, feeling the energy within him surge even more violently toward his right fist, this time prepared to amplify the power of the explosive fist further. Boom! Another punch was unleashed, and this time its power had evidently increased significantly. The explosive fist pursued the relentless breaking of limits. With each breakthrough, its might grew stronger. With the explosive fist, my abilities can ascend to new heights. Chu Han felt immense satisfaction with this martial technique. Currently, on the rooftop, there were no devices to test the power of his skills. Otherwise, he would have certainly conducted an experiment. After practicing the explosive fist, Chu Han practiced a few techniques of the Gale Blade, which he had learned from Shinping, further enhancing his own capabilities. While the 7 styles of the Breaking Army focused on explosive power, the Gale Blade was characterized by its agility and swiftness, allowing the two to complement each other. After completing his training in the blade techniques, Chu Han spent some time refining his 9-fold body tempering technique before concluding his practice. The next morning, as was routine, Chu Han engaged in a lottery draw. Initially, he believed his luck had run out after acquiring a spatial ring the previous day. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that today's draw yielded even more remarkable results. Talent Duplication Card. Upon use, can duplicate an individual's talent up to S-grade. The user must make physical contact with the subject to activate it. It seems that Lady Luck has not yet abandoned me. Chu Han was filled with excitement, already contemplating which talent to replicate. After all, this talent duplication card could almost allow him to customize his own abilities. He could replicate any talent he desired. The only drawback was the necessity of physical contact with the individual being copied. Among those he had come into contact with, the highest talent belonged to Li Minggran, with her A-grade talent of the Ice Spirit Body. Could it be that I need to find an opportunity to come into contact with Li Minggran? Perhaps not, he thought, shaking his head. Chapter 25, The Invitation from Zhao Feiyu. The talent duplication card was left in the lottery space, ready for use at any time. Today was June 26th, and martial artist certification occurred on the first day of each month, with the next one being July 1st. He had 5 days left to continue enhancing his strength. After breakfast, he made his way to the Warhammer Martial Arts School. "Dad, Mom, just a few more days, and we will move to our new home." Before leaving, he left 100,000 federal coins for his family and asked his mother to resign from her job. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, an excited voice greeted him. "Hanggu, you finally made it." Chu Han turned to see Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just encountered a beautiful woman. Confused, Chu Han inquired, "Zhao Feiyu, do you need something from me?" Zhao Feiyu rushed over, grinning. "Hanggu, I want to challenge you. Let's fight. Haven't you been humiliated enough?" Chu Han teased, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Feiyu, and was taken aback. "You've gotten so much stronger." He noticed that Zhao Feiyu was radiating vitality and that elemental energy flowed through him. He had already become a first-tier martial artist. This astonished him, considering Zhao Feiyu had only recently reached the quasi-martial artist level, and his rate of improvement was no less than his own. Had he also found a cheat? Hee. Zhao Feiyu beamed. "Hanggu, what do you think? Now I'm qualified to challenge you, right?" Chu Han nodded. "Indeed, you are, but after the battle. You must tell me how you got so strong." "No problem. But why do I feel like, even after becoming a martial artist, I still can't see through you?" Zhao Feiyu pondered. "You'll understand after we fight." The two made their way to a ring within the martial arts school, forgoing weapons. The battle was imminent. Zhao Feiyu launched the first attack, enveloped in a purple elemental energy that surged his aura, resembling an enraged lion. "This is my family's inherited technique, the Angry Lion Fist." Zhao Feiyu unleashed his full power from the outset, as the purple elemental energy swiftly coalesced around his fist, forming a massive lion's head. Angry Lion Punch. With a roar, the lion's head shot forth, hurtling toward Chu Han. What a splendid martial technique, enhanced by elemental energy. Chu Han felt a surge of fighting spirit, channeling all his energy into his fist. Explosive Fist. Chu Han's punch collided with the lion's head, and the accumulated energy erupted instantaneously, shattering the purple lion's visage with relentless force. Boom! The purple elemental energy dissipated in an instant, vanishing from sight. Not far away, Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. As Chu Han's fist continued to advance toward him, Zhao Feiyu quickly waved his hands in surrender. No more fighting. I concede. You're truly a monster. Chu Han halted, exasperated. I haven't even hit you yet. How can you give up? Zhao Feiyu laughed nervously. The fact that you could shatter the angry lion punch's elemental energy indicates your strength far surpasses mine. Fighting you would be sheer folly. I'm not that foolish. So how did you suddenly become so strong and become a martial artist? Chu Han queried, puzzled. Zhao Feiyu explained. After consuming your extraordinary strength pill that day, my father recognized my efforts. He leveraged his connections and made certain sacrifices to expedite my bloodline upgrade, enhancing my angry lion bloodline to the purple level, which significantly boosted my talent within A-grade capabilities. Furthermore, with the upgrade of my bloodline talent, I have also reaped numerous benefits. I still have remnants of power within me that have yet to merge, otherwise I would be even stronger. Chu Han was taken aback. Is it truly possible to do that? I'm envious of such a family-inherited talent. He began contemplating whether he should use the duplication card to replicate Zhao Feiyu's talent, as it was indeed a genuine A-grade talent that could enable him to grow rapidly. However, this notion swiftly dissipated from Chu Han's mind. Although the lineage of the Mad Lion bestowed remarkable talents, it was ultimately a familial gift. Without the Zhao family's secret techniques and cultivation methods, this talent could hardly be utilized. Aside from enhancing certain physical attributes, it was akin to a wasted potential. Chu Han shook his head, relinquishing the thought. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly inquired, by the way, Han Ge, do you have time recently? Come with me to the wilderness. Oh, what do you intend to do? Chu Han asked. Intrigued, Zhao Feiyu sighed. Alas, the enhancement of my bloodline talent prior to becoming a martial artist has its flaws. The power within me is not stable. I need to utilize the blood of various lion-like exotic beasts to assist in my cultivation, so I wish to hunt them in the wild. I see, Chu Han nodded. Han Ge, your strength is formidable, making you the perfect companion for my expedition, even if just to safeguard me. Of course, I won't ask you to go without compensation. I can offer you a Mad Lion pill as a reward. Mad Lion pill? Chu Han's interest was piqued. Sensing his curiosity, Zhao Feiyu hastily elaborated. The Mad Lion pill is a treasured elixir passed down in my family. When consumed by a prospective martial artist, it significantly enhances vitality and fortifies the body, even unlocking latent potential. The efficacy of a single pill surpasses that of 100 vitality pills. I exerted great effort to obtain just 2. I'll take that pill. I'm ready to join you in the wilderness at any time. Chu Han immediately agreed. This decision stemmed not only from the allure of the Mad Lion pill, but also because he had intended to venture into the wild for training, making it a fortuitous arrangement. Zhao Feiyu rejoiced, splendid. However, I heard that you 3 are participating in some wilderness training camp. Will that interfere with your plans? Chu Han shook his head. I have already withdrawn from Sanzhong. Whatever they decide to do is no longer my concern. What? You've withdrawn from Sanzhong? Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Then how will you register for the martial arts examination? It commences in a month. Chu Han replied. I plan to become a martial artist first and register as an independent martial artist. Zhao Feiyu shook his head at this. That is one approach. But the registration for independent martial artists is limited in capacity. Why not join our Izhong? I can have my father speak to the principal on your behalf. No, thank you. I prefer to rely on my own methods for registration. Chu Han declined Zhao Feiyu's kind offer, his curiosity about Zhao Feiyu's family background deepening, realizing his father wielded considerable influence in Jiang City. Subsequently, Chu Han explained the reasons for his withdrawal from Sanzhong. Zhao Feiyu erupted in anger, cursing the principal and leadership of Sanzhong in turn. Han Ge, I also plan to undergo martial artist certification on July 1st. Let us go together. That works. The two decided to pursue certification together and subsequently discussed their plans for the wilderness expedition. They resolved to set off early the following morning, taking the day to prepare. Zhao Feiyu even preemptively paid the agreed reward, presenting Chu Han with a Mad Lion pill. Chu Han did not refuse, intending to utilize the pill to swiftly enhance his strength that very day. After bidding farewell to Zhao Feiyu, he made his way to the training room. He began by measuring his strength, and the results astonished him. His left arm registered 8,050 gene, while his right arm measured 8,079 gene. He had surpassed the 8,000 gene threshold in single-arm strength. With the explosive fist technique, he could now deliver a punch exceeding 50,000 gene. How much stronger will I become after consuming the Mad Lion pill? Chapter 26. Muscle Transformation and the Second Level of the 9-Stage Body Forging Technique. Chu Han took out the Mad Lion pill, and instantly, the training room filled with a unique medicinal aroma. Inhaling the fragrance invigorated him. Truly a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a surge of potent medicinal energy, burning within him like a raging flame. Influenced by this energy, his blood began to boil, and every cell felt as though it was undergoing evolution. Simultaneously, he felt as if his entire body was being seared by a fierce fire, the pain almost unbearable. This agony was far more intense than what he had experienced during the first level of the 9-stage body forging technique. Chu Han gritted his teeth, striving to endure it. Understanding that this moment was optimal for cultivation, he knew he could not waste such immense medicinal power, akin to the time he absorbed the black bloodstone. Chu Han immediately commenced practicing the 9-stage body forging technique. After executing the 36 postures of the first level, the vortex of primordial energy at his dantian reappeared. In an instant, the medicinal energy that had been surging within him found an outlet, rushing madly into the vortex of primordial energy. The powerful medicinal force rapidly strengthened him, rendering every part of his body increasingly resilient and robust. Chu Han could distinctly sense his physique fortifying at an astonishing rate, filling him with joy. However, before long, he realized that the medicinal energy accumulating in the dantian vortex was surpassing his body's ability to assimilate it. In light of this, I shall harness this medicinal energy to cultivate the second level of the 9-stage body forging technique. Chu Han began adjusting his body according to the postures of the second level. The moment he assumed the first posture, an intense pain surged through him. This suffering was several times more severe than that of the first level. The agony induced by the mad lion pill paled in comparison. It felt as though every bone and sinew in his body were being crushed, torn apart, and reassembled. Chu Han could only grit his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he maintained the posture, forcing himself to adapt to the challenges of the second level. Naturally, the benefits afforded by the second level far exceeded those of the first. The medicinal energy that had been stored in the vortex of primordial energy coursed through his body at an accelerated pace, continuously refining every part of him. The impurities within his body were expelled under the influence of the medicinal energy, effectively achieving a muscle transformation. Truly effective. Chu Han felt a surge of elation. Although the pain remained intense, witnessing this result spurred him to persevere through the agony. Methodically practicing each of the postures of the second level of the 9-stage body forging technique. As he completed each posture, the speed at which the medicinal energy was absorbed increased, and his physique continued to strengthen at an astonishing rate. Upon completing all 36 postures of the second level, the vortex of primordial energy at his dantian expanded significantly, its rotation accelerating several-fold, and the rate of medicinal energy absorption surged. Coupled with the mad lion pill's ability to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, a torrent of primordial energy flooded into Chu Han's dantian vortex. Mingling with the medicinal force, Chu Han felt his body evolving under the nourishment of the medicinal and primordial energies, becoming increasingly perfect. The absorption process continued for 8 hours before the medicinal energy of the mad lion pill was completely assimilated. At this moment, the vortex of primordial energy within him gradually dissipated, and the primordial energy within his body became tranquil, leaving him with a sense of rebirth. Simultaneously, he had fully mastered the second level of the 9-stage body forging technique, ensuring a significant boost in his future cultivation speed. Sensing the newfound strength within him, Chu Han approached the strength testing device. He exerted force with one arm, pushing upward. The device shook violently, and the numbers on the screen soared rapidly, soon surpassing the 10,000 gene mark, ultimately stabilizing at 15,028 gene. A staggering 15,000 gene. What an extraordinary increase. Chu Han tested his other arm, finding it also capable of exerting around 15,000 gene. He then approached the punching power tester and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the numbers on the device stabilized at an impressive 91,030 gene. Six-fold strength. My foundational boxing technique has indeed reached the ability to deliver 6 times the punching power. Chu Han was confident that his mastery of the foundational boxing technique had not improved, and that this extraordinary punch was solely attributed to the effects of his body after the I Jing Jing and Shisui practices. Following these practices, his body's coordination had approached perfection, naturally amplifying the power of his strikes. Now, an ordinary punch from him possessed nearly 50 tons of force. The might of his explosive punch was unimaginable. Even a third-tier martial artist would hesitate to withstand his assault. Glancing at the time, Chu Han noted it was nearing 5 p.m. It was time to conclude today's training. He first indulged in a refreshing shower in the training room's private bathroom, cleansing his skin of impurities and grime. Afterward, he felt rejuvenated, exuding a newfound charm. I've become even more handsome than before, Chu Han remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Upon leaving the martial arts academy, Chu Han made his way to the Martial Artist Association. Yesterday, his steel long knife had been damaged during his battle with Shinping, and he intended to acquire a new weapon. The second floor of the Martial Artist Association housed a marketplace, offering a variety of items related to martial artists. With a clear objective, he swiftly purchased a Blood Shadow series battle knife valued at 500,000. This weapon was classified as C grade, weighing 100 gene. crafted from materials derived from extraordinary beasts and special metals, sharp and durable, perfectly suited for Chu Han. After acquiring the knife, his savings were significantly diminished. Thus, he resolved to hunt more extraordinary beasts during tomorrow's outdoor expedition to earn additional funds. The following morning, Chu Han engaged in his routine lottery draw. Today's reward was quite satisfactory, a vial of detoxifying elixirs, totaling 20 capsules. This was precisely what he needed, should he encounter poison in the wild. This vial would be a lifesaver. After breakfast, Chu Han met up with Zhao Feiyu in the plaza of the Martial Artist Association. Zhao Feiyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brother Han, you must have taken that lion's fury pill, right?" "Indeed, it appears to be a miraculous elixir." Chu Han nodded. "My strength has increased significantly." "Wonderful. I guess correctly. You truly can absorb the power of the lion's fury pill. The stronger you become, the safer I feel." Zhao Feiyu rejoiced. "Let us set off," Chu Han said as the two boarded the vehicle heading to the wilderness, departing Jiang City and heading towards the outdoor base. Meanwhile, in the office of the Martial Arts Association president, a middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Zhao Feiyu, inquired, "Are you saying that Feiyu has really gone into the wild with that student named Chu Han?" Beside him, an elderly man with graying hair but sharp eyes nodded, "Yes. It seems the young master holds great respect for Chu Han, having even given him a lion's fury pill." The middle-aged man was taken aback. "What? He actually gave away a lion's fury pill? What was the outcome? Did Chu Han consume it?" The elder replied, "From their conversation, it appears that Chu Han did consume the lion's fury pill and has indeed become much stronger." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression softened slightly. "Oh? A person without the lion's bloodline could so effortlessly absorb the power of the lion's fury pill. This Chu Han is quite remarkable. No wonder he has managed to impress Feiyu." Chu Han possesses formidable strength. Although he cannot yet cultivate Yuan power, he exudes the aura of a humanoid extraordinary beast. His physique and vitality far exceed that of ordinary individuals, comparable to a third-tier martial artist, the elder added. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "It seems this individual is not as simple as he appears. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate all his information and background." Understood. Chapter 27. Return to the wilderness. Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu first arrived at the outdoor base for a brief respite before heading straight into the wilderness. Their destination this time was the depths of the Black Stone Mountains primordial forest, which was distinct from the location of their previous outdoor training. As they traveled swiftly, they refrained from engaging the extraordinary beasts they encountered whenever possible. However, even so, they found themselves needing to engage in combat nearly every few moments, as those extraordinary beasts would often attack upon spotting humans. Chu Han collected various materials during their journey, stowing them in his backpack. Zhao Feiyu had come to the wilderness with the intent to hunt lion-like extraordinary beasts. According to the information in the Extraordinary Beast Manual, there were only two types of lion-like extraordinary beasts within the Black Stone Mountain range: the arrow-tailed lion and the black-maned lion. The average level of arrow-tailed lions was around Tier 1, though some Tier 2 specimens existed, making them the primary targets for the duo. The black-maned lion, however, was considerably more dangerous. Adult black-maned lions were all above Tier 3, and even their young were at Tier 1, making them a formidable challenge for the pair. They continued deeper into the forest, finally reaching the redwood forest, known for its towering red trees, by noon, where arrow-tailed lions were known to roam. Zhao Feiyu took the lead, his purple yuan power gently swirling around him as he concentrated on sensing the surroundings. His unique lion's bloodline endowed him with exceptional perception, particularly sensitive to lion-like extraordinary beasts, allowing him to detect any within a kilometer radius. Before long, Zhao Feiyu's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. "Brother Han, I've spotted something," he exclaimed, pointing to the right front. "Over there, two Tier 1 arrow-tailed lions. We must hurry and catch up. We can't let them escape." Chu Han nodded. "Let us go." In a flash, the two raced toward the direction of the arrow-tailed lions. Soon, Chu Han caught sight of the two majestic creatures. The arrow-tailed lion was massive, its body cloaked in thick yellow fur, its tail adorned with a sharp, arrow-like bone structure, its signature weapon. The tail was indeed the arrow-tailed lion's most lethal asset. A strike could severely injure even a second-tier martial artist. With a mighty roar, Zhao Feiyu launched the first attack. Wielding a spear imbued with purple yuan power, charging forth like a streak of violet light, commanding an impressive presence. With his A-grade talent coupled with his family's martial arts techniques, Zhao Feiyu stood out as a top-tier fighter among first-tier martial artists. In the distance, the two arrow-tailed lions sensed the impending threat. One of them charged toward Zhao Feiyu, raising a paw high to strike at the spear's tip. Simultaneously, the arrow tail behind it was poised like a drawn bow, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Clearly, the arrow tail was its true killing move. Zhao Feiyu remained calm, deftly maneuvering his spear to evade the arrow-tailed lion's claw, thrusting it swiftly into the creature's abdomen. The arrow-tailed lion emitted a pained roar, its arrow tail instinctively striking out, only to be deflected by Zhao Feiyu's spear. With a powerful twist, he sent the wounded arrow-tailed lion tumbling. Well done, Chu Han thought, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Zhao Feiyu's performance against the arrow-tailed lion was nothing short of flawless. Even a second-tier martial artist would struggle to achieve such finesse. It was evident that he was incredibly familiar with various lion-like extraordinary beasts, allowing him to navigate the battle with such ease. With his concerns for Zhao Feiyu's safety eased, Chu Han turned his attention to the other arrow-tailed lion. His combat style was straightforward and brutal. With overwhelming speed and force, he swiftly severed the creature's head with a single strike. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu also quickly dispatched his arrow-tailed lion, flourishing his spear in an impressive display and striking a handsome pose. When he turned to look at Chu Han, he discovered that Chu Han had already finished his battle and was waiting for him. Zhao Feiyu was immediately engulfed in embarrassment, cursing in his heart at Chu Han for being excessively perverse. Subsequently, he retrieved a vast container from his spatial bracelet and positioned it beneath the wound of the arrow-tailed lion to commence the collection of its blood. Once the blood was gathered, Chu Han placed both carcasses of the arrow-tailed lions into his spatial ring. He did not conceal the existence of his spatial equipment from Zhao Feiyu, who was momentarily astonished but did not inquire further. The two then resumed their search for new targets. As they walked, Zhao Feiyu suddenly halted, his countenance turning grave. "What have you discovered?" Chu Han inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhao Feiyu whispered to him, "There is a cave ahead, housing no fewer than 5 arrow-tailed lions, among which 2 are of the second tier, while the other 3 are of the first tier. Should we avoid them?" "Avoid them? Do you truly wish to?" Chu Han retorted. Zhao Feiyu's expression reflected hesitation as he furrowed his brow, replying, "With my current strength, I can manage a single first-tier arrow-tailed lion, but facing 2 would be a struggle. If 3 were to attack simultaneously, I would stand no chance, especially with 2 second-tier ones in the mix. Even you wouldn't be able to handle that, would you? Though it pains me, my life is the most paramount concern." Zhao Feiyu had not become so greedy as to disregard his own life. Yet Chu Han, with a reassuring pat on Zhao Feiyu's shoulder, said, "Fear not, I shall take care of the 2 second-tier arrow-tailed lions. You can contend with the 3 first-tier ones." Witnessing the confidence radiating from Chu Han ignited a spark of eagerness in Zhao Feiyu. After all, the blood of the second-tier arrow-tailed lions was vastly more potent than that of the first. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "Fortune favors the bold. Let us take the risk. Worst-case scenario, I'll just be another man in 18 years. Chu Han chuckled, "It's not that dire. You may only sustain minor injuries." "Really? That is splendid." Zhao Feiyu felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving Chu Han's assurance. Thus, the duo stealthily approached the cave, exercising utmost caution to avoid alarming their quarry. However, the moment they entered the cave's mouth, they were met with the furious roars of the arrow-tailed lions. "We've been discovered." Zhao Feiyu's face paled. Chu Han, however, remained composed. With a thunderous roar, a first-tier arrow-tailed lion charged towards them at breakneck speed. Chu Han's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his blade carving a graceful arc through the air, swiftly decapitating the foremost first-tier arrow-tailed lion. A spray of blood splattered across the cave as the lion's head was sent soaring. His speed was so remarkable that neither Zhao Feiyu nor the other arrow-tailed lions could react in time. This act of ferocity incited the wrath of the 2 second-tier arrow-tailed lions within the pride. These creatures, larger and imbued with a menacing aura, charged forth, their eyes ablaze with rage and their roars reverberating through the cave, shaking it to its very core. As they lunged at Chu Han, their lethal tails struck like arrows aimed directly at him with lightning speed. Were he to be struck, his body would assuredly be pierced. Yet he remained unfazed, calm in the face of danger. Although the second-tier arrow-tailed lions were formidable, they paled in comparison to the crimson-scaled python he had previously vanquished, rendering them far from intimidating. With a subtle shift of his feet, he employed the spirit cat steps, effortlessly evading the 4 incoming tails. Having dodged the deadly onslaught, Chu Han surged forward, closing in on one of the arrow-tailed lions, and delivered a powerful punch to its chest. The explosive force erupted within the lion's body, akin to a thunderclap, shattering its internal organs. The colossal beast collapsed, blood gushing from its mouth and nose. A single strike had secured victory. Such was the might of the explosive fist. Is this truly happening? Zhao Feiyu, observing the scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. Chu Han could eliminate a second-tier beast with such ease, and he had previously contemplated challenging him? After Chu Han dispatched the second-tier arrow-tailed lion, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. What had been a 2 against 5 scenario had now transformed into 2 against 3. A significant advantage. Zhao Feiyu felt an immediate alleviation of pressure and shouted, "Leave the 2 first-tier ones to me." He then charged at the 2 first-tier arrow-tailed lions with his spear. The remaining second-tier arrow-tailed lion, upon witnessing its companion's swift demise, did not retreat. Rather, it grew even more enraged and lunged at Chu Han once more. Employing the same tactic, Chu Han dodged the lion's attack and unleashed another explosive punch upon its skull. With a resounding crash, the second-tier lion's head caved in as if struck by a cannonball, rendering it motionless before crashing heavily to the ground. Another swift victory. The two second-tier arrow-tailed lions posed no threat to Chu Han whatsoever, and he felt a sense of lingering satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu was entangled with the two first-tier arrow-tailed lions. Chu Han's triumph bolstered Zhao Feiyu's confidence, allowing him to fight without concern for his safety. With fervor, he wielded his spear, executing various techniques and martial arts without faltering. The death of their companion had unsettled the two first-tier arrow-tailed lions, causing them to grow increasingly agitated. They frequently glanced towards Chu Han, their eyes brimming with trepidation and fear. Soon enough, Zhao Feiyu seized an opening, piercing one lion's throat with his spear. After exerting considerable effort, he dispatched the other as well. Huh, we've won, Zhao Feiyu gasped, panting heavily, his body marked with numerous wounds. Yet, his face was alight with joy. This battle had brought him immense rewards, elevating his combat skills to a new level. With the copious amounts of lion blood gathered, it was indeed a bountiful harvest. He paid no heed to his injuries as he hurriedly collected the lion's blood. The 5 arrow-tailed lion's blood filled the container to 2/3 of its capacity. This was more than half. I thought it would take days to gather enough. Yet it appears that today may be the day. Zhao Feiyu's objective was to collect the blood of lion-like beasts and fill the entire container. With this goal now substantially achieved, how could he not feel elated? After a brief rest, the two continued their journey. However, this time they spent several hours before encountering 3 first-tier arrow-tailed lions, with no second-tier ones in sight. What could be the reason? Had all the arrow-tailed lions on this mountain been exterminated? As dusk approached, they had no choice but to halt their search and resume the next day. Thus, they sought a place to spend the night. The wilderness at night was fraught with peril, just as they discovered a natural cave and began to settle in. Zhao Feiyu's expression suddenly changed, his gaze fixed intensely on the left-side forest. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "There's a third-tier black-maned lion over there." His emotions were a mix of shock and joy, leaving him momentarily uncertain of how to react. Upon hearing this, Chu Han's eyes sparkled with determination, his fighting spirit ignited. A third-tier beast was indeed worth his intervention. "Brother Han, what shall we do? Can you handle it?" Zhao Feiyu looked at Chu Han with a face full of hope. Although Chu Han had slain 2 rank 2 arrow-tailed lions, that did not imply he could contend with a rank 3 black-maned lion. The power of the black-maned lion far surpassed that of the arrow-tailed lion, not merely due to a difference in rank, but in every attribute. It was overwhelmingly superior. Even a rank 3 warrior would hesitate to face a black-maned lion alone. However, Chu Han was no ordinary individual, and Zhao Feiyu held substantial expectations. Should he succeed in slaying a black-maned lion, the quality of the blood he would acquire would undoubtedly elevate to an entirely new level. Chu Han nodded and declared, "Leave this black-maned lion to me. You should keep your distance for now." "Be careful, Han Gu," Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy at Chu Han's unwavering confidence and eagerness. He quickly pointed to a direction. "It's coming this way." Chu Han raced toward the direction Zhao Feiyu indicated, and soon beheld the towering figure of the black-maned lion, which stood over 3 meters tall. Its entire body was adorned with steel needle-like black mane, appearing as if it had been dipped in ink, devoid of any other color. Its large, bell-like eyes radiated a chilling ferocity, and its entire being exuded an aura of ruthless dominance. This presence was leagues beyond that of the rank 2 arrow-tailed lion, akin to an otherworldly beast king, resplendent in its might. With fervent determination igniting within him, Chu Han positioned himself directly in the path of the formidable beast, confronting the black-maned lion head-on. The lion was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of a human, soon erupting in fury. Emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the forest, Chu Han felt an overwhelming wave of malevolence wash over him, the aura palpable enough to momentarily still the surrounding air. Truly, the power of a rank 3 beast was formidable, he mused, meeting the lion's gaze with unwavering resolve. He noted a glint of hatred in the lion's eyes, which burned a fierce red, as if it harbored an ancient grudge against him. Could it be that the black-maned lion was aware of his intent to hunt it? As he scrutinized the beast, Chu Han discovered that the black-maned lion bore wounds. On its flank were several long gashes, the fur around them matted and oozing blood, clearly inflicted by human weaponry. The freshness of the wounds suggested a recent encounter with humans, explaining the lion's intense animosity towards them at this moment. Nonetheless, Chu Han had no time to ponder the reasons behind its injuries, for the black-maned lion had already launched its assault. The lion lunged with astounding speed, its massive form barreling toward him as if it were unharmed. In an instant, its gaping maw was nearly upon Chu Han's neck. With a sudden burst of agility, Chu Han evaded the snap of its jaws, retaliating with a powerful punch to the lion's jaw. This exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him no opportunity to unleash his explosive fist. He felt as though he had struck a surface of highly elastic silk, as most of his force dissipated against the lion's fur, failing to inflict any damage. Simultaneously, the lion's claws slashed toward him, offering no respite. Should he be caught, even Chu Han's formidable physique could sustain severe injury. He acted swiftly, pushing off the lion's body to propel himself away from the imminent danger, creating distance between them. This brief skirmish left Chu Han with no advantage, yet he had also avoided significant harm. The might of the rank 3 beast was even greater than he had anticipated. The black-maned lion, in turn, displayed a flicker of curiosity in its eyes, seemingly intrigued that a mere human could evade its attack. This only intensified its ferocity. Suddenly, the black-maned lion opened its massive jaws, summoning a multitude of dark energy that coalesced into a black sphere. A sense of dread washed over Chu Han. This was the black flame technique. It was a signature move of the black-maned lion, immensely powerful. The fact that the beast resorted to this tactic indicated it was prepared to fight with all its might. In the next moment, a beam of black light erupted from its maw, hurtling towards Chu Han. Instantly, he activated the spirit cat steps to their utmost extent, becoming a flurry of afterimages that darted around the black-maned lion. The black beam pursued him relentlessly, obliterating anything in its path, be it colossal trees or massive boulders. All were reduced to rubble under its assault. Chu Han deftly evaded the beam while rapidly closing in on the lion. Just as the lion's aim was about to align with him, he successfully maneuvered to its flank, targeting the beast's wounds with a decisive punch. Explosive fist. Chu Han's fist connected with the lion's injury, unleashing a torrent of power that elicited a pained roar from the creature, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Blood gushed from the wound, and the lion's massive frame staggered, collapsing to the ground. With that blow, he likely shattered several of its ribs. The beast thrashed in agony, yet failed to rise. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Han vaulted onto the black-maned lion's neck, pinning it down. Once again, he charged his explosive fist and struck the lion's head with tremendous force. The terrifying impact caused blood to stream from its orifices. However, as a rank 3 beast, the lion possessed an incredibly tenacious vitality and did not succumb. Instead, it fought back with renewed vigor, attempting to dislodge Chu Han from its back. Unyielding, Chu Han rained down punches upon the lion's skull like a tempest. The forest echoed with the sounds of his strikes, and after enduring dozens of blows, the black-maned lion finally ceased its struggle for life. Chapter 29, The Hunter Squad. At last it was dead. Chu Han rubbed his sore knuckles, exhaling a sigh of relief. He called out to Zhao Feiyu, who was several hundred meters away. "It's done. Come over." Moments later, Zhao Feiyu dashed toward him. Upon witnessing the ravaged forest and the bloodied carcass of the black-maned lion, his face was awash with astonishment, especially upon seeing Chu Han sitting atop the slain beast. He was utterly flabbergasted. After battling a rank 3 black-maned lion, Han Ge had emerged unscathed. How powerful was he? Such a level of combat instilled in Zhao Feiyu a sense of trepidation, as he felt that even spectating might pose a risk of injury. Yet, Chu Han remained composed, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos around him. The more he pondered, the more he realized the vast chasm between himself and Chu Han. His gaze greedily fell upon the lifeless form of the black-maned lion, unable to look away. "Han Ge, you are truly my brother. Ha ha. With the blood of the black-maned lion, my strength will surely soar," Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, his excitement nearly prompting him to declare Chu Han his adoptive father. He hastily retrieved a container to collect the lion's blood. Before long, the vessel was filled to capacity with the precious liquid. Once the blood was collected, he would commence his training that very night. Zhao Feiyu, brimming with excitement, stowed away the container using his spatial bracelet, while Chu Han secured the corpse of the black-maned lion. The two then returned to the cave they had previously discovered. Upon their return, Zhao Feiyu produced the vessel filled with the lion's blood and placed it upon the ground. He then retrieved a vial of purple potion from his spatial bracelet and poured its entire contents into the container. The mixture of the purple potion and lion's blood immediately sparked a vigorous reaction, causing the blood within the vessel to begin boiling, bubbling, and emitting a gurgling sound. Soon, the cave was enveloped in a crimson mist, thick with the scent of blood. Zhao Feiyu elucidated. The blood of the lion-like beast serves as the fundamental ingredient. Only when combined with my family's specially crafted potion can its true potential be unlocked. This potion purifies the medicinal properties within the blood, ultimately transforming it into a powerful tonic. Upon hearing this, Chu Han gazed into the container, noting that the once full blood was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate, transforming into a dark red plasma. However, the energy contained within it grew increasingly refined, stirring a sense of longing within him. He pondered whether he too could harness this plasma for his cultivation. Zhao Feiyu, perceiving Chu Han's thoughts, chuckled, "Brother Han, this specially formulated lion's blood potion can only be utilized in conjunction with my innate talent and cultivation techniques. Ordinary individuals cannot absorb the violent medicinal energy contained within." "Perhaps I might manage to absorb it," Chu Han retorted with a smile. He had previously absorbed the blood of a crimson-scaled python and the energy from a black bloodstone, so he speculated he could also harness this potion. Zhao Feiyu's expression turned to one of wry amusement. "Brother Han, if you wish to attempt it, be my guest. But don't say I didn't warn you. It will undoubtedly be an excruciating experience. Even I, with my preparations, will endure considerable pain during the absorption process. Let alone you. Chu Han shook his head, undeterred, as a flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes at the sight of the increasingly concentrated lion's blood potion. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Chu Han's brow furrowed instantly, and he hastily cautioned, "Someone's coming." Had he not been so focused on the container, he might have noticed the approaching footsteps sooner. At that moment, the footsteps reached the cave entrance, effectively trapping the two within. Zhao Feiyu's expression turned to one of alarm. He was not keen on being interrupted at such a critical juncture. Soon, several figures emerged before them. The presence of these individuals was formidable. The weakest among them was at the second tier of martial prowess, while the strongest was a third-tier warrior. By the flickering light within the cave, Chu Han discerned the details of these intruders. They formed a team of 5, each well-equipped and wielding weapons, clearly seasoned martial artists. In the wild, such small teams of martial artists were commonplace, typically formed for hunting beasts. However, the demeanor of this particular group suggested they bore ill intent. Moreover, in the wilderness, devoid of legal and moral constraints, the mutual hunting of martial artists was a frequent occurrence. Even if one were to acquire a treasure, there was no guarantee of safely exiting the wild, largely due to threats from fellow practitioners. Boss, the last trace of the black-maned lion's aura vanished here. They must know something. One of the warriors remarked to the leader, casting a malevolent glance at Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu. The leader nodded and scrutinized the duo, sneering. One is a first-tier martial artist, and the other merely a would-be warrior. I assume you're both students? Quite audacious to venture into the wilderness. Another quickly chimed in. Boss, even if they are unrelated to the black-maned lion, they certainly possess treasures. We cannot let them escape. Indeed, these two are peculiar. We should interrogate them first. The group loudly deliberated, treating Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu as mere commodities, entirely dismissive of their presence. Unable to contain his indignation, Zhao Feiyu demanded, "Who are you to intrude upon another's cave unannounced?" The assailants erupted in laughter at his query. "Kid, it seems you Haven T grasped your predicament. Do you think this is a base city? Are you hunters?" Chu Han interjected quietly. The leader cast a glance at him, a smirk creeping onto his face. "You seem smarter than your companion. Since you're aware of our identity, you should understand what fate awaits you. Comply with us, and I might grant you a swift death." At this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chu Han's eyes, though he swiftly concealed it. Zhao Feiyu, however, grew increasingly agitated, his heart racing as he braced for a fight. With the intruders being hunters, a deadly confrontation appeared inevitable. Hunters, while also martial artists active in the wild, differed from those who exclusively hunted beasts or sought treasures. They preferred to ambush other martial artists to seize their possessions, skills, materials, and wealth. Hunter teams were notorious and officially wanted, shunned by other practitioners. Thus, encountering hunters in the wild left only the option of combat. Furthermore, eliminating a hunter and presenting their head could earn a bounty from the authorities. At that moment, the leader seemed to have exhausted his patience, raising his voice. "We are in pursuit of a third-tier black-maned lion. Its aura has vanished nearby. Have you two seen it?" Feigning fear, Chu Han replied, "A black-maned lion? Isn't that a third-tier beast? If we had seen it, we wouldn't be alive to tell the tale." Internally, he mused that these individuals were likely the ones who had inflicted wounds upon the black-maned lion. If they could injure such a beast, they surely possessed extraordinary means. Chu Han dared not underestimate them. "Humph, you better not be lying to me." The leader had not held much hope for Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu and did not press further. His gaze then drifted past them, fixating on the container behind Zhao Feiyu. "What is inside? Such pure energy." As he spoke, he shoved Chu Han aside and approached the container for a closer inspection, followed closely by the others. "Boss, it seems this vessel contains the blood of some beast. It looks quite valuable." "Indeed, this blood is undoubtedly worth a fortune. We've struck it rich this time." "Wait, how did they bring this container into the wild? Do they possess spatial equipment?" At this revelation, all present froze momentarily, and the leader's eyes glimmered with greed as he stared at Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu. His tone shifted, filled with avarice. "Do you possess spatial equipment? Hand it over." "Not a chance." Zhao Feiyu discarded his pretense, reaching out to touch the container, which vanished before his eyes. "Seeking death. So the spatial equipment is on you." Instantly, all the assailants rushed towards Zhao Feiyu, leaving Chu Han momentarily sidelined. "Hand it over." The leader lunged forward, seizing Zhao Feiyu by the throat, unleashing the strength of a third-tier warrior, leaving Zhao Feiyu no opportunity to resist. However, in the next moment, Zhao Feiyu sensed an overwhelming aura of danger approaching from behind, followed by excruciating pain exploding within him. Boom! A rain of blood erupted from the hunter leader, a gaping hole appearing in his chest as he collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. First, one down. Now it's your turn. Chu Han, emboldened by his successful ambush, cast a menacing glance at the remaining assailants. Chapter 30. Kill. Blood of the lion for body refinement. Boss. The boss is dead. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of their leader, the remaining hunters finally reacted, emitting exclamations of shock. This individual, poised to be a martial artist, was indeed a concealed master. How astonishing that he dispatched a third-tier martial artist leader with a single strike. Although it was an ambush, his prowess was certainly comparable to that of a third-tier warrior. Who are you? At this moment, the four remaining second-tier martial artists regarded Chu Han with palpable trepidation, exchanging glances without making any further moves. Chu Han's earlier strike had served as a formidable deterrent. Had it not been for the leader's greed, which clouded his judgment as he fixated on Zhao Feiyu, Chu Han would not have succeeded so effortlessly with his surprise attack using the explosive fist. Now, with the sole third-tier warrior fallen, the four second-tier warriors posed no threat to him. The one who will end your lives, Chu Han replied coolly, no longer concealing his murderous intent. The four were instantly taken aback, hastily exclaiming, "We are members of the Night Owl Squad, and our comrades are nearby. If you kill us, our captain will not let you go. He is a fourth-tier warrior." Silence, Chu Han thought, feeling a stir within but remaining unfazed by their threats. With a swift motion, his blood shadow battle blade was unleashed, and in an instant, he became a fleeting shadow. The glimmer of his blade illuminating the scene as the four second-tier hunters fell victim to his lethal prowess. Is that all it takes to resolve this? On the other side, Zhao Feiyu, who had observed the entire confrontation, found his perceptions profoundly altered. It was his first encounter witnessing Chu Han engage a high-tier martial artist. Although he had anticipated the outcome, he had not expected it to unfold so effortlessly. The third-tier martial artist was ambushed. And though the four second-tier warriors could have coordinated their efforts, they were utterly incapable of mounting any resistance against Chu Han. Moreover, Chu Han displayed no hesitation in his lethal actions, suggesting that this was not his first experience with killing. Such a mindset was truly rare. In truth, it was also Chu Han's first time taking a life, and he had done so 5 times in one go. Yet, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a surge of exhilaration, relishing the thrill of combat amidst life and death. He began to believe he might be a natural-born warrior. Subsequently, Chu Han searched the bodies of his foes but found nothing of worth, only a few weapons, seemingly of little value. Nevertheless, even the slightest morsel holds significance. So he collected these weapons as well. These individuals are hunters. Their heads could be retained for bounty rewards. What say you? Chu Han inquired playfully of Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu glanced at the bloodied heads, his expression revealing a hint of revulsion as he repeatedly waved his hands. No, they are all yours. Chu Han then stored the heads within his spatial realm. Zhao Feiyu asked, "Brother Han, what shall we do next? The Night Owl Squad they mentioned is likely nearby, and if they pursue us, we could be in trouble." Chu Han replied solemnly, "We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly. I am not yet capable of confronting a fourth-tier warrior, and we need to find a new place to hide and focus on increasing our strength." The fourth-tier warriors commanded Chu Han's respect, as they were also known as junior martial masters. The fourth tier represented a significant threshold. Most martial artists remain stagnated at the third tier throughout their lives, unable to ascend to the rank of martial master. The 13th tier of martial artists is categorized into junior, intermediate, and senior martial masters. To become a fourth-tier martial artist, one must attain a new level of mastery over elemental force, marked by the ability to condense elemental energy into armor. This transformation amplifies various attributes such as defense and strength, rendering them significantly more powerful than their third-tier counterparts, hence the title of martial master. Chu Han, currently not even a first-tier martial artist, had relied solely on his physical advantages thus far. However, such advantages diminished when faced with a fourth-tier warrior capable of manifesting armor, making it exceedingly difficult for him to breach their elemental defenses. Therefore, they needed to avoid confrontation. The two departed without a glance back at the 5 corpses in the cave, making their way out of the redwood forest to a more secluded cavern nestled within a cliff. Once inside, Zhao Feiyu eagerly produced his specially formulated lion's blood elixir. At this moment, this concoction was fully completed, occupying merely 1/10 of its container, and had reached its utmost refinement. Zhao Feiyu carefully filled several potion vials with this lion's blood elixir, managing to fill over 3 bottles. Such a quantity. It seems the blood of that black-maned lion has proven invaluable, Zhao Feiyu remarked, satisfaction radiating from his gaze as he turned to Chu Han. Brother Han, with so many potions, I surely cannot use them all. Do you truly wish to try some? Certainly, Chu Han affirmed without hesitation. But you must exercise extreme caution. Do not consume too much at once, or it could endanger your life. Zhao Feiyu advised with concern. Rest assured, I have no intention of dying. Chu Han replied with a smile. Zhao Feiyu chuckled. That's good. We can train together, though my training may take quite some time. With that, Zhao Feiyu poured some of the elixir onto his chest, then sat cross-legged on the ground, operating the family's secret technique, the frenzied lion method, to begin absorbing the energy from the elixir. Soon, Zhao Feiyu was enveloped in a violet aura of elemental energy, his face occasionally contorting with pain. Chu Han mimicked his actions, applying some lion's blood elixir to himself. The moment the potion touched his skin, he was assaulted by waves of excruciating pain. It felt as though every inch of his skin had been plunged into a raging inferno, burning intensely and surpassing the agony he had felt while absorbing the black bloodstone and the crimson-scaled python-esque blood, prompting him to involuntarily gasp in shock. This is unbearable. Chu Han gritted his teeth, enduring the torment without yielding. He had not anticipated that this level of suffering would eclipse that experienced during the second stage of the ninefold body refinement technique. However, having chosen to undertake this trial, he would not easily surrender. He swiftly activated the second stage of the ninefold body refinement technique, attempting to counter the pain with pain. The dual sensations of agony converged, subjecting him to an unprecedented level of suffering, one that felt as if it could tear his very soul apart, leaving him lamenting in despair. It seemed Zhao Feiyu had spoken the truth. This specially crafted lion's blood elixir was not meant for the unworthy. The torment alone was beyond what most could withstand. Nevertheless, since beginning his training in the ninefold body refinement technique, Chu Han had yet to encounter energy he could not absorb. Thus, he persevered, gritting his teeth, and fervently operating the ninefold body refinement technique, striving to facilitate his body's absorption of the lion's blood energy. As he continued to circulate the ninefold body refinement technique, he indeed began to feel the effects. Chu Han noticed that the lion's blood on his skin seemed to be drawn inward, gradually permeating his body. During this process of absorption, he could distinctly sense his physical form rapidly strengthening, with his muscles and bones undergoing continuous enhancement, and his overall strength steadily increasing. It's working, Chu Han exclaimed joyously, feeling the pain lessen somewhat. He glanced over at Zhao Feiyu and discovered that his rate of absorption was even surpassing that of Zhao Feiyu. He could not help but marvel at the potency of the ninefold body refinement technique. Thus, amidst the torment, Chu Han resolutely persisted through a long and arduous night. When dawn broke the following morning, he concluded his training, having nearly emptied the bottle of lion's blood elixir in his possession. He felt an extraordinary surge of strength coursing through his body, his power seemingly doubled, as if he were imbued with explosive vigor. Contemplating his current capabilities, he wondered whether he could contend with a fourth-tier warrior, and how vast the chasm of disparity might be. Chu Han pondered deeply. Having reached such a pinnacle in his training, the effects of the lion's blood had significantly diminished, prompting him to cease his cultivation. He surmised that his lack of Zhao Feiyu's inherited talents and techniques limited the amount of lion's blood energy he could absorb. Nevertheless, the gains from this night were enough to stir exhilaration within him. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu continued his training, having consumed only 2/3 of a vial of lion's blood. His absorption efficiency markedly inferior to that of Chu Han. Yet, Zhao Feiyu's strength was steadily increasing, and Chu Han estimated that he might soon have the opportunity to break through to the second tier of warriors. Chapter 31. The Night Owl Squad and the Black-Maned Lion King. With his training concluded, it was time to partake in the lottery. Now that it was the following day, Chu Han was determined not to overlook this crucial task. He promptly opened the lottery panel and initiated the draw, fervently hoping for a favorable outcome. The colorful wheel began to spin, ultimately coming to a halt. Congratulations, the host has received 10 lower energy stones. Yet another 10 lower energy stones. He decided to keep them for the future. These stones were essential for his upcoming cultivation, and Chu Han believed that the more, the better. With the lottery concluded, he resolved to venture outside to hunt exotic beasts and further enhance his strength. He sealed the cave entrance with a massive rock to prevent Zhao Feiyu from being disturbed and to ensure the safety of the cave. Once everything was in order, he made his way deeper into the redwood forest. Not long after, he heard the faint sound of footsteps and voices. Concealing himself behind a giant tree, he peered out. A squad of warriors was approaching, evidently coming from the direction of the cave he had previously occupied, where 5 headless corpses remained. Their presence suggested a connection to the hunters. Chu Han remained still, straining to catch snippets of their conversation. What a stroke of misfortune. The captain's brother has perished, and the black-maned lion has also vanished. Our return will not bode well, one man said, his face etched with anxiety. Everyone knows the captain's temper. He holds his brother in high regard. If we return without the bodies, we're bound to face repercussions. Another warrior voiced his concerns. There's nothing to be done. The one who killed those men must possess formidable strength, and we might not stand a chance against them. Moreover, the captain is currently preoccupied with that matter. We must hasten back to assist him. Delaying further could lead to more severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Chu Han felt a stirring within. These individuals were indeed from the Night Owl Squad, and they were searching for the very people he had slain. He was surprised to learn that the third-tier warrior was the brother of Night Owl, which meant a bitter feud was inevitable. However, Chu Han felt no fear. Part of his excursion was to gather intelligence on the Night Owl Squad. Given his current strength, he might yet possess the ability to confront them. Intrigued by the matter they discussed, he stealthily followed behind them. They traversed a valley within the redwood forest, arriving at a relatively open area where several tents were pitched, and a throng of warriors had gathered, clearly, the members of the Night Owl Squad. Chu Han concealed himself nearby, scrutinizing their formation. The Night Owl Squad comprised over 20 warriors, all skilled fighters. At the helm stood a man with a sinister countenance, his eyes glinting with a dangerous intensity, exuding an aura that immediately signaled peril. He was undoubtedly Night Owl himself, a fourth-tier warrior. Flanking him were two formidable third-tier warriors, their prowess not to be underestimated. The remainder of the squad consisted mostly of second- and first-tier warriors, making for a notably powerful assembly. Moreover, as a hunting squad, these individuals bore the stains of countless other warriors' blood, their combat experience formidable. At that moment, the returnees approached with trepidation, reporting the events to Night Owl in detail. As they relayed their account, Night Owl's expression darkened, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with a chilling malevolence that stifled the breath of those nearby. The members of the Night Owl squad understood all too well the grave consequences of inciting Night Owl's wrath and were rendered speechless with fear. While those delivering the report felt like they were living on borrowed time, cursing their ill fate for being assigned such a perilous task. To everyone's astonishment, Night Owl refrained from erupting in anger. Instead, he inhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. The matter at hand is urgent. We must first attend to that task before settling accounts with the murderer. A collective sigh of relief swept through the Night Owl squad. While the reporting individuals felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, their bodies drenched in sweat. From a distance, Chu Han, who had been observing covertly, grew increasingly curious about the urgent matter they mentioned. What could possibly be of such significance that Night Owl would momentarily set aside his thirst for vengeance? Soon, the Night Owl squad prepared to depart. Chu Han resolved to follow them and uncover the truth, skillfully trailing behind without revealing his presence. As they progressed, they ultimately arrived at the mouth of a cavern. The cave was expansive, towering at least 10 meters high, its entrance resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Exuding an unmistakable air of danger, Chu Han joined the others as they entered the cave, which was dark and damp. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, he blended into their ranks, moving to the rear as they ventured deeper into the cavern. The further they proceeded, the dimmer the light became, and a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from the depths of the cave, reverberating with a mix of primal fury and elemental energy, causing many of the weaker warriors to blanch, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The roar belonged to the black-maned lion, and its power was unmistakably formidable. Unfazed by the roar, Chu Han recognized that the Night Owl squad's objective was to hunt the black-maned lion. Given the scale of their operation, it was clear that this particular lion was no ordinary beast. It was likely a fourth-tier black-maned lion king. Excitement surged within him. This promised to be quite a spectacle. After traversing a short distance further, they finally beheld the true form of the black-maned lion. This creature was significantly larger than the third-tier black-maned lion Chu Han had previously encountered, its dark mane replaced by scales that enhanced its defensive capabilities. Just one glance revealed a ferocious, overwhelming aura, rendering breath momentarily suspended. Indeed, it was a fourth-tier black-maned lion king. Chu Han marveled inwardly. The black-maned lion king was even more powerful than he had anticipated, explaining the cautious approach of the Night Owl squad. Yet, within their ranks stood only one fourth-tier warrior. Night Owl, along with two third-tier warriors, daring to confront a fourth-tier black-maned lion king, an endeavor that seemed fraught with peril. The lion emitted a series of low growls, causing the weaker warriors to retreat in fear. Do not be afraid. It has just given birth to cubs. Its strength is significantly diminished. Let us proceed as planned. At that moment, the Night Owl let out a deafening roar, halting the retreat of the frightened individuals. Just as the Night Owl had stated, the black-maned lion king merely stood its ground, growling menacingly without immediately launching an assault to tear the humans apart, clearly exhibiting a sense of caution. Chu Han also noted that its aura seemed somewhat unstable, indicating it was not in peak condition. The Night Owl exchanged glances with the other two third-tier warriors, and they commenced their actions. Simultaneously, they produced black orbs from their pockets, the surfaces of which shimmered with flickering electric sparks, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Upon pressing the buttons on the orbs, they erupted with brilliant flashes of electricity, crackling ominously as though harboring boundless thunderous energy, ready to unleash at any moment. Was this their prepared tactic? It seemed that the spectacle was about to begin. Chu Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation for this fierce battle. Chapter 32. The Battle Among Fourth Tiers. Chu Han makes his appearance. The great conflict was on the verge of erupting. The Night Owl's team swung their arms, hurling the thunder orbs towards the vicinity of the black-maned lion king. Instantly, the orbs released a tremendous amount of electrical energy, illuminating the entire cavern with blinding brightness. Thick bolts of lightning lashed out like raging serpents, intertwining to swiftly form a massive net of electricity, ensnaring the black-maned lion king within. Countless arcs of lightning crashed against the black-maned lion king, causing it immense agony, resulting in a chilling howl. The black-maned lion king thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from the bonds of the electric net, but it proved to be extraordinarily resilient. Observing from the sidelines, Chu Han marveled inwardly. These individuals had indeed come prepared. Such a strategy would be difficult for even a fourth-tier black-maned Lion King to withstand. However, the black-maned Lion King was not one to resign quietly. With a furious roar, it swiftly conjured a black orb of energy in its mouth. The orb shot forth like a cannonball towards the electric net. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the black orb collided violently with the net, generating a powerful blast that shattered 3 thunder orbs and caused the electric net enveloping the black-maned Lion King to dissipate. Nonetheless, the effects of the net had significantly weakened the black-maned Lion King, and residual electric paralysis rendered it temporarily immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the Night Owl acted without hesitation. With a swift motion of his sword, a copious amount of lightning-infused energy converged upon the blade, transforming him into a streak of electric light as he charged towards the black-maned Lion King, shouting, "Thunder Strike!" This strike was executed with remarkable speed, and coupled with the Night Owl's innate lightning affinity, it possessed tremendous power. In an instant, it pierced through the black-maned Lion King's neck, rendering it once again paralyzed by the electricity. Regrettably, due to the Lion King's frantic struggles, the strike was slightly misaligned, yet it still inflicted considerable injury. Remarkable. The Night Owl's prowess was truly fearsome. Chu Han observed with a grave expression. The other members of the Night Owl team seized the moment, each unleashing their own martial techniques against the black-maned Lion King, causing a cascade of colorful attacks to rain down upon it. Although their individual strengths were relatively weak, the collective assault still managed to inflict some harm, exacerbating the Lion King's injuries. Enraged by the incessant attacks from these ants, the black-maned Lion King unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cavern, shaking it violently. Simultaneously, a surge of dark energy erupted from its body, sending a shockwave radiating outward. The members of the Night Owl team who were nearest were immediately propelled away by this force. One second-tier warrior, positioned too closely, was struck down, blood gushing from his orifices as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The others were similarly affected, sustaining significant injuries and groaning in pain as they fell. The Night Owl was also forced back, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he again raised his sword, channeling lightning energy, and charged at the black-maned Lion King. His sword struck fiercely against the Lion King's neck. Thunderslash! An immense surge of electrical energy erupted, leaving behind a charred, gaping wound on the Lion King's neck, with blood gushing forth. This strike dealt a serious blow to the black-maned Lion King. However, it retaliated simultaneously, its massive claws, infused with dark energy, struck the Night Owl. Caught off guard, he was hit by a claw, shattering his energy armor, and he was sent crashing against the cave wall. Coughing up blood, the Night Owl appeared injured, though the energy armor had absorbed much of the damage, leaving him not severely harmed. This was the efficacy of energy armor. Having endured the black-maned Lion King's furious strike, he had sustained only this level of injury. Fourth-tier warriors were indeed formidable and not easily dealt with. Chu Han stared intently at the Night Owl, contemplating strategies to counter the energy armor. However, the battle was far from over. The aura of the black-maned Lion King surged violently, resembling a dying beast's desperate counterattack as it lunged towards the Night Owl. The Night Owl's eyes remained fierce as he engaged the black-maned Lion King once more. Instantly, a fierce melee unfolded within the cavern. The Night Owl did not engage the Lion King head-on, but instead utilized the speed conferred by his lightning attribute to evade and outmaneuver. Despite the Lion King's fury, its attacks could not reach the Night Owl's form. Instead, it found itself gradually worn down, its injuries accumulating while its aura continued to weaken. Prolonging this battle would surely lead to the Lion King's defeat. With a begrudging roar, the black-maned Lion King ceased its pursuit of the Night Owl, opening its mouth to unleash a beam of black energy. This was the Lion King's ultimate technique, Black Flame Beam. The Night Owl was taken aback, hastily employing evasive maneuvers. However, his subordinates were far less fortunate. A third-tier warrior was directly pierced by the beam, while the remaining first- and second-tier warriors suffered grievously. This technique was the Lion King's last resort, yet it still failed to strike the Night Owl and consumed an immense amount of energy. Once the black beam dissipated, the black-maned Lion King's aura plummeted, becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. The Night Owl immediately launched a relentless series of attacks, ultimately causing the black-maned Lion King to collapse at his feet, devoid of life. This intense battle had finally drawn to a close. Although the Night Owl had succeeded in slaying the black-maned Lion King, he bore significant injuries, and his energy reserves were greatly depleted. The other members of the Night Owl team had suffered substantial casualties, with only a handful remaining, each wounded to varying degrees. For this hunting party, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Nonetheless, as the Night Owl gazed upon the corpse of the black-maned Lion King, a greedy smile crept across his face. "Your cubs are now mine. Ha ha ha." Chu Han, hidden nearby, suddenly understood. It turned out the Night Owl's true objective was the cubs of the black-maned Lion King. No wonder the Night Owl team was willing to take such immense risks to hunt the black-maned Lion King. It was well known that the newly born offspring of such extraordinary beasts held tremendous value, far exceeding that of the Lion King's carcass. Whether sold for profit or raised personally, they were exceedingly rare treasures. especially for those martial artists endowed with the Beastmaster talent. The young cubs of extraordinary beasts of this caliber are invaluable treasures, rare to encounter. The black-maned lion cub is mine. A surge of joy filled Chu Han's heart as he had already mentally claimed the spoils of the Night Owl squad for himself. His gaze towards the Night Owl team was akin to that of a corpse. Thus, he no longer concealed his presence, suddenly materializing before the crowd. With a swift motion, he brandished his Bloodshadow warblade, a cold glimmer slicing through the air, instantly slaying the last remaining third-tier warrior of the Night Owl squad. The sudden assault by Chu Han took the Night Owl members by surprise. The ability to effortlessly dispatch a third-tier warrior underscored the formidable might of this ambusher. Who are you? Night Owl's eyes fixed on Chu Han, brimming with astonishment and murderous intent. Chu Han offered no reply, merely regarding him with a mocking gaze. Night Owl suddenly pieced together the truth, gritting his teeth. So it's you. You killed my brother. Upon hearing this, the others instantaneously grasped the situation. Only the one who had slain Night Owl's brother could possibly have found his way here. Chu Han did not deny it. He stood there with an air of indifference, coldly stating, "Indeed, it was I? None of you shall leave today." Chapter 33, The Annihilation of the Night Owl Squad. Chu Han's eyes burned with fervor as he surveyed the members of the Night Owl squad. Their heads would fetch a handsome price. Particularly Night Owl himself, a fourth-tier warrior, was of the highest value. Chu Han naturally would not allow them to escape. "You seek death." Night Owl roared in fury, his thunderous elemental energy surging violently, gathering in his long sword, enveloping the entire blade in crackling lightning. "You dare to kill my brother and covet our team? Today, I shall rend you limb from limb." Night Owl's voice dripped with intense hatred as he transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Chu Han with remarkable speed. This was Night Owl's most formidable technique, lightning strike. He had previously employed this very move to severely injure the black-maned Lion King. The terror of this technique lay not only in the ferocity of the sword strike, but also in the unparalleled speed granted by the lightning element. Especially against opponents weaker than himself, it could often result in an instant kill. Ordinary third-tier warriors could scarcely even perceive his afterimage, let alone evade the attack. Even among fourth-tier warriors, without speed-enhancing abilities, it was difficult to avoid being hit. This had been Night Owl's greatest reliance during his years of dominance in the wilderness. In Night Owl's estimation, Chu Han, having ambushed and killed a third-tier warrior, likely possessed at most the strength of a quasi-fourth-tier fighter and could never withstand his full-power strike. Once he pierced Chu Han's heart, this farce would come to an end. As the lightning flickered, Chu Han felt a momentary blur before he promptly closed his eyes. He had been lurking in the shadows, observing and analyzing the battle between Night Owl and the black-maned Lion King, fully aware that he could not evade this strike. Yet, he had gleaned valuable insights. Through his observations, he had discerned the attack's trajectory, characteristics, and weaknesses. When Night Owl executed this move, he concentrated all his elemental energy into the sword and his legs to maximize speed, causing his elemental armor to temporarily dissipate. This was his critical vulnerability. A glint of madness flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he activated his stone skin defense, a pale gray sheen enveloping his body. Then, he abruptly sidestepped. With a piercing sound, the electrified sword pierced Chu Han's left shoulder, a torrent of violent lightning coursing through him, searing the flesh at the wound with intense heat, causing immense agony. However, this level of pain was trivial compared to what he had endured while absorbing lion blood for his training. It was hardly sufficient to hinder his movements. Chu Han had already compressed all his strength into his right fist, and as Night Owl's sword penetrated him, he delivered a devastating blow directly to Night Owl's chest. A thunderous boom echoed as the explosive force of his punch detonated within Night Owl's body. Night Owl had no time to summon his elemental armor for defense, and was immediately shattered by the violent force, his internal organs rupturing and his ribcage pulverized. Night Owl felt darkness encroach upon his vision, a coppery sweetness welling in his throat. A mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his shattered insides, erupted forth as he was hurled backward, crashing violently against the cave's rocky wall. Chu Han clutched his bleeding left shoulder, slowly regaining his composure. His stone skin defense mitigated some of the lightning damage, and his physical strength rivaled that of extraordinary beasts. Although his shoulder had been pierced and scorched by lightning, it had not compromised his foundation. Compared to Night Owl, his injuries were merely superficial. His battle plan had borne fruit, and the results were splendid. Night Owl had lost the capability to contend with him. Even more exhilarating for Chu Han was the newfound clarity he experienced in the midst of life and death peril, as his understanding of movement techniques surged to a new height. What was once a skill of remarkable proficiency had now ascended to an unparalleled pinnacle. Unparalleled pinnacle. My foundational movement technique has finally reached an extraordinary level. Chu Han reveled in his elation. If given another chance to face Night Owl's lightning strike, he now possessed the confidence to evade entirely. Meanwhile, Night Owl struggled to rise, coughing up another mouthful of blood. He gazed at Chu Han, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror, roaring in anger. "Impossible. How dare you fight in such a manner? An eye for an eye." He had never encountered such a reckless adversary. From the very beginning, he had underestimated Chu Han's ruthlessness and decisiveness, as well as his physical fortitude. But he had never anticipated that this youthful martial artist, who bore the appearance of a student, would so effortlessly dismantle his killing move. Indeed, this technique had vulnerabilities, but only at the fleeting moment when his elemental armor vanished. Chu Han had seized the brief window of opportunity, delivering a fatal strike. What extraordinary talent must he possess? Night Owl could hardly believe that such a genius truly existed in the world. Despair washed over Night Owl's heart. He recognized that he was gravely injured, his elemental energy dissipating, rendering him no match for Chu Han. His eyes flickered with desperation as he suddenly donned a smile, addressing Chu Han. My friend, I admit my oversight. Your strength is so formidable that there is no need for us to fight to the death. Why not join my Night Owl squad? I will make you the vice captain, and we can split the squad's resources 50-50. I will even gladly present you with that black-maned lion cub. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the remaining members of the Night Owl squad were left dumbfounded. Their usually ruthless and cruel leader was now openly submitting, offering such generous terms, clearly indicating that he was truly cornered. Chu Han regarded Night Owl's duplicitous demeanor with a cold smile, replying, killing you means your resources become mine. And the cub is also mine. Why bother with such superfluous negotiations? A flicker of determination flashed in Night Owl's eyes, and a surge of ferocity emanated from him. Do not be too complacent. Though I am gravely injured, I am not without the strength to fight. I suspect your power has yet to reach the 4th tier, correct? Chu Han, uninterested in idle chatter, provided an answer through action. With a swift motion, empowered by his unparalleled foundational movement technique, he executed the spirit cat steps, which now bore the illusion of afterimages, and in an instant, he was before Night Owl. Night Owl's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that Chu Han's speed had increased to such an extent. In a panic, he gathered the last remnants of his lightning elemental energy, raising his sword to counterattack. However, Chu Han's Bloodshadow Warblade sliced through the air. The Gale Blade technique executed to perfection, moving so swiftly that it left only an afterimage behind. With a swift slash, Night Owl's sword arm was severed from his body. The Night Owl emitted a piercing, mournful cry as blood gushed from the severed stump of its arm. Before the Night Owl could regain its senses, Chu Han's blade struck once more. With a swift motion, the glint of the knife flashed, and the Night Owl's head soared into the air, leaving behind a lifeless, headless body, devoid of all breath. The remaining members of the Night Owl squad were instantly gripped by terror, their souls fleeing as they turned to flee towards the mouth of the cave. With the Night Owl slain, they were no match for Chu Han. His gaze turned icy, and he became a mere shadow, pursuing them relentlessly, his blade gleaming as he dispatched them all. Thus, the Night Owl squad was utterly annihilated. Chu Han subsequently collected the heads of the squad members into his spatial ring and began to scour the area, gathering their weapons and materials. Among them, the Night Owl sword boasted the highest quality. To Chu Han's delight, he discovered a spatial artifact on the Night Owl, a necklace that presumably contained the spoils of its years of plunder. He stowed the spatial necklace away, not in haste to examine it, and also collected the corpse of the 4th-tier black-maned Lion King into his spatial storage. Having completed these tasks, he pressed his injured left shoulder and ventured deeper into the cave. There, a priceless black-maned lion cub awaited him. Chapter 34, The Black-Maned Lion Cub. Inheritance of the Night Owl. With his hand pressed against the wound on his left shoulder, Chu Han steadily made his way deeper into the cavern. At last, in the innermost recess of the cave, he spotted a tiny figure. It was a palm-sized black beast, its body enveloped in a fluffy coat of soft black fur, curled up amidst the rubble, blissfully asleep and utterly oblivious to the approach of a human. This was it. A surge of joy filled Chu Han's heart as he slowly crouched down. He could distinctly sense the 1st-tier beastly aura emanating from the black-maned lion cub. Though it was quite loose and lacked true combat capability, newly born, it was brimming with potential, yet incapable of self-defense, easily carried away by an ordinary person. This cub had only been born 2 or 3 days prior, and had yet to fully learn how to open its eyes. Typically, newborn black-maned lion cubs would be protected by their mother until they were a month old before encountering the outside world. However, with the death of the Lion King, if left here, it would not survive 5 days. It would be wiser to take it away and sell it for a good price. If it fell into the hands of a knowledgeable buyer, it would surely thrive. Chu Han reached out and grasped the soft flesh of the cub's neck, lifting it gently into his embrace. The little creature nestled against Chu Han's chest, sensing a hint of warmth, and instead of awakening, it continued to sleep soundly, seemingly relishing the comfort. Chu Han chuckled and shook his head. It was blissfully unaware of its impending sale. Rest assured, I will find you a buyer who will cherish you, he mused with a smile, then settled cross-legged on the ground. With injuries still present, he intended to heal and recuperate before returning to the cave. Thus, he began practicing the 2nd level of the 9-fold body refinement technique, a series of postures conducive to his recovery. His physique, having undergone multiple enhancements through secret blood elixirs, possessed strength and recuperative abilities far beyond that of an average person. After 2 hours of practicing the ninefold body refinement technique, the wounds had healed significantly, the searing pain dissipated, and his aura returned to normal. With healing elixirs, he could have restored himself even faster. However, at this moment, his injuries were no longer a hindrance, and he was not in a rush for a complete recovery. First, he intended to explore the treasures of the night owl. With a thought, Chu Han retrieved the spatial necklace from his spatial ring. He infused it with his mental energy and instantly perceived the interior space. It spanned approximately 10 cubic meters, considerably smaller than his own 1,000 cubic meter spatial ring. Based on the classification of spatial artifacts, this appeared to be an E-grade spatial item. Nevertheless, even an E-grade spatial artifact was worth millions of federal coins, a sum beyond Chu Han's current means. As his consciousness swept over the items within the space, his eyes brightened in surprise. To his astonishment, the night owl possessed quite a wealth of valuable items. He quickly spotted 40 lower-tier energy stones, a federal bank card, and several manuals on martial techniques. Additionally, there were various elixirs, along with an assortment of weapons, equipment, and materials from exotic beasts, each worth a significant sum. One must acknowledge that the wealth amassed by the Night Owl squad over the years was indeed formidable. Among the items, Chu Han immediately recognized that the federal bank card was an anonymous account. Possessing the card alone allowed for withdrawals, eliminating the need for a password. The federal bank recognized the card, not the individual. He wondered just how much money it contained. At that moment, Chu Han felt a surge of temptation, barely restraining himself from rushing to the bank to check the balance. Next, his gaze fell upon the martial technique manuals. The topmost book featured a deep purple leather cover, adorned with golden lettering that read Thunder Elemental Technique. Remarkably, it was a cultivation method for the thunder attribute. Chu Han's heart soared with joy as he quickly flipped it open, discovering that this technique was indeed what the Night Owl had practiced. It was a B-grade technique, exceedingly rare. Below the Thunder Elemental Technique lay a martial skill entitled Thunderbolt Stab, also a B-grade technique. Following that was a C-grade martial skill, Thunder Cleave, and a C-grade movement technique, Thunder Motion. With this complete set of techniques and skills, a martial artist could practically establish their own cultivation system. The Night Owl was indeed extraordinary. Finally, Chu Han's attention shifted to several porcelain vials containing elixirs. The majority were chi and blood pills and nourishing origin pills, both auxiliary elixirs for martial practitioners. There were also detoxification pills, bleeding stopping pills, bone repairing pills, origin energy restoration pills, and raw meat pills, among others. After surveying all the items within the spatial realm, Chu Han roughly estimated their worth. Excluding the spatial necklace, they amounted to at least several million federal coins. When including the materials from the black-maned lion king and the black-maned lion cub, the total value was incalculable. What was certain was that his harvest this time was immense. A veritable windfall. He immediately took out and consumed a few raw meat pills, continuing his cultivation until all remaining injuries were fully healed, showcasing the efficacy of the healing elixirs. Once fully recovered, Chu Han set off with the black-maned lion cub, retracing his steps back. He returned to the cave where he and Zhao Feiyu had been cultivating just as darkness fell. The massive stone blocking the entrance remained undisturbed, with the surrounding weeds and thickets showing no signs of change, indicating that the place had not been disturbed. Zhao Feiyu was likely still engrossed in his training. He moved the boulder aside and stepped into the cave, where an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped him. To his astonishment, Zhao Feiyu had truly broken through to the second tier of martial artists. A wave of joy surged within Chu Han as he felt thrilled for Zhao Feiyu's progress. With this, his mission could be deemed a complete success. He eagerly anticipated returning home to sell the materials and equipment on him, as well as to redeem the bounty for the Night Owl squad members. After waiting for some time, Zhao Feiyu finally emerged from his cultivation. Ha ha, I have succeeded. Who in the family will dare to look down on me now? Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he reveled in his newfound strength, utterly self-satisfied. Ha ha Hango. Our disparity in strength has shrunk considerably, unless you've truly absorbed those lion blood elixirs. Zhao Feiyu, brimming with excitement, cast his gaze toward Chu Han's vial of lion's blood elixir. Upon discovering that only a meager amount remained in the bottle, he was instantly struck with shock. After appraising Chu Han's physique, he began to question his own existence. You truly absorbed the energy of the lion's blood elixir. I shall no longer compete with you. The blow to Zhao Feiyu's pride was profound, rendering his own post-breakthrough prowess suddenly unappealing. I, too, managed to absorb it by mere chance, Chu Han replied with a smile. Not wishing to dwell on that topic any longer, Zhao Feiyu inquired, by the way, Hango, how long did I train? 2 days. And you? 1 day? Zhao Feiyu was once again struck by the revelation that Chu Han had outpaced him even in the absorption of the lion's blood elixir. At that moment, the small beast from Chu Han's backpack stirred groggily awake, its tiny head peeking out, eyes half open yet brimming with vitality. Hango, what is this? Is it a young exotic beast? Zhao Feiyu asked, his curiosity piqued. Chu Han turned to glance at the creature and smiled. This is a black-maned lion cub, which I acquired today. Is this truly a black-maned lion cub? Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch, his face etched with astonishment. How did you come by it? I retrieved it after its mother, a fourth-tier black-maned lion king, was slain by the Night Owl team, Chu Han explained. And what of the Night Owl team? Zhao Feiyu asked, bewildered. The Night Owl and the black-maned lion king perished in a mutual confrontation. And I was the one who delivered the final blow, Chu Han chuckled. Zhao Feiyu found it hard to believe that matters were as straightforward as Chu Han suggested, especially given the significant feat he had accomplished during Zhao Feiyu's training. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, instead reaching out to gently lift the cub from Chu Han's backpack, cradling it in his arms for inspection. Ah, indeed it is a black-maned lion cub, and its lineage seems to exhibit a mutation, Zhao Feiyu mused, his breath catching as a faint purple glow flickered in his eyes. This was a unique ability of his bloodline, enabling him to sense the purity and potential of similar exotic beasts. He extended a slender thread of elemental energy through his fingertips into the cub's body and said after a moment, I can confirm that this cub's bloodline has mutated. Look at the fur on its neck. There are subtle dark golden patterns. This is not characteristic of a black-maned lion. Chu Han leaned closer and indeed discovered several nearly invisible dark golden strands beneath the cub's glossy black fur. Will a mutated black-maned lion be more formidable? He inquired. Certainly. This cub possesses considerable potential, highly likely to develop into a fifth-tier exotic beast. With proper nurturing, it could even ascend to the sixth tier. Chu Han's eyes brightened at this revelation. Then its value must also be significantly higher, correct? Absolutely, Zhao Feiyu replied, then asked, Han Gu, are you planning to sell it? Chu Han nodded. I lack the means to care for such an exotic beast, and I also do not possess the talent for beast taming. He turned to Zhao Feiyu. Feiyu, I intend to sell it to a knowledgeable buyer, one who will treat it well and care for it. Given your affinity with lion-type exotic beasts, do you know any potential buyers? Zhao Feiyu pondered for a moment before responding. My family often utilizes materials from lion-type exotic beasts for cultivation, such as lion's blood and lion bones, but no one has ever shown interest in purchasing cubs. However, I can keep an eye out for relevant buyers, and I will notify you as soon as I have news. Very well, I shall await your updates. Chu Han was not in a hurry to part with the cub. He simply wished to nurture the little creature for the time being. The two kindled a fire at the cave's entrance and retrieved some provisions from their spatial compartments. At that moment, the black-maned lion cub seemed to catch a whiff of the food and struggled to turn its gaze in that direction, repeatedly waving its tiny paws and emitting soft sounds of mama. The little one must be hungry, Chu Han thought, as he held the cub in his hands. Glancing at the jerky laid out on the ground, he took a piece and offered it to the cub. The cub clumsily attempted to chew on the jerky, but it was a laborious task, as its newly emerged teeth were not yet developed. It would typically still require milk. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu chuckled and retrieved a bottle labeled energy nutrient solution from his spatial bracelet. Let it drink this. He unscrewed the cap, poured the milky solution into a food container, and held it out to the cub. The cub sniffed eagerly and quickly leaned forward, its tiny tongue darting out to taste the nutrient solution, almost burying its entire head in the container. It seems I will also need to purchase some nutrient solution for it in the future, Chu Han remarked with a smile. After ensuring the cub was well fed, the two companions also enjoyed a meal. Following this, Chu Han cradled the cub in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. In the early hours of the following day, Chu Han rose first, while Zhao Feiyu and the black-maned lion cub remained sound asleep. He then entered the lottery space to partake in that day's draw. The colorful wheel spun rapidly before finally coming to a halt. Congratulations. You have received a talent upgrade card. Talent upgrade card can elevate your talent to A rank. A talent upgrade card. Chu Han's heart raced with exhilaration. This was a remarkable treasure. It had the power to forcibly elevate his talent to A rank, representing a monumental leap from his current E rank talent. He suppressed the urge to use it immediately, choosing instead to leave the card in the lottery space, as Zhao Feiyu was still present, making it inconvenient for immediate application. Just then, Zhao Feiyu stirred awake, rubbing his eyes and asking, Han Gu, you're up so early. When shall we depart? After breakfast. We shall set off to return to the supply base, Chu Han replied. The two then consumed some food and fed the cub additional nutrient solution before embarking on their journey back to the base. 4 hours later, they finally arrived at the base. Han Gu, I must return home first. I will inform you as soon as I have news of potential buyers, Zhao Feiyu said. Eager to head back to the city, and parted ways with Chu Han. Chu Han intended to sell some items, so he proceeded directly to the trading center, where he contacted Du Kuan. Upon hearing that Chu Han had arrived, Du Kuan promptly came out to greet him with immense enthusiasm. Mr. Chu, what splendid items have you brought this time? Manager Du, I have some items I wish to have appraised, but this place seems somewhat inconvenient. Chu Han replied with a smile. Du Kuan's eyes lit up at his words, and he quickly invited, come, let us discuss this in the trading room. Chu Han and Du Kuan made their way to the trading room from their last encounter. Without further ado, Chu Han retrieved the carcasses of the arrowtail lions and the black-maned lion from his spatial ring and placed them on the floor. The carcasses of the arrowtail lions were all second-tier and nearly intact. Upon seeing the remains of several arrowtail lions, Du Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. But then, Chu Han revealed a third-tier black-maned lion's carcass. This is a black-maned lion, a third-tier exotic beast. Du Kuan could hardly contain his composure. It was within his expectations that Chu Han could slay first- and second-tier arrowtail lions, but this third-tier black-maned lion exceeded all his anticipations. And there's more. Chu Han's voice echoed, and Du Kuan watched in awe as an even larger black-maned lion's carcass appeared. This is actually a fourth-tier black-maned lion king. This is utterly incredible. Much like their previous encounter, the shock that Chu Han brought this time was no less than the last. Has it truly only been a few days? Has Chu Han's strength surged to such an extent? Du Kuan found it hard to fathom. He had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet in comparison to Chu Han, they seemed utterly inferior. At that moment, Chu Han's voice resonated once more as he produced an array of materials from exotic beasts, some of which were unfamiliar to him. Additionally, he unveiled weaponry acquired from the Night Owl team: long swords, sharp arrows, spears, hammers, daggers, armor, and various other equipment, with the most valuable item being the sword from the Night Owl. As for the E-grade spatial necklace, Chu Han decided to retain it. He also refrained from selling several martial arts manuals. Mr. Chu truly exhibited remarkable generosity. Du Kuan steadied his excitement and began to assess the materials and equipment. The corpse of a first-tier arrowtail lion was valued at 50,000 federal coins. The second-tier arrowtail lion's remains fetched 100,000 federal coins, while the third-tier black-maned lion's carcass was appraised at 800,000 federal coins. The fourth-tier black-maned lion king's body was worth a staggering 6,000 federal coins. The total value of the weapons and equipment amounted to 3,000 federal coins, with the Night Owl's sword being the priciest, exceeding 2 million federal coins. However, Chu Han was somewhat surprised to find that the materials from the third-tier black-maned lion were priced at only 800,000, significantly less than the second-tier crimson-scaled python from their previous encounter. The fourth-tier black-maned lion king's price was merely 3 million more than that of the crimson-scaled python. According to Du Kuan, the crimson-scaled python was colossal, yielding more materials, thus commanding a higher price. The fourth-tier black-maned lion king's value was inflated to 6 million solely due to its scaly armor. Chapter 36, A Surge in Wealth, Astounding the Martial Arts Association. Mr. Chu. The total for these items amounts to 10,400,000 federal coins, Du Kuan stated with a smile. Indeed, Chu Han nodded, indicating his agreement. Just from these materials and weapons alone, he had already secured 10 million. The most expensive martial arts techniques, spatial equipment, and the young beast had yet to be sold. Yet Chu Han felt immensely satisfied. Let us proceed with the transaction. Very well. Shortly thereafter, the transaction was completed, catapulting Chu Han into the ranks of the wealthy with a net worth in the tens of millions. By the way, Manager Du, I possess an anonymous federal bank card. Could you assist me in checking its balance using the banking system here? Chu Han recalled the Night Owl's bank card, his anticipation growing. Certainly. I will handle that right away. Du Kuan took the card from Chu Han and began the process. In a short while, Du Kuan announced, Mr. Chu, your card contains a total of 30,000 federal coins. So much. Chu Han mused to himself, realizing the Night Owl's wealth was substantial. He then instructed Du Kuan, please transfer these funds to my bank account. No problem. Du Kuan, adhering to professional ethics, did not question the card's origin and promptly transferred the money into Chu Han's account. Consequently, Chu Han's wealth surged to 40 million. Mr. Chu, should you have any further inquiries or require purchases, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Du Kuan maintained his enthusiastic service. Please procure 100 bottles of energy nutritional fluid for me. Chu Han thought of the black-maned lion cub and decided to buy some nourishment for it. As it required 2 bottles a day, he opted to stock up, considering it would consume even more as it grew. Naturally, he hoped to find a buyer soon. Otherwise, caring for the little creature would incur considerable expense. The 100 bottles of nutritional fluid cost 200,000 federal coins, with each bottle priced at 2,000. Soon, Du Kuan arranged for a box filled with the nutritional fluid to be delivered. This time, there was no discount, but an additional 20 bottles were generously included, which Chu Han accepted with a smile. Mr. Chu, should you come across any treasures in the future, do remember me. Du Kuan warmly escorted Chu Han out of the trading center. After leaving, Chu Han did not head to the military but instead returned directly to the Martial Arts Association in Jiang City, intending to redeem a bounty. The hall of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association was exquisitely and lavishly decorated, bustling with martial artists attending to various matters. As Chu Han entered, clad in a simple black tactical suit and carrying a tactical backpack containing the black-maned lion cub, he appeared not unlike an ordinary high school senior, rather unremarkable, save for the blood-soaked large sack he carried. Good sir, how may I assist you today? The front desk attendant inquired warmly, showing no signs of disdain for his youth. Hello, I am here to redeem a bounty. Chu Han's voice was calm, yet it momentarily rendered the receptionist speechless. Redeem a bounty? May I ask whose bounty you wish to claim? In her mind, only seasoned adult martial artists were capable of fulfilling such tasks. And this youth appeared far from someone who could hunt down a bounty target. The bounty for the entire Night Owl team. As soon as the words left Chu Han's lips, the receptionist's mouth fell agape in shock. Her eyes widened, and her voice trembled slightly. Pardon me? The Night Owl team? The one led by a fourth-tier martial artist? If there are no other Night Owl teams, then yes, Chu Han replied with a smile. Please hold on. Seeing Chu Han nod, the receptionist panicked, realizing this was beyond her level of authority. She hastily pressed the intercom on her desk, her voice urgent. Director Ling. Director Ling. We have an emergency at the front desk. Someone claims to be redeeming the entire bounty for the Night Owl team. Her loud voice drew the attention of other martial artists present. Which esteemed individual is attempting to redeem the Night Owl team's bounty? They soon discovered it was merely a still ungraduated youth, sparking a wave of ridicule. Ha ha ha, has this kid lost his mind? What a preposterous claim. If he were capable of taking down the Night Owl team, then I would be a grandmaster martial artist. The Assembly of Martial Artists, including the staff of the Martial Arts Association, eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Before long, a middle-aged man in a black uniform approached. He exuded a formidable presence and was responsible for bounty affairs. Director Ling accompanying him was a young man in a blue suit, his demeanor arrogant. An assistant tasked with handling bounties, Mr. Lee. The aura of Director Ling was even more potent than that of the Night Owl, suggesting he was also a fourth-tier martial artist, while his companion was merely second-tier. Chu Han quickly discerned their respective levels of strength. The receptionist pointed at Chu Han, and Director Ling's gaze fell upon him, his brow furrowing. He approached Chu Han, his expression serious as he inquired. Are you the one seeking to redeem the bounty for the Night Owl team? I am, Chu Han replied nonchalantly. Before Director Ling could respond, Mr. Lee stepped forward, scrutinizing Chu Han with a derisive tone. Kid, do you even comprehend the caliber of the Night Owl team? Led by a fourth-tier martial artist, with 3 additional third-tier martial artists and over 10 second-tier martial artists. You haven't even grown a beard, and you dare boast here? I suspect you've gone mad with greed. In the face of Mr. Lee's scorn, Chu Han merely turned his gaze toward Director Ling and stated calmly, you will understand once you see the evidence. With that, he opened the sack, tipping its contents out, and an overwhelming stench of blood flooded the hall, enveloping everyone present. 20 bloodied heads rolled onto the floor, a gruesome sight indeed. Instantly, some of the front desk staff, along with lower-tier martial artists who had never taken a life, turned pale at this macabre display, with one even retching on the spot. Several severed heads rolled to the feet of Deacon Lee, causing him to gasp in shock and retreat, his pallor evident as his heart raced, nearly colliding with those behind him. Although he was a martial artist, his usual office duties had shielded him from such gruesome scenes, and the sight of the wide-eyed heads stirred a tumultuous nausea in his stomach. However, Director Ling remained composed, stepping forward to scrutinize the distinctive features of the heads, deftly grasping the one belonging to Night Owl. Indeed, it was the very Night Owl himself. The fiend had finally met his demise. A fleeting look of relief crossed Director Ling's face, for one of his comrades, who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, had fallen victim to Night Owl's squad, and he had long awaited the opportunity for vengeance. Now, with Chu Han's arrival, it was as if fortune had smiled upon him. At that moment, Director Ling's gaze toward Chu Han was imbued with admiration and astonishment. The notorious Night Owl, a predator who had terrorized the wilderness for over a decade, had indeed been vanquished by this young boy standing before him. Chu Han exuded no trace of a Tier 4 martial artist, yet he had successfully slain the formidable Night Owl. What an extraordinary prodigy. Suppressing the tumult within, Director Ling addressed Chu Han, young brother. The bounty for Night Owl is 5 million federal coins, with 3 Tier 3 martial artists under his command, each carrying a bounty of 500,000. The remaining members contribute another 500,000, bringing the total to 7 million. I shall arrange for the transfer immediately. A smile crept onto Chu Han's lips. Pleasantly surprised by the substantial bounty from Night Owl's squad, 7 million was no trifling sum for him. With Director Ling's affirmation, the martial artists gathered in the hall erupted with incredulous exclamations. He had truly slain members of Night Owl's squad. It was simply unfathomable. How had he achieved such a feat? This young man was undoubtedly a remarkable genius emerging from a prominent family. How extraordinary. I nearly provoked him. In an instant, Chu Han became the focal point of the Martial Arts Association, the subject of fervent discussion among all. By the way, what is your name, young brother? What level of cultivation do you possess? I sense no fluctuations of elemental energy emanating from you. At that moment, Director Ling inquired about Chu Han's background. I am not yet a martial artist, Chu Han replied candidly. I am a senior at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, preparing for my martial artist certification in 2 days. Not yet a martial artist? Director Ling was genuinely astonished. A would-be martial artist, incapable of manipulating elemental energy, had managed to slay a Tier 4 warrior? This was utterly unprecedented. Striving to maintain his composure, Director Ling resolved to promptly report Chu Han's situation to the higher-ups. Such a talent warranted immediate recognition. He personally facilitated the transfer process, and upon the arrival of the 7 million in Chu Han's account, he departed from the Martial Arts Association. Once Chu Han left, Director Ling swiftly seized his communicator and dialed a number. Vice President, I have something to report. The Night Owl squad has been completely annihilated, and the Slayer is a senior high school student yet to undergo martial artist certification, named Chu Han. Chapter 37. Talent Upgrade, Lava Crystal Armor. Unbeknownst to Chu Han, his information had reached the upper echelons of the Martial Arts Association. After leaving the association, he headed straight home. His parents were overjoyed at his return, with his mother showering him with concern and inquiring about any injuries. Fortunately, the penetrating wound on his shoulder had completely healed, and his parents detected no issues, allowing them to breathe easy. Mom, Dad, you should go check out some houses in the next couple of days. I'm due to be certified as a martial artist the day after tomorrow. We can move into a martial artist community, Chu Han declared confidently to his parents. With his current financial means, there was no need for him to reside in an apartment anymore. The exquisitely decorated houses within the martial artist community were now his preference. My son is truly making strides. Your mother and I will go look tomorrow. Chu Han was inspired by Chu Han's enthusiasm, elated by the prospect. Zhang Milan, however, cast a disapproving glance at her husband and remarked, Why are you getting so excited? Little Han has just earned some money. He should invest it in cultivation resources. A house is of little importance. Right. Let's heed your mother's advice. Chu Han snapped back to reality, agreeing with his wife's sentiment. Chu Han simply smiled and displayed his account balance to his parents. Look, even if I buy a house, I still have funds for cultivation. 1, 10, 100,000. Chu Han and Zhang Milan gasped as they counted the figures in Chu Han's account. A staggering total of 47 million. The couple was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Han had once been a Tier 3 martial artist, yet he had never earned such a fortune. And the same was true for Zhang Milan. After some persuasion, Chu Han finally convinced his parents to agree to house hunting the next day. As evening approached, Zhang Milan began preparing dinner. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Han made his way to the abandoned park downstairs. There was still one task he needed to complete, upgrading his talent. Finding a secluded spot, he retrieved the talent upgrade card and promptly selected to use it. The card transformed into a beam of golden light, penetrating his third eye. Chu Han felt a warmth enveloping his brow as the golden light surged into his mind. In the next moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. His consciousness slipped into a chaotic void, yet he could perceive the transformations occurring within his body. Every cell was undergoing evolution. He could even witness his genes being rewritten, reorganized, and rearranged, an extraordinary sensation washing over him. After an indeterminate span of time, Chu Han's awareness returned to himself. He abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting up from the ground, invigorated by newfound strength, his attributes significantly enhanced. Is this the feeling after a talent evolution? Excitedly, he activated his talent. In the next instant, he felt a surge of scorching warmth coursing beneath his skin, followed by dark crystals gradually seeping from his arm's surface, swiftly enveloping his entire being and forming a tight-fitting suit of armor. Dark red patterns pulsed like molten lava within the armor, radiating astonishing heat that distorted the surrounding air. Simultaneously, Chu Han sensed an explosive increase in his internal power. Lava crystal armor? That is the name of my new talent. Upon activating his talent, all pertinent information regarding this new ability flooded into his mind. Lava crystal armor, an A-grade talent. Upon activation, the body is encased in a layer of lava crystals, forming a hard, high-temperature armor. Elemental energy flows through the armor, substantially immunizing the wearer from fire-based damage, while also providing a significant boost in strength and the ability to wield fire elemental energy for attacks. Compared to the stone skin talent, this not only enhances defense, but also further amplifies strength, offering dual benefits of fire immunity and offensive capabilities. Truly worthy of being an A-grade talent, it is exceptionally powerful. Ecstasy surged within Chu Han, and he could hardly contain his excitement. He drew out the Blood Shadow Warblade and struck his arm with it. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, leaving only a shallow scratch on the crystalline armor, while the body beneath felt merely a slight vibration. Such formidable defensive power. Even a Tier 3 martial artist would find it challenging to inflict harm upon me. He then attempted to channel the fire elemental energy within the armor, concentrating it in his right fist. The armor on his fist ignited with a dark red glow, the temperature soaring as flames erupted. Indeed, the utilization of fire attribute energy signifies the remarkable strength of talent. Although he has yet to cultivate any techniques, he can harness the power of fire at this very moment. What a splendid gift this is. I find it exceedingly admirable. A faint smile curved upon Chu Han's lips, and a surge of profound confidence welled up within him. Now, he has compensated for his greatest shortcoming. With one more day of training remaining, he is certain to succeed in the martial artist assessment the day after tomorrow. As the night enveloped the sky, it had taken him at least 2 hours to enhance his talent. He hurried home, eager to avoid causing his parents any unnecessary worry. In the Zhao family study, Zhao Tianlong gazed intently at the information displayed on the virtual screen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. This Chu Han is indeed extraordinary. He has even annihilated the Night Owl squad overnight. Zhao Tianlong, the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association and a 6th-tier advanced martial master of formidable strength, had received news from the vice president regarding a young prodigy. This senior high school student named Chu Han had astonishingly returned with the severed heads of the entire Night Owl squad, showcasing exceptional power that warranted him as a key object of observation in Jiangxing. Remarkably, Chu Han was still an aspiring martial artist, his energy fluctuations weak, clearly indicating he had not yet mastered the art of energy manipulation. Yet, his physique was comparable to that of a mythical beast, with a vitality surging like the mighty Yangtze River, capable of absorbing the lion blood pill, a talent for body refinement, and he has yet to awaken his true potential. Zhao Tianlong shook his head, feeling a twinge of headache. In times past, he would have never believed such traits could converge within a single individual. It was nothing short of a miracle. This is the first time I have encountered such an inscrutable young man. He must harbor some profound secret. Zhao Tianlong mused with a smile. Sir, the young master has returned this afternoon. If you wish to learn more about Chu Han, it would be prudent to inquire with him, remarked an elderly man with white hair beside him. Oh, Fei Yu is back. I had completely forgotten in my busyness. Zhao Tianlong replied, a smile breaking across his face. Let us see how much progress he has made this time. In the living room of the Zhao family villa, Zhao Feiyu sat boldly on the sofa, animatedly recounting his exploits to the towering figure projected on the enormous virtual screen. Sister, you should have seen it. 3 arrow-tailed lions surrounded me, and in a fit of rage, I unleashed the bloodline of the ferocious lion, my purple energy blasting through their encirclement, and I shattered the skull of the strongest among them with a single punch. Zhao Feiyu gestured wildly, spitting out words in excitement, and that 2nd-tier arrow-tailed lion, its tail like a javelin, I managed to flick it aside with my spear and delivered a swift thrust. The screen revealed a figure clad in a white martial arts uniform, Zhao Feifei, Zhao Feiyu's elder sister, and a 4th-tier martial artist attending Jingwu University. At this moment, she helplessly rubbed her forehead. Being a year older than Zhao Feiyu, she possessed an S-rank golden ferocious lion bloodline, placing her among the elite in Jingwu University. With a discerning eye, she saw right through her brother's exaggerations. All right, you could only have handled 2 of those arrow-tailed lions at best. The 2nd-tier one should not have been slain by you. Caught off guard by her piercing observation, Zhao Feiyu's face flushed red, yet he stubbornly retorted, that doesn't matter. Just look at my bloodline now. He abruptly stood, and his purple energy surged dramatically, its radiance intensifying several-fold, even revealing a hint of blackness. After absorbing the lion blood agent, my bloodline purity is nearing the purple limit. Within 3 years, I shall undoubtedly strive for the black-level bloodline. Chapter 38, News from the Buyers. The ferocious lion bloodline can indeed be upgraded. Thus Zhao Feiyu was confident in advancing his talent to the black bloodline. However, reaching the same golden bloodline level as his sister would require extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, it remained an unattainable dream. In their family's history spanning hundreds of years, only one individual had ever successfully ascended to a golden bloodline, while all others were born with it. Therefore, Zhao Feiyu felt immense pride in his current achievements. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhao Feifei's eyes. You have indeed made significant progress, with a purple limit bloodline and 2nd-tier martial artist strength. The upcoming martial arts examination at the end of the month should be secure. Absent any unforeseen events, you will undoubtedly be accepted into Jingwu University. Zhao Feiyu beamed with pride. This time, grandfather should not use me as an example in the family meeting. Don't speak recklessly. Grandfather still holds great expectations for you. Zhao Feifei quickly interjected. At that moment, the wooden door of the study upstairs creaked open, and Zhao Tianlong emerged. He chanced upon Zhao Feiyu's boisterous demeanor, his brow furrowing with mild disapproval. How old are you now, yet you still act like a child? Zhao Feiyu instantly resembled a chicken whose neck had been grasped. Tempering his exuberance, though he could not resist muttering under his breath, I was merely sharing my achievements with my sister. Zhao Tianlong disregarded his protests, fixing his gaze upon him, and his pupils narrowed slightly. The traces of discontent vanished, replaced by unmistakable joy. You have broken through to the 2nd-tier? Your bloodline purity has reached the purple limit? He could distinctly sense that his son's energy had not only reached the 2nd-tier, but that the ferocious lion bloodline was approaching the purple limit. A full year ahead of his expectations. Indeed, Zhao Feiyu's spirit soared, but just as he was about to continue boasting, he noticed his father's tone shift. Chu Han has undoubtedly assisted you greatly, hasn't he? Zhao Feiyu's smile faltered, his expression turning wary and displeased. Dad, have you had someone tailing me? I told you I can take care of myself. Zhao Tianlong settled onto the sofa, speaking in a calm tone. I did not have anyone follow you. Today, I learned from Chu Han that he went to the Martial Artist Association to exchange for the bounty on the Night Owl squad, which is how I discovered you 2 ventured into the wilderness together. Though he had received this information before Zhao Feiyu ventured into the wild, he had no intention of revealing it to his son. What of Chu Han? Why investigate him? Zhao Feiyu inquired anxiously. He is unharmed, but he has completely annihilated the Night Owl squad, which has caused quite a stir. The higher-ups in the association are keenly interested in him, wishing to nurture him as a key talent in Jiangcheng, though they are still gathering information about his situation. Zhao Feifei's astonishment echoed through the screen. The entire Night Owl squad was wiped out? Who is this Chu Han that he garners such attention from you all? Sister, you have no idea. Brother Han is truly remarkable, Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, sensing his sister's interest and diving into his tale. His potential value surpasses even yours, but he has yet to awaken his talent. He previously faced unfair treatment at his school, and in defiance, he withdrew and even dueled a teacher, knocking him to the ground with a single punch. Oh, his potential surpasses mine. Zhao Feifei's curiosity about Chu Han deepened. There's even more impressive feats. Zhao Feiyu continued to embellish Chu Han's exploits. He killed a third-tier black-maned lion without sustaining any injuries and managed to absorb the lion blood agent without possessing the ferocious lion bloodline or having cultivated the ferocious lion technique. As for the Night Owl, that fellow was a fourth-tier martial artist. Brother Han first observed the battle from a distance, allowing the Night Owl squad to engage with the black-maned Lion King, and ultimately, he emerged to slay the Night Owl and brought back the corpse of the fourth-tier black-maned Lion King. Zhao Feiyu gestured animatedly, his eyes brimming with admiration, as if he himself had accomplished these feats. The living room fell silent, with only Zhao Feiyu's voice reverberating. Zhao Tianlong paused, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair, his expression shifting from calm to increasingly grave, culminating in sheer astonishment. To absorb the lion blood agent without any bloodline assistance, to slay a third-tier beast without injury, and to defeat a fourth-tier Night Owl, this was no mere talent, it was nothing short of monstrous. Zhao Feifei, too, was left astounded. To absorb the lion blood agent without bloodline assistance? His physical strength and willpower are simply beyond human capabilities. Father, this Chu Han is truly worthy of our utmost attention. Zhao Tianlong set down his teacup, nodding appreciatively as he gazed at Zhao Feiyu with a hint of pride. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance for you to forge a friendship with him. He is an extraordinary talent, and the association will nurture him diligently. That is reassuring. Zhao Feiyu replied with a smile. However, Zhao Tianlong's tone turned slightly grave as he continued. Feiyu, while you are currently a second-tier warrior with a commendable purple limit bloodline talent, do not let complacency cloud your judgment. You must learn from Chu Han. Father, I understand, but please do not compare me to Chu Han. I have realized in the wilderness that he is nothing short of a prodigy. I shall never be able to catch up to him. Zhao Feiyu expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianlong chuckled softly, responding, apart from Chu Han, there are other talents in Jiang City and beyond its borders. Numerous individuals rivaling his prowess exist. You shall meet one of them tomorrow. Who might that be? Zhao Feiyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Your cousin, Lin Baiwei. She has awakened her talent this year as well. Lin Baiwei, is she coming to Jiang City tomorrow? Zhao Feiyu was taken aback, for his cousin was half a year younger than him and was also preparing for the college entrance examination this year. What talent has she awakened? Surely it cannot surpass my purple limit bloodline talent of the Mad Lion? Zhao Tianlong articulated each word with clarity. She possesses an S-level talent, Master of Beasts. S-level? Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. An S-level talent. In Jiang City, only Zhao Feifei had manifested an S-level talent in decades. Zhao Feifei's S-level status was largely attributed to her father's position here, allowing her to attend school in this city. In truth, the Zhao family was a grand dynasty with its stronghold in the capital. Even at the capital Martial University, the number of S-level talent students admitted each year was limited. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu felt a sudden dissonance. His previous pride dissipated entirely. An S-level talent was indeed far superior to his own. Meanwhile, within the virtual screen, Zhao Feifei wore a look of disbelief. An S-level beast mastery talent? Such a rare type, even more uncommon than my golden mad lion bloodline. Baiwei has kept this under wraps well. I was unaware of it even in the capital. A beast mastery talent? Indeed, master of beasts. It is certainly a beast mastery talent. Suddenly, Zhao Feiyu burst into joyous laughter. How wonderful. It truly is a beast mastery talent. Immediately, both Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Feifei furrowed their brows at him, with Zhao Tianlong questioning, what is the source of your mirth? Is an S-level talent worthy of such elation? Zhao Feiyu ceased his laughter, adopting a mysterious demeanor as he replied, you shall understand tomorrow when Baiwei arrives. I assure you it will be a grand surprise. He intentionally left some suspense while feeling a sense of relief. He had been troubled about how to assist Chu Han in finding a buyer for the black-maned lion cub, and now the buyer was coming directly to them. His cousin Lin Baiwei's S-level beast mastery talent was tailor-made for this cub. Not only would the cub find a worthy owner, but Chu Han would also secure an excellent price, thereby aiding him significantly. He even entertained the thought that his cousin might thank him for it. Zhao Tianlong, seeing his son unwilling to elaborate further, refrained from pressing the matter and instead advised. Tomorrow, along with Bai Wei, a significant figure will accompany her. You must maintain your composure and refrain from being frivolous. I understand. Zhao Feiyu replied dutifully. At that moment, Zhao Feifei interjected with discontent. Have you grown wings, young man? Are you bold enough to keep things from me? Seeing his sister's anger, Zhao Feiyu quickly added, Sister, I will discreetly inform you shortly, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone. That is more like it. I have cultivation tasks to attend to. I must take my leave. After the communication ended, Zhao Feiyu promptly messaged Chu Han. Brother Han, I have leads on the Cubs buyer. It is undoubtedly a delightful surprise that will satisfy you. Chapter 39, The Method of Mental Force Training. Already settled in bed, Chu Han received the message. Upon opening the communicator, he was elated to find it was from Zhao Feiyu. Reading the message, Chu Han's spirits soared. A buyer had been found, and Zhao Feiyu was indeed reliable. He felt a surge of anticipation as he glanced at the small beast sleeping on his blanket, a smile gracing his lips. Little one, your future is secure. After exchanging a few more messages with Zhao Feiyu, they agreed to conduct the transaction after the martial artist certification, which would be the day after tomorrow. Having located a buyer, a weight lifted from Chu Han's heart, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, he began his lottery draw. Congratulations. You have obtained a method of mental force training. Comprehensive Guide to Mental Force Training, Beginner Edition. To his astonishment, it was a tome on mental force training. Chu Han was instantly invigorated. With a mere thought, the contents of Comprehensive Guide to Mental Force Training, Beginner Edition, were inscribed in his mind. It was indeed a method for training mental force, akin to an encyclopedia that encompassed every aspect of mental force cultivation. Overjoyed, Chu Han recognized the value of this treasure. In Blue Star, the secrets of mental force training were exponentially more precious than techniques related to energy manipulation or martial skills. This was due to the fact that mental force represented a more advanced power. Though mental force is inherently possessed by every individual, it is far more challenging to cultivate and utilize compared to energy manipulation, except for a select few extraordinary individuals who awaken mental force talents. Ordinary warriors can only begin training their mental force upon reaching the 7th tier Grandmaster level. Those Grandmaster level warriors capable of wielding mental force in combat can effortlessly dominate warriors below the 7th tier, showcasing a vast disparity. Of course, there are also super geniuses who can develop formidable mental force capabilities at the 6th tier. Regardless of the situation, those capable of cultivating mental force are a rarity among millions. Now, Chu Han found himself presented with an opportunity. He discovered that he could begin training with the Comprehensive Guide to Mental Force Training, Beginner Edition, immediately. It is noteworthy that the low-level mental force training methods available on the market are typically designed for warriors who have awakened mental force talents. Even if the mental force training methods used by Grandmasters were made public, ordinary warriors would be unable to practice them, let alone such a Grandmaster-level tome, each of which is worth hundreds or thousands of times more than S-level martial skills. Thus, Chu Han's ability to cultivate mental force now represented an extraordinary stroke of luck. To embark on this training, he first needed to comprehend the various principles of mental force outlined in the Comprehensive Guide to Mental Force Training. With his 10,000-fold talent for comprehension, Chu Han swiftly mastered these concepts. Mental force is an extension of human consciousness, and the guide delineates various realms of mental force, of which he currently understands the first 4. The first level of mental force enhances one's perception, insight, and mental defenses, allowing one to exert mental pressure through mere gaze. Only when mental force reaches a certain strength can one transition to the second realm. In the second realm, mental force can be wielded as an effective means of attack, enabling direct mental assaults, disturbances, abductions, and enchantments. It can also manipulate small quantities of matter, such as telekinesis. Although this level of control lacks offensive capability, only upon reaching the third realm can one freely influence the external world, most simply manifested through telekinesis, allowing for the manipulation of objects to attack or alter their form. The fourth realm is even more formidable, granting the ability to affect space itself and construct a tangible mental space. The Comprehensive Guide to Mental Force Training that Chu Han acquired is merely at the beginner level, sufficient to elevate his mental force training to the first realm, thus reinforcing his mental capabilities and granting immunity to various mental illusions. Nonetheless, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Upon the enhancement of his mental fortitude, his sensory perception would experience a significant elevation, enabling him to project his mental energy to sense the surrounding environment, as well as to anticipate the trajectory of enemy attacks with greater precognition. Even those strikes imperceptible to the naked eye could be discerned through the power of his mental energy. Furthermore, with the reinforcement of his mental defenses, he would possess an additional layer of protection when confronting martial artists or extraordinary beasts capable of spiritual assault. The cultivation manual, titled 100 Resolutions of Mental Energy, included an unnamed introductory visualization technique. This visualization was encapsulated in a single image, which was almost indelibly inscribed in Chu Han's consciousness. The image depicted a perpetually shifting space, where each fleeting moment presented a different scene, continuously transforming. The practice of this visualization technique was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to gaze at the fluctuating space, thereby fortifying their mental energy. Without hesitation, Chu Han settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his attention on visualizing the spatial image. Initially, his consciousness could only follow the changes in the space. Before he could fully comprehend one scene, it would morph into another. He felt as though his awareness was being drawn by an invisible force, constantly traversing diverse realms. Throughout this process, he discerned that his mental prowess was steadily amplifying. After an indeterminate duration, he realized that his perceptive faculties were also growing stronger. Though his eyes were shut, he could distinctly visualize his internal organs, bones, and the flowing blood within him. As his mental energy continued to swell, the breadth of his perception expanded correspondingly, allowing him to see every single hair on his skin and every fiber of the fabric of his clothing. Continuing his practice, his perceptive range gradually extended to 1 meter. Then 2. When sunlight poured in, his perceptive radius had already broadened to 5 meters. Everything within that 5-meter span was vividly apparent in his mind's eye. The awakening black-maned lion cub, the peeling wall outside the window, and the door lock on the outer gate that was being twisted. The clicking sound of the lock turning echoed in his mind, revealing that his mother was manipulating the key. His parents, who had spent the day inspecting houses, had returned. His mother carried a bulging cloth bag filled with freshly purchased vegetables, while his father held several folded sheets of paper, presumably the floor plans from their house hunting excursion. Chu Han slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He gradually rose and stepped outside to greet them. Dad, Mom, you're back? Chu Han, how did you know we were home? The door had just opened. Since I've grown stronger, my hearing has become exceedingly keen, Chu Han explained with a smile, omitting any mention of his mental energy. Having just completed his training, he felt no fatigue from sitting all day. Moreover, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated, and his thoughts were more agile than usual, devoid of even the slightest hint of weariness. How did today's training go? Chu Han inquired with concern in his tone. Quite well, I've laid a solid foundation, Chu Han replied with a smile. That's great. Good luck with the martial artist certification tomorrow. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly become a martial artist tomorrow, Chu Han declared confidently. That evening, as Chu Han lay in bed, sleep eluded him. Instead, he resumed his practice of mental energy cultivation. He managed only 2 hours of sleep by the time dawn broke. Though he had rested for merely 2 hours, he felt more invigorated than ever. When he awoke, it was already 6 o'clock. The lottery opportunity had refreshed once again. Chapter 40, Martial Artist Certification, Lanyu. Today is July 1st, the day of the martial artist certification. Chu Han drew 10 body refinement pills, which he stored in his spatial pocket. The certification commenced at 8 o'clock, and he must succeed today. With only 26 days remaining until the Grand Martial Arts examination, registration would cease 2 weeks prior. He had merely 9 days left to register. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, he prepared to set off. Just before his departure, Zhao Feiyu messaged him, requesting that he bring along the black-maned lion cub. Chu Han slung a bag over his shoulder, placing the cub inside. If all went as planned, he would be able to conduct the transaction today. Son, give it your all. With his parents' encouraging cheers, Chu Han left home. Upon arriving at the Martial Artist Association, he found the square outside teeming with people. An overwhelming crowd gathered. Most of those present were aspiring martial artists seeking certification. Chu Han navigated through the throng, searching for Zhao Feiyu's position. Brother Chu, came Zhao Feiyu's call from a distance. Following the sound, Chu Han spotted Zhao Feiyu, clad in a brand new black martial arts uniform, waving at him. Chu Han approached Zhao Feiyu, gesturing to the bag on his back, and quietly inquired, "Where's the buyer? Aren't they with you?" "No worries, they're here. There are just too many people right now. After the certification concludes, we'll proceed with the transaction. The buyer is already waiting," Zhao Feiyu assured him with a smile. Chu Han nodded. "Right, there's no rush." His gaze swept across the crowd, spotting several long lines forming ahead. A rough estimate indicated that around 1,000 individuals were participating in the certification. In addition to the aspiring martial artists, many spectators and supporters filled the Martial Arts Association Square, creating a particularly lively atmosphere today. Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu joined the end of one of the lines. Prior to the official assessment, everyone would undergo a qualification evaluation to eliminate those lacking sufficient ability. The method for this evaluation was simple. Upon entering the assessment hall, individuals would be subjected to detection by a measuring device. Those deemed unqualified would be barred from entry. However, there were still 10 minutes remaining before they would officially enter the assessment hall. The crowd in line engaged in discussions about the upcoming martial artist evaluation. I heard that among those being certified this time, many have been aspiring martial artists for years, stuck on the brink of breakthrough, all hoping to finally succeed. One person remarked, "Indeed, there are also those who have failed multiple times but remain undeterred, trying their luck once more." However, the martial artist assessment is notably stringent. I suspect that the qualification evaluation will eliminate 2 or 3 layers of participants. Chu Han listened intently, while his gaze roamed over the many candidates indeed resembling those described. Several older candidates, while over 40, had not yet relinquished their chance for validation. For many, becoming a martial artist is a lifelong dream, signifying the official threshold into the realm of martial arts, with associated elevation in status and identity. Therefore, even after numerous failures, they would still seek every possible means to try again. Nonetheless, the most noteworthy aspect of this martial artist certification was the cohort of high school seniors participating in the assessment. Yes, I've heard that Jiangxing No. One high school has produced several A-grade talent prodigies. They are sure to shine brightly this time, another chimed in. Many expressed envy towards these prodigies, who, having just graduated, achieved heights that others had labored for years to attain. Discussions surrounding the high school seniors elicited expressions of admiration from numerous bystanders. Although these seniors had only recently awakened their talents, those truly gifted had already crossed the threshold into martial artist status and were seizing this opportunity for certification. Generally speaking, students who awakened B-grade talents and above, provided they practiced diligently and had sufficient resources, had a substantial opportunity to reach martial artist level during this period. Meanwhile, those exceptional individuals who awakened A-grade talents were nearly guaranteed to become martial artists at this juncture. A considerable number of senior high school students are undergoing certification this time. Chu Han remarked with a hint of admiration. The students in their final year are easily recognizable, exuding vitality and an air of pride. After all, the martial arts examination is just around the corner at the end of the month. And those who are able to obtain warrior certification at this juncture are undoubtedly talented individuals with aspirations to enter prestigious schools, which indeed justifies their pride. Zhao Feiyu, displaying a touch of arrogance, added, of course, but most of them are merely first-tier warriors. Those who have reached the second tier can be counted on one hand. We are undoubtedly the strongest duo here. Chu Han smiled faintly in agreement, acknowledging Zhao Feiyu's observation that these students appeared somewhat inexperienced. As the two conversed, a mocking voice suddenly cut through the air from behind. Oh, isn't this the genius of the Zhao family? I heard you awakened the formidable blue lion bloodline? Both Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu turned to see a group of senior students approaching. The leader, a tall and burly figure with a buzz cut, sported a lightning emblem etched into the hair on the right side of his head, emanating a faint electrical aura. Who is he? Is he a student from your school? Chu Han inquired. Zhao Feiyu replied. Yes, his name is Lei Ming, a scion of the Lei family from the capital. The son of the president of the Jiangxing branch of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Lei Ming and I have always had a contentious relationship. Chu Han recalled that the person Zhao Feiyu had previously competed with for the affections of the school beauty was also named Lei Ming. Truly, it seems that rivals are fated to cross paths. Lei Ming, what audacity you have to speak to me. I see your injuries have healed. Lei Ming's voice dripped with disdain, recalling a previous confrontation in which Zhao Feiyu had broken several of his ribs. At this remark, Lei Ming's expression darkened. Humph. My strength has reached the pinnacle of a first-tier warrior. You, a disgrace to your family, will never catch up to me. As he spoke, he stepped aside, revealing a stunning beauty with an explosive figure who approached and naturally leaned against him. Lu Shi, what are you doing with Lei Ming? Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, suddenly feeling unsettled upon seeing Lu Shi, the very school beauty he had once pursued alongside Lei Ming. It was a blow to his ego to witness her so willingly embrace Lei Ming. Zhao Feiyu, Lu Shi is now my girlfriend. I advise you to cease your harassment, lest you face my wrath, Lei Ming proclaimed triumphantly, squeezing Lu Shi's curves provocatively while casting a challenging glance at Zhao Feiyu. Though Lu Shi's cheeks flushed at the display in public, she did not resist, but rather acquiesced to Lei Ming's actions. Initially, Lu Shi had not accepted either Zhao Feiyu or Lei Ming, but after Lei Ming awakened a relatively more potent A-grade talent along with his status, she willingly became his girlfriend. How dare you? You're seeking death. Zhao Feiyu, provoked by Lei Ming's taunts, lost his composure, unleashing the full extent of his second-tier powers. He conjured a small storm of energy, enveloping himself in a violet aura, and unleashed a ferocious lion fist towards Lei Ming. Lei Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Zhao Feiyu's strength. Nevertheless, he retaliated with his own punch, declaring, Zhao Feiyu, don't think I fear you. Witness my Thunder King fist. Their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that forced bystanders to retreat. In the following moment, Lei Ming was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Though his strength was formidable, he had yet to break through to the second tier, remaining at the peak of the first tier. Naturally, he was swiftly defeated by Zhao Feiyu, who had already attained the second tier. Impossible. How have you reached the second tier? Lei Ming exclaimed, clutching his chest in disbelief. Do not compare yourself with me. Today, you will learn a lesson. Zhao Feiyu is not to be trifled with, Zhao Feiyu declared, charging once more towards Lei Ming, intent on delivering a lesson. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth, colliding with Zhao Feiyu and forcing him to stagger back. Please do not harm my friend. A cool voice interjected as the wind subsided, revealing several students standing protectively in front of Lei Ming, the one controlling the wind. And thus the speaker was also a second-tier warrior. Chu Han sensed a presence even more formidable than Zhao Feiyu's emanating from him, indicating he had been a second-tier warrior for some time. As his gaze swept over the others, he was taken aback to see an unexpected figure, Li Minggran. She had appeared alongside the wind controller. Chapter 41. Conflict. Chu Han takes action. Li Minggran spotted Chu Han as well, her eyes flashing with disdain. Humph, she scoffed. Turning her gaze away from him to the second-tier man, her eyes filled with longing. Ayu, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, her face radiant with admiration. The man, referred to as Ayu, smiled in response. With your support, I shall not falter against anyone. Ayu, Li Minggran's voice turned sweet, her face glowing with happiness. She then cast a glance at Chu Han, her expression filled with a desire to flaunt her relationship. She aimed to demonstrate to Chu Han that she could find a superior boyfriend. However, she quickly realized that Chu Han was entirely indifferent to her. Engrossed in conversation with Zhao Feiyu. This guy is truly insufferable, Li Minggran fumed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Her relentless pursuit of strength and a more formidable boyfriend was partly fueled by her vanity, hoping to earn Chu Han's respect, who had always looked down on her. Yet, she found that Chu Han was utterly unconcerned, not even sparing her a glance. Are you alright? Chu Han asked, noticing Zhao Feiyu's disheveled aura, clearly having suffered a setback in their earlier confrontation. I'm fine, Han Gu, Zhao Feiyu replied, a flicker of anger crossing his face, though it was overshadowed by his pride. He had believed that upon breaking through to the second tier, he would be the strongest among the senior students in Jiangxing, aside from Chu Han, only to have his expectations swiftly dashed. If he did not reclaim his pride, how could he continue to hold his head high? Meanwhile, Lei Ming, with the aid of his companions, slowly stood and approached Ayu, nodding in gratitude. Ayu returned the gesture with a smile, indicating they shared a good rapport. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Ming turned back to Zhao Feiyu, his face brimming with jealousy as he remarked, Zhao Feiyu, I never imagined your family would resort to such underhanded methods to artificially enhance your bloodline purity and elevate your strength to the second tier. I concede my defeat. However, even with such methods, you are no match for my friend. Lei Ming gestured towards Ayu. Allow me to introduce you to the young master of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, Lan Yu. He has awakened a dual A-grade talent and has now become a mid-second tier warrior, and he has been specially recruited by the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. Dual talent. And both are A-grade. Specially recruited by the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, Zhao Feiyu gasped in astonishment, echoed by the shocked expressions of nearly everyone present. In terms of rarity, dual talents surpassed even S-grade talents. The number of dual talents emerging across the nation each year is exceedingly limited. However, dual talents do carry a potential weakness, as they may sometimes result from the combination of two lower-tier talents. Thus, even if classified as dual talents, they might not be as powerful as a single high-tier talent. Unlike others, Lan Yu awakened two A-level talents simultaneously, which may surpass some single S-level talents in capability. This was the reason for Zhao Feiyu's overwhelming excitement upon hearing the news. Moreover, Lan Yu was specially recruited by the Martial Arts University of Modu, exempting him from the martial arts examination altogether. The Martial Arts University of Modu is one of the 4 major martial arts academies, boasting formidable strength, rivaling that of Jingwu University. Only prodigies of his sister's caliber receive such treatment. This individual named Lan Yu is indeed a genius far surpassing him. At this moment, Chu Han was also fixated on Lan Yu, but his attention was not on the latter's dual talents. Instead, he was acutely aware of Lan Yu's affiliation. He belonged to the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. His father had a long-standing vendetta against the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, a grudge that Chu Han had already accounted for, planning to exact revenge one day. Encountering the son of the Blue Eagle's headmaster now ignited a surge of murderous intent within Chu Han. Lan Yu, sensing the malice radiating from Chu Han, remained unfazed, merely casting a dismissive glance in his direction, his expression devoid of any turmoil, as if regarding an inconsequential passerby. As a genius, he had encountered many such hostile gazes before. They were nothing more than a swarm of ants. Ha ha ha, Zhao Feiyu, can you still deny it? I assert that Lan Yu's dual A-level talents surpass your sister's S-level talent. Even if your sister were here, she would undoubtedly concede. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's displeased expression, Lei Ming added fuel to the fire, continuing his taunts. Shut your mouth. Let him defeat me first. Zhao Feiyu, successfully provoked, roared and charged at Lei Yu once more. His entire being emanated a gathering of purple energy, manifesting as a raging lion phantom, overwhelming the martial artists present with its imposing aura. This was his first full-on attack since reaching the second tier. He was determined to vanquish Lan Yu. You? Li Minggran gasped in shock, her gaze filled with concern for the man beside her. It's fine, Lan Yu replied with a calm smile, assuring Li Minggran. Meanwhile, Lei Ming wore a triumphant grin. Suddenly, Lan Yu's aura shifted dramatically, transforming into a tempest that surged forth. Within this whirlwind, a piercing eagle cry resonated. In an instant, a storm of violent lightning dispersed the winds, revealing a golden giant eagle phantom above Lan Yu. Remarkably, Lan Yu's second talent was a thunder-type giant eagle, strikingly similar to Zhao Feiyu's raging lion lineage. The golden eagle dove like a bolt of lightning upon the purple lion, its electrified talons tearing through the lion phantom effortlessly. Zhao Feiyu's condensed energy dissipated in an instant, leaving him stunned, his complexion paling as if struck by lightning. In that fleeting moment of combat, Zhao Feiyu faced utter defeat. Incredible! That golden eagle phantom could rival even a third-tier warrior. How could such a powerful being be here for martial artist validation? Murmured the surrounding martial artists. Their admiration for both individuals palpable. Such a spectacle of genius battling each other was a rare sight indeed. Oh no, the victor is still attacking. The next scene sent waves of alarm through many hearts. The golden eagle, having vanquished the lion, continued its assault, its electrified claws reaching for Zhao Feiyu. If struck, he would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Lan brother, don't be rash. The rapid progression of events caught even Lei Ming off guard, prompting him to urgently call out to halt Lan Yu. If Zhao Feiyu were injured, the nature of the situation would drastically change, implicating even him. The Zhao family's wrath was not something he could withstand. The family would certainly prefer that the rivalry among the younger generation incite conflict between the families. Yet, Lan Yu was far prouder and more ruthless than Lei Ming anticipated. Despite Zhao Feiyu's formidable background, he was prepared to impart a lesson. His confidence stemmed from the special invitation and mentorship of his teacher, an 8th-tier grandmaster. Even the Zhao family would think twice before provoking an 8th-tier grandmaster. As the eagle's claws neared Zhao Feiyu, a shadowy figure appeared in a flash, blocking his path. The figure extended its arms to grasp the eagle's talons, withstanding the onslaught of lightning without flinching. In the next moment, something even more astonishing occurred. The figure exerted force, pulling the giant eagle down to the ground with tremendous strength. Subsequently, with a fierce tear, the massive eagle was rent asunder. Lan Yu's energy shattered instantly, and the figure seized his neck, instilling fear and rendering him immobile. As the golden lightning dissipated, the crowd finally recognized the figure. It was none other than Chu Han. Chapter 42. It is Chu Han. This scene was utterly shocking. Chu Han stood there like a fearsome beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Those of lesser strength recoiled in terror, astounded by his presence. Zhao Feiyu's raging lion and Lan Yu's golden eagle were mere phantoms, but Chu Han was palpably real. How terrifying. Could he also be here for martial artist validation? Some began to doubt their own senses, wondering if they were dreaming. However, the most astonished of all was Li Minggran. Watching Chu Han, she trembled and muttered, "Chu Han, how is it Chu Han? Why is he so strong?" This was the last scenario she wished to witness. Yet Chu Han's invincible figure constantly reminded her that this was all too real. Even Lan Yu appeared utterly outmatched in Chu Han's grasp, rendered dim and insignificant. Lan Yu was equally astonished. He sensed that Chu Han could take his life at any moment. It was a fear that penetrated deep into his soul, extinguishing any desire to resist. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Han released his grip, his aura dissipating, returning to his previous harmless demeanor. After all, they were in the Martial Arts Association. Chu Han could not truly kill Lan Yu, even with their profound enmity. Zhao Feiyu is my friend. Consider this a small lesson for you. Chu Han spoke coldly and flatly. Yet, to Lan Yu's ears, it was a profound insult. This was something the proud Lan Yu could not accept. And his face twisted in rage. I will kill you. Lan Yu completely lost his composure, consumed by the urge to eliminate Chu Han. Seeking to redeem himself and prove he was the strongest. Overreaching, Chu Han scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he prepared to strike. If Lan Yu initiated the attack, he would have reason for a more ruthless retaliation. Stop. Suddenly, a voice of authority reverberated through the Martial Arts Association hall like a clap of thunder. Chu Han felt his body grow heavy, an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. Meanwhile, Lan Yu, who had charged halfway, found himself ensnared by an unseen hand, frozen in place as his energy dissipated, leaving him unable to move. There is a master. Chu Han's heart sank as he turned to locate the source of the voice. An elderly man donned in black, with hair streaked with gray, strolled forward. His eyes sparkled with an electric intensity. Although he did not employ his elemental force, an aura of formidable strength emanated from him. This was an absolute dominance of a higher-tier warrior over one of a lower tier, and he was the most powerful individual that Chu Han had ever encountered. His prowess undoubtedly exceeded the 5th tier, reaching the 6th tier. Chu Han sighed inwardly. He had witnessed the strength of the 4th-tier warrior, Night Owl, and did not believe that a 5th-tier warrior could exert such an overwhelming pressure upon him. It was only the 6th tier that could produce such a stark disparity. Do you think this is a place for you to engage in private duels? This is the Martial Arts Association. The elder approached the crowd, his gaze sweeping over Chu Han and Lan Yu, his tone imbued with authority. As his words fell, A dozen martial artists clad in black uniforms swiftly approached from either side of the hall, each exuding an aura of at least the third tier, with the leader reaching the fourth tier. This solemn group was none other than the defense team of the Martial Arts Association. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be expelled and have their certification revoked permanently, the elder declared, his eyes casting a warning towards Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu, Lan Yu, Lei Ming, and others. The other participants in the assessment stood as still as startled cats, not daring to breathe a word. They too felt aggrieved, burdened with their own struggles. Unlike the favored few, their success in the assessment was uncertain. Who would dare to disrupt the peace? Had they caused trouble, they would have likely been thrown out long ago. Yet Chu Han and his companions were different. They were the prodigies of Jiang City. Prodigies, of course, enjoyed certain privileges. Even if they stirred trouble, they would only receive a verbal warning and would not face any real consequences. After all, the future of Jiang City depended on them. This was a sentiment understood by all present. The elder observed the now silent crowd and nodded in satisfaction. His gaze lingered on Chu Han for a moment longer. Indeed, a remarkable talent. Contrary to his stern exterior, the elder's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. He was the vice president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association and had long been aware of Chu Han's circumstances. Witnessing him in person, especially the scene where Chu Han had torn apart the golden giant eagle, deeply shocked him. No wonder even the president had taken a special interest in this genius. The elder averted his gaze and addressed the assembly. The assessment is about to commence. Please form an orderly line and refrain from jostling. Instantly, everyone complied, arranging themselves neatly in line, none daring to act out of turn. Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu found themselves at the end of a line, with the participants ahead deliberately maintaining a distance from the two. Brother Han, thank you. I didn't expect my issues to involve you as well. That Lan Yu will surely hold a grudge against you, Zhao Feiyu expressed with a hint of regret. Chu Han smiled lightly, replying, this matter is unrelated to you. I indeed have deep-seated conflicts with the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. They wield considerable influence in Jiang City. I know, but if he dares to confront me again, I won't back down. Let us focus on completing the certification first and not let these matters distract us. Agreed. Meanwhile, Lan Yu returned to the line, his expression dark and brooding. Even when Li Mingran approached to console him, he rebuffed her. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, turning to Lei Ming behind him. He inquired, Brother Lei, do you know who that person is? I have no idea where such a formidable figure emerged from, Lei Ming replied, his own expression grim after being humiliated by Zhao Feiyu and nearly dragged down by Lan Yu. I know him. He is Chu Han, Li Mingran interjected from the side. Chu Han, the one from class 3? I heard he had failed to awaken his talent and was considered a waste, Lei Ming exclaimed, taken aback by the name. Chu Han had once been quite renowned, his potential even surpassing Zhao Feiyu's, thus making him known among the students of class 1. Chu Han, I have heard of him as well. He must currently possess at least the peak of the second tier. How could he lack talent? Lan Yu, a student from class 2, also expressed disbelief. He must have resorted to banned substances, which led to his expulsion from school. I suppose he has been mixing with Zhao Feiyu, likely acquiring even more potent drugs from him, Lei Ming added with embellishment. I can't believe I lost to a cheating waste. At this, Lan Yu's fury intensified, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking under the pressure. Chu Han, I will surely repay today as humiliation tenfold, Lan Yu vowed silently. As the martial artist certification commenced, all participants gradually underwent testing. Soon, several individuals lacking the requisite qualifications were eliminated. Naturally, Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu breezed through the verification and entered the true assessment hall. Those ahead of them began to enter the examination rooms, embarking on the actual assessment. Chapter 43, A Punch of 200 Tons. You ask me if I am a martial artist? For those capable of manipulating elemental force, the martial artist certification was relatively straightforward. Some individuals emerged victorious in under 2 minutes, brimming with excitement. Successful candidates would not only have their information recorded in the Federal Martial Artist Database, but would also be awarded a martial artist badge certifying their identity. Those who succeeded in this assessment were predominantly first-tier martial artists. Upon becoming a first-tier martial artist, each individual could claim a D-grade technique and a D-grade martial skill, which represented a significant boon for civilian martial artists. The assessments progressed, with a greater number of successes than failures. Due to the earlier conflicts, Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu, and Lan Yu found themselves at the tail end of the line. Moreover, most of the students participating in the martial artist certification were also placed at the back. Thus, the real excitement of the martial artist certification had yet to unfold. It was only 2 hours later that the assessments turned to the senior students. Class 1 had the most participants, followed by Class 2, and then Class 3, in that order. After all, Jiang City High School was named according to the strength of its schools. Consequently, Class 1 held the advantage in the number of martial artists produced. To Chu Han's surprise, Sun Liqiang also successfully passed the first-tier martial artist assessment. However, upon seeing Chu Han, he immediately lowered his head, fearful of provoking him. Among those familiar to Chu Han, Jiang Yin also passed the first-tier martial artist assessment. indicating that they had all put in considerable effort in recent days. Yet, some had failed the assessment, such as Zhao Lei and others who had awakened B and C grade talents. Students with awakened A grade talents breezed through the tests. Finally, it was Chu Han's turn. He, Zhao Feiyu, Lan Yu, and Li Mingran entered the assessment room. Upon entering, Chu Han noticed two examiners, both of whom possessed strength around the third tier. Name: Chu Han. You are Chu Han. Indeed, what of it? Nothing. The two examiners exchanged glances and nodded slightly. One of them smiled, saying, Chu Han, please demonstrate your elemental force. I am unable to utilize elemental force yet. I request to undergo a strength certification. Chu Han replied. Strength certification? You are the first today to apply for strength certification. I must inform you that this process has higher requirements and is more challenging for the examinee. Chu Han nodded. I understand. Well then, let us proceed with the power assessment. The two examiners rose to their feet, and simultaneously, the ground behind them began to slowly open, revealing a series of various instruments that ascended. The first test was for strength. The minimum requirement for a warrior was a single-arm strength of 2,000 pounds. But for the power certification, it necessitated exceeding 3,000 pounds. One of the examiners explained, activating the strength testing apparatus. They would first assess strength, as failure in this category would render subsequent tests unnecessary. Chu Han nodded in acknowledgement and approached the testing device. The last time he had gauged his strength was before venturing into the wilderness. Since then, he had experienced remarkable encounters and upgraded his talents. Now, he was uncertain of the extent of his strength. Grasping the measuring rod with one hand, he exerted a powerful upward push. The apparatus trembled violently as the numbers on the screen surged dramatically. 16115, 30556, 45820, 49,934, finally stabilizing at 51213. He then tested his other arm, achieving a reading of 51,333. This figure astonished even Chu Han himself. He had not anticipated that his single-arm strength had reached an astounding 50,000 pounds. The combination of the lion blood potion and his talent upgrade had propelled his strength to such terrifying heights. Meanwhile, the examiners, recording the results, were utterly dumbfounded. Could there have been a malfunction in the equipment? Was there an extra zero? No, these instruments had been calibrated earlier that morning. They would not fail. Chu Han's final strength was indeed 51,333 pounds. The pair, with trepidation, documented this astonishing result. Prior to the warrior certification, the association's vice president had issued a directive. Should the candidate be Chu Han, they should endeavor to elicit his full potential. After all, he was an individual of special interest to the leadership, and a greater strength was understandable. Next, we shall assess your speed. The requirement for a first-tier warrior is a velocity of 25 meters per second. Upon this declaration, Chu Han was guided to a specialized treadmill designated for speed testing. Upon clicking start, run at your maximum speed. We will record the average data over a span of 10 seconds. Understood. Chu Han positioned himself on the speed testing apparatus, and upon initiating the test, he sprinted with unrestrained vigor. Lacking a specific notion of his velocity, as he had never been tested before, he ran unencumbered. After 10 seconds, he ceased his exertion. This time, he refrained from utilizing his agility techniques, relying solely on the strength of his leg muscles. The apparatus quickly computed the results, displaying a speed of 113 meters per second. It appears my baseline speed is over 100 meters per second. With further effort, I could certainly enhance it. Chu Han mused. The two examiners widened their eyes in astonishment, rendered speechless, yet they maintained their professional integrity and recorded Chu Han's data. The final segment awaited, the attack power test. The preceding two metrics served merely as references. The results of the attack power test would constitute the primary basis for certification. Different levels of attack power would yield varying grades of certification, potentially first, second, or third tier. Moreover, this warrior certification included an additional clause: the higher the rank attained, the greater the quality of the techniques and martial arts one could acquire. The examiners elaborated extensively, intent on encouraging Chu Han to unleash his full strength. Realizing that the circumstances did not permit him to hold back, he acknowledged his substantial need for higher-tier techniques and would not squander this opportunity. The ground apparatuses for strength and speed retracted into the earth, making way for a colossal testing crystal sphere. Strike the crystal sphere with your utmost force. You may employ martial techniques or weapons, and the sphere will accurately calculate the damage inflicted. Chu Han scrutinized the crystal sphere and turned back to inquire. This won't break, will it? He needed to ascertain the limits of the object. Otherwise, should it shatter, he would face considerable repercussions. Rest assured, this testing crystal sphere is designed to withstand the full force of a fourth-tier warrior's strike without damage. However, fourth-tier warriors no longer require such tests. Feel free to unleash your power. Even if it were to break, you would not be held accountable, one examiner assured confidently. Very well, then I shall proceed with confidence. With that, Chu Han delivered a straightforward, yet potent punch to the crystal sphere. The impact resonated throughout the room with a thunderous boom. audible even to those in the assessment hall. The numbers on the crystal sphere began to climb frantically, ultimately settling at 300. 300? That equates to 300,000 pounds. Your attack power is astonishingly high. The crystal sphere's recording mechanism operated on the principle that one unit represented 1,000 pounds of force. Thus, an attack power of 300 translated to an incredible 300,000 pounds. The two examiners exchanged a dazed glance. This figure seemed beyond even their capabilities. Have the younger generations truly reached such extraordinary levels? It appears my punch power has stabilized at 6 times my base strength, Chu Han observed, glancing at his fist. Then offering a smile to the two examiners. May I attempt again? Certainly. You may try again. You are permitted a maximum of 3 attempts. Upon hearing this, Chu Han concentrated his energy into his right fist, aimed at the crystal sphere, and unleashed another explosive punch. The resulting sound was even more resounding than before, causing the entire examination room to tremble. The numbers on the crystal sphere fluctuated wildly, surpassing 300 and finally settling at 400, ceasing to change thereafter. 400. This figure is utterly terrifying, the two examiners stammered, their voices quaking. Examiners, my power assessment is complete. I trust one have qualified? Chu Han inquired with a grin. Qualified. Indeed, the examiners replied, somewhat flustered. An attack power of 400 equates to 400,000 pounds. You delivered a punch of 200 tons and still question your qualification? Surely. You jest. Please hold a moment. We have submitted your results for review. Your strength is extraordinary, and your warrior rating requires higher level adjudication, one examiner stated with a smile. Very well, Chu Han replied, unhurried, as the testing had concluded. In the office of the Warrior Association's president, Zhao Tianlong and the vice president examined the incoming data, their emotions tumultuous and unsettled. This is simply astounding. His physical strength rivals that of a third-tier exotic beast, and his attack power has reached the level of a fourth-tier warrior. What classification shall we assign him? He has yet to cultivate any techniques, thus cannot utilize the fourth-tier warrior's elemental armor. Perhaps we should categorize him as a third tier. Indeed, I concur, the vice president affirmed. After concluding their deliberations, the results were relayed to Chu Han. Mr. Chu Han, congratulations, you have been certified by the association as a third-tier warrior. Here is your warrior badge. The two examiners proclaimed with excitement as they affixed a golden badge to Chu Han's chest. For warriors, the badge represented immense honor. For the two examiners, this assessment had broadened their horizons. Encountering a candidate rated as a third-tier warrior in their first certification was a rarity they might only witness once in a lifetime. How could they not be exhilarated? Thank you both very much. Chu Han bid farewell to the two individuals and stepped out of the certification room. It was not until he shut the door that they both exhaled in relief. One of the examiners complained, "What a freak. His strength surpasses ours. And yet we're tasked with assessing him. I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking." The other replied with a chuckle, "Regardless, this is a rare opportunity. Let's stow away the testing equipment. Our mission is complete." As they summoned a virtual screen and clicked to close it, they waited a few seconds, only to realize that the crystal ball had not descended and showed no signs of reaction. What on earth is happening? Both hurried to inspect the crystal ball, only to discover that it was already riddled with cracks, having lost its former luster. Is the testing crystal broken? They exchanged a glance filled with horror and disbelief. Soon, the president's office received new information. What? Chu Han has damaged the testing crystal. Zhao Tianlong let out a bitter laugh, followed by a brief silence. Uncle, is this Chu Han the seller of the black-maned lion cub that my cousin mentioned? A strikingly beautiful young girl sitting across the table asked curiously. Yes. Fei Yu said the black-maned lion cub is with him, and you'll be able to trade shortly, Zhao Tianlong responded. Lin Baiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. I can hardly wait to see my second beast companion. She then turned to the snow-white chick perched on her shoulder and said, Snowball, you're about to have a new partner. I wonder what name I should give it. Upon hearing this, the white eagle named Snowball raised its head proudly, seemingly displeased with its owner's choice of a second beast companion. Snowball, don't be like that. You will be partners from now on. Lin Baiwei immediately began a lengthy session of psychological counseling for the snow spirit. Zhao Tianlong could only smile helplessly at this scene. He was at a loss for words regarding his quirky niece. Meanwhile, the elderly man sitting beside the girl, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Damaged the testing crystal? It has been many years since I encountered such a little rascal. Zhao, tell me more about this Chu Han. Seeing the elder speak, Zhao Tianlong did not dare to be negligent, and promptly replied, Old fan, Chu Han is my child's friend. Before awakening his talent, he possessed over 3,000 potential points, but failed to awaken a talent. However, he seems to have had some fortuitous encounter, making tremendous progress in body refinement, far surpassing his peers in strength. This old fan had come with Lin Baiwei, and was also her teacher, a martial artist with the beast-taming talent. Though he was merely a 7th-tier master, he had 2 8th-tier extraordinary beast companions, making him a figure even the 8th-tier grandmasters would avoid provoking. As a close friend of Lin Baiwei's grandfather and the vice president of the Beast Taming Academy at Jingwu University. Upon hearing of Lin Baiwei's awakening of the S-rank beast taming talent, he immediately took her as a disciple and specially recruited her into the academy. He was exceedingly fond of Lin Baiwei, and upon learning of new extraordinary beast cubs for sale, he rushed overnight from the capital to Jiangxing. Naturally, Zhao Tianlong treated such a distinguished person with the utmost respect, wary of any slight neglect. Seeing the elder's interest in Chu Han, Zhao Tianlong felt both surprised and delighted. Quickly sharing all the information he had about Chu Han, along with the recent assessment data. Single arm strength of 50,000 pounds, punching power exceeding 150 tons. A physique as formidable as a third-tier extraordinary beast. This Chu Han is indeed a prodigy of body refinement. I must meet this little rascal in person. Old Fan remarked with a hint of interest. To catch the eye of someone like you is a tremendous honor for Chu Han. Though Zhao Tianlong was unaware of Old Fan's motives, he recognized this as an excellent opportunity for Chu Han. Teacher, are you also interested in Chu Han? You're not considering taking him as a disciple, are you? Lin Baiwei, noticing that both her teacher and uncle were discussing Chu Han, felt a surge of interest. Old Fan smiled mysteriously, saying, though Chu Han is indeed a genius, he is not suited for the Beast Taming Academy. I will not take him as a disciple. We shall see when we meet him. Inside the Martial Artist Association's certification hall, a large number of successfully certified martial artists gathered, boasting about their martial artist medals. Among them, the most noteworthy were Zhao Feiyu and Lan Yu, proudly displaying their second-tier martial artist medals. To participate in the martial artist certification for the first time and achieve second-tier status as students was a remarkable feat, lighting a path of bright prospects that left many envious. Where's Han? He's the only one left. Could something have gone wrong during the assessment? With his strength? That shouldn't be the case. Zhao Feiyu waited anxiously for Chu Han's return. Lan Yu, Li Minggran, and Lei Ming also lingered, eager to witness Chu Han's true level. Would it be second tier or even higher? After a long wait, Chu Han finally emerged leisurely from the certification room, and the martial artist medal on his chest radiated a distinct glow, an emblem of a third-tier martial artist. A third-tier martial artist. He had been certified as a third-tier martial artist. Instantly, the hall erupted in commotion, with everyone discussing Chu Han's third-tier medal. If Zhao Feiyu and his companion's second-tier medals were somewhat dazzling, then Chu Han's third-tier medal shone like the sun itself, blinding and impossible to gaze upon directly. As if looking too long would result in an explosion or melting from proximity. Chu Han, he truly has reached the level of a third-tier martial artist. Just as I suspected. Lan Yu's face darkened, his teeth gritted, the animosity towards Chu Han deepening further. But I will repay this humiliation 100-fold before the day is done. Let us go. After casting a resentful glance at Chu Han, Lan Yu departed the Martial Artist Association with a disheartened Li Minggran. Zhao Feiyu, brimming with joy, approached Chu Han, exclaiming, Han, let me borrow your third-tier martial artist medal for a moment. It will surely astonish my sister. Sure, but if there are any repercussions, don't come looking for me. Chu Han replied, in high spirits, even jokingly. Zhao Feiyu sighed in resignation. Let us forget it. My martial artist information has already been recorded in the association system. So now my entire family knows my true strength. By the way, when shall we meet the buyer? I haven't claimed my martial artist rewards yet, Chu Han inquired. Zhao Feiyu grinned. We can go for the trade now. As for the martial artist rewards, you can collect them after the transaction. Where are we trading? Chu Han asked. Right here, Zhao Feiyu pointed above. Trading here? Does the Martial Artist Association have a dedicated trading venue? Chu Han asked, intrigued. Zhao Feiyu replied nonchalantly, of course not. But don't you know our association president's surname is Zhao? Chu Han paused in surprise. President Zhao? The same surname as you, could it be? My father. Zhao Feiyu chuckled. Come on, let us head straight to the president's office. Chapter 45. The Sale, Wealthy Lady Lin Baiwei. The two took a private elevator, conveniently arriving at the president's office. At times, Chu Han envied Zhao Feiyu for his connections, being able to use the Martial Artist Association's president's office as a trading venue. As soon as the door swung open, Chu Han felt two powerful presences locking onto him simultaneously. These two auras were exceedingly strong, surpassing even that of the previously encountered elder in black. Peering inside, he saw a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Feiyu, exuding great power and an extraordinary demeanor. This individual is none other than Zhao Feiyu's father, the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, whose prowess is at least of the 6th tier. Chu Han mused silently. Meanwhile, a far more formidable aura emanated from an elderly man seated on the sofa to Chu Han's right, whose countenance was stern and forbidding. Within the energy he radiated, Chu Han discerned a flicker of mental power. This elder was most likely a master-level powerhouse of the 7th tier. This revelation left him astounded, as a look of shock flickered in his eyes. Master-level, a realm coveted by countless martial artists. Only upon reaching this pinnacle can one truly be deemed a formidable fighter. Yet, those who attain such heights are exceedingly rare, with merely a couple of hundred master-level warriors across the entirety of the Longxiao Federation. each capable of commanding a city and safeguarding their domain. Beside this elder sat a sweet-faced young woman, her expression brimming with curiosity as she scrutinized him, her large eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Perched on her shoulder was a completely white fledgling eagle, its keen eyes radiating a sharp brilliance, fixated intently on the backpack behind Chu Han. At that moment, Chu Han felt a lightness wash over him as two powerful auras simultaneously vanished. Zhao Tianlong rose from his seat, a broad smile gracing his face as he beckoned to Chu Han. "You must be Chu Han. Come in and take a seat." "Yes, President Zhao," Chu Han replied politely with a nod. Zhao Tianlong chuckled heartily. "Since you are a good friend of Fei Yu's, just call me Uncle Zhao. During this time, Fei Yu has received considerable care and assistance from you, and as his father, I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have some influence in Jiangqing." "Uncle Zhao, you are too kind. Fei Yu and I are good friends. It is only natural for us to support one another." Chu Han graciously accepted Zhao Tianlong's goodwill. With this connection, navigating Jiangqing would undoubtedly become much easier. "Brother Han, allow me to introduce my cousin, Lin Baiwei, who is also the buyer for this transaction." Zhao Feiyu gestured toward the young woman, saying, "She has awakened the S-level beast master talent, the master of all beasts. And this little white bird is her beast companion." Chu Han had already noticed the white eagle on Lin Baiwei's shoulder and had formed a few speculations. However, upon hearing Zhao Feiyu mention her S-level talent, he was still profoundly astonished. An S-level talent is not something one encounters casually, especially in the realm of beast mastery. To think that on his first venture selling exotic beast cubs, he would encounter such an impressive buyer. He immediately recalled his talent replication card. If he could replicate Lin Baiwei's talent, would he not possess an S-level talent himself? Chu Han's mind raced with various considerations. Ultimately, he quelled this thought. Beast mastery talents are exceedingly rare, with S-level talents being even more scarce. If he suddenly acquired a talent identical to Lin Baiwei's, it would inevitably attract the attention of many within the beast mastery community. Such a situation would be impossible to explain. Moreover, he himself held little desire for a beast mastery talent, preferring instead to replicate a combat-oriented skill. Quickly regaining his composure, Chu Han smiled at Lin Baiwei. "Hello, my name is Chu Han. So you are Chu Han. You truly are quite handsome. My cousin has told me so much about you. My ears are nearly worn out from listening." Lin Baiwei chirped like a little bird, recounting all the embellished tales Zhao Feiyu had shared about him. As Chu Han listened, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Even with his thick skin, he could not help but blush at her words. He glanced at Zhao Feiyu, his eyes filled with inquiry. Zhao Feiyu awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us show my cousin the black-maned lion cub." Eager to shift the topic, Chu Han unzipped the backpack he had brought. Suddenly, a fluffy head poked out from the opening, two curious black eyes scanning its surroundings with an adorably clumsy demeanor. "Wow, it's so cute." Lin Baiwei was instantly enamored, her eyes sparkling with delight. She gently lifted the black-maned lion cub from the backpack and cradled it in her palms. The little creature seemed to sense that this beautiful girl would be its future owner, nuzzling against her hand and even licking it affectionately. "Look how affectionate it is. It must like me," Lin Baiwei remarked, her fingers lightly brushing its chest as her own talent quietly activated, enveloping the cub in a gentle energy that made it even more attached to her, curling up in her palm and drifting off to sleep. "I want this little beast. Master, what do you think?" Lin Baiwei exclaimed, her affection growing as she turned to the elder beside her. Old Master Fan slowly opened his eyes at her words, his gaze landing on the cub, his tone laced with approval. "This cub is quite remarkable. Its bloodline has undergone mutation. With proper training, it could easily reach the 5th tier or even the 6th. It will provide you significant assistance while your cultivation is still developing." "How does it compare to Xueqiu?" Lin Baiwei inquired curiously. Old Master Fan's lips twitched slightly, his expression stern as he responded. "Xueqiu is a spiritual beast, with a minimum adult tier of 7. They are not comparable." "Ah, indeed, Xueqiu is superior. You must not bully it," Lin Baiwei said to Xueqiu. Xueqiu, in turn, disdainfully regarded the black-maned lion cub, raising its head with an air of superiority. Not perturbed by Xueqiu's indifference, Lin Baiwei continued to caress the black-maned lion cub, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry, with me here, it won't dare to bully you." Old Master Fan observed this student of his with a bemused smile, then turned to Chu Han, saying, "The market value of the black-maned lion cub is at most 30 million, but due to its mutated bloodline and enhanced potential, I can offer Baiwei 500 million Federation coins for it. What do you say?" 500 million. Chu Han's heart raced. He initially thought he would be fortunate to sell it for 20 million, yet it could actually fetch 500 million. It seems he had underestimated the value of this little cub. He nodded, "Certainly. I have no objections to the price set by the elder." The old man nodded, "Good. Baiwei, please proceed with the payment." "Chu Han, I will transfer the funds to you," Lin Baiwei eagerly declared, transferring the 50 million into Chu Han's account without even furrowing her brow. Chu Han was taken aback by her display of wealth, and even Zhao Feiyu, witnessing the scene, could not help but feel envious. Ever since Lin Baiwei awakened her S-level talent, she had become the treasure of her family. The head of the Lin family had unreservedly provided her with 1 billion Federation coins as startup capital, thus establishing her as a wealthy individual. All right, this cub is now yours, Chu Han said with a smile. He felt elated, having earned money while also finding a good owner for the cub. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps in the future, he could pay more attention to exotic beast cubs in the wild. This could prove to be a lucrative path. Chapter 46. The Pressure of a Master. Chu Han's mentor. After the transaction was concluded, the three young individuals, Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu, and Lin Baiwei, engaged in further conversation. However, most of the dialogue consisted of Lin Baiwei asking questions, while Chu Han took on the role of responder. Suddenly, Chu Han sensed an intrusion of mental energy into his consciousness. He immediately pinpointed the source of this mental energy and discovered that it was none other than Lin Baiwei's mentor. Old Master Fan was startled upon being detected by Chu Han. He had not anticipated that his mental probing would be discovered by a younger generation. The young lad has indeed cultivated his mental prowess. How deeply he conceals his abilities. Old Master Fan mused internally, before promptly addressing Chu Han. Your strength is quite commendable. Allow me to test your capabilities. Oh, how does the esteemed elder intend to do so? Chu Han queried with curiosity, uncertain of the elder's intentions. Zhao Tianlong interjected hastily. Chu Han, Old Master Fan wishes to assess your talent. This is an excellent opportunity. Recognizing the good intentions behind the elder's proposition, Chu Han quickly replied. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed elder. Old Master Fan nodded, and immediately, his aura shifted, enveloping the entire office in an overwhelming presence. Zhao Tianlong was taken aback. This is the pressure of a grandmaster. Even as a 6th-tier martial artist, he felt an immense weight, let alone the others. Lin Baiwei and Zhao Feiyu were rendered motionless, while Chu Han, although able to move, found it exceedingly arduous. Is this the might of a grandmaster? Chu Han's heart surged as he fought against the oppressive force. Very well, Old Master Fan acknowledged, easing the pressure on everyone except Chu Han. Let me see where your limits lie. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chu Han felt the weight intensify several-fold, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, causing his bones to emit mournful creaks under the strain. Yet, he refused to yield, lifting his head defiantly, embodying a spirit unafraid of death. You can still endure? A flicker of astonishment crossed Old Master Fan's eyes as he amplified the oppressive force. This pressure could easily crush a 3rd-tier martial artist and severely injure a 4th-tier warrior. With a resounding thud, Chu Han's knee struck the floor, splintering the hardwood beneath him and embedding his knee into it. The intensity of the pressure was so overwhelming that it caused fractures to appear in his bones and blood to seep from his skin, making each breath a struggle. He sensed his body nearing its limits. Should he persist any longer, he might truly face physical collapse. Brother Han, perhaps you should concede. Zhao Feiyu could no longer contain his concern, his face etched with worry. Lin Baiwei was equally alarmed, hastily urging, Master, do you wish to harm Chu Han? Zhao Tianlong shook his head, refraining from intervening. With his own strength, he could tell that Chu Han had not yet given up. A flicker of determination ignited in Chu Han's eyes as he valiantly resisted the pressure. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he gradually adjusted his stance, contorting himself into an unusual position, precisely the first stance of the 2nd level of the 9-fold body refining technique. To the onlookers, this posture appeared grotesque, leading them to believe his body had been shattered. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Han's aura surged unexpectedly, as the elemental energy around him continuously flowed into his being. His body began to actively absorb the subtle energies within the oppressive force, transforming them into materials for refining his physique. Is this he is cultivating through the Grandmaster's pressure? What a remarkable body refinement technique. Old Master Fan's eyes widened in surprise, tinged with a hint of delight. Are those who favor body refinement truly this reckless? I can see the shadow of that old fellow in this young lad. Instead of retracting the pressure, he amplified it once more. This time, the pressure had reached the limit of a 4th-tier warrior. However, Chu Han's body exhibited no signs of faltering. Instead, he shifted into yet another new posture. His hair stood on end, and countless gashes marred his skin. Yet not a drop of blood spilled forth. Under the weight, his flesh and bones underwent relentless destruction and reconfiguration, rendering them even more resilient and robust. Old Master Fan observed Chu Han's transformation with increasing astonishment. Gradually, Chu Han's breathing stabilized, and his movements became fluid as he adapted to the oppressive force. Upon completing the stances of the 2nd level of the 9-fold body refining technique, Chu Han's injuries had healed completely, and he emerged even stronger. That is enough, Old Master Fan declared, retracting the pressure. The sudden release of weight allowed Chu Han to unleash an astonishing aura, leaving even Zhao Tianlong moved. Indeed, a prodigy. Even without innate talent, you shall not remain obscured. Old Master Fan regarded Chu Han with admiration as he spoke. Thank you for your leniency, esteemed elder. Chu Han bowed deeply to Old Master Fan, elated to have earned the recognition of a grandmaster. Old Master Fan chuckled. It is your own merits. An ordinary martial artist would be fortunate to withstand my pressure for even a second. Not only did you endure, but you also harnessed the energy to cultivate. Truly a unique young man. Pausing, he allowed a knowing smile to play at the corners of his mouth. I know an old fellow who adores reckless disciples like you. He may take a liking to you. Taking on disciples? Chu Han was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. He had not anticipated that Old Master Fan was assessing a disciple for someone else. A teacher introduced by a grandmaster must surely be another grandmaster. He thought eagerly, bowing deeply once more. Then I shall trouble the esteemed elder. Do not concern yourself. Should you succeed in becoming a disciple, your master will surely express gratitude to me. Old Master Fan waved his hand dismissively, though internally he began to contemplate the benefits he might receive should Chu Han succeed in his apprenticeship. Beside them, Zhao Tianlong and his son Zhao Feiyu regarded Chu Han with envious eyes, the astonishment in their hearts unspoken. To receive praise from a grandmaster foretold a bright future for Chu Han. If he succeeded in becoming a disciple, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Soon after, Old Master Fan departed with Lin Baiwei, eager to leave Jiangxing and return to Kyoto without delay. Lin Baiwei had acquired a second beast companion and could not afford to delay her cultivation or the nurturing of her new beast. She intended to enter a 20-day seclusion. They had also arranged to meet at the capital Martial University. After Lin Baiwei's departure, Zhao Tianlong inquired about Chu Han's withdrawal from the third school and assisted him in registering for the martial arts examination under his martial artist credentials. For Zhao Tianlong, it was a mere formality, yet it saved Chu Han a considerable amount of time. Chu Han expressed his gratitude and left the president's office alongside Zhao Feiyu. They still had one task to complete, to claim the martial arts skills and techniques following their certification. The duo proceeded to the True Martial Pavilion on the second floor of the Martial Artist Association, where they could select various levels of skills and techniques corresponding to their newly acquired martial artist medallions. A newly certified first-tier martial artist could claim a D-rank technique and a D-rank skill. A second-tier martial artist could claim a C rank, and so forth. Chu Han's entitlement naturally reached B rank. Although Zhao Feiyu possessed family heritage, he was still free to cultivate other techniques and skills, opting for two texts focused on wind attributes. Chu Han, however, chose fire attributes, as his enhanced talent and prior absorption of the Crimson Scale Python's blood had rendered his body highly attuned to fire elemental energy, allowing for swifter growth. Hence, he selected the B-rank technique Flame Devouring Art and the B-rank skill Flame Burst Fist. Although he could not yet cultivate the technique, utilizing the skill in conjunction with his talent posed no issues. Chapter 47. A brief interlude on house buying. After bidding farewell to Zhao Feiyu, Chu Han hurried home. He merely informed his parents through the communicator that he had successfully certified as a martial artist, withholding the specifics of his rank, intending to surprise them instead. Little Han. As Chu Han arrived at the entrance of the community, he discovered that his parents were waiting for him. Dad, Mom, what brings you out to greet me? He inquired. Zhang Milan chuckled. Your father has been unable to calm his excitement since he received the news half an hour ago that you passed your martial artist certification. He insisted on dragging me downstairs to wait for you. Chu Han patted Chu Han on the shoulder and exclaimed, You've done well, my boy. Becoming a first-tier martial artist before the grand examination is an achievement far beyond what I managed at your age. His eyes sparkled with pride and joy. Chu Han smiled shyly and produced the golden martial artist medal from his pocket. Dad, I only mentioned that I passed the certification. Not that I'm a first-tier martial artist. Not a first tier? Could it be a second tier? Chu Han's laughter faded as he reached for the medal to inspect it. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his smile froze in shock. This is actually a third-tier martial artist medal. Having been a third-tier martial artist himself before his injury, he quickly recognized the medal's rank, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. Shock, astonishment, and then sheer elation. An 18-year-old third-tier martial artist. Ha ha ha, truly, he is my son, Chu Han. Although Zhang Milan was not a martial artist, she understood the significance of a third-tier status. Our son has reached the pinnacle of your achievements at merely 18, she remarked. Recalling that Chu Han had attained the third-tier level at the age of 30, an incomparable feat nearby neighbors, drawn by the commotion, began to glance over. Someone recognized Chu Han and whispered, Isn't that the son of the old Chu family? I heard he was taking the martial artist exam. Did he succeed? Just look at how excited old Chu is. It must be something extraordinary. Instantaneously, envious and admiring glances were cast his way. Chu Han smiled and said, I didn't mention it at first because I wanted to surprise you. You certainly delivered a grand surprise, his mother responded. But putting that aside, Dad, Mom, which houses have you been looking at these past few days? Let me see. Let us go buy a house. If all goes well, we could move as soon as tomorrow. Mentioning the house prompted Chu Han to pull out a small notebook. Your mother and I have been viewing several neighborhoods and noted them down. This notebook, carried with him during their house hunting ventures, was filled with the names of various communities, layouts, prices, and even hand-drawn floor plans. It seemed that his parents were quite enthusiastic about the prospect of buying a home, which made Chu Han chuckle inwardly. Look, Xiao Han, These are exquisite homes in ordinary neighborhoods, spacious, relatively affordable, and undoubtedly comfortable to live in, Chu Han explained. Chu Han took the notebook, glanced through it, and shook his head. Dad, Mom, didn't we agree to look at martial artist communities? The safety of these ordinary neighborhoods pales in comparison. Although they resided within Jiang City, there were frequent incursions by aerial beasts, and residing in a martial artist community would mitigate such dangers. After all, the presence of numerous martial artists within those communities ensured stronger security. However, Chu Han understood his parents' concerns. The hardships of the past decade had made them easily content. Yet his decision remained resolute. After pondering briefly, he stated, "Let us forego these ordinary neighborhoods. We'll purchase a home in Linjiang community. Our family used to live there, and you're both familiar with it." Over the years, Chu Han had passed by Linjiang community a few times, and it was imbued with childhood memories. Now, Linjiang community had transformed into a prestigious enclave for martial artists, with many prominent figures from the association residing there. The prices had quadrupled since their time, with homes costing at least several million. Zhang Milan advised, "That has been the case since the community was renovated and expanded. Let us make it official," Chu Han interjected, taking his parents by the hand and hailing a taxi towards Linjiang community. Unlike the dilapidated old city, Linjiang community exuded opulence. The recent renovations had further enhanced its grandeur. The sales office was particularly bustling that day, as many newly certified martial artists flocked to inquire about purchasing homes after the recent certification. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" A saleswoman greeted them with a practiced smile, though a hint of scrutiny lingered in her gaze. Chu Han's family, dressed modestly, stood out among the glittering crowd, but she maintained her composure, knowing that anyone who could afford to be there was at least a first-tier martial artist, someone she could not afford to offend. "We do not have an appointment. If you don't have one, you may need to wait, as there are limited slots available each day," the saleswoman replied with a professional smile. "Isn't Linjiang community newly expanded? Surely there are plenty of new homes?" Chu Han inquired. "Apologies, sir, but that is a decision made by our superiors." She maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Very well, we shall wait a moment," Chu Han said, not wishing to press the matter further. He and his parents settled into the waiting area. Not long after, they overheard a boastful voice nearby. "Manager Wang, my son has successfully certified as a first-tier martial artist. The house we discussed is ready for contract signing today." The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in a designer suit, adorned with a conspicuous gold chain around his neck. Beside him stood a young man, proudly holding a first-tier martial artist medal. Manager Wang rushed over with a smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, your house has been reserved for you. This must be your esteemed son, indeed a prodigy to awaken as a first-tier martial artist." Surrounding onlookers cast envious glances at Mr. Li and his son, recognizing the high value of an 18-year-old martial artist and the limitless potential that lay ahead. The middle-aged man basked in the admiration, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. While Chu Han's family waited patiently, the influx of buyers continued to grow, and their turn seemed increasingly distant. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air as a sleek black car, emblazoned with the Martial Arts Association's insignia, glided to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform. Following him was a young man in his 20s. "Director Ling, what brings you here?" Manager Wang's expression shifted as he quickly abandoned Mr. Li, hastening to greet him with a bow, his demeanor oozing respect. "Had I known you were coming, I would have personally met you at the entrance. This is my nephew Ling Hao. He just certified as a first-tier martial artist last month and intends to purchase a unit in this community. I'm here to assist him," Director Ling replied nonchalantly. "Director Ling?" Chu Han turned to see the man who had overseen his receipt of the Night Owl Team's bounty. How unexpected to encounter a familiar face here. Upon hearing of Director Ling's arrival, many martial artists eagerly approached him, including Mr. Li and his son, who felt compelled to join in. Director Ling remained calm. Accustomed to such attention, his gaze swept the hall until it unexpectedly landed on Chu Han in the waiting area, and his expression brightened. Make way, make way." He parted the crowd and swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Young brother Chu Han, have you come to buy a house as well?" Chu Han was now a favored individual under the council's spotlight, and it was rumored that he had caught the eye of a master-level figure. It was only natural for Director Ling to extend a warm greeting. The mention of young brother Chu Han instantly silenced the entire sales office. Everyone was taken aback. Director Ling was a prominent figure in the Martial Arts Association, a fourth-tier martial artist, and quite influential in Jiang City. Why would he exhibit such enthusiasm towards a young man? Chu Han smiled and nodded. "Director Ling, I came with my parents to view some properties. Unfortunately, I did not make an appointment and have already waited for over an hour without being called. Is it really necessary to make an appointment for house viewings?" Director Ling furrowed his brow and turned to Manager Wang, his expression darkening. "My young brother Chu Han is a third-tier martial artist. I recall that third-tier martial artists are entitled to priority when purchasing properties in the martial artist community. Did you not know this?" Manager Wang turned pale at once. He had perceived Chu Han as an ordinary individual, thus had no objections to his subordinates making him and his family wait. Little did he know this young man was indeed a third-tier martial artist. He hurried over and bowed apologetically. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chu. I failed to recognize your stature. Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP room. We can offer a 30% discount, and you may choose any unit you desire." In the sales office, the gazes directed at Chu Han shifted from disdain to reverence. No one had anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable youth was a third-tier martial artist. Chu Han and Zhang Milan stood nearby, their faces beaming with pride. Shortly thereafter, Chu Han's family followed Manager Wang to the VIP room, where a virtual screen displayed a panoramic model of the Linjiang community. After a brief examination, Chu Han pointed to a particular unit, stating, "I would like this 3-bedroom apartment. It has excellent ventilation and abundant natural light." Manager Wang quickly retrieved the floor plan, exclaiming, "Mr. Chu, you have remarkable taste. This unit has drawn considerable interest previously. Its original price is 10 million, and with the 30% discount, it is now 7 million. If you find it satisfactory, we can sign the contract immediately." Without further ado, Chu Han signed the contract and completed the payment. Upon seeing the successful transaction notification, Manager Wang beamed. "Congratulations, Mr. Chu. You and your family may move in at your convenience. Our company can assist with the relocation. Let us aim for tomorrow." Chu Han nodded. Director Ling, standing beside them, chuckled. "Young brother Chu Han, we shall be neighbors from now on. Feel free to reach out to me anytime." He had been eager to befriend Chu Han, and learning that he had purchased a property in the Linjiang community brought him great joy. Indeed, this opportunity was largely due to Director Ling. Otherwise, it seemed that Chu Han's housing prospects would have been bleak. Chu Han graciously accepted Director Ling's goodwill and expressed his gratitude, as it had saved him considerable time. Furthermore, as he planned to attend a martial arts university in another city while his parents remained at home, maintaining a good relationship with Director Ling would undoubtedly facilitate matters for his family. After exchanging pleasantries with Director Ling, Chu Han bid him farewell, and the family returned to their current home. They were pleasantly surprised at the prospect of living once more in the Linjiang community. On the way, Chu Han frequently flipped through the contract, sighing with emotion. Zhang Milan smiled. "This is all thanks to Xiao Han. We will be able to live our lives in peace from now on." Seeing the smiles on his parents' faces filled Chu Han's heart with warmth. His continuous efforts to grow stronger were all for moments like this. However, purchasing the house was merely the initial step. Next, he needed to prepare for the martial arts examinations and become even stronger, with the ultimate goal of restoring his father's health. Upon returning home, the family naturally celebrated the occasion. The following morning, Chu Han proceeded with his routine lottery draw, this time winning a bottle containing 10 body refining pills. After breakfast, the moving crew arrived at the Linjiang community. Chu Han and Zhang Milan, sentimental about their old belongings, decided to take several cherished items. Otherwise, there was not much to move this time. The property in the Linjiang community was also exquisitely renovated, complete with all necessary furnishings and amenities. Chu Han transferred 1 million to his parents, encouraging them to purchase new items as they pleased. He then made his way to the unmanned martial arts gym within the Linjiang community, where residents could practice freely. With his martial artist certification, he was entitled to complimentary access, a small perk of residing in the Linjiang community. Moreover, depending on the martial artist's tier, they could utilize equipment and training rooms of varying levels. Chu Han entered a training room on the 3rd floor and took out the martial technique, Flame Explosion Fist, which he had obtained from the Martial Arts Association. Today, he would put this technique to the test. He flipped open the manual and quickly absorbed all the information regarding the technique. The Flame Explosion Fist relies on fire elemental energy as its foundation. It requires the practitioner to compress and condense the energy within their fist before unleashing it in a sudden explosion, enveloping the fist in a fiery eruption that delivers both impactful force and burning damage. The essence of this technique lies in its brief, charging time and rapid execution, yet it is capable of inflicting explosive damage. However, the technique demands a high level of energy manipulation from the user and consumes a significant amount of energy. Additionally, the rapid mobilization of fire elemental energy places a considerable burden on the practitioner's meridians, thus presenting both advantages and drawbacks. The execution method of the Flame Explosion Fist bears similarities to the Burst Fist, with the added requirement of fire elemental energy. Chu Han soon discovered the many commonalities between the two techniques, making the understanding of the Flame Explosion Fist considerably easier. Before long, he comprehended the energy circulation and compression techniques of the Flame Explosion Fist. He summoned the meager amount of fire elemental energy within him, allowing it to flow through his meridians and rapidly converge in his right hand. Flame Explosion Fist. Chu Han unleashed a punch, and a burst of flames erupted from his fist. The searing power scorched the surrounding air, causing it to shimmer slightly. Yet, he quickly realized that the explosive effect of this punch was subpar. The primary reason was that the fire elemental energy within him was simply too scant, allowing him to barely release a weakened version of the Flame Explosion Fist, its power equivalent to a regular punch. However, even this limited energy was a result of the surplus fire elemental energy he had gained after upgrading his talent. It seemed that this technique could only be utilized in a talent-enhanced state. With a thought, Chu Han summoned a layer of dark crystalline armor around him. With dark red patterns flowing across its surface, and a potent surge of fire elemental energy erupted from the armor. He directed the fire elemental energy within the armor into his meridians, concentrating it in his fist. Flame Explosion Fist. Chu Han struck again. This time, the power of the Flame Explosion Fist was formidable. A torrent of raging flames erupted from his fist, engulfing a vast space ahead as the air began to wildly distort. The shockwave of the fire elemental energy caused the entire training room to tremble. Now this was more like it. Chu Han smiled at the terrifying power of the Flame Explosion Fist. With the enhancement of the lava crystal armor, his Flame Explosion Fist was indeed more potent. Subsequently, Chu Han immersed himself in training. While in the state of the lava crystal armor, he practiced fervently, rapidly mastering the execution of the Flame Explosion Fist, soon reaching a high level of proficiency. However, the continuous use of the Flame Explosion Fist took a great toll on him. After half an hour of utilizing his talent, he was compelled to deactivate it. Indeed, the Flame Explosion Fist was not suited for consecutive use. The strain on his body was excessive. Chu Han retracted the lava crystal armor, a lingering warmth still present on his fingertips. If only he could directly cultivate the technique. He recalled another technique. Swallowing Flame Art. This fire elemental technique could cultivate fire elemental energy, yet his dantian was incapable of storing energy, causing any energy cultivated to dissipate, thus resulting in a wasteful endeavor. The dantian may be incapable of storing energy, yet perhaps my physical form can absorb it. A sudden thought flickered through Chu Han's mind. My physical strength far surpasses that of an ordinary martial artist, and my meridians are several times more resilient. If I were to guide the fire attribute energy absorbed through the practice of the tuning flame technique directly into my flesh and blood, followed by the 9 layers of body forging technique, wouldn't I be able to utilize this energy for cultivation? This idea ignited a spark of curiosity within Chu Han. He promptly settled into a meditative posture and quickly perused the tuning flame technique. Following its guidelines, he began his practice. And soon he felt a wave of searing energy slowly flowing into his body, entering the dantian. However, his dantian merely served as a transit station for the energy, not a storage facility, and before long, this energy spread throughout his entire body. Instantly, every fiber of his flesh and bone experienced a tingling burn. Yet this discomfort was not overwhelming for Chu Han. For others, attempting to cultivate without the capacity to store energy would be exceedingly perilous. But Chu Han had long been accustomed to such life-threatening training. Not only did he persist in his cultivation, but he also accelerated the pace of his technique. In a fleeting moment, countless fire attribute energies surged within him, accumulating fervently. Soon, Chu Han sensed that his body had reached its limit. Consequently, he immediately adopted the second posture of the 9 layers of body forging technique. With the change in posture, these energies began to be absorbed by his body, transforming into nourishment to strengthen his physique. Success. Chapter 49. Dual Cultivation of Thunder and Fire, Laser Gun. Chu Han had discovered a new direction in his training. By absorbing energy through the tuning flame technique, and then converting it via the 9 layers of body forging technique, he could expedite the process of body forging. Simultaneously, this would enhance his affinity for fire attributes, making future cultivation of fire-based techniques more harmonious with his constitution. This not only resolved his current inability to store energy in the dantian, but also accelerated his training speed, a method tailor-made for him. I also possess the thunder element technique. If practiced in the same manner as the tuning flame technique, it may yield similar results. The thought of the technique acquired from the night owl crossed his mind, stirring his interest. However, after some contemplation, he decided to prioritize the tuning flame technique, as the efficacy of the thunder element technique was uncertain, and hence, there was no rush. For nearly the following 20 days, Chu Han devoted himself to training at the martial arts hall, refraining from venturing outdoors. During these days, the items won from the lottery were mostly pills, weapons, martial techniques, and coins, none of which particularly caught his attention. After such an extended period of cultivation, his strength saw considerable improvement, with his single arm strength exceeding 80,000 pounds. Nevertheless, his body had yet to reach the threshold of a quasi-martial artist, and his dantian still could not store energy. He remained steadfast in his practice of the tuning flame technique. Starting on the 11th day, he also began training with the thunder element technique. The introduction of thunder attribute energy for body tempering proved to be even more vigorous than that of fire attribute energy, greatly benefiting him. He did not neglect the training of other martial techniques either. The 7 styles of breaking army had been honed to the 6th style, allowing him to utilize fire attribute energy when activating the lava crystal armor, unleashing powerful fire attribute slashes. The Gale Blade technique, Spirit Cat Steps, Explosive Fist, and Flame Burst Fist had all reached an extraordinary level of mastery. By day, he practiced martial techniques, and by night, he continued to refine his mental strength. At this moment, his perception range had expanded to 50 meters, significantly enhancing his mental power. However, Chu Han remained somewhat dissatisfied with his training speed. Therefore, today, he planned to practice both fire and thunder simultaneously, would operating both techniques concurrently, using the dual attributes of thunder and fire energy for body tempering, yield even faster results? This notion had arisen many days prior, and today, Chu Han resolved to give it a try. Even if he were to sustain injuries, there would still be time to recover. Without further hesitation, he settled into a meditative position, simultaneously activating the tuning flame technique and the thunder element technique. Instantly, the energies of both attributes flooded into his body, beginning to converge and intermingle. Boom! Fire and thunder, both among the most ferocious of energy attributes, clashed violently the moment they came into contact, battling against one another before ultimately merging into a new form of energy. The tumultuous energy surged wildly within Chu Han, inflicting significant damage upon his flesh and meridians. Red and purple light erupted from his body, leaving jagged scars on the surface of his skin. With it came excruciating pain. This pain, however, was inconsequential. Chu Han immediately engaged in the second layer of the 9 layers of body forging technique, integrating the newly merged energy into his body to fortify himself. Indeed, it proved effective. A wave of elation surged within Chu Han. Although the agony was several times more intense than before, the acceleration in his physical enhancement was also exponentially greater. His body grew stronger, and the injuries inflicted by the two energies began to mend. However, it soon became apparent to Chu Han that as the speed of the thunder and fire energy fusion increased, his body's healing pace could not keep up with the rate of damage. His entire form was now riddled with scars, and the internal injuries were worsening. If this continued, not only would the benefits of his recent training be squandered, but he would also sustain considerable harm. This was unacceptable to him. In light of this, he resolved to hasten the absorption rate. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Han's eyes. It was time to advance to the third layer of the 9 layers of body forging technique. Thus, Chu Han began to practice the third layer of the 9 layers of body forging technique. Once he assumed the first posture, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through him. Although he was mentally prepared, the intensity was still unbearable. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Each layer of the 9 layers of body forging technique began this way. Soon, his endurance bore fruit. Under the third layer's posture, his rate of energy absorption surged by more than double. The mixed energy within him, unable to be absorbed in time, was swiftly assimilated and integrated into every cell of his body. Chu Han immediately sensed an explosive increase in his training speed, and the injuries he had sustained began to heal. These changes were a testament to the efficacy of the third layer of the 9 layers of body forging technique. Indeed, the third layer was formidable. I relish it. A satisfied smile spread across Chu Han's face. Whenever his training required him to push his limits, the 9 layers of body forging technique would provide a solution to his troubles. Truly, it was an S-grade body forging martial technique. Chu Han mused. The subsequent training became considerably easier. Chu Han could distinctly feel that his physical strength had undergone another leap in enhancement. As the day of training concluded, he once again tested his strength, discovering that his single-arm power had surpassed the 90,000 pound mark, with the 100,000 pound threshold now within reach. Upon returning home, he shared dinner with his parents before continuing his mental training as usual. With just 7 days remaining until the martial arts examination, all high school seniors were diligently preparing for it. The next day, Chu Han commenced his lottery draw. Congratulations! You have won a B-grade laser gun. B-grade laser gun, a technological weapon embodying the culmination of human ingenuity, capable of firing 2 laser blasts strong enough to slay a 5th-tier beast when fully charged. The output power can be adjusted, enhancing the number of shots. The item acquired today left Chu Han somewhat astonished. He had never anticipated winning a high-tech weapon, especially one capable of firing lasers. With a mere thought, a sleek, silver-white laser gun materialized in his hand. The gun featured a small screen displaying its energy level and the number of shots fired. At that moment, the energy was depleted and the shot count was 0. Accompanying the laser gun was an instruction manual, which detailed that various energy-infused items could be used to recharge it. After pondering for a moment, Chu Han placed the laser gun in front of the socket in his bedroom. Indeed, the gun began to absorb electricity, but after a considerable duration, the energy level only moved by 1%. This was far too slow. A more efficient charging method was necessary. After a brief contemplation, Chu Han retrieved a low-level energy stone from his spatial storage. After nearly 20 days of lucky draws, he had amassed over 100 low-level energy stones, and using one would not cause him any regret. He placed the energy stone on the laser gun, which immediately reacted and began to rapidly absorb the energy from the stone. In no time, the energy level reached a full 100%, and the energy crystal had been entirely consumed, vanishing without a trace. The shot count had also increased to 2. This weapon possessed the capability to slay 5th-tier beasts, making it somewhat difficult to test. The power of the laser gun was immense. Firing it indoors would undoubtedly result in significant destruction. Fortunately, the gun was equipped with a power output adjustment knob. After twisting it, he discovered that the shot count had risen to 3. when turned to the maximum limit. The shot count peaked at 9, though the exact potency remained uncertain. He resolved to test it outside shortly. Acquiring such a weapon without putting it to the test would be an unbearable itch. Just as Chu Han finished his breakfast and prepared to head downstairs, his communicator suddenly buzzed. Looking down, he was surprised to see it was a call from Li Yunjian. Chu Han, we have an urgent mission. Hurry to the base for assembly. Chapter 50, the special mission of the military. An urgent mission? Chu Han mused. We'll discuss it when you arrive. I've dispatched a vehicle to pick you up. Li Yunjian's voice was laced with urgency, and after a few more instructions, he hung up. Although puzzled, Chu Han refrained from asking further questions. This was his first military mission, and he felt a sense of anticipation. It had been a long time since he ventured into the wild. This was a perfect opportunity for practical training. Chu Han swiftly gathered his weaponry and prepared himself. Before long, an armored military vehicle screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Linjiang community. Chu Han promptly boarded, and the armored vehicle sped toward the supply base outside the city. Upon arrival, Li Yunjian and a group of soldiers had already assembled, totaling over 20 individuals. Among them, the weakest possessed the strength of second-tier martial artists, all armed with firearms. Beside Li Yunjian stood 2 fourth-tier martial artists as deputies, alongside several third-tier martial artists. Such a formidable force would be formidable anywhere. It was evident that this unit comprised the military's elite. Chu Han silently considered that this mission would likely be anything but simple. Captain Li. Chu Han saluted sharply. Li Yunjian smiled slightly, replying, Chu Han, you're here. Now that everyone is present, we shall depart immediately. Chu Han nodded and followed the team as they set off toward the wilderness. During their march, Li Yunjian explained to Chu Han, our destination is a canyon deep within the Haishi mountain range, and our mission is to rescue individuals. Rescue? A hint of confusion crossed Chu Han's face. Who could warrant such a significant deployment for a rescue operation? Li Yunjian elaborated. We are tasked with rescuing a research team from the Jingwu University Institute. The elite students assigned to their security, led by a 5th-tier martial artist, have gone completely missing since this morning. Consequently, the higher-ups urgently required me to assemble a team for their rescue. The fact that even a 5th-tier martial artist had vanished raised grave concerns. What could have transpired? While the Haishi mountain range was fraught with danger, it was unlikely that a team led by a 5th-tier martial artist would simply disappear. They could have encountered a particularly dangerous mutated beast or a specialized group of hunters. If either scenario were true, the survival chances for these individuals would plummet. Li Yunjian continued. I've also heard that Jingwu University dispatched a martial artist already in the vicinity, who entered the Haishi mountain range before us. I've sent his contact information to everyone's communicators, but we are currently unable to reach him. Chu Han. This mission is of utmost importance, and it presents you with a remarkable opportunity. I believe in your capabilities. Yes, I will perform admirably, Chu Han affirmed with a nod. Though this mission was fraught with peril and challenges, it also provided him with an excellent chance for practical experience. A martial artist must continually evolve through real combat. Everyone, stay close to me. We will proceed at full speed. Li Yunjian shouted from the front of the group, quickening his pace. The others followed suit, hastening their advance and skillfully avoiding any encountered beasts, not pausing for even a moment. Chu Han trailed closely behind Li Yunjian. This pace was remarkably effortless for him. After several hours of delving deeper, the group arrived at a profound canyon. Towering black stone cliffs flanked either side, riddled with unfathomable caves. A thick mist enveloped the canyon floor, shrouding visibility in gloom. Upon seeing the environment, the expressions of the group grew grave. They were deep within the Haishi mountain range, a place rife with lethal dangers, and the low visibility necessitated extreme caution. Everyone, remain vigilant. This canyon is fraught with danger. Third-tier beasts are commonplace, and various poisonous insects and mutated plants pose significant threats. We must stick closely to the team. Li Yunjian urged loudly. Captain Li, I still feel uneasy. A discordant voice suddenly rang out from the middle of the group. It was Han Wei, Li Yunjian's deputy, younger than Li Yunjian. Han Wei was already a 4th-tier martial artist, his face etched with arrogance. In our team, aside from the ranged combatants, who isn't a mere 3rd-tier martial artist? Why bring along a student who hasn't even participated in the martial arts examination? Isn't that just a hindrance? Han Wei had always been in a competitive relationship with Li Yunjian within the military, both holding equivalent ranks. In this urgent mission, the higher-ups had assigned the stronger Li Yunjian to lead, with Han Wei and another 4th-tier martial artist as deputies. Han Wei was significantly younger than Li Yunjian, and even though there was a 1-tier difference in their strengths, he had always resented Li Yunjian. Furthermore, many team members were under his command, giving his words considerable weight. Previously, when Chu Han followed Li Yunjian and refrained from intervening during dangerous situations, Han Wei had already harbored discontent. Now, as they approached the perilous canyon, he openly questioned Chu Han's presence, simultaneously casting doubt on Li Yunjian's decision. As soon as Han Wei spoke, whispers erupted among the team. Some members furtively scrutinized Chu Han, their eyes brimming with skepticism. The primary concern was Chu Han's youth. He hardly seemed fit for such a high-risk mission. Han Wei, I personally selected Chu Han. His strength is certainly adequate, Li Yunjian replied, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone tinged with irritation. He understood that Han Wei had always resented him, and it was evident he was deliberately trying to undermine him in front of the team. However, Han Wei was relentless. Captain Li, just because you say he is capable, does that make it so? Looking at his age, he is hardly even a second-tier martial artist, right? If danger arises, it will be us who must protect him. As Chu Han observed the situation, he produced his warrior medal for all to see, asserting, surely this can attest to my capabilities? A third-tier warrior medal? Someone in the team gasped. A third-tier warrior at such a young age? No wonder he can partake in this mission. The voices of skepticism began to dwindle significantly. However, Han Wei scoffed. Who knows if that medal truly belongs to you? Perhaps it is borrowed. In response, Chu Han coldly retorted, the medal is issued by the Warrior Association. It undoubtedly belongs to me. As for my strength, before he could finish his statement, a sudden furrow of his brow indicated that he sensed a swift-moving shadow 20 meters to his right, concealed within the fog. The shadow crawled along the ground with incredible speed and, in the blink of an eye, was upon them. Swish! Before anyone could react, a massive black spider surged forth from the mist on the right, leaping above a soldier's head as its enormous legs lunged toward him. Its abdomen bore a ghastly, pale human face that appeared utterly terrifying. The soldier's expression turned ashen, and he dropped his weapon in horror. Be careful, Li Yunjian urgently warned. But there was no time for rescue. In a split second, Chu Han darted forward, his combat knife slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance, instantly severing the spider's leg. He then leapt upward, executing the fourth form of the breaking army 7 styles, cleaving the spider in two from above. Boom. The spider's colossal body crashed to the ground, its dark green ichor splattering the soldier. The entire team fell silent, their hearts still racing, as they gazed in astonished admiration at Chu Han. The saved soldier cast a grateful look towards him. This was a third-tier faceless demon spider, adept at concealing its presence. Within the valley's fog, its stealth abilities were even more pronounced. Now, who could question Chu Han's prowess? Li Yunjian pointed at the spider's corpse and declared. Chapter 51, The Perilous Canyon and the Survivor's Trail. The faceless demon spider had exceptional stealth. Even Li Yunjian and Han Wei had failed to detect it immediately. Yet, Chu Han had reacted instantly, dispatching the third-tier beast with 2 swift strikes. This display of strength shattered all doubts. Han Wei's face fluctuated between red and white, the earlier bravado evaporating as he opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Chu Han's flawless performance had dealt a resounding blow to his pride. The others now gazed at Chu Han with profound respect, their eyes ignited with admiration. In the military, only strength commands respect. All right, let us not linger. We must continue our journey. Li Yunjian was the first to regain his composure, his gaze toward Chu Han now laced with gratitude. Chu Han's recent display of strength astonished him. He had not expected Chu Han to elevate his capabilities to such a level in merely a month. Thanks to Chu Han, it served as a stark reminder for everyone to remain vigilant. After Chu Han's decisive slaying of the faceless demon spider, he had solidified Li Yunjian's authority. Now, when orders were given, nearly everyone responded immediately. Chu Han collected the important materials from the faceless demon spider, such as its venomous fangs and poison sacs. As for the spider's corpse, he had to forego it. He did not wish to reveal his spatial ring in front of so many people. As they continued deeper into the Blackstone Canyon, the fog thickened considerably. After walking for another half-hour, the gravel path beneath their feet gradually transitioned to damp black soil, which felt soft and emitted a faint, rancid odor. Chu Han positioned himself in the middle of the team, maintaining an acute sense of alertness. Since entering the canyon, he had intervened several times, each time saving 1 or 2 individuals. Consequently, the team had come to heavily rely on his perceptive abilities. Watch your step. Chu Han suddenly halted, raising his voice in warning. The others were startled and cautiously examined the ground beneath them. In the next instant, the black earth beneath their feet surged upward, and a massive, pitch-black centipede, measuring over 10 meters in length, erupted from the ground. Many were flung into the air by the centipede's explosive emergence, losing their balance mid-flight. The centipede's mandibles opened and closed as its dark, venomous fangs lunged toward Han Wei, who was closest. You beast, seeking death. Taste my thunder slash. Han Wei bellowed in fury, channeling lightning into his long knife and striking down upon the centipede's head. A piercing explosion echoed, but while Han Wei's strike connected, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Instead, he was sent flying several meters by the sheer force, crashing into a boulder behind him. Uffed. Han Wei spat blood. Had it not been for his elemental armor, that blow would have claimed his life. Tat tat tat. A few soldiers positioned at a distance immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the centipede. But it proved utterly ineffective. The centipede's defenses were alarmingly formidable. Be cautious. This is a 5th-tier iron-armored centipede. Leave it to me, Li Yunjian shouted, soaring towards the centipede's head, his spear glowing with a brilliant azure light as he aimed to pierce its head. Wind-piercing strike. With a resounding thud, the spear imbued with wind elemental power pierced through the centipede's head. The iron-armored centipede's agile form suddenly froze, writhing for a moment before becoming completely still. What incredible speed! No wonder he is a fifth-tier warrior. Chu Han marveled at the sight, unable to suppress his admiration. This was the first time he witnessed Li Yunjian unleash his full strength, and the fifth-tier iron-armored centipede was slain in a single blow. Truly extraordinary. He had no chance to join the fray. The battle concluded before he could even engage. Yet, the next scene caused Chu Han's expression to shift. The previously motionless iron-armored centipede suddenly quivered. Instantly, a myriad of green toxins erupted from its body, mingling with the fog and swiftly spreading outwards for hundreds of meters. Everyone was ensnared in the toxic cloud, unable to escape. Chu Han attempted to hold his breath, but there was no time. He felt his breath stutter, and his body began to numb. What potent venom! Not daring to delay, he promptly retrieved a bottle of detoxification pills from his spatial storage, consumed several, and managed to suppress the spreading poison. Cough cough. Li Yunjian, perched on the centipede's head, inadvertently inhaled a significant amount and erupted into a fit of coughs, nearly losing his balance and falling off. Although he was a fifth-tier warrior, he could not resist the venom of a fifth-tier poisonous beast, and he was severely affected. At that moment, the centipede's tail shell suddenly cracked, and a smaller centipede emerged from within. As soon as this smaller centipede appeared, it swiftly scuttled toward Li Yunjian, its sharp, venomous fangs poised to bite into his flesh. You beast! Chu Han suddenly appeared beside the centipede, delivering a powerful punch to its head. Explosive fist. He was the first to recover, seizing the opportunity as the centipede launched its attack after shedding its shell. Boom! A resounding blast erupted upon impact with the centipede's head, sending countless black carapace fragments flying as the centipede's body was propelled backward. Chu Han, having landed a successful blow, immediately pursued. The blood shadow battle knife, imbued with a fierce blade aura, struck down upon the centipede's shattered head. Fifth form of the breaking Army 7 styles. Chu Han unleashed his most formidable strike without using elemental power. Sizzle. The armored centipede's head was instantaneously cleaved in two. A dark green ichor splattered across the ground, and the creature breathed its last, with its strength diminished to that of a level 4 beast after shedding its exoskeleton. Chu Han was finally able to swiftly conclude the battle. Once again, it was your intervention that resolved this predicament. As the captain, I am truly ashamed, Li Yunjian remarked, expelling the toxins from his body with a surge of vitality, a hint of apology in his tone. It is merely my duty, Chu Han replied with a smile. But we should hasten to distance ourselves from the toxic fumes. Indeed, let us make haste. Without requiring Li Yunjian's command, the warriors instinctively fled deeper into the canyon, escaping the noxious vapors. Once Li Yunjian had turned to depart, Chu Han waved his hand, drawing the centipede's corpse and discarded exoskeleton into his spatial realm. This was a level 5 beast's carcass, undoubtedly worth a considerable fortune. Subsequently, Chu Han rejoined the main group as they continued onward, encountering numerous formidable beasts along the way, all of which were vanquished through the cooperation of Li Yunjian and Chu Han. As they ventured deeper for several miles, Li Yunjian suddenly halted, pointing at the ground. There are signs of battle here. The others followed his gaze, indeed discovering scattered fragments of shattered weapons and armor, along with dried bloodstains. The blood was a dark crimson, clearly aged. Nearby lay several mangled corpses, their features unrecognizable, but from the tattered clothing, it appeared they were the guards of a research team. The research team must have been ambushed here, Li Yunjian speculated, crouching beside a relatively intact body. The wounds here are remarkably neat, resembling those inflicted by blades. They must have encountered an attack from other martial artists. Chu Han also discovered 2 blade wounds on one of the shattered bodies. Could it be hunters? He pondered, recalling the Night Owl team he had annihilated. It is difficult to ascertain. Any martial artist team capable of threatening this research group would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, Li Yunjian remarked gravely, urging everyone to search diligently for any further clues. The group immediately began to scour the surroundings, but due to the passage of time and the presence of beasts, the traces were difficult to discern, leaving them momentarily at a loss for useful leads. Observing this, Chu Han expanded his mental energy outward. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds reached his ears. Chu Han promptly followed the sound, and soon discovered a communicator emitting a faint signal in the distance. The wristband of the communicator was still intact, as if it had been purposefully discarded. Captain, I have made a discovery. Chu Han called out to Li Yunjian and the others, sharing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Yunjian's eyes. You are correct, Chu Han. This is likely a clue left by survivors. Let us proceed in this direction. Chapter 52, The Black Crow Organization. Following the direction of the communicator, the group soon uncovered several more communication devices, further validating Chu Han's hypothesis. They quickened their pace, and after approximately an hour, the fog ahead suddenly thinned. A concealed cave nestled beneath the cliff came into view, its entrance obscured by vines, through which they could vaguely sense the presence of humans within. This is the place, Li Yunjian whispered, signaling the team to prepare for combat. They could not ascertain whether the markings left along their path were a trap set by enemies. So they remained vigilant. Chu Han swiftly approached the cave entrance, extending his mental energy inside. He discerned that there were 5 individuals within the cave. 3 exuded the aura of martial artists, while the other 2 appeared to be ordinary civilians. Aside from that, no other life forms were sensed. Only a faint scent of blood. There are 5 individuals inside, 3 of whom are martial artists, Chu Han reported. All right, everyone, follow me in, Li Yunjian commanded, leading the charge into the cave at a rapid pace. As Chu Han closely followed, the moment they entered, 3 glints of cold light surged from either side. The duo immediately raised their weapons in defense, the cave echoing with the clash of metal. Listen, we are a rescue team dispatched by the military of Jiangqing. If you are members of the research team, cease your assault. Li Yunjian shouted into the cave. He was promptly met with a response. You are from the military? Indeed. In the next moment, a dim light illuminated the cave, allowing them to discern their surroundings. At last, rescue has arrived, exclaimed a young man wearing glasses. His voice tinged with tears. He was clearly a member of the research team. The 3 martial artists, who had previously fought alongside Chu Han and Li Yunjian, also discarded their weapons and collapsed onto the ground. The preceding battle had exacerbated their injuries significantly. These 3 were all level 4 martial artists. Yet they had barely escaped with their lives, indicating the formidable threat they had faced. What is the situation? Where is Professor Chun? Are there any other team members? Li Yunjian inquired urgently. Professor Chun was captured by them, and the others perished, lamented another researcher clutching a notebook. Captured? What transpired? A young martial artist responsible for protection recounted. We originally had 16 members, including Professor Chun and his 5 students. The remainder were all level 4 martial artists, led by a level 5 martial artist. However, this morning, after a night of collecting research samples, we were suddenly ambushed by a group of unidentified assailants. The attackers were exceptionally powerful, featuring 2 level 5 martial artists and over a dozen level 4 ones. The leader did not even need to intervene. Our captain was overwhelmed and killed by 2 level 5 martial artists, while the rest of us stood no chance. We could only helplessly watch as Professor Chun was taken away, desperately fleeing with the few survivors. By the time we reached this place, only 5 of us remained alive. It seemed they targeted Professor Chun specifically, as the leader emphasized not to harm him. Li Yunjian nodded thoughtfully at the martial artist's account, concluding that Professor Chun was not in immediate danger. He had merely been captured. Their mission was now to rescue him. They possessed 2 level 5 martial artists and a dozen level 4 ones. How do we proceed with the rescue? Han Wei posed the question that lingered on everyone's mind. At his words, the group, including Li Yunjian, fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the combat capabilities of the rescue team were far inferior to those of the attackers who had seized Professor Chun. The outcome could spell disaster. Chu Han furrowed his brow and turned to the martial artist who had spoken. Did the attackers have any distinguishing characteristics? Perhaps their attire, weaponry, or special abilities? The martial artist replied. They all wore black clothing and white masks, wielding an assortment of weapons. However, their vitality bore a dark aura, capable of eroding the opponent's energy. Dark energy with corrosive properties? Li Yunjian's expression grew increasingly grave as he suddenly recalled something. Could it be the Black Crow organization? They have been quite restless lately, attacking numerous martial artists. But what could their motive be for capturing Professor Chun? Are they perhaps researching something perilous? Chu Han felt a jolt of alarm at the mention of the Black Crow organization. The Black Crow organization, notorious within the province where Jiang City is located, is a fearsome collective of hunted martial artists, mercenaries, and assassins, engaging in a myriad of illicit activities, including abduction, assassination, and plunder. The organization boasts formidable martial prowess among its members. Despite numerous attempts by the Provincial Martial Arts Association to eradicate this group, they have yet to succeed in completely dismantling it. If it indeed pertains to the Black Crow organization, the mission to rescue would be significantly more arduous. Regardless of their identities, we must expedite the search for Professor Chun and secure his release, Li Yunjian declared with unwavering resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han remarked, our foremost priority is to track down these individuals' whereabouts and then devise a rescue plan. Li Yunjian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chu Han's assessment is astute. Therefore, I have resolved to send everyone out to search independently while maintaining communication. Report any findings promptly. A few of you will remain here to protect the injured while the rest will venture out in teams of 4. Please exercise caution. Swiftly issuing new orders. The team members, all seasoned soldiers, accepted the commands without dissent and began to mobilize, including Han Wei, who executed the orders resolutely. Captain, I wish to operate independently. Chu Han interjected suddenly. Li Yunjian was taken aback. You wish to go alone? Isn't that overly perilous? Chu Han replied. You are well aware of my capabilities. I would not recklessly seek my demise. Choosing to act alone allows me to better utilize my abilities. Very well, proceed as you wish, Li Yunjian conceded without further deliberation. Recognizing the urgency of the situation and the necessity to locate Professor Chun swiftly, Chu Han was the first to depart the cave, continuing deeper into the gorge in pursuit of clues. Operating solo allowed him to quicken his pace, and with his heightened spiritual perception, he was untroubled by the potential of ambushes from beasts or adversaries. However, after an extensive search, he unearthed no leads until he exited the gorge. Beyond the gorges lay a series of undulating mountains. Continuing his exploration, Chu Han was suddenly ambushed by a fourth-level shadow leopard. After dispatching the creature, he observed several wounds on its body, evidently inflicted by a human martial artist. These injuries were likely caused by members of the Black Crow organization, and by following the trail of its blood, he might discover their whereabouts. Chu Han concealed the shadow leopard's carcass and followed the blood trail. Eventually, he arrived at the edge of a cliff, where he discerned signs of a fierce battle among martial artists. Could they be situated below the cliff? Peering over the edge, he noticed a thick mist obscuring the view of the base. Just as he contemplated tossing a stone to gauge the cliff's depth, he suddenly overheard voices from below. Damn it, how deep is this cliff? If we go further down, we might not return. We should report to the chief that the woman fell to her death. It's unfortunate we couldn't recover her body. That wretched woman was ruthless enough to slay the second-in-command with a single strike. Had we not been adequately prepared, we too would have perished at her hands. The voices grew increasingly distinct, prompting Chu Han to swiftly take cover behind a boulder. Moments later, several figures leaped up from below the cliff. These individuals wore white masks and black attire, closely resembling the descriptions provided by survivors. Moreover, their auras indicated that each possessed the strength of fourth-level martial artists. Following them should lead him to the lair of the Black Crow organization. Chapter 53. The trail of Professor Chin. Chu Han trailed behind the group, navigating a convoluted mountain path until they entered a concealed cave. However, he refrained from pursuing them inside, for two members of the Black Crow organization were stationed at the entrance, standing guard. Both possessed early-stage, third-level martial prowess, merely assigned to guard duty, which underscored the organization's formidable nature. Chu Han opted against a frontal assault. His current mission was to gather intelligence and locate Professor Chun. Eliminating the two guards might eventually alert their comrades within, heightening their vigilance and thwarting any rescue efforts. Thus, he resolved to infiltrate and scout the area first. Utilizing the mountain mist as cover, he ascended to the higher ground above the cave. The mountain was riddled with various sized openings, with the Black Crow's cave being the least conspicuous among them. Some openings could barely accommodate a single person, while others delved into unfathomable depths. It was plausible that one of these passages connected to the Black Crow's cave. Given the small entrance of the Black Crow's cave, it was inevitable that alternative ventilation points existed within. Conjuring this thought, he immediately extended his spiritual perception, meticulously attuning to the airflow from each cave. Should there be a connection between the entrances, the air currents would reveal it. Moreover, if any creatures or humans resided within, the airflow would likely carry distinctive odors. Indeed, Chu Han soon detected a notable fluctuation in airflow emanating from a narrow passage approximately half his height. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a putrid scent of decaying corpses wafting through the air. A putrid odor? It seemed highly probable that this cave was linked to the Black Crow organization's hideout. Typically, caves inhabited by beasts would leave no remnants of their prey, having consumed every trace of flesh and bone. Thus, the likelihood of human activity was considerably higher. With a surge of excitement, Chu Han wasted no time in wriggling through the opening. The interior of the cave was enveloped in darkness. However, under the guidance of his spiritual perception, he discerned the layout within. The passage was constricted, flanked by rugged, unrefined cave walls adorned with sharp stone protrusions, clearly untouched by human hands. Were it not for Chu Han's robust physical defenses, he would have sustained numerous lacerations from these jagged edges. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the space gradually expanded. Chu Han realized that the cave's configuration was intricate, with a labyrinthine network of tunnels nearly hollowing out the mountain's interior, filled with openings. It was no wonder the Black Crow organization had chosen to conceal their base here. Following the noxious scent, Chu Han maneuvered through the mountain, twisting and turning through various caverns. The stench intensified with each step. After walking for several minutes, Chu Han felt as if he had entered a sewer. The overwhelming odor prompted him to grimace. Suddenly, his foot gave way beneath him, and the ground collapsed, causing him to lose his balance and plummet downwards. He fell less than 10 meters before landing atop a mound of soft material. Simultaneously, a wave of rancid and foul odors assaulted his senses, nearly inducing retching. Where was this? Chu Han quickly unleashed his spiritual perception to investigate, discovering himself situated in a pit measuring several meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep. The pit was piled high with the corpses of humans and beasts, some decomposing, others reduced to mere skeletons. The stench emanated from this very place. Chu Han retrieved a light source from his spatial pocket and activated it, illuminating the scene. He noted that among the deceased were individuals clad in white lab coats and protective gear reminiscent of researchers. Additionally, some of the bodies wore the black garments and white masks of the Black Crow organization, unmistakably their members. Clearly, This was the burial pit where the Black Crow organization disposed of their corpses. Chu Han suppressed his nausea as he removed the black attire and white mask from a relatively intact corpse. He intended to don this disguise to infiltrate the Black Crow organization. Swiftly changing clothes, he climbed up the pit wall. Upon emerging from the depths, he discovered that the area was markedly different from where he had previously fallen. Climbing out led him to a long corridor, its walls evidently altered by human hands. Without hesitation, Chu Han proceeded along the corridor. Just as he exited, he heard footsteps and voices nearby. Hurry up, the number of corpses has increased again. We need to dispose of them quickly. Concealing himself in the shadows, he observed a group of individuals carrying a pile of corpses toward the passage. Among these bodies were both human and beast, all gruesomely mutilated, suggesting they had suffered severe injuries before death. Once the group entered the corridor, Chu Han stealthily moved in their direction, arriving at a more spacious cavern. It was unmistakably a secret base, hollowed out and transformed from the natural cave. The sides of the cave were lined with various rudimentary rooms. Most of the inhabitants were human warriors or exotic beasts, shackled by metal chains, their spirits diminished, emanating a faint aura of darkness. Chu Han surmised that these warriors and beasts were likely captured by the Black Crow organization for live experiments. The failed subjects of these experiments were discarded into the pit. Indeed, the Black Crow organization was engaged in some nefarious experimentation. A flicker of shock coursed through Chu Han as he pondered the sinister conspiracy brewing within. As he delved deeper into the lair of the Black Crow organization, he encountered numerous members. The organization's ranks extended far beyond those who had attacked the research team. Many were warriors of the third, second, and even first tier, all adorned in black attire and white masks. Altogether, there were no fewer than 70 or 80 members. The strength of this organization was not to be underestimated. Chu Han evaded the more formidable members, ultimately arriving before a massive iron gate. Towering at 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, the gate was firmly sealed. A formidable combination lock adorned its surface, rendering entry impossible without the correct code. Directly opposite the gate lay a passageway, which Chu Han speculated led to the cave's exit. However, his curiosity about the interior of the gate was piqued, prompting him to extend his mental energy to peer through it. Inside, the chamber was also a vast cavern, but its walls, floor, and ceiling had been transformed into solid metal. The room was filled with an array of scientific equipment, forming an extensive laboratory. At the center stood a cylindrical transparent container filled with a pale red liquid, connected by tubes to nearby machinery. Beside the container, several researchers were bound to chairs, their faces pale. Before the mission commenced, Chu Han and the others had scrutinized the photographs of the research team members. He immediately recognized the elderly man in the center, with white hair and glasses, as the target of their rescue, Professor Chen. The other individuals, all quite young, were also familiar to him. They were Professor Chen's students. They had not been killed but had instead been captured and brought here. In addition to Professor Chen and his students, there was a single figure in black. This person exuded an overwhelming aura, his power far surpassing even that of Li Yunjian. Chu Han speculated that this individual was the leader of the Black Crow organization, potentially at the pinnacle of Tier 5 or even Tier 6. The leader stood before Professor Chen, his voice hoarse as he declared, "Professor Chen, my intentions are simple. Assist me in completing the dark blood serum, and I shall release you and your students. Do not delude yourself. I will never cooperate with someone who experiments on human warriors. A perfect dark blood serum is an impossibility. Everything you do harms humanity, and I will not assist you." Professor Chen retorted vehemently, his resolve unwavering. "Ha ha, well said. However, the current circumstances leave you with no choice," the Black Crow leader replied, suddenly gesturing towards one of the students. With a chilling crack, the chair beneath the student shattered, rendering his legs a bloody mess. "Ah!" The student screamed in agony, promptly losing consciousness. "Xiaozhou!" Professor Chen cried out desperately, struggling in his chair to break free. "Do not harm them," he roared. "Indeed, your students are your Achilles heel. It was wise to keep them here." The leader's smile widened. "I will grant you just one night. If the dark blood serum is not successfully developed by tomorrow morning, I shall kill one of your students. For every hour of delay, another will die." The Black Crow leader chuckled menacingly. "You monster!" Professor Chen slumped in his chair, utterly drained. The leader waved his hand again, releasing the bindings on Professor Chen and his students. "Work diligently for me, and perhaps you will live to see the outside world." "Who is it?" The Black Crow leader suddenly turned, rushing toward the exit. Chapter 54. The laser gun strikes. An intense battle. Discovered. I must flee immediately. Chu Han was taken aback that his mental probing had been detected, hastily turning to escape. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the metal door was violently flung open, and a dark figure surged forth. "Who goes there? Prepare to die." The Black Crow leader materialized before Chu Han like a shadow, launching a palm strike infused with overwhelming dark energy towards him. The speed was astonishing. Chu Han's pupils constricted as his blood surged within him. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a devastating punch to counter the leader's hand. The moment their fists collided, Chu Han was met with a torrent of ferocious force akin to a tsunami. His explosive punch was quickly overpowered by the leader's formidable energy. The black energy surged along his arm, instantly striking his body. Chu Han felt a searing pain as if his arm were breaking, and his chest constricted, causing his internal energy to churn violently, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily against the cavern wall, nearly feeling as if he were falling apart. Spitting out a mouthful of blood offered him a modicum of relief. The pinnacle of Tier 5. His strength far exceeded that of an average Tier 5 warrior. Chu Han silently cursed himself for being overly ambitious at his current strength. He was comparable to a peak Tier 4 warrior and could contend with an entry-level Tier 5 warrior. But the person before him had suddenly surged in power, reaching the extreme of Tier 5, if not Tier 6. Chu Han quickly regained his footing, his arm still numb. Were it not for his physique rivaling that of exotic beasts, his arm would have undoubtedly suffered a shattering fracture from that blow. Quickly, do not let the intruder escape. A cacophony of voices echoed behind him. Extending his mental energy to assess the situation, he discovered a throng of Black Crow warriors surrounding him. Among them were two formidable warriors, also at Tier 5. Though not as powerful as the leader, their strength was comparable to Li Yunjian's. In addition to these two, there were over a dozen Tier 4 warriors and more than 30 Tier 3 warriors, effectively sealing off his escape route to the cave's exit. You cannot escape. The hoarse voice of the Raven leader echoed, dark energy coalescing around him, his aura intensifying. This was a precarious situation. If it persisted, escape would be impossible. One adversary must be dealt with first. Chu Han's mind raced, swiftly devising an escape plan. With a flicker of thought, a ripple of spatial energy emanated from the space ring on his finger, and a cold, smooth laser gun materialized in his grasp. This weapon had been fully charged, yet he had not yet had the chance to utilize it. Now, he could only place his hopes upon this gun. He twisted the knob to the maximum power, capable of slaying 5th-tier beasts, and immediately aimed at the charging Raven leader, pulling the trigger. The gun ignited with a blinding white light, and a concentrated beam of white laser shot forth like thunder, accompanied by a faint explosive crackle in the air. The Raven leader had not anticipated such a formidable firearm from Chu Han, and, alarmed, he hastily summoned energy to form a protective shield. The energy shield was an ability reserved for warriors of the 5th tier and above, an advanced version of energy armor that could envelop the body, providing formidable protection. Yet, as soon as the Raven leader's shield materialized, the white laser pierced through it in an instant. With a sizzling sound, the laser continued onward, penetrating the Raven leader's chest and leaving behind a gaping, charred hole. In the next moment, blood gushed from the Raven leader's chest, his dark energy rapidly dissipating, and his aura plummeting. How could this be? The Raven leader staggered and collapsed to the ground, his life force extinguished. Chu Han rejoiced, gazing at the still warm laser gun in his hand, astonished. The power of this weapon could indeed obliterate a 5th-tier peak warrior, and he still had one shot left. For the first time, he felt that the previous investment in that low-grade energy crystal was thoroughly worthwhile. This was nothing short of a superlative weapon. Leader. The surrounding warriors froze, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed at the laser gun in Chu Han's hand. Even the two 5th-tier warriors were paralyzed with fear, hastily seeking refuge behind their lower-tier companions. Noticing this, Chu Han unhesitatingly redirected the gun's muzzle toward the 5th-tier warrior on his left and pulled the trigger. The moment that warrior saw the gun aimed at him, terror seized him, and he desperately sidestepped while summoning his energy shield. Sizzling, the laser pierced through the shield instantaneously, striking his shoulder and crashing into the rock wall behind him, leaving an unfathomable hole. Though he reacted swiftly, half of his body below the shoulder was melted by the laser's intense heat, the wound charred and smoldering, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. This 5th-tier warrior had not perished, but he was rendered incapable of fighting. Regrettably, the gun could only fire twice. Chu Han watched as the display screen on the laser gun flashed the words "energy depleted," lamenting the loss. Fear not, everyone. Charge. Kill him. The 5th-tier warrior hiding behind a group of 4th-tier warriors shouted eagerly. Chu Han had no choice but to retract the laser gun into his space ring. He had no time to recharge as the enemy closed in on him. A dozen 4th and 3rd-tier warriors brandished their weapons, employing various martial techniques as they surged toward Chu Han, seeking death. Chu Han's murderous intent surged, an eruption of fire element energy radiating from him. Instantly, dark crystals surfaced on his skin, rapidly enveloping his entire body. Lava crystal armor. The moment the armor activated, Chu Han felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The combination of immense physical strength and controllable fire element energy elevating his capabilities exponentially. The attacks from the surrounding warriors struck him, resulting in a series of explosions. Chu Han felt vibrations throughout his body, but experienced not a hint of pain or injury. Even the attacks from 4th-tier warriors were ineffective against him. Get lost. Chu Han bellowed, his voice resonating like an ancient beast's roar, his aura suddenly surging. A wave of potent fire element energy erupted, sending the surrounding warriors flying. A cold smile graced his lips as he darted into the fray like a specter. His blade flashed as he swiftly severed the throats of several 3rd-tier warriors. One fourth-tier warrior swung his sword at him, but Chu Han sidestepped, grasping the opponent's wrist with his left hand while his right hand brought the blade down along the opponent's arm. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as the fourth-tier warrior collapsed, howling in agony. Seventh form of the breaking army technique, fourth style, Chu Han shouted, his blade gleaming with a fierce red light, enhanced by fire element energy, amplifying its might. The blade cut through the air like lightning, instantly cleaving the weapons and bodies of three fourth-tier warriors behind him in half, blood gushing forth. Chu Han relentlessly slaughtered the lower-tier warriors. Within mere moments, dozens of corpses lay strewn upon the ground, the cavern floor stained crimson. The remaining warriors were left pale with fear, none daring to approach. A bunch of useless fools. The fifth-tier warrior hiding at the back seethed with rage. Energy surged around him, and he drew his sword from his waist with a fierce determination. Since no one else will, I shall take action. A wave of chilling air spread throughout the cavern, the temperature plummeting by several degrees. This fifth-tier warrior possessed ice element talent and energy. In a flash, he moved with astonishing speed, his sword slicing toward Chu Han's neck with a bone-chilling intent. Ice blade. The blade transformed into a white streak, hurtling toward him, and Chu Han immediately met it with his own blade. Clang. Their weapons collided, producing a sharp metallic sound. The chill from the adversary's sword intertwined with Chu Han's fire element energy, forming a dense white mist. Chu Han felt a slight tremor in his arm accompanied by the cold. The dark red energy within the lava crystal armor surged rapidly, dispelling the cold. The armor had significantly enhanced his defense and strength, enabling him to contend with a fifth-tier warrior without losing ground. What? The fifth-tier warrior, feeling the searing heat emanating from Chu Han's blade, paled in disbelief. He had not anticipated Chu Han's strength after activating his talent. Is your talent S rank? Chu Han remained silent, gripping the blood shadow blade as he aggressively advanced toward his opponent. Each swing of the blade, imbued with fire element energy, contained a ferocious flame. He unleashed the Gale Blade technique in a relentless assault against the adversary, resulting in fierce clashes with the ice weapon. In that moment, the cavern was illuminated by the clash of red and white lights, a battle between cold and heat. Chu Han's Gale Blade technique had reached its pinnacle, each strike faster than the last. With immense power backing him, he forced the fifth-tier warrior into retreat, quickly exposing a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Han disarmed the warrior, sending his weapon flying from his grasp and leaving him wide open. Taste my fist. In that critical moment, Chu Han gathered a massive amount of fire element energy in his other hand and launched a powerful punch. Not good. This punch is perilous. The fifth-tier warrior's heart raced with fear, and he hastily summoned all his ice element energy to form a wall of ice before him. Profound ice wall. Inferno exploding fist. The fiery fist of Chu Han struck violently against the wall of profound ice, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted instantaneously. A resounding crack echoed as the overwhelming blaze shattered the ice barrier, engulfing the fifth-tier warrior within its fiery embrace. The entire cavern transformed into a sea of flames, filled with the harrowing cries of agony. Aside from the fifth-tier warrior consumed by the inferno, the other lower-tier combatants spectating were not spared from the inferno's wrath. Chu Han extended his mental force, piercing through the flames to observe the fifth-tier warrior's energy armor rapidly melting away as the man, shrouded in flames, hastily sought escape towards the cave's entrance. Thinking he could flee, Chu Han surged through the firestorm in pursuit. His battle blade sliced through the air, radiant with scarlet light, seventh form of the breaking army. Accompanied by a desperate scream, the fifth-tier warrior was cleaved in two by Chu Han's strike. The blood droplets that splattered onto the blood shadow blade were instantly evaporated by the searing heat. Standing resolute with his blade, Chu Han resembled a formidable deity. The remaining surviving members of the Black Crow organization gazed at this spectacle with eyes filled with profound terror. In the blink of an eye, their leader and two fifth-tier warriors had been vanquished, alongside a multitude of fourth- and third-tier warriors. Such achievements extinguished any flicker of combativeness within them. Run! A cry pierced the air, and the remaining Black Crow members, akin to startled birds, fled frantically into the depths of the cave. Observing this, Chu Han exhaled a breath of relief, and the molten crystal armor on his body dissipated. The recent battle had greatly drained his energy, especially during the confrontation with the fifth-tier warrior, where he had continuously drawn upon the fire attribute energy within the molten armor, pushing it to its limits. The toll on his physical stamina was equally significant. Upon deactivating the armor, he was immediately besieged by waves of soreness. It appeared he would need to acclimate to the aftereffects of utilizing the molten armor, lest it prove fatal in critical moments. First, he ought to recharge his laser gun. Chu Han swiftly retrieved the weapon and a low-tier energy crystal from his spatial ring, and within mere seconds, the laser gun was recharged. Armed with this fully energized weapon, he felt a surge of confidence. As long as he did not encounter a sixth-tier powerhouse, he could eliminate foes with this singular firearm. Having completed this task, his gaze turned towards the iron door of the laboratory. It was time to rescue the captives. Gripping his battle blade, he strode purposefully toward the iron door. The door, which he had secured upon the exit of the Black Crow leader, was now locked with a combination, requiring him to destroy the lock to gain entry. Chu Han gathered his strength, preparing to breach the door with a powerful strike. However, just as his fist was about to connect, an unsettling aura emanated from behind him. Boom! The Black Crow leader, previously felled by laser fire, abruptly erupted with a dense black energy that rapidly enveloped the entire cavern. The gaping wound in his chest, inflicted by the laser, began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, and his aura surged back to the pinnacle of the 5th tier in an instant. This is bad. Chu Han was taken aback. As he turned, a wave of black energy surged towards him. Bang! He barely had time to discern the figure within the black mist before he was struck by an overwhelming force, his body crashing against the iron door of the laboratory, leaving an imprint of his form upon it. Coughing up blood, Chu Han noticed a dark handprint marred his chest. In the next moment, the energy released from that ominous mark began to invade his body like a parasitic entity, corroding his scant reserves of energy and causing him excruciating pain. What is this ability? Chu Han was horrified, disregarding the toll on his body as he forcefully activated the molten crystal armor. The black crystal enveloped him entirely as he attempted to suppress the encroaching black energy with the fire attribute energy within. Yet, the moment his fire energy made contact with the black force, it too was swiftly corroded, becoming a part of the black energy. How is this possible? My energy has become sustenance for this black force. He immediately shut down his innate abilities, preventing any further increase of the black energy. Fortunately, his dantian could not store energy, so the damage inflicted by the black energy was confined to his meridians. At this moment, the figure of the Black Crow leader became increasingly distinct. Chu Han gazed at him, shock etched upon his features. Not only had the adversary resurrected, but all his wounds were entirely mended, and the black energy surrounding him had intensified, now imbued with a peculiar vitality. The Black Crow leader cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous pops. His eyes, concealed behind a white mask, fixed intently on Chu Han, his tone laced with astonishment. Interesting. You managed to stand after being struck by my corrosive palm. You are indeed formidable. Someone else fell victim to this technique today, but managed to escape. Do you believe you can flee as well? As he mentioned the escapee, the murderous intent in the Black Crow leader's eyes intensified, becoming palpable. Others? Chu Han was caught off guard, realizing that someone else had evaded after being afflicted by this technique, indicating their exceptional strength. He let out a cold laugh, declaring, I believe I can escape. The moment he uttered the last word, the laser gun reappeared in his hand, its barrel aimed directly at the Black Crow leader. You may test it, see if this can eliminate me twice. If it fails, then this weapon shall become mine. The Black Crow leader scoffed, an aura of black energy erupting around him as his power surged. This is 6th tier. You have been concealing your strength. Chu Han's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he pressed the trigger. He could not afford to delay. The prowess of a 6th tier warrior far surpassed that of a 5th tier, and the lethality of his laser gun would diminish with each passing moment. Swoosh! The white beam of laser shot forth, piercing through the black energy and striking the Black Crow leader. This time, the laser did not penetrate his body entirely, leaving behind a charred wound the size of a bowl on his chest, from which dark blood oozed. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Chu Han. The black energy surged violently from the charred wound, and the damaged area began to regenerate at a visible pace. Chapter 56, Desperate Blood Battle. Plummeting into the abyss. Rapid regeneration? Could this be an immortal talent? Chu Han found it hard to believe that the wound healed completely within mere moments. I told you it's futile. The Black Crow leader patted his chest, fully restored, exuding an aura that was far beyond what Chu Han had anticipated. The effects of the dark blood elixir exceed your imagination. Although it is not yet fully complete, with its current efficacy, you cannot kill me. So, you have consumed the dark blood elixir. Chu Han recalled the name mentioned during the exchange between the Black Crow leader and Professor Chun, astonished by its remarkable effects. This elixir must have significant side effects, he mused with a faint smile. You are correct. Each time I consume the incomplete dark blood elixir, my body's resistance increases. Once that professor assists me in perfecting the elixir, I shall attain immortality. At that point, even a 7th tier master may struggle to bring me down. The Black Crow leader's excitement grew, his aura steadily rising as he advanced toward Chu Han, the black energy in his hands shifting into various forms. The ability to manipulate energy in such a manner was a hallmark of a 6th tier warrior. I rather like that laser gun you wielded. Once I kill you, it shall belong to me. Chu Han felt an ominous premonition, but there was no retreat behind him. He had to devise a way to escape. He was acutely aware that he was no match for a 6th tier martial artist, especially one who was a drug-crazed lunatic. However, to flee, he must first create an opportunity. Taste my blade. Chu Han bellowed, his aura surging. Like a desperate counterattack, he channeled all his strength into his hands and charged at the leader of the Black Ravens. 7th form of the Breaking Army. Unable to utilize his elemental energy, this move represented his most formidable strike at the moment. The Bloodshadow battle blade trembled in his grasp. cutting through the air in a perfect arc aimed directly at the Black Raven leader's head. The Black Raven leader, witnessing this, curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. You dare to struggle without elemental power? He regarded the incoming strike with utter contempt, raising his left arm as black elemental energy coalesced around it, intending to absorb the blow and seize Chu Han in the process. But in the next instant, his smirk froze on his face. Upon contact, the Blood Shadow battle blade met no resistance. It sliced through his elemental defense with ease, severing his left arm as though it were mere tofu. This was the terrifying aspect of the Breaking Army's techniques, each form capable of unleashing double the power of the previous one. The sheer might of Chu Han's dual-handed strike, combined with the incredible amplification of the sixth form, resulted in such devastating force. The Black Raven leader's severed arm fell heavily to the ground, a slap to his own face. What? The Black Raven leader was momentarily stunned, then erupted in rage. You dare to sever my arm? I will tear you limb from limb. Yet, Chu Han's next strike was already aimed at his neck. The Black Raven leader hastily released his elemental energy while raising his other arm to defend. If his neck were to be severed, he doubted he could recover. However, this attack did not land, for it was merely a feint. Seizing the moment of his opponent's distraction, Chu Han unleashed the spirit cat step to its utmost, transforming into a shadowy figure and darting towards the cave's exit. In the blink of an eye, the cave's mouth appeared before him. At that moment, a violent aura surged from behind. The black elemental energy pursued him like a death sentence. Leave your life. The Black Raven leader's voice thundered behind him. Chu Han did not dare look back. He extended his mental energy to ascertain the situation behind him. He saw the Black Raven leader coalescing vast amounts of black elemental energy in his right hand, fingers curling into claws, radiating a fierce killing intent aimed at Chu Han's back. Dark Descent Claw? A chilling sensation pierced through to his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han activated the lava crystal armor, channeling all its energy to his back. The defenses at other parts of his body dissipated, while the black crystal on his back thickened severalfold, forming a formidable shield. Bang! The Dark Descent Claw struck the crystal armor with a resounding impact, the black elemental energy erupting like thunder. In an instant, Chu Han felt the crystal armor shatter completely. The black claws raked across his back, tearing open deep wounds that exposed bone. Hiss! Chu Han gasped in pain, this blow being the most grievous injury he had ever sustained. Yet, he had no time to dwell on the pain. Propelled by the force of the strike, his speed surged, shooting towards the cave entrance like a bullet. The relentless Black Raven leader continued his pursuit with astonishing speed. In midair, Chu Han suddenly turned, retrieving his laser gun and aiming it at the Black Raven leader's head. Though the leader's chest could withstand the assault and regenerate, his head was not necessarily as resilient. If the head were shattered, no matter how miraculous the dark blood potion, it might not save him. Whoosh! The white laser shot forth, dazzlingly bright as it sped towards the Black Raven leader's skull. The leader's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not gamble with the safety of his head. He swiftly dodged, the laser grazing half of his face, incinerating his skin and mask, causing waves of sharp pain to surge through him. I will kill you, the Black Raven leader roared, resuming his chase. However, Chu Han had already soared to the cave's entrance, creating a distance of over 100 meters between them. As he burst forth from the cave, Chu Han concentrated the last of his strength in his left hand, executing the explosive fist with a forceful strike against the massive rock above the cave's mouth. Boom! Tons of rock shattered instantly, causing the entire entrance to begin collapsing, countless stones falling to bury the opening. Seizing this brief moment of obstruction, Chu Han turned and sprinted desperately into the distance. Blood continued to flow from the wound on his back, and the black elemental energy within him continued its corrosive assault. Yet he dared not slow his pace. Each step sent tremors of pain throughout his body. Boom! A deafening sound echoed from behind. The stones blocking the exit were obliterated by the Black Raven leader's strike, his dark figure pursuing with even greater speed. Is this some sort of cursed adhesive? Can I not escape? Chu Han's heart screamed in despair. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of a massive cliff looming ahead, perilously close. He rushed to the cliff's edge, only to find it shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the depths below. The Black Raven leader was closing in, the aura of black elemental energy now right behind him. Damn it, if I must die, then let it be a leap of faith. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han leapt off the edge, his body plummeting rapidly into the abyss below. The Black Raven leader reached the cliff's brink, his expression darkening as he beheld the mist and the vanishing figure of Chu Han. Damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth, smashing his fist against the rocky edge of the cliff. This was the second person to escape from him today. What a disgrace. Yet, he ultimately suppressed his fury, turning back towards the cave. The most pressing matter remained the potions in the cave's laboratory. Once the complete dark blood potion was produced, not only would I fully master the 6th tier power, but I would also attain true immortality. At that point, all would meet their end. Chapter 57. Ambushed at the cliff's base, the mysterious woman. Chu Han's body plummeted rapidly through the mist, surrounded by a blinding whiteness, obscuring his surroundings. The wind howled past his ears, the black elemental energy within him continuing to erode his body, while the wound on his back burned like fire. He strained to release his mental energy to survey his surroundings, seeking something to cushion his fall. After descending for a while, he finally spotted a thicket of dense trees growing horizontally on the cliff face below, their trunks entwined with thick vines. That's it. Chu Han's eyes brightened as he swung his right fist. The explosive fist detonated in midair, using the recoil to redirect his body toward the trees. Bang! Chu Han successfully struck a tree trunk, the immense force of his fall snapping it cleanly in two. His body continued to descend, ultimately grasping a thick vine. The vine creaked under his pull, rubbing against the smooth rock face. However, it could only withstand the strain for a few seconds before it began to snap. With a sharp crack, the vine broke completely, leaving the remaining segment to plummet alongside Chu Han. In no time, he plunged into the turbulent river below with a splash. Enveloped by the frigid embrace of the river, Chu Han shuddered, his senses sharpened as he fought against the excruciating pain in his back, propelling himself toward the riverbank. The currents were swift and relentless, battering his body and exacerbating his injuries, while the corrosive sensation of the dark elemental energy intensified. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his formidable willpower and managed to drag himself ashore. Collapsing onto the grassy bank, he gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death. This was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries, forced to leap from a cliff, all thanks to the malevolent Black Crow leader. Utilizing his mental acuity, he assessed his condition. The black handprint on his chest throbbed with a dull ache, and the wound on his back was deep enough to expose bone. More alarmingly, the dark elemental energy within him clung to his meridians like a parasitic worm, continuously corroding them. If not purged swiftly, it could lead to permanent repercussions. Glancing at his communication watch, he discovered an utter lack of signal at the base of the cliff. It was impossible to alert his team now. He had to rely solely on himself for healing. Thus, he would resort to the ninefold body forging technique. Assuming the posture of the third form, he commenced his practice. Since beginning this technique, he had yet to encounter any elemental energy he could not absorb. He was confident this dark energy would be no exception. Once he settled into the first position, he felt a surge of vitality within him, as his body endeavored to absorb the black elemental energy coursing through his meridians. In an instant, a searing pain radiated through him, as if countless blades were simultaneously slicing through his veins. The dark energy clung tenaciously to his meridians, resisting absorption with determined ferocity. Soon, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his teeth ground together, yet he persevered without faltering. Gradually, the dark energy began to be absorbed by the ninefold body forging technique, transforming into purifying energy. Indeed, it proved effective. Elated, Chu Han felt a surge of renewed spirit. He immediately intensified his efforts, continuously shifting positions to hasten the absorption process. Although the experience remained excruciating, he slowly adapted. The sight of the dark energy gradually dissipating within him invigorated his resolve. At last, when the dark elemental energy was entirely absorbed, he found not only had his body grown stronger, but the wound on his back had also healed significantly, no longer causing him pain. He retrieved several hemostatic and rejuvenating pills from his spatial ring, swallowing them whole. The pills dissolved instantly, releasing a potent medicinal energy that flooded his body. When combined with the ninefold body forging technique, the effects were amplified several-fold, and he could visibly witness the healing of his back wound, which soon formed a scab. Sighing with relief, he was about to rise and stretch his limbs when a sudden jolt of danger surged through him. Alarmed, he instinctively rolled to the left, narrowly evading a chilling glint that sliced past him. With a sharp crack, a stone at the riverbank was cleaved in two behind him. Who was it? Chu Han sprang to his feet, adopting a combat stance as he scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The assailant's presence was well concealed. Had it not been for his keen senses, he might have sustained a grievous injury from that attack. In that moment, a figure erupted from the underbrush. Akin to a wraith, wielding a slender silver sword that lunged toward Chu Han once more. The sword moved with astonishing speed, suffused with crimson elemental energy, aimed directly at his heart. Chu Han's pupils contracted as he executed the spirit cat step, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, he caught a glimpse of his assailant. It was a woman of his age, tall and clad in a fitted white combat suit, her figure strikingly alluring. Despite being smeared with blood and dirt, her icy demeanor remained unblemished. Her visage was exquisite, a beauty unlike any Chu Han had ever encountered. Yet it was marred by an expression of coldness. Her face was as pale as paper, clearly bearing substantial injuries. Yet her grip on the sword was unwavering, her gaze rife with hostility. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Chu Han inquired, furrowing his brow, initially suspecting the Black Crow leader had pursued him, only to be confronted by this formidable woman. Internally, he berated himself for not charging his laser gun upon reaching the shore, now faced with such a tenacious foe. Fortunately, his body had largely recovered, enabling him to contend with her. The woman offered no reply, her wrist twisting as she thrust her sword once more. This strike appeared deceptively simple, yet it concealed remarkable skill, indicating her mastery of the technique had reached an extraordinary level, evoking a sense of primal purity. Chu Han dared not underestimate her, wielding his blood shadow warblade to parry her attack. However, her onslaught was relentless, one strike flowed into the next. And Chu Han countered with his gale blade technique. After several exchanges, the intensity of her strikes began to wane. Chu Han had to concede her strength was formidable. In peak condition, he would struggle to withstand her. Yet, her injuries were severe. With each sword stroke, her complexion paled further. Ultimately, after a fierce clash, she could no longer contain herself and coughed up blood. Even so, she did not relent. Instead, her desperation fueled her resolve, and her sword danced ever faster, targeting Chu Han's vitals. But in doing so, she exposed vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Chu Han's anger surged, and he capitalized on her opening, disarming her with a swift strike and seizing her wrist, subduing her. Unexpectedly, flames erupted from her body, radiating an intense heat that even Chu Han found overwhelming. He hastily activated his lava crystal armor to shield himself from her fiery assault. Yet, despite the armor's protective properties, he still felt the searing warmth enveloping him. What level of talent is this? Chu Han exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing that Chu Han could withstand her flames, despair washed over the woman. And in her fury and sorrow, she fainted. Chu Han exhaled, steadying her, and bound her to a large rock with vines. He was uncertain when she would awaken and potentially launch another attack, so prudence prevailed. At that moment, Chu Han noticed a trace of dark elemental energy corroding her body at her wrist. Employing his mental powers for a meticulous examination, he discovered that the dark energy within her was even more abundant than in himself, elucidating the severity of her injuries. Particularly alarming were the 5 grievous wounds on her chest, exuding dark vapor, mirroring the injuries on his back. Clearly, her wounds had also been inflicted by the Black Crow leader. Pondering this revelation, Chu Han was left bewildered. If that were the case, why did she attempt to take his life? Surely, they shared a common enemy. Chapter 58, Luo Yu, the Enigmatic Healing. Chu Han sensed something amiss and spared her life. Suddenly, a wave of hunger surged through him. It dawned on him that since embarking on this journey early in the morning, he had endured a long trek and fierce battles without consuming anything. The energy expended in healing his wounds had been substantial. Thus it was only natural for his body to protest now. He approached the riverbank, recalling the sight of a large, plump white fish swimming in the water when he had fallen into the river, intending to catch a few for sustenance. Bending down, he beheld his reflection in the water. It was only then that he realized he was still clad in the black cloak of the Crow organization, the white mask still adorning his face, presenting himself as a true member of the dark faction. So that was it. Chu Han suddenly comprehended. The woman must have mistaken him for one of the Crow organization's agents, which explained her unhesitating aggression. Hastily, he removed the mask and shed the blood-stained black cloak, revealing his battle attire beneath. Instantly, the figure in the water transformed into a handsome, sunlit visage. This is truly me. Chu Han smiled and leaped back into the water. The explosive punch erupted underwater, creating shockwaves that swiftly incapacitated several large white fish, causing them to float to the surface, belly up. Chu Han tossed a few of the large fish onto the shore, gathered some stones to construct a rudimentary barbecue rack, and began grilling the fish. As he grilled, he retrieved some provisions from his storage space to complement the fish, primarily bread, jerky, and drinks. Of course, he also included the essential seasonings. Soon, the fish sizzled and oozed with oil, emanating an enticing aroma. Once he sprinkled the seasonings over the fish, the fragrance became even more irresistible. Ready to eat, Chu Han quickly grabbed a grilled fish, disregarding the heat as he bit into it. After upgrading his talents, his body had greatly enhanced heat resistance, and the temperature of the roasted fish was but a trifling matter for him. The moment the fish met his palate, its succulent flavor burst forth. The tender texture and the savory oils melding perfectly, with the spices adding a delightful flourish. Exquisite. Chu Han couldn't help but exclaim, devouring half the fish in mere bites. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, he mused, this fish is far superior to anything sold outside. I must catch a few more to take home. My parents will surely relish them. Such a delicacy, he could not keep it all to himself. He stowed some away in his storage space, ensuring they remained fresh. While Chu Han indulged in his feast, the unconscious woman began to stir awake. Luo Yu, still somewhat dazed, was suddenly enveloped by an alluring scent wafting through her nostrils, reminiscent of grilled fish. Instantly, she opened her eyes and followed the aroma, discovering a handsome man enjoying grilled fish, the enticing fragrance emanating from his catch. Who is he? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then, sensing the aura emanating from Chu Han, she realized he was the very member of the Crow organization from earlier. Though he now appeared benign, she remained on her guard against him. At that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl, signaling her own hunger. The pangs of hunger made it increasingly difficult for her to divert her gaze from Chu Han's grilled fish, leaving her silently cursing her own weakness. Little did she know, Chu Han had detected her awakening the very instant it occurred. His mental energy had been vigilantly monitoring her, aimed at preventing any surprise attack upon her revival. A smile crept across Chu Han's lips as he approached Luo Yu, holding 2 skewers of grilled fish. Luo Yu immediately closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Amused, Chu Han stood before her. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. He nibbled on the grilled fish in his left hand while extending the other towards her. This fish is quite delectable. If you don't eat it soon, I shall toss it away. Luo Yu's throat involuntarily swallowed, and the muscles in her cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Yet she kept her eyes shut. I'll count to 1 and toss it. 3, 2, 1. Chu Han feigned throwing it away. Give it to me. Luo Yu abruptly opened her eyes, snatching the grilled fish with astonishing speed. She cast a cautious glance at Chu Han, then began to eat it in small bites. Unable to resist the allure of the food, her urgency in eating caused grease to adorn the corners of her mouth, completely oblivious to her previous icy demeanor. Chu Han sat across from Luo Yu, watching her devour the fish, and slowly spoke. You were also injured by the leader of the Crow organization, weren't you? Who exactly are you? Luo Yu paused, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes still wary. Are you not a member of the Crow organization? Certainly not. Chu Han shook his head, gesturing toward the cloak and mask discarded nearby. These were merely my disguise for infiltrating the Crow organization's hideout. I had yet to change. I am a member of the military rescue team, infiltrating the base to save Professor Chen. I was pursued by the Crow leader and, in a moment of desperation, leaped off a cliff. Upon hearing Professor Chen's name, Luo Yu's eating slowed, yet her brow remained furrowed, clearly still skeptical. Chu Han chuckled lightly. If I were one of the Crow organization, I would have captured you to present to the leader, rather than allowing you to enjoy grilled fish. Furthermore, you've partaken of my cooking. Are you not concerned I might have poisoned it? Luo Yu fell silent, realizing the validity of Chu Han's words. She could find no counterargument. I will release you, but do not attempt to attack, Chu Han declared, cutting the vines binding her. In truth, those vines could not truly restrain her, but they provided Chu Han the advantage should she choose to strike. The black energy coursing through you is eroding your body. It must have been inflicted by the Crow leader, correct? Chu Han suddenly inquired. Luo Yu's head snapped up, her eyes wide with shock. How do you know? I too was struck by him, but the black energy within me has dissipated. I can assist you in expelling it, Chu Han replied with a smile. Though I must remove your battle attire to access the wound and absorb the black energy. In reality, he could locate the precise spot using his mental energy. But that would be quite taxing on him. This woman had attempted to ambush him from the outset. It was only fair to collect some interest. What did you say? Luo Yu exclaimed in indignation, brandishing the grilled fish as if to strike Chu Han, only for him to grasp her wrist. A brief struggle ensued, but her weakened condition caused her to falter, collapsing against Chu Han. He felt a sudden softness and pressure against his chest, along with a faint fragrance and the warmth of her breath. Chu Han's heart raced. At that moment, Luo Yu's face was mere inches from his, their eyes locking, and her cheeks flushed crimson. He could discern the mix of embarrassment and anger in her gaze, adding to her allure. Chu Han quickly steadied her, stepping back. That was unforeseen. He chuckled awkwardly. I merely need to examine the wound. I only require you to remove your outer layer, not to strip entirely. Surely, you wouldn't wish for the black energy to continue eroding your body, would you? Luo Yu bit her lip, remaining silent for a long while before finally nodding in acquiescence. No peeking, she admonished as she slowly unfastened her battle attire, revealing her fair upper body. Her physique was exceptional, an undeniable allure that captivated Chu Han's gaze. Yet quickly, he focused on the wound on her chest. The claw marks were deep enough to expose bone, the blood darkening and exuding a faint black aura, clearly indicating a severe injury. It may sting a bit. Bear with it. Chu Han's tone turned serious as he extended his hand. Luo Yu closed her eyes, resigned. As Chu Han's hand approached the wound, he immediately sensed the familiar black energy coursing into his body. He swiftly activated the vortex of energy from the ninefold body refinement technique, rapidly drawing in the black energy. Only when he felt he was nearing his limit did he cease absorption. Luo Yu distinctly sensed a significant reduction of black energy within her. Opening her eyes to find Chu Han engaged in a peculiar action, she did not interrupt. She merely observed Chu Han performing a series of peculiar movements. Her teeth clenched as if she were enduring tremendous agony. As these actions unfolded, the dark energy enveloping Chu Han gradually dissipated. To be precise, the dark energy was absorbed by Chu Han, simultaneously enhancing his strength. Luo Yu was taken aback, astonished by the remarkable effect of Chu Han's actions. It appeared he was far from ordinary. A spark of curiosity ignited within her as she silently acknowledged his capabilities. At that moment, she had entirely come to trust Chu Han, her initial wariness gradually evaporating. Chapter 59. The method to break through to the 6th tier. Once Chu Han fully absorbed the dark energy within him, he felt a noticeable surge in his strength. He then continued to assist Luo Yu in absorbing the dark energy from her wounds. To his surprise, this time, Luo Yu was remarkably cooperative. Soon, he had inhaled a significant amount of dark energy into his own body, continuing the cycle of absorption. As midnight approached, all the dark energy from Luo Yu had been completely siphoned away. Chu Han had made considerable gains, experiencing a substantial enhancement in his physical abilities. Luo Yu moved her body slightly and was equally astonished. She realized that the dark energy within her had entirely vanished, leaving only a dull ache at the site of her injury. However, such minor wounds were trivial to her. She sat cross-legged, initiating her cultivation technique, and was immediately enveloped by a crimson flame, radiating an intense heat that even Chu Han could sense. Using his spiritual awareness, Chu Han discovered that Luo Yu's external injuries were healing at a terrifying speed, far surpassing the efficacy of his ninefold body refinement technique. What kind of cultivation method was she practicing? Or was it simply her innate talent? Chu Han was deeply impressed. This woman was indeed extraordinary. As Luo Yu's aura rapidly stabilized and strengthened, she reached the pinnacle of a Tier 5 warrior. What a formidable woman she was. Chu Han marveled at her prowess. This woman was only a year or two older than him, yet she had already attained the peak of a Tier 5 warrior. Such an astonishing rate of advancement was unheard of. Even Zhao Feiyu's so-called genius sister was merely a Tier 4 warrior. Clearly, this woman was a more formidable prodigy than Zhao Feifei. However, Chu Han was more intrigued by her innate talent. If he could ascertain her talent level was high, he could replicate it. Theoretically, this woman possessed extraordinary potential. Yet, Chu Han required more precise information. At that moment, Luo Yu's aura gradually stabilized, and her demeanor transformed. Previously, she had exuded a somewhat fragile femininity due to her injuries, but now she radiated cold elegance and pride. She looked at Chu Han and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for healing me. My name is Luo Yu, from Jingwu University. May I know your name?" Chu Han, he replied. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Are you the expert sent by Jingwu University who is nearby?" Chu Han retrieved his communicator and located the contact information that Li Yunjian had provided him. Luo Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "That is indeed my contact number, but there's no signal here, so you cannot reach me." "Indeed. It seems I am fortunate to encounter you here. But what about the Black Crow leader? How should we deal with him?" Chu Han's tone grew serious at the mention of the Black Crow leader. Both he and Luo Yu had suffered greatly at his hands, nearly losing their lives. If they rushed back without a plan, even together, they likely would not be able to defeat him. Luo Yu's expression remained calm, as she stated. After consuming the Dark Blood Potion, his strength can reach Tier 6, and he possesses rapid regeneration abilities. Together, we are not his match, so we must enhance our strength. Enhance our strength? Chu Han queried, puzzled. "Do you have a method for rapid enhancement?" Luo Yu nodded, her tone imbued with certainty. "I had originally planned to break through to Tier 6 in the Blackstone Mountains, but my plans were interrupted by a rescue request from the school. As long as I can ascend, I am confident I can defeat the Black Crow leader." "Then you must have a way to break through to Tier 6. Chu Han said, elated. If Luo Yu had discovered a breakthrough method, it could very well present an opportunity for him as well. "I came to the Blackstone Mountains because I heard that the Phoenix Blood Zhu fruit exists here. After arriving, I indeed found a Phoenix Blood herb in a subterranean lava area. However, I had yet to retrieve it when I received the school's rescue mission, prompting a change in plans. Phoenix Blood Zhu fruit. A spiritual fruit? Chu Han had never heard of such a name before. It is a Tier 6 fire attribute spiritual fruit, imbued with a trace of Phoenix blood characteristics and containing an abundance of fire attribute essence. An elixir coveted by fire attribute warriors," Luo Yu explained. "As a fire attribute cultivator, consuming one would allow me to directly break through the shackles of Tier 5 and ascend to Tier 6. Moreover, that Phoenix blood herb bears 2 fruits. If you help me retrieve one, the other will be yours." Upon hearing this, Chu Han's heart stirred. His cultivation of the swallowing flame technique and lava crystal armor talent both belonged to the fire attribute. Obtaining the Phoenix blood Zhu fruit would undoubtedly elevate his strength, potentially allowing him to break through to Tier 1 warrior. However, he quickly regained his composure. If it were truly as simple as Luo Yu claimed, she would have already secured both fruits herself and would not need his assistance. He inquired, "Such a precious spiritual herb must be guarded by formidable beasts, right?" Luo Yu's expression grew more serious. "Indeed, the guardians of the Zhu fruits are a group of Zhu frogs, with the strongest being Tier 6, while others range from Tier 5 to Tier 3. I tested my strength once and could barely handle one Tier 6, but faced with a group, I would find myself overwhelmed. A single Tier 6 beast, along with numerous Tier 5, 4, and 3 creatures, was akin to storming the Black Crow organization's lair." Chu Han murmured to himself. However, he had single-handedly turned the Black Crow organization's stronghold upside down, so he was not intimidated by a horde of frogs. Chu Han made a decisive resolution. "I will assist you. Together, we shall vanquish that group of frogs. Yes, let us depart at once." Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement as she responded. "Follow me." In an instant, the duo, one clad in black and the other in white, swiftly departed from the riverbank, heading towards the location of the Phoenix blood Zhu fruit. They spent an hour reaching the cliff. And then Chu Han followed Luo Yu as they navigated through the Blackstone Mountains for over an hour, finally arriving at a cavern. Upon entering the cave, they descended, and the surrounding temperature gradually escalated, the air becoming stiflingly hot, while the ground's dark stone transitioned from deep gray to a dark red hue. Before long, they found themselves in an underground world filled with rivers of lava. The heat was intense, warping the air around them. It's just ahead. Luo Yu pointed forward. Chu Han followed her finger to see a massive lava lake at the end of the river. They pressed on until they reached the shore of the lava lake. Chu Han immediately spotted a blood-red plant growing at the center of the lake, adorned with 2 crimson fruits. "This is the phoenix blood Zhu fruit," he exclaimed, his eyes filled with yearning. At that moment, Luo Yu cautioned, "The Zhu frogs are lurking beneath the lava. Once you approach within 100 meters of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit, they will reveal themselves and launch an attack." She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the vicinity of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit. With a resounding thud, the stone plunged into the molten lava, sending a cascade of sparks into the air. In the next moment, a bubbling ensued in the lava, and a group of vividly crimson toads emerged, their skin adorned with swollen poison sacs. "Ribbit!" One of the toads croaked loudly, suddenly spitting a stream of saliva towards Chu Han and his companion. They swiftly dodged, but the saliva landed on the ground behind them, igniting instantly and creating a large pit. Indeed, they were formidable adversaries. Chu Han, wary of the situation, brandished a laser gun. "Leave the creatures below level 6 to me." In Chapter 60, the fierce battle ensued as they sought the phoenix blood Zhu fruit. Chu Han aimed at a level 5 Zhu toad and fired. The white laser shot through the creature, causing its lifeless body to sink beneath the lava. Hiss! Another shot rang out, and a nearby level 5 Zhu toad met the same fate. In the brief span of half a second, Chu Han, wielding the swift and precise laser gun, had dispatched 2 adversaries. "That is a laser weapon. How did you acquire it?" Luo Yu, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized the gun in Chu Han's possession. "I found it," he explained, while recharging the laser gun with a low-grade energy stone. "I highly doubt that," Luo Yu replied, her expression turning icy, choosing not to inquire further. At that moment, the lava lake began to churn violently. A thunderous roar filled the air, accompanied by a chilling wail. A massive toad, resembling a giant grinding wheel, emerged from the lava, the level 6 Zhu toad. It unleashed a series of roars directed at Chu Han and Luo Yu. Surrounding it, a throng of smaller Zhu toads appeared, numbering around 30 to 40 in total. Chu Han counted 4 level 5, 13 level 4, and 22 level 3 Zhu toads. "It seems we have disturbed their nest." In an instant, the Zhu toads simultaneously spat forth red saliva towards the 2. Flames erupted around Luo Yu, forming a protective barrier against the incoming projectiles. Chu Han nimbly dodged, evading the attacks with agility. Observing his movements, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had not expected anyone to master basic agility to such an extent, surpassing even her own abilities. Suddenly, she sensed that Chu Han harbored numerous secrets, deepening her curiosity about him. Roar! The level 6 Zhu toad bellowed again, causing the lava within the lake to surge violently, as if a tsunami had struck. Soon, the entire space transformed into a fiery inferno. The ground beneath them became untenable. Wrapped in flames, Luo Yu stood unscathed upon the molten surface, while Chu Han activated his lava crystal armor, which shielded him from the intense heat. The level 6 Zhu toad's attack proved ineffective. It lunged at them from the lava. Behind it, the lower-level Zhu toads launched their own assaults, resembling fiery projectiles hurtling towards them. Both Chu Han and Luo Yu evaded the level 6 Zhu toad's charge. However, to their shock, the creature suddenly opened its mouth, and its long tongue shot forth, piercing through the air barrier, and reached Chu Han in an instant. He swung his blade, but to his dismay, the tongue was remarkably resilient, resisting his strike. "Be careful. Don't let its tongue ensnare you." Meanwhile, Luo Yu found herself besieged by 4 level 5 Zhu toads, unable to extricate herself, and could only shout a warning to Chu Han. Yet it was too late. Chu Han felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him as the level 6 Zhu toad's massive tongue ensnared his body. The tongue constricted tightly, compressing his bones and armor, eliciting a cacophony of cracking sounds. What immense strength! Truly, a level 6 beast, Chu Han marveled. In the next moment, the toad lifted him into the air, preparing to swallow him whole. Recognizing the peril, Chu Han surged forth with all his might. His blood boiled, muscles expanded, and with a powerful thrust of his arms, he forcibly pried the tongue away from his body. With a resounding crack, a brief gap appeared around him. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly escaped the tongue's grip and landed squarely atop the level 6 Zhu toad. He immediately unleashed his flame-burst fist upon the creature's head. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the Zhu toad in flames. However, as Chu Han had anticipated, the damage inflicted was limited. It was also a fire attribute beast, exhibiting immunity to such attacks. Then let us try this. Explosive fist. Following the flame-burst fist, Chu Han's explosive fist struck next, this time channeling raw, unbridled power. The level 6 Zhu-toad's head was driven into the lava with a deafening wail, clearly injured. In pain, it violently swung its head, its tongue transforming into a long whip that lashed against Chu Han. He felt a tremendous force strike his chest, shattering the crystalline armor and causing his blood to surge. The impact of this strike was even greater than the prior constriction. Steadying his breath, he grasped the tongue tightly. Get away. With a sudden exertion of strength, he yanked, transmitting immense force through the tongue back to the level 6 Zhu-toad. In the next instant, the colossal creature was uncontrollably lifted from the lava, soaring into the air. Luoyu, Chu Han bellowed, continuing to exert power, swinging the airborne level 6 Zhu-toad towards her. At that moment, Luoyu had already slain 2 level 5 and 3 level 4 Zhu-toads. Upon seeing Chu Han hurl the level 6 Zhu-toad into the air, she instantly comprehended his intent. Swiftly, she employed her agility to evade the remaining Zhu-toads, positioning herself beneath the level 6 creature. Her aura surged as red elemental energy coalesced into a colossal phoenix apparition around her. In the next moment, the phoenix transformed into a tangible entity, merging into her sword, ignited by the flames of divine fire. Go! Luoyu's sword soared forth, akin to a phoenix bathed in sacred flames, racing towards the airborne level 6 Zhu-toad. The creature emitted a terrified shriek as the sword pierced through its body, leaving a gaping wound in its chest. Thud! The lifeless body of the level 6 Zhu-toad plummeted into the lava, extinguished in an instant. This formidable beast had met its demise under the combined assault of Chu Han and Luoyu. Such a powerful attack. Is that an S-rank martial technique? Chu Han observed with envy. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Luoyu possessed an abundance of extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, he noticed that after executing her powerful move, her aura had diminished significantly, and her elemental energy was greatly depleted, indicating a reduction in her strength. Clearly, that technique extracted a considerable toll on her. At this moment, Luoyu found herself once again besieged by the Zhu-toads. Observing this, Chu Han immediately activated his agile cat-like steps and charged in, channeling elemental energy into his battle knife as he aimed for one of the level 5 Zhu-toads, seventh form of the Break Army, empowered by the elemental energy. His strike was unparalleled, cleaving the Zhu-toad in two in an instant. Leave the rest to me. Chu Han uttered a brief phrase, his figure flickering as he lunged toward another 5th-tier vermilion toad. With a single stroke, he deflected its spittle and long-tongue assault, while his left hand unleashed a devastating punch that struck its abdomen. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the internal structure of the 5th-tier vermilion toad was obliterated, nearly leading to its demise. The remaining 4th-tier and 3rd-tier vermilion toads swiftly succumbed to the onslaught of Chu Han and Luoyu. Instantly, the entire magma chamber fell into an eerie silence, with only the crimson corpses floating upon the molten surface. Phew, it's done. The two exchanged an exhilarating glance, both relieved. Had they not possessed immunity to the vermilion toad's magma, this battle would not have concluded so effortlessly. Without the formidable firepower they wielded, ordinary warriors would have had no choice but to flee from the fiery abyss posed by the 6th-tier vermilion toad. This time, they had indeed reaped considerable benefits. Their gazes soon settled upon 2 vermilion fruits nestled in the center of the magma lake. I'll go pick them, Luoyu exclaimed excitedly, transforming into a white silhouette as she approached the phoenix bloodgrass, plucking the 2 vermilion fruits. Afterward, she promptly returned, handing one of the fruits to Chu Han. This one's for you, as we agreed. Chu Han received the phoenix blood vermilion fruit with enthusiasm, feeling a warm sensation upon contact. He sensed the immense fire attribute energy contained within the fruit, and couldn't help but absorb its essence. Chapter 61. The miraculous effect of the phoenix blood fruit. A breakthrough to Tier 1. We cannot cultivate here. We must find another location, Luoyu advised. Chu Han nodded, suddenly pointing at the floating corpses in the magma. Do you want these bodies? If not, they're all mine. As you wish, Luoyu replied, making her way toward the exit of the magma chamber. Truly a wealthy individual, indifferent to such materials. Chu Han rejoiced, swiftly gliding over the lava to collect the lifeless vermilion toad corpses, leaving no remains untouched, including that of the 6th-tier toad. Another small fortune. After gathering the bodies, Chu Han leisurely followed Luoyu out of the magma chamber. Luoyu paused in an underground cavern, finding a flat stone to sit upon, preparing to absorb the energy of the phoenix blood vermilion fruit. Chu Han also settled down several meters away from her. He took out the phoenix blood vermilion fruit and swallowed it whole, the fruit dissolving instantly. In the next moment, the medicinal power of the fruit erupted within his abdomen. Instantly, Chu Han felt as though a burning sun had been thrust into his stomach, the searing energy coursing through his meridians uncontrollably. Hiss! He gasped sharply, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his body trembled involuntarily, his teeth clattering together. The intense pain nearly robbed him of consciousness. The potency of the phoenix blood vermilion fruit was far beyond his expectations. Each strand of its medicinal energy was imbued with pure fire essence, rapidly permeating his flesh, bones, and even the depths of his cells. Absorbing even a fraction could transform his very being. He could distinctly sense his cells rapidly being reborn under the nurturing of the fire essence, infusing him with astonishing vitality. Yet, the agony accompanying this transformation was several times more intense than when he absorbed the dark energy previously. Chu Han's skin flushed a deep red, eventually cracking open. Fine beads of blood oozing from the wounds, quickly soaking his battle attire. Shockingly, the blood that seeped forth radiated an intense heat, burning holes through his clothing as it dripped onto the rocks below, scorching them as well. My battle attire. Chu Han gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, removing his blood-soaked garment and storing it in his spatial ring. At this moment, he sat bare-chested, his fair skin dotted with blood beads, yet subtly glowing with a transformative luster. He glanced over at Luo Yu, who was seated with her eyes closed, surrounded by a faint aura of fire attribute energy, evidently fully engrossed in absorbing the medicinal power of the vermilion fruit. However, she appeared untroubled by the struggles Chu Han faced, her aura steadily rising. A protruding rock in the cavern conveniently shielded her from view, alleviating his concerns about being seen in such a state. Steeling himself, he began to practice the third level of the ninefold body forging technique. As he completed each posture, his cells surged to life, voraciously absorbing the medicinal energy within him. This process remained agonizing, yet with the aid of the ninefold body forging technique, the energy from the phoenix blood vermilion fruit was being swiftly assimilated, continuously nourishing his physique. Chu Han could feel his body growing stronger at an accelerated pace. His strength, cell activity, muscle and bone density, and blood vitality were all rapidly enhancing. After cycling through the 36 postures of the third level, the vortex of energy within his dantian began to spin at an accelerated rate, further increasing the absorption of medicinal power. A thought struck him. Since the energy was so abundant, why not attempt to cultivate the fourth level of the ninefold body forging technique? Each level of the ninefold body forging technique presents escalating challenges, with each trio of levels marking a significant divide. Advancing to the fourth level not only entails greater difficulty and pain, but also poses a challenge to reach a higher realm. With the support of the phoenix blood vermilion fruit S energy, this was indeed the perfect opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he slowly adjusted his posture and assumed the first stance of the fourth level. The moment he completed the stance, a wave of pain, several times more intense than before, surged through his body, as if his meridians were about to tear apart. The previous agony from absorbing the phoenix blood vermilion fruit seemed trivial in comparison. Hold on. Chu Han gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat mixed with blood beads continuously trickled down his face. He could feel that with the completion of this stance, the rate at which his body absorbed the medicinal power surged exponentially. The once rampant fire essence was rapidly transformed, the blood beads on his skin gradually dissipating, replaced by a faint sheen. The skin that had previously cracked from the energy's impact began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Even more remarkably, he could distinctly feel his life essence ascending. He was evolving from an ordinary mortal towards a higher form of life. Overjoyed, Chu Han continued to practice the stances of the fourth level, diligently completing each one. After 2 hours, he finally finished all the stances of the fourth level. Suddenly, a powerful energy storm erupted within the cavern. As the energy surrounding him was rapidly absorbed into his body, merging with the medicinal power of the phoenix blood vermilion fruit. Phew! Chu Han exhaled deeply. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as the agony of absorbing the phoenix blood vermilion fruit had vanished, replaced by an exhilarating comfort. He could sense that his physical capabilities had undergone an unparalleled enhancement. My one-arm strength has definitely surpassed 150,000 pounds now. Even more astonishingly, he discovered that his dantian was now brimming with a substantial amount of fire attribute energy. This energy, transformed from the medicinal power of the phoenix blood vermilion fruit, had not dissipated as usual, but was instead stored within his dantian. I can finally cultivate my techniques. Chu Han was so excited he nearly leaped from his seat. Previously, he could only rely on body refinement techniques to strengthen his physique, unable to store elemental energy like other martial artists. Now, he has finally broken through this limitation and truly stepped into the realm of warriors. He immediately activated the swallowing flame technique, combining it with the vortex of elemental energy within his dantian, converting all the residual medicinal power in his body into fire attribute energy for storage. As the last trace of medicinal power was absorbed, Chu Han could distinctly feel his cultivation rapidly surpassing the first tier, soaring to the level of a second-tier warrior. Although he was merely at the second tier, the amount of elemental energy stored in his dantian vastly exceeded that of an ordinary person, and the richness of his elemental energy rivaled that of a fifth-tier warrior. This was all due to the effects of the phoenix blood vermilion fruit and the ninefold body refinement technique. Sensing the immense elemental energy within him, Chu Han's heart brimmed with confidence. With his current level of elemental energy and his powerful physique, he possessed the combat prowess of a sixth-tier warrior. If he were to encounter the Black Crow leader again, it would be uncertain who would kill whom. Meanwhile, Luo Yu's aura suddenly surged significantly. clearly having successfully broken through to the 6th tier. However, she continued her cultivation, as the medicinal power of the phoenix blood vermilion fruit had not yet been completely absorbed. Chu Han dressed and glanced at Luo Yu, contemplating her extraordinary talent. Based on his observations, her innate gifts were undoubtedly remarkable. Should he attempt to replicate her talent? Chu Han found himself in a moment of indecision. Before long, Luo Yu completed her training, her aura stabilizing and strengthening. She immediately turned to Chu Han and inquired, "Have you finished absorbing? Your elemental energy seems to have increased significantly." "Indeed, I have gained a lot. You have also broken through to the 6th tier," Chu Han replied. "Next, we must settle the score with that fellow," Luo Yu said, clenching her fist. At that moment, Chu Han suddenly asked, "What level is your fire talent?" He felt it prudent to ask directly, as straightforward inquiries often yield immediate answers with someone like Luo Yu. Indeed, without much hesitation, she replied matter-of-factly, "SS level." "What? SS level?" Chu Han's tone rose sharply. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by Luo Yu's revelation. SS level. Hearing it from Luo Yu's lips, it seemed almost commonplace. He then recalled that his talent replication card could only replicate up to S-level talents. Luo Yu's SS level gift seemed somewhat beyond the limits. He wondered if the replication card would still function. Yet, the opportunity was at hand, and Chu Han decided to give it a try. If successful, it would be a tremendous gain. Even if he failed, he risked little. With determination, Chu Han suddenly grasped Luo Yu's hand. Utilizing the talent replication card required physical contact with the subject being replicated. Without further explanation, he immediately recited the invocation in his mind. Then, a prompt echoed in his mind. Commencing talent replication. No physical contact allowed until replication is complete. Detected that the talent level of the subject is too high. Replication failed. Upon hearing the word failed, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chu Han's heart. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, whose hand he held, wore an expression of embarrassment and annoyance, unsure of what the man before her intended. Although she had the ability to break free from Chu Han's grasp, the warmth and strength of his hand caused her to hesitate. Memories of Chu Han healing her and dispelling the black elemental energy flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. At that moment, another prompt appeared in Chu Han's mind. Replication card error correction mechanism activated. Re-evaluating the talent of the subject, detected that the subject's talent is exceedingly high. The replicated talent will be weakened and redefined. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations, you have acquired S-level talent. Burning Star Flame. Success. Chu Han's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that the talent replication card possessed an error correction mechanism. The replicated talent had been weakened and transformed into a brand new gift. In the next moment, the Burning Star Flame fused with his body, becoming his new talent. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him, enveloping him in a tempestuous flame. This flame bore some resemblance to Luo Yu's, yet was distinctly different. Nevertheless, being an S-level talent, it provided Chu Han with a tremendous enhancement. His physical abilities and the concentration of fire attribute elemental energy within him surged to remarkable heights. Feeling the surging power within him, Chu Han was overwhelmingly exhilarated. An S-level talent was indeed extraordinary. The use of this talent replication card proved to be invaluable. Next, he had to find a way to explain to Luo Yu. She, too, was astonished by the sudden surge of power emanating from Chu Han. Moreover, within his flames, she sensed a familiar essence. Being perceptive, she quickly realized that Chu Han had seemingly harnessed his strength through her. She carefully examined her own condition and found no changes, which slightly reassured her. However, her expression quickly turned cold. As Chu Han opened his eyes, he was met with Luo Yu's piercing gaze. "What did you do?" Her icy voice snapped Chu Han back to reality. He noticed he still held her hand, though she appeared increasingly impatient. The priority now was to provide Luo Yu with a satisfactory explanation. With a smile, Chu Han released her hand and clarified. "My ability allows me to borrow the elemental power of others, and your talent is the strongest I have ever encountered. That explains it. No wonder you obtained a flame similar to mine," Luo Yu remarked, her demeanor still frosty. "But next time, you should inform me in advance." "Of course, no problem," Chu Han replied with an awkward smile. At least she accepted his explanation and did not press further, which was a relief for him. However, it seemed she still held a grudge about him holding her hand. Chu Han hastily shifted the topic. "Thanks to your assistance, my strength has increased. We should return and settle the score with that fellow. Together, even if he possesses immortality, he won't stand a chance against us." Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Silent, but resolute, and turned to head outside. Chu Han followed closely behind her. After leaving the cave, they discovered that daylight had already broken. It was now the early hours of the second day. "We need to hurry. The Black Crow leader has ordered Professor Chen to complete the Dark Blood Potion before morning. We must not allow him to succeed," Chu Han urged. Luo Yu nodded and quickened her pace, with Chu Han closely trailing her. The two navigated through the forest, taking over an hour to return to the cave where the Black Crow organization was located. Upon their arrival, they found the cave entrance devoid of guards and marked by signs of a struggle. It seemed that after Chu Han's escape, another battle had ensued. Suddenly, Chu Han spotted a corpse among the rubble, dressed in the combat uniform of a rescue team member. This is one of the search and rescue team, he mused, furrowing his brow. It appeared that Li Yunjian and others had also found their way here and had clashed with the Black Crow organization. This is bad. They are definitely no match for the Black Crow leader. Chu Han cursed under his breath and rushed into the cave, with Luo Yu following closely behind. The two rushed into the cave, only to find it in disarray, strewn with the lifeless bodies of members of the Black Crow organization and military personnel. Chu Han counted, discovering a dozen military corpses, yet the body of Li Yunjian was conspicuously absent. The others had likely fled or might have been captured. Without delay, Chu Han unleashed his mental power. To his astonishment, he realized that after absorbing the medicinal essence of the Phoenix Blood Zhu fruit and acquiring a new talent, his mental strength had indeed received a slight enhancement. His perception range now extended to 80 meters, instantly encompassing the most crucial laboratory within the cave. There, he spotted Li Yunjian and others, all currently ensnared in a state of unconsciousness, confined within experimental containers. Nearby, Professor Chen was manipulating a vial of serum, glancing apprehensively at his watch. The student of Professor Chen, who had previously suffered a broken leg, had now lost all signs of life. Clearly, the patience of the Black Crow leader had reached its limit. No more waiting. Proceed with the experiments using your serum, he commanded, snatching the vial from Professor Chen's hands and preparing to inject Li Yunjian with a syringe. Professor Chen immediately intervened. This serum is incomplete. Injecting it will yield no results. We'll find out, the Black Crow leader retorted, showing his disbelief in Professor Chen's words as he plunged the syringe downward. Suddenly, a beam of white laser pierced through the laboratory's iron door, striking the vial from the Black Crow leader's grasp. A laser? You dare to return. Chapter 63, Fierce Battle. Luo Yu's secret method. An enraged roar reverberated within the laboratory as a dark figure lunged forth. The Black Crow leader emerged into the laboratory's vicinity, immediately spotting Chu Han wielding a laser gun, alongside Luo Yu, whose expression was as frigid as ice. He burst into maniacal laughter. I never expected the two of you who fled would come back to meet your demise. You've saved me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. The dark energy enveloping him surged even more intensely, his eyes glowing crimson, a clear indication that he had fully mastered the powers of a sixth-tier warrior. Prepare to perish, he bellowed, gathering a massive amount of dark energy in his right hand, transforming it into claws aimed at Chu Han and Luo Yu. The very technique that had severely wounded them before, the Dark Extinction Claw. Leave this to me. Chu Han interposed himself before Luo Yu, rapidly converging the flame energy of the burning star flame and his internal energy into his fist, delivering a powerful punch. You think you can match me in a head-on clash? The Black Crow leader mocked upon recognizing Chu Han as his opponent. In the next instant, the Dark Extinction Claw collided with the Flame Explosion Fist, resulting in a violent explosion. Chu Han was propelled back several steps by the shockwave, but emerged unscathed. The Black Crow leader stared in disbelief at Chu Han, astonished that in just half a day, his strength had ascended to such a level. Elation surged within Chu Han. He had thwarted a lethal strike from his adversary using only his physical prowess, internal energy, and newfound fiery talent. His strength now rivaled that of a sixth-tier warrior. Enraged by his failure and witnessing Chu Han's progress, the Black Crow leader's dark energy swelled once more, manifesting as countless tendrils that lunged toward Chu Han and Luo Yu. This time, it was Luo Yu's turn to act. Bathed in golden flames, she surged forward, her sixth-tier warrior powers erupting as her longsword radiated with a scorching red glow. In a flash, the swordlight severed the black tendrils. Upon encountering Luo Yu's flames, the dark energy of the tendrils was incinerated as if melting ice. Your dark energy is of no use against me, Luo Yu declared icily, her sword continuing to slash, swiftly severing all remaining black tendrils. Subsequently, she transformed into a streak of red light, piercing directly toward the Black Crow leader like a meteor of flames. The Black Crow leader's complexion paled, and he hastily sidestepped. Yet he was a fraction too slow. Swoosh! The fiery longsword pierced through the Black Crow leader's body, an eruption of flames leaving a gaping hole in his form. Do not think this will be the end of me. The Black Crow leader cackled maniacally. The dark energy surged forth, rushing to fill the wound in his chest, healing at a visibly rapid pace. Now taste my blade. Suddenly, Chu Han roared, his figure closing in with his battle knife raised high, aiming a lethal strike at the Black Crow leader's neck. Sixth form of the Breaking Army. This strike represented his most formidable attack, a perfect amalgamation of his physical strength and internal energy. A 3-meter-long red blade aura erupted from his weapon, instantly expanding the attack's range several-fold. The Black Crow leader sensed an overwhelming aura of danger enveloping him, and shock coursed through him. He quickly summoned all his energy to form a black shield around his arms, raising them to block Chu Han's strike. Boom! The red blade aura collided with the black shield, triggering a violent tremor as fine cracks began to appear. The shield could only withstand the assault for a fleeting moment before it shattered under the force of the red blade aura. The ensuing strike severed the Black Crow leader's arms and continued its descent toward his body. The Black Crow leader hastily evaded a fatal blow, yet the blade aura sliced through him. With a sharp sound, his body was cleaved in two at the shoulders. Such power, Luoyu observed, astonished. Even she found it exceedingly challenging to withstand such a strike. But it's not over yet. Suddenly, Luoyu's heart raced, and she quickly warned. The Black Crow leader, now bisected, unleashed a torrent of dark energy, swirling into a tempest that forcefully repelled Chu Han. Within the energy storm, the Black Crow leader's body began to heal, rapidly merging back together, and his severed arms regenerated. He produced a black vial from his possession, the dark blood serum he had earlier seized from Professor Chen. Although the serum was incomplete, he had reached a point of desperation with no alternatives. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be killed by the two opponents before him. Let us all perish together, he roared, unscrewing the cap without hesitation and consuming the entire vial of unknown serum in one gulp. Instantly, his body underwent a violent transformation. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his muscles expanded rapidly, and from the wounds that were still healing, numerous flesh buds sprouted, transforming into black tendrils. As the dark energy storm dissipated, the new form of the Black Crow leader was revealed. His stature had ballooned, now towering at 3 meters in height. Simultaneously, his aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier and even brushing against higher realms. A potent pressure enveloped the entire cave, and both Chu Han and Luoyu felt the immense weight bearing down upon them. They had not anticipated that the Black Crow leader's final act of desperation would elevate him to such heights, further widening the chasm of power between them. I wonder if I can contend with him while simultaneously activating my dual talents, Chu Han thought, his expression grave yet eager. Luoyu furrowed her brow. Their opponent possessed tremendous strength and a formidable regenerative ability, making conventional methods utterly insufficient for victory. Chu Han, hold him off for me. I need to unleash my secret technique. With a fierce cry, the flames surrounding her suddenly intensified, becoming more scorching and radiant. In a faint shimmer, the ethereal silhouette of a phoenix re-emerged around her, her aura surging once more. Meanwhile, Chu Han faced the leader of the Black Crow, simultaneously activating 2 of his talents. The lava crystal armor enveloped him instantly, red flames flickering through the armor, amplifying his imposing presence. A guttural roar erupted from the Black Crow leader as he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, his massive form lunging at the two with an unrefined punch. Chu Han positioned himself protectively in front of Luoyu, retaliating with a punch of his own. Flame explosion fist. Their fists collided, and Chu Han was immediately struck by a tremendous force emanating from the impact. Even with the augmentation from the Phoenix Blood Vermilion Fruit and the Burning Star Flame, he felt somewhat inferior. As the flame explosion fist unleashed its power, a torrent of flames consumed the leader's fist. Yet, the Black Crow leader's hand was shrouded in a layer of dark elemental energy, effectively neutralizing Chu Han's flames. With renewed ferocity, the Black Crow leader exerted more strength into his punch, forcing Chu Han to stagger backward, for the first time feeling outmatched in a contest of power. Leave him to me, came Luoyu's voice. Chu Han swiftly withdrew his fist and stepped aside. Noticing Chu Han's retreat, the Black Crow leader redirected his assault toward Luoyu, swinging his enormous fist in her direction. But in a flash of crimson light, Luoyu vanished from sight. Suddenly appearing, she swung her sword, severing one of the Black Crow leader's arms at the root. The speed of the strike was astonishing, and Chu Han barely managed to catch a glimpse of her shadow. Swiftly, she unleashed 3 more strikes, and in their wake, the remaining 3 limbs of the Black Crow leader met the same fate, all severed by her blade. What a formidable attack! Chu Han marveled, recognizing that Luoyu had experienced a multiple-fold enhancement after invoking her secret technique. Her physical attributes had surged, reaching the pinnacle of a 6th-tier warrior. With one foot already poised to step into the realm of masters, he extended his mental energy, clearly perceiving the changes in Luoyu's form. In this moment, she was exceedingly powerful, yet the secret technique was exacting a severe toll on her heart. Her heartbeat had escalated to over 3 times its normal rate, and her internal elemental energy was depleting rapidly. She needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Chapter 64. Fusion of Martial Techniques, Annihilating the Black Crow Leader. The muscles of the Black Crow leader's severed limbs writhed and expanded, swiftly regenerating new appendages. Luoyu's assault seemed to have inflicted minimal damage on him. Luoyu, his regenerative ability has strengthened. We must eliminate him in one fell swoop. Chu Han shouted, contemplating his own course of action should Luoyu fail to vanquish their foe. Luoyu nodded confidently, her flames rapidly coalescing into a colossal phoenix. Unlike the previous apparition, this phoenix was entirely composed of inferno, emanating an incredibly fearsome heat. The ground around her, as well as the stone walls, began to melt into magma, and even the air within the cave grew unbearably scorching, capable of searing the trachea upon inhalation. Phoenix incineration, Luoyu shouted, as the fiery phoenix opened its divine eyes, emitting two beams of golden light. After releasing a piercing cry, it surged forth towards the Black Crow leader, carrying with it an aura of annihilation. Although the Black Crow leader had lost much of his sanity, instinctual fear gripped him, prompting a frantic retreat in a futile attempt to evade the Phoenix's pursuit. With a thunderous crash, the Fire Phoenix collided with the Black Crow leader, enveloping him in a terrifying inferno. The dark elemental energy surrounding him dissipated rapidly within the flames, leaving him with no semblance of resistance. His body was instantly consumed by the heat, emitting a hissing sound as his skin charred. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently as he fell to the ground, rolling in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how he struggled, the Fire Phoenix clung to him relentlessly. Everywhere it passed, the ground ignited, transforming into a sea of molten rock. Yet, his formidable regenerative abilities allowed him to endure the searing flames. This is not over. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Yu's eyes as the temperature of the flames enveloping the Black Crow leader surged once more. The newly regenerated flesh began to vaporize, and the rate of his regeneration could not keep pace with the disintegration of his body, leading him to the brink of collapse. This process continued for several seconds until Luo Yu suddenly trembled. Not good. Her expression shifted dramatically. The effects of her secret technique were waning, and her aura began to diminish. The flames surrounding the Black Crow leader cooled, and his regeneration accelerated. In the ebb and flow of their powers, Luo Yu's secret technique was completely dispelled. Her aura plummeted back to the early 6th tier, her internal energy nearly exhausted, and her complexion grew pallid. The side effects of the secret art struck her, leaving her feeling weak. With a roar, the Black Crow leader unleashed a surge of dark elemental energy, instantly dispersing the surrounding flames. The resulting shockwave caused Luo Yu to stagger, nearly losing her footing. Chu Han swiftly darted forward, steadying her just before she fell, and carried her to safety. Leave the rest to me. His voice was calm, yet imparted an overwhelming sense of reliability that ignited a fervent hope within Luo Yu. Be careful, she murmured softly, watching his retreating figure. At that moment, the charred remains of the Black Crow leader began to sprout organs and tissues, transforming into a grotesque form that bore little resemblance to its previous state. If left unchecked, he would soon revive. Chu Han took a deep breath. The devouring flame technique and the vortex of elemental energy within his Dantian word into action, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy and converting it into fire attribute energy. He then concentrated all of his fire attribute energy, culled from his body, the lava crystal armor, and the flames of the burning star, into his right fist. Employing the technique of the flame explosion fist to gather energy, he began compressing the elemental energy within his right hand, as if manifesting a new martial skill, the extreme flame explosion fist. This technique allowed him to continuously amass and compress his internal fire attribute energy and flame energy into his fist, culminating in a devastating explosion. I have not yet reached my limit, Chu Han bellowed, pressing on to compress the energy further. With a resounding crack, the crystal armor on his right fist could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered, exposing his fist beneath. Just a bit more, Chu Han persisted, until the skin on his fist split open, blood oozing out, signaling that his flame energy had reached its zenith. His fist now radiated like a miniature sun, emanating astonishing heat and blinding light. In an instant, Chu Han appeared before the Black Crow leader, delivering a mighty blow. Extreme flame explosion fist. In that fleeting moment, the fire energy on his fist erupted, creating a colossal fireball that expanded like a nuclear explosion, consuming the Black Crow leader's form with cataclysmic force. The fireball swiftly collided, erupting throughout the cave, where everything it touched was reduced to nothingness by the searing heat. The extreme flame explosion fist amalgamates the quintessence of the explosive fist and the flame burst fist, capable of instantaneous detonation while penetrating the very essence of its target. At this moment, countless flames erupted within the body of the Black Crow leader. The formidable explosive energy tore his body apart in an instant, transforming him into countless fragments that vanished amidst the sea of fire, reduced to mere ashes. This time, the Black Crow leader had no opportunity to scream. He was entirely consumed by the flames, dissipating into nothingness. The aura of the Black Crow leader completely vanished, leaving no trace of his corporeal form. At last, he was vanquished. Chu Han exhaled deeply, gradually retracting his right fist, only to discover that the entire molten crystal armor on his arm had shattered and scattered. A sharp pain radiated from his right arm. He abruptly realized that the meridians of his right arm had sustained significant damage, causing the flow of his vital energy to slow to a crawl. Although this technique wielded immense power, it bore considerable side effects. It was evident that he must exercise caution in its future application and invest time to refine it into a unique martial art of his own, Chu Han pondered. As he relaxed, a wave of emptiness surged within him. That strike had nearly drained his vital energy and innate power. He collapsed onto the ground, releasing a long sigh of relief. It was over. Luo Yu approached him, a hint of joy gracing her features. Their eyes met, and they shared a smile. savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility. However, the current circumstances would not permit them to relax. The cave, having suffered substantial damage during the fierce battle, was now shaking violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. Quickly, we must rescue Professor Chun and the others. The two had no choice but to set off once more. Entering the laboratory behind the iron door. Professor Chun, are you alright? Chu Han inquired. Upon seeing the two young individuals, Professor Chun hurriedly asked, what of that monster? We have slain it, Chu Han replied. You actually won. Professor Chin's face was one of disbelief. He had not anticipated such an outcome from the battle outside. The vial of dark blood serum, seized by the Black Crow leader, was nearly complete at 95. The remaining 5 represented the serum's uncontrollability. Once ingested, the body would undergo continuous growth and transformation, ultimately becoming a complete monster, nearly immortal and exceedingly difficult to kill. Yet, it was 2 young individuals who emerged victorious, prompting him to question his own research. Chapter 65, Sky Academy, Military Merit Redemption. Professor Chun, there's no time for explanations. We must leave this place immediately. We still need to rescue others. Chu Han had no interest in wasting time with someone ensnared in academic dilemmas. He and Luo Yu hurriedly freed the remaining captives, using their vital energy to awaken them. Chu Han, I never expected you to be our savior, Li Yunjian said, clutching his still dizzy head in gratitude. The other soldiers, once awakened, appeared dazed, with Li Yunjian taking it upon himself to comfort the weary remnants. Professor Chin's 2 students, astonished by their chance for survival, erupted in cheers. Hurry! The cave is about to collapse. Chu Han called out, urging everyone to leave swiftly. Before departing, Luo Yu, at Professor Chin's insistence, incinerated everything within the laboratory, allowing him to breathe easy. Once outside the cave, everyone felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. However, this joy was short-lived, soon replaced by profound sorrow. This mission had resulted in over 80 casualties among Professor Chin's group, most of whom perished in the Blackstone Mountains, leaving no remains. Moreover, Li Yunjian's rescue team also suffered over half in losses, with the deceased comprising the elite forces of Jiang City. The faces of Li Yunjian and the others were marked by grief, a poignant reminder of the pain soldiers endure upon losing comrades. Chu Han empathized deeply. The group returned to the canyon, reuniting with a few other survivors before collectively heading back to the supply base in Jiang City. Luo Yu, however, parted ways with Chu Han and the others within the Blackstone Mountains. Chu Han bid her farewell alone. As they parted, Luo Yu gifted him a secret technique. This is the secret technique I utilized. As a fire attribute warrior, it should be beneficial to you. Chu Han accepted the technique, which bore the inscription, Heavenly Fire, 9 transformations. Thank you. I shall not refuse. Chu Han expressed his gratitude. Luo Yu nodded, turning to leave. By the way, which academy are you from at Jingwu University? Once I complete the martial arts examination, we shall be classmates. Chu Han suddenly called out. Sky Academy, Luo Yu replied. Sky Academy? I've never heard of it. Chu Han frowned. He had previously familiarized himself with the popular academies of various martial arts universities, and he was well acquainted with the different faculties at Jingwu University, yet he knew nothing of the Sky Academy. Once you gain admission to Jingwu University, you will understand the significance of Sky Academy, knowing it now holds little meaning for you. Luo Yu offered no further explanation. Casting a glance at Chu Han as she said, I will await you at Sky Academy. When we next meet, I shall be stronger. With that, she turned and departed. Sky Academy, is it? I shall soon enter there. Chu Han mused, watching her vanishing figure, his heart imbued with a new ambition. Participating in the martial arts examination and gaining admission to Jingwu University was not his ultimate goal. Now, his sights were set on the Sky Academy. After parting with Luo Yu, Chu Han rejoined his team and returned to the supply base outside Jiang City. Professor Chun and the others were taken away by personnel from Jingwu University. Chu Han, however, remained with the military. As a soldier and a participant in this operation, he was determined to stay behind for the memorial service held for the fallen warriors. Following the conclusion of the service, Li Yunjian calculated Chu Han's military merits. His military medal had risen to level 3, and he was awarded 10,000 military merit points. Subsequently, Chu Han and Li Yunjian made their way to the military treasury. To have accumulated 10,000 military merit points within just 1 month of joining the army is truly unprecedented, remarked Li Yunjian, a hint of envy in his tone. Even he found himself admiring Chu Han's accomplishments, for typical missions yielded only single-digit military merit points, while more challenging tasks might yield merely a few hundred. Accumulating over 10,000 military merit points was a lofty aspiration many soldiers strive for throughout their lifetimes, yet never achieve. Indeed, Chu Han had made the most significant contributions, being the linchpin of the rescue mission. Without him, the entire team would have perished and the rescue would have failed. Furthermore, Chu Han had personally slain the leader of the Black Crow organization and most of its members, effectively dismantling a terrorist organization single-handedly. Thus, the 10,000 military merit points were well-deserved. Following Li Yunjian, Chu Han passed through 3 formidable alloy doors, each guarded by machine guns, high-voltage currents, and lasers. After undergoing both fingerprint and iris verification, they finally stepped into the treasury room. Upon entering, Chu Han was astounded by the sight before him. The room was the size of half a football field, with shelves brimming with an array of treasures, martial techniques, skills, elixirs, weapons, special materials, and even heavenly treasures. There were even some firearms designed for martial artists, such as a massive Gatling gun weighing several hundred pounds and a heavy sniper rifle with a barrel length exceeding 2 meters. However, these advanced weaponry are typically only exchanged by ordinary martial artists within the military. Naturally, Chu Han has no need for them. Moreover, he possesses a B-grade laser gun of remarkable technological sophistication. The treasures here are the accumulated wealth of the military district over the years. As long as one has sufficient military merit, anything can be exchanged. Li Yunjian pointed to the virtual screen on the wall. You have achieved a significant feat this time, earning 10,000 military merit points, plus an 80 discount on your level 3 military medal, allowing you to exchange for items worth up to 12,500 military merit points. You can search for whatever you need on the screen. Treasures that are not available here can also be requisitioned from other military districts. After Li Yunjian finished explaining, Chu Han's fingertips glided across the screen. Various treasure information refreshed continuously, dazzling his senses. Chu Han's gaze settled on the weapons section, an S-grade Inferno Demon Battle Blade, which astonishingly only requires 5,000 military merit points. I recall that this weapon's market price exceeds 100 million. S-grade weapons are generally forged from special materials, possessing an enhancement effect on elemental power. This battle blade, codenamed Inferno Demon, is of the fire attribute. Utilizing this blade to unleash fire-based martial skills can enhance their power by at least 23. Compared to this Inferno Demon Battle Blade, his Blood Shadow Battle Blade feels utterly inferior. Chu Han was immediately tempted. Li Yunjian, smiling beside him, remarked, "If you fancy this blade, I suggest you exchange military merit points for it." Within the military district, the prices for weapons and armor are far below market value. Chu Han nodded. "I'll take it." He tapped the screen, adding the Inferno Demon Battle Blade to his exchange list. Then he turned his attention to the combat suit category. The B-grade combat suit only required 1,000 military merit points, while the A-grade was 8,000, and the S-grade would demand 20,000 military merit points. Chu Han's current combat suit had been rendered tattered when he absorbed the Phoenix Blood Vermilion Fruit, and it had suffered severe damage from the Black Crow leader's assault. It was in a deplorable state. He was in dire need of a new one. Although the B-grade combat suit does not compare to the S-grade, it offers excellent cost-effectiveness. And given Chu Han's innate talent for enhancing defense, it would suffice for his needs. Lastly, Chu Han's gaze lingered on the categories of martial arts and techniques. While he was not lacking in martial arts or offensive techniques, he still possessed only the C-grade Spirit Cat Step for his movement technique. He planned to exchange for a more formidable movement technique. His previous encounters with the Black Crow leader and Luo Yu had profoundly underscored the importance of agility. With a powerful movement technique, even when facing stronger opponents, he could evade and escape using superior agility. His eyes scanned the list of various movement techniques until they finally rested on a technique titled Flowing Light Phantom, an A-grade martial skill. Flowing Light Phantom, an A-grade technique, requires 6,000 military merit points. Chu Han calculated and found that his remaining military merit points were just sufficient. Chapter 66, 100-Fold Gravity Suit. The Flowing Light Phantom, as an A-grade movement technique, far surpasses the Spirit Cat Step in both power and intricacy. After continuously comparing several A-grade movement techniques, he ultimately chose this one. The greatest advantage of this technique lies in its speed and its ability to create phantoms to confuse enemies. I'll take this movement technique as well. Chu Han added Flowing Light Phantom to his exchange list. Opening the exchange list, the 3 items he selected were displayed: 5,000, 1,000, and 6,000 military merit points, totaling 12,000 military merit points. With the 20 discount applied, the total came to 9,600 military merit points, which was well within his means. Chu Han nodded in satisfaction and clicked the exchange button. The screen then flashed with an information authentication panel, and after a series of verification processes, Chu Han completed the exchange. The exchange system prompted a new notification. The B-grade combat suit and A-grade movement technique will be delivered to you immediately, while the S-grade Inferno Demon Battle Blade will be transported from the Southeast Military District within 3 days. Please keep an eye out for its arrival. It seems I will have to wait a few days for my battle blade, but I am not in a rush to use it, as I want to be venturing into the wilderness before the martial arts examination. After receiving the large box containing the B-grade combat suit and Flowing Light Phantom technique, Chu Han bid farewell to Li Yunjian. He then proceeded to the trading center, seeking Du Kuan to sell the exotic beast corpses and materials obtained from this mission. Including the 6th-tier Vermilion Frog Corpse, he sold everything for a total of 70 million federal coins. After the transaction, he returned to Jiang City. This mission had consumed a day and a night. and his communicator now contained dozens of messages from his parents. Therefore, he first returned home to reassure his parents. When Chu Han arrived home, it was just noon. His mother had prepared extra dishes upon hearing of his return. At the dining table, his father inquired about the mission. Chu Han, did you encounter any dangers during your military task? Chu Han scooped up a mouthful of spiritual rice and replied with a smile, there was no danger. The task was merely to eliminate a base of hunters hidden in the wilderness. Our team was led by 5th-tier experts, and I was just assisting. Zhang Milan placed a piece of exotic beast meat into Chu Han's bowl. You child, you didn't even inform us about joining the military. I've heard that the mortality rate for military missions is higher than that of martial artist teams. You're about to participate in the great examination. Please don't take unnecessary risks. Listening to his parents' concerns, Chu Han smiled faintly, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Since becoming a martial artist, he knew that his future days would inevitably see less time spent with his parents. While he still had time before the martial arts examination, he intended to spend more moments with them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Han finally arrived at the martial arts hall to practice. The secret technique given by Luo Yu and the movement technique he exchanged in the military district were both on his agenda for cultivation. Chu Han sat down in the training room, allowing his consciousness to enter the lottery space. He still had a chance to draw today, which he hadn't had the opportunity to use yet. As the lottery opportunity refreshed, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Crow leader. Ding, congratulations. You have won a set of beginner gravity clothing. Beginner gravity clothing. When worn, it allows you to freely adjust the gravity you bear, with an adjustable range of 1 to 100 times for beginners. Gravity clothing? Adjustable up to 100 times? Upon reading the description, Chu Han's interest was piqued. Throughout the entire Longxia Federation, places equipped with gravity training rooms are scarce and in high demand. Only some master-level experts would spend exorbitant amounts to train in gravity rooms, where high-gravity environments can significantly enhance a martial artist's training speed. The ability to freely adjust the gravity one bears through clothing is truly a marvel of high technology. With a thought, a black vest materialized in Chu Han's hand. It felt weightless and appeared quite ordinary. Do I simply put it on? Chu Han removed his training outfit, preparing to give it a try. Just as he was about to slide his arm into the vest, it transformed into a puddle of black liquid, crawling up his arm and enveloping his body. The black liquid shifted and morphed until it perfectly conformed to his physique, becoming a sleek black vest. After donning it, Chu Han felt no sensation of clothing at all. The black gravity suit seemed to have seamlessly melded with his skin, leaving only a shadowy outline. Indeed, it is high technology. Chu Han felt elated. The scene reminded him of certain nanotechnology from science fiction films in his past life. He never expected to encounter such wonders himself one day. Shortly thereafter, a number 1 appeared on his chest, accompanied by a slightly protruding black knob beneath the number. This numerical value should indicate the current gravitational force, while the black knob allows for its adjustment. Let us commence with a lower multiplier. Chu Han took a deep breath, his fingers grasping the knob, gently turning it clockwise. As the gravity reading shifted to 2, he felt a slight heaviness, akin to carrying a light backpack. With minimal impact on his physique, this level of gravity could be easily tolerated even by an average person from his past life, allowing for prolonged endurance. Naturally, it posed no challenge to Chu Han. Continuing to turn the knob, the gravitational multiplier began to rise. Chu Han distinctly sensed the subtle changes in his body with each increment in gravity. When it reached 5 times, the pressure became slightly more pronounced. His legs felt as though they were weighted down by sandbags, yet he could still move with relative ease, albeit at a slightly reduced pace. Such gravity was something only astronauts experienced while traversing the atmosphere in their spacecraft. Ordinary individuals exposed to such force would likely succumb to rapid unconsciousness. The adjustments to the gravity suit were impressively precise. Chu Han silently praised it as he continued to rotate the knob. As the gravity increased, upon reaching 8 times, he felt a marked difference. A gentle pressure settled onto his shoulders, and he could sense his muscles exerting slight effort as he lifted his arms. His breathing deepened compared to before. At 10 times the gravity, the pressure enveloped his entire body, making him feel as though he were encased in lead. Each breath carried a heavy rhythm, and every step required a greater mobilization of his vitality, while the muscles beneath his skin began to ache subtly. Let us keep pushing. Chu Han gritted his teeth, continuing to twist the knob. 12 times, 15 times, 18 times. With each increase in gravity, the pressure he endured escalated rapidly. At 15 times, his vitality surged within him, and his skin flushed as if heated air were rising inside. At 18 times, his bones emitted faint creaks, as if straining against the overwhelming pressure, while blood rushed toward his head, causing a slight swelling sensation. When the gravity reached 20 times, he found it difficult to maintain his balance, barely managing to stay upright. In that moment, he truly comprehended the ferocity of extreme gravity. Each breath felt as frantic as a bellows, his chest heaving violently, his muscles taut as iron, and sweat streamed down his forehead. The flow of his internal energy felt sluggish and obstructed. At this juncture, raising his arms became an immense struggle. and even shifting his body required every ounce of strength he possessed. Although his one-arm strength exceeded 75,000 pounds under such elevated gravity, it was more than just a simple increase in weight. Every cell in his body was bearing the burden of that previous 20-fold pressure, and the strength he could summon was exceedingly limited. His cells required a period of adaptation, and once acclimated, his capacity to endure greater gravitational forces would gradually enhance. Let us settle on 20 times. I cannot push further, he decided, aware that while 20 times was not his ultimate limit, any further increase could lead to injury. With trembling fingers, he slowly adjusted the gravity back down to 10 times. The sudden alleviation of pressure was a relief, allowing his internal energy to circulate anew. He gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground as his muscles twitched from the earlier high-pressure exertion. Despite the torment of 20 times gravity, he could sense that his muscles had received an unparalleled workout, even refining his internal energy to a more condensed state. From now on, he would use 20 times gravity as the foundation for his cultivation, gradually increasing the intensity once his body had adapted. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. With this gravity suit, his training speed would undoubtedly surge. Chapter 67. The Blue Eagle Martial Arts School's Visit. After acquiring the gravity suit, Chu Han trained tirelessly into the night. Through the practice of the 9-tier body refinement technique, his body swiftly acclimated to the multiple gravities. Once he fully adapted to 20 times gravity, he commenced the cultivation of his internal energy. Under the weight of 20 times gravity, the flow of his energy was notably sluggish. However, each circuit completed yielded far superior results compared to his prior training. Coupled with the energy provided by lower-tier energy stones, his cultivation speed saw a remarkable increase. He gradually grew fond of this method of training. Upon concluding his practice, he noticed a significant augmentation in his internal energy, sensing that he was on the cusp of breaking through to the 3rd tier of martial arts. After leaving the training chamber, Chu Han adjusted the gravity suit to 10 times. Beyond training, he wished to maintain his body under this gravitational strain to ensure continuous improvement. The 10 times gravity did not hinder his daily life, and in fact, it limited his own strength, creating a beneficial constraint. He resolved to participate in the martial arts examination under 10 times gravity, as his current capabilities would pose no challenge otherwise. This limitation would help to unlock his potential, greatly benefiting his growth. The following morning, Chu Han performed his usual lottery draw. Today, however, his luck was considerably lacking. He drew a set of high-end women's lingerie, items utterly useless to him. After a night of adaptation, the impact of 10 times gravity on him had diminished further. Even while engaging in high-difficulty training, his body could endure the strain. Thus, he planned to practice the 9 transformations of heavenly fire and flowing light and shadow today. The 9 transformations of heavenly fire was a supreme secret technique bestowed upon him by Luo Yu. Although its rank was unspecified, it undoubtedly originated from her. Ensuring its high quality, Chu Han was acutely aware of this. He first perused the incantation of the 9 transformations, immediately grasping the essence of the technique, then constructing a complete cultivation path in his mind. The 9 transformations of heavenly fire served to forcibly elevate one's strength by igniting the internal flame energy, usable only by those with innate fire affinity. The technique demanded substantial consumption of both internal energy and stamina, yet it offered a significant boost in power over a brief period. As the name suggests, there are 9 transformations, each capable of further enhancing one's strength. Achieving the 9th transformation could result in an explosive increase in power by several multiples, making it an unparalleled secret technique for transcending levels in combat. With a thought, flames ignited upon his body, manifesting as his burning star flame. Following the incantation, he guided the burning star flame through his meridians, coalescing it into a fireball at his dantian. Subsequently, he activated his internal energy to unleash the power of the burning star flame. The burning star flame blazed intensely. A wave of scorching energy surged through his meridians, causing his body to glow a vibrant red. With temperatures rising rapidly, so much so that the walls of the training chamber began to radiate warmth. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of heavenly fire. Chu Han suddenly opened his eyes, a remarkable aura erupting from him. He could sense a dramatic surge in both his bodily functions and internal energy. His strength had at least doubled or tripled. Such potency from the first transformation alone elucidated why Luo Yu could engage in battles beyond her level. He marveled at the thought that she might have already attained a higher realm of cultivation. In this state, 10 times gravity became a mere trifle, enabling him to unleash his full potential. This state persisted for 10 minutes. After the duration, Chu Han suddenly felt the fiery energy within him dissipating rapidly, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weakness. Under the burden of tenfold gravity, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. The side effects of the power-enhancing loan were indeed substantial, leaving him unable to invoke the secret technique once more within such a short span. He gradually seated himself, regulating his breath to hasten his recovery. Once his internal energy had partially replenished, Chu Han retrieved the A-grade movement technique, flowing light, enchanting shadow from his spatial ring. Upon opening the tome, he found intricate diagrams of footwork, each step annotated with the method of energy circulation, rendering it exceedingly complex and meticulous. However, Chu Han had already attained a pinnacle mastery of foundational movement techniques, his understanding of martial arts far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. After a single glance, he had comprehended all the essential points of this technique in his mind. Testing its efficacy, Chu Han rose, channeling the scant energy remaining within him, and began to move according to the diagrams. Though this was merely a preliminary attempt, his movements were executed with remarkable precision, and his utilization of energy was flawless, as if he had been training for years. Subsequently, his body transformed into a streak of light, flitting through the training room with increasing velocity. In his wake trailed an elusive shadow, indistinguishable from his corporeal form. Such astonishing speed. It was at least 3 times that of the spirit cat steps. As Chu Han reveled in the currents of air around him, joy surged within his heart. This movement technique was indeed extraordinary, worthy of its A-grade classification. He continued to navigate the room with flowing light, enchanting shadow, his mastery over the technique becoming increasingly adept. With each iteration, he grew more proficient with the technique, initially producing a single shadow, then gradually multiplying it to 3. Upon reaching the zenith of his training, he could seamlessly switch between his true self and the shadows while in motion. Upon achieving perfection, the number of shadows increased to 5, further enhancing his speed. With this movement technique at his disposal, he would possess a formidable advantage in evasion, flight, and even surprise attacks during combat. Even under the constraint of tenfold gravity, his speed remained formidable. Today's training had been exceptionally fruitful, and Chu Han felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Just as he prepared to attempt the second transformation of the celestial fire 9 changes, his communicator suddenly chimed. Upon activating it, he discovered it was a call from his mother. "Chu Han, we have guests at home, and they are specifically here to see you." His mother's voice resonated through the device. "Guests for me?" Chu Han was puzzled. Could it be that the Flame Demon Warblade had arrived ahead of schedule? Yet, he had received no prior notification. "They are from the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School." His mother's subsequent words left Chu Han momentarily stunned. "All right, I'll return immediately." He promptly ceased his training, changed into a fresh outfit, and hastened home. Upon opening the door, he found 3 individuals seated on the living room sofa, engaged in conversation with his father. One of them was none other than his former adversary, Lan Yu. The moment Chu Han appeared, Lan Yu's gaze fixated on him, brimming with animosity. A middle-aged man promptly rose, a warm smile illuminating his face as he greeted Chu Han. "You must be the young brother, Chu Han." "Indeed. A fine talent." This man exuded an immensely potent aura, his strength having reached the 6th tier of martial arts, and bore a striking resemblance to Lan Yu, sharing at least 3/4 of his features. Without needing to guess, Chu Han recognized him as Lan Kuei, the master of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, who had been the architect of his father's lifelong paralysis. "Who are you?" Chu Han's voice was chillingly cold as he inquired. Chapter 68, Confrontation, Lan Kuei's Threat. "Chu Han, how dare you address me in such a manner?" Lan Kuei had yet to speak when Lan Yu erupted in fury. Chu Han's demeanor was undeniably abrasive, and everyone present could sense the hostility in his tone. "Shall you silence?" A fleeting shadow of displeasure flickered in Lan Kuei's eyes as he perceived the naked hatred within Chu Han's gaze. Yet, having navigated the martial world for years, he was adept at maintaining his composure. "I am Lan Kuei, the master of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. I am here to sincerely invite you to join our esteemed institution." "Join you?" "The Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, which can even breach contracts with injured martial artists." "I cannot afford such treatment," Chu Han retorted vehemently, reflecting on the torment his father had endured over the years. The fact that he had restrained himself from striking out was already a testament to his self-control. "You dare speak such insolence?" A burly man, boasting a 4th-tier strength and a thick beard, rose angrily beside Lan Kuei. This man was Lan Yu's younger brother, Lan Biao. Interestingly, he had once been a teammate of Chu Han, their relationship having been far from amicable. Chu Han turned his gaze towards Lan Biao, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Am I mistaken in what I said?" "What did you say?" "Seeking death." The burly man charged forward, ready to strike, but was halted by Lan Kuei. "Calm down." Second brother, Lan Biao, known for his reckless and combative nature, had insisted on accompanying them despite the risks. Lan Kuei's temper flared slightly as he continued. "It seems you harbor significant misunderstandings about our martial school. However, we come bearing sincerity. The Blue Eagle Martial Arts School is prepared to offer you a contract worth 100 million, immediately elevating you to a core position within our ranks. What do you think? You were once a pivotal force within our school. You surely understand the generosity of my offer." Lan Kuei was aware that Chu Han was brimming with youthful vigor and likely clung to the grievances of the past. Thus, he targeted Chu Han directly. Having learned that their family had endured considerable hardship over the years, Chu Han fell into silence, realizing that Lan Kuei indeed approached them with genuine intent to make amends for past grievances. Nevertheless, the ultimate decision lay in his son's hands. Gazing at Chu Han, Pride filled his eyes as he turned to Lan Kuei. I have grown old. I respect Chu Han's autonomy. His future path is for him to choose. I will not join the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. I will personally reclaim my father's debts from that time, Chu Han declared resolutely, each word deliberate. Seeing Chu Han's unwavering stance, Lan Kuei dropped his pretense, his tone laced with a hint of menace. I hope you do not come to regret today's decision. Rest assured, I have yet to learn the meaning of regret. With the facade shattered, Chu Han issued an unequivocal dismissal. My home does not welcome members of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. Please leave. You truly have no sense of propriety. Offending the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School will only bring you misfortune. Lan Biao exclaimed in a rage. I await your arrival, Chu Han replied. Adjusting the gravity of his gravity suit to a standard level, his expression devoid of emotion. With his parents present, he had no desire to resort to violence. Yet he understood the necessity of basic precautions. Chu Han, do not be arrogant. I shall teach you a lesson right now. No longer able to contain himself, Lan Yu, who had been restrained by his father earlier, lunged at Chu Han, unable to tolerate the latter's haughty demeanor. Get lost. With a thunderous roar, Chu Han sent Lan Yu hurtling out of the door. Though Lan Yu had made some progress in his strength, he still lacked the qualifications to engage in an equal discourse with Chu Han, let alone to confront him physically. In matters concerning adults, what right does a junior have to interfere? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han struck, and before Lan Kuei could even react, Lan Yu was swiftly incapacitated. Such skillful prowess. It appears that Xiao Yu's previous defeat was not unwarranted. Lan Kuei's expression darkened significantly, and he spoke through gritted teeth. You reckless youth. You seek death. Lan Biao then roared in fury, swinging his fist at Chu Han. It is you who seek death. Chu Han retorted with a cold snort, countering with a punch of his own. Boom. The collision of their fists created a violent explosion of sound, compressing the air around them. Then came a sharp crack, and in Lan Biao's incredulous gaze, he realized his fist had been shattered, sending him hurtling backward with immense force. Second brother, Xiao Yu, witnessing his injured son and brother. Lan Kuei finally erupted in rage. Chu Han, today I shall render you powerless. The Chu family shall never rise again. The aura of a sixth-tier warrior erupted from him, shaking the very foundations of the house. Then let us settle all accounts today. Chu Han sneered, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him. This chilling aura even instilled a sense of danger in Lan Kuei, who was further astonished by Chu Han's terrifying rate of growth. If he did not eliminate Chu Han now, the latter would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Lan martial arts school once he matured. Stop. Just as the two were about to clash, an elderly voice resonated from afar, abruptly halting their movements. No one may engage in combat within the martial artist community. Chu Han turned to see that the individual intervening was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Beside him, Director Ling was drenched in sweat. Worry etched on his face as he observed Chu Han and Lan Kuei. When it came to grievances of this magnitude, even he could not interject, relegated to merely watch from the sidelines. Upon seeing the injured Lan Yu and Lan Biao, Director Ling's shock deepened. Clearly, both had been harmed by Chu Han, with Lan Yu being a recent awakener. However, Lan Biao boasted the prowess of a top-tier fourth-level warrior, far surpassing Yi Xiao. The rapid ascent of Chu Han's strength was astonishing. Noticing Chu Han's intent to confront Lan Kuei, Ling wondered where he derived such audacity. Head of the Lan school. Chu Han, let us put an end to this matter here, otherwise, I shall have to involve President Zhao, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. A peak fifth-tier warrior had yet to reach the sixth tier. Faced with the stronger Lan Kuei, he raised the banner of Zhao Tianlong. Since Vice President Zhou has intervened, we shall naturally afford you this courtesy. However, what transpires afterward remains uncertain. Lan Kuei snorted coldly, leaving behind a thread of threat as he departed with his son and brother. Chu Han, though I am unaware of your enmity with Lan Kuei, I advise you to exercise caution around him. Vice President Zhou cautioned Chu Han. Chu Han nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate your assistance. President Zhou and Director Ling, I shall remain vigilant. Youthful vigor is commendable, but being overly conspicuous may invite unnecessary trouble. President Zhou sighed before departing with Director Ling. Xiao Han, are you injured? After the others left, Chu Zhan and Zhang Milan hurriedly emerged to inquire. I'm fine, they are the ones who suffered. Chu Han reassured his parents as the murderous aura dissipated. Then he recalled Vice President Zhou's warning and added, Mom and Dad, refrain from leaving the martial artist community for now, and even within the community, stay in populated areas with surveillance. I worry that the Lanning Martial Arts School may resort to underhanded tactics. Chu Zhan patted Chu Han's shoulder, smiling. Rest assured, your mother and I understand. We will not add to your burdens. Yes, I will resolve this matter swiftly. The murderous intent returned to Chu Han's eyes, sending a chill even through the once martial artist, Chu Zhan. Chapter 69, News of the Martial Arts School Ranking Battle. Xiao Han, your strength has increased again, hasn't it? Even Lan Biao, whose strength approaches that of a fifth-tier warrior, is no match for you. Chu Zhan voiced his curiosity. As a former martial artist, he could tell that his son seemed to be concealing his true capabilities, even from his parents. Chu Han smiled. Dad, I refrained from disclosing my actual strength to spare you worry. I have indeed encountered some fortuitous events, but I cannot share the details. Chu Han's eyes filled with pride as he replied, you are now an adult. Having secrets is only natural. Your mother and I simply wish for your safety and hope you do not place too much pressure on yourself. A wave of warmth washed over Chu Han, and with unwavering conviction, he said, you two need not worry. The Lanning martial arts school poses no threat to me. Throughout the morning, Chu Han trained at home. As noon approached, his communicator suddenly rang. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was Zhao Tianlong calling. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Chu Han. I am aware of your situation with the Lanning martial arts school. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Since Lan Kuei broke through to the 6th tier, his conduct in Jiangqing has become increasingly unscrupulous. Uncle Zhao? I can handle matters with the Lanning martial arts school myself, but I would appreciate it if you could arrange for someone to protect my parents. I am not afraid of Lan Kuei. I merely worry he might resort to insidious tactics. Haha, you have ambition. I will ensure your parents' safety. I guarantee Lan Kuei will not dare to harm them. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. With the assurance of Zhao Tianlong, the president of the Martial Arts Association, Chu Han's concerns were significantly alleviated. His conflict with the Lanning martial arts school had now become merely a contest between warriors. After the grand martial examination, the Lanning martial arts school would meet its end. Chu Han silently vowed. Not long after, his communicator rang again, expecting it to be Zhao Tianlong once more. He answered only to be greeted by an unexpected caller. Hello, Sister Qiuyu, what can I do for you? Chu Han was perplexed as to why Zhao Qiuyu was contacting him. Did she perhaps harbor feelings for him? Wasn't she attracted to more mature types? On the other end, Zhao Qiuyu's voice rang out. Chu Han, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, what is it? Chu Han inquired. It's about the Hammer Martial Arts School. I would like to request your representation for the Martial Arts School ranking competition. The Martial Arts School ranking competition? This was the first time he had heard of such an event. The ranking competition occurs every 5 years and determines each school's level, reputation, and recruitment. Participants must be young warriors under 25, which is why I thought of asking you for help. Chu Han furrowed his brow at her words. To be honest, he had no interest in such competitions and casually fabricated an excuse. I fear my strength might not meet the school's requirements, considering my age. However, Zhao Qiuyu chuckled softly on the other end. Don't lie to me. I heard from Zhao Feiyu that your strength has reached the level of a 4th-tier warrior. And you even defeated Yi Xiao. The martial artist certification you received was for a 3rd-tier warrior. Upon hearing this, Chu Han scratched his head, inwardly cursing Zhao Feiyu as a blabbermouth. After a moment of silence, he asked, does the Lanning Martial Arts School also participate in the competition? Since it involved a conflict between martial arts schools, he naturally thought of the Lanning Martial Arts School. Of course, they are the reigning champions for 2 consecutive rankings. If they place first again today, the Lanning Martial Arts School will be elevated to become the first provincial-level martial arts school in Jiangqing. As Zhao Qiumei spoke of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, her tone was unmistakably laced with envy. Oh, then I shall participate. Chu Han promptly altered his decision. Since the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School was also involved, he was more than willing to reap some initial benefits. If the Blue Eagle were to falter in their standings, the expression on Lan Kuei's face would surely be amusing, wouldn't it? On the other hand, he also intended to engage in combat with masters from other martial arts schools under increased gravitational conditions. Practical experience would expedite his adaptation to the intensified gravity, which was precisely what he required at this moment. Splendid. With your participation, the Warhammer Martial Arts School is bound to achieve commendable results in this competition. When is the competition? Tomorrow. So soon? One of our competitors has unexpectedly opted to join another martial arts school, which is why I sought you in a moment of urgency. Understanding dawned upon Chu Han, leaving him somewhat speechless. Zhang Xiumei proceeded to elaborate on various aspects and regulations of the competition, along with the arrangement for Chu Han to gather at the Warhammer Martial Arts School the following morning. After disconnecting the communicator, Chu Han resumed his training, preparing himself for the upcoming martial arts competition. At dawn the next day, Chu Han first partook in a lottery. The item he drew was quite special, a mask capable of transforming at will, aptly named the Chameleon Mask. Upon donning this mask and infusing it with a modicum of energy, its appearance would morph into whatever design he envisioned, even altering the user's voice. Chu Han extracted the mask from the lottery space. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary black mask. As he wore the mask and concentrated, he felt a portion of his energy being drawn forth, followed by a transformation of the mask's visage. When the change concluded, he stood before a mirror, discovering that the mask had indeed transformed into one identical to that of the Raven organization. It was as if it could become precisely what he envisioned. Intrigued, Chu Han concentrated once more, and the mask instantly shifted into the likeness of the Monkey King. He continued to experiment with various iconic cartoon characters such as the Joker, Neza, the Calabash Brothers, Lazy Sheep, Grey Wolf, Tomcat, and Outer Man, even managing to mimic their voices. This mask was not merely a playful trinket. It was an extraordinary artifact for murder, arson, and identity concealment. He promptly stored the mask back in the lottery space, knowing it might come in handy later. After breakfast, Chu Han arrived at the Warhammer Martial Arts School, where Zhang Xiaomei awaited him at the front desk. Chu Han, you've arrived. Let us head upstairs. I'll take you to meet the master. Following Zhang Xiaomei, Chu Han entered a training room on the top floor of the school. This training room was the most opulent within the Warhammer Martial Arts School, equipped with a plethora of training apparatuses and spacious in size. It served as the exclusive training chamber, office, and meeting room for Master Gao Jun. At that moment, Master Gao was engaged in conversation with two young martial artists. Master Gao, is that individual you mentioned reliable? We have contacted a friend, and as long as your remuneration is adequate, we can have him come. Just wait a moment. He will be here shortly. The arrival of Chu Han and Zhang Xiaomei interrupted their discussion. Uncle, I've brought Chu Han. He is the helper I found for you. Zhang Xiaomei exclaimed excitedly. Uncle? Master? Chu Han realized with clarity that the head of the Warhammer Martial Arts School was indeed Zhao Xiaomei's uncle, which explained her authority to invite him. This was his first encounter with the master, and he took the opportunity to observe him, noting that Gao Jun's strength barely reached the 5th rank. Among the heads of martial arts schools in the entire Jiang city, Gao Jun's prowess was deemed above average. Yet it paled in comparison to the 6th rank Lan Kuei. Xiaomei, is he the helper you mentioned? Gao Jun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chu Han with a dubious gaze. He seems rather young, doesn't he? Zhang Xiaomei smiled. Uncle, he is a friend of mine with considerable strength. Although he is quite young, he has already earned a 3rd rank martial artist medal. His prowess is absolutely trustworthy. Gao Jun's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, yet doubt lingered. At that moment, a burly young martial artist beside Gao Jun stepped forward and remarked with a grin, Little brother, I believe you should showcase your skills. Otherwise, how can we trust your abilities? Indeed, this concerns the reputation of our school. We cannot simply invite anyone. Chimed in another tall, slender martial artist with a cold smile. Exactly. We cannot compete alongside someone whose abilities we are uncertain of. These two were young martial artists invited by Gao Jun to participate in the competition. The stout one was named Wei Feng, with early 4th rank strength, while the leaner one was Li Wu, boasting 3rd rank peak abilities. Both were around the ages of 24 or 25, their talents considered respectable among their peers. However, that was the extent of their capabilities. They had initially intended to introduce a friend to join the Warhammer Martial Arts School's competition, and Gao Jun was nearly in agreement until Chu Han's arrival brought an abrupt halt to their plans. They harbored a modicum of resentment toward Chu Han, especially upon seeing his youthful appearance, which only exacerbated their dissatisfaction. Chu Han cast a fleeting glance at the two, discerning their intentions. Gao Jun then suggested, Xiaomei, why not have your friend spar with Wei Feng and Li Wu to demonstrate his abilities? This way, everyone can have a clearer understanding. Zhang Xiaomei hesitated. After all, Chu Han was the one she had invited, and asking him to prove himself felt rather unfriendly. Sister Yu, I can just exchange a few moves with them. Chu Han proposed. He preferred a simple duel to clarify matters rather than engage in lengthy discussions, adjusting the gravity dial on his chest to 8 times its normal weight. He smiled at Wei Feng and Li Wu. You two may come at me together, given their strengths. Chu Han was confident he could handle them with ease under the increased gravitational pressure. Arrogant, both Wei Feng and Li Wu, being young men, were incensed by Chu Han's words. Especially after hearing the slight condescension in his voice, they felt insulted. It was astonishing how audacious Chu Han was, showing such disregard for them. Since you say so, we shall not hold back. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously launching their attacks. Having been friends and classmates for years, their coordination was impeccable. A mere glance conveyed their intentions. Wei Feng stomped the ground, creating shallow dents in the metallic surface, as earthy energy coalesced on his fist, hurtling towards Chu Han's chest with great speed. His punch exuded a formidable pressure, the force of the wind preceding it. This strike was his signature technique. The C-rank shattered stone fist. Li Wu, meanwhile, flickered into motion, his pale blue energy swirling in his palm, delivering a series of waves with his hand. Employing the C-rank technique, layered wave palm. This water attribute technique emphasized the cumulative force of successive strikes, a relentless torrent of power. With both of them attacking in tandem, one advancing and the other retreating, they completely sealed off Chu Han's avenues for evasion. Chu Han discerned that both were exceedingly confident in their martial skills, having clearly honed them over many years. Even a mid-level 4th rank martial artist would likely succumb to their combined onslaught. Sensing this, Chu Han swiftly channeled his energy, transforming his body into a streak of light as he slid backward at high speed, leaving behind 2 afterimages. Boom. The attacks from Wei Feng and Li Wu struck the illusory shadow, only to meet with empty air. This was the first time Chu Han had employed the flowing light illusion in actual combat, and the effect was indeed astonishing. Wei Feng and Li Wu were utterly caught off guard. Gao Jun, observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes in disbelief, for he was the only one to witness Chu Han transform into a streak of light and vanish. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Just from the display of Chu Han's technique and his effortless demeanor, he was convinced of Chu Han's formidable prowess. Indeed, he was far superior to both Wei Feng and Li Wu. I must sincerely apologize. Such a prodigy must be retained within the ranks of the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy. Gao Jun's mind was in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Wei Feng and Li Wu, realizing their attacks had failed, were momentarily stunned. Before they could comprehend the situation, Chu Han had already appeared behind them. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, they felt an immense force from behind, propelling them both into the air, where they landed heavily on the ground. The skirmish had transpired in a mere second or two, and these two young experts, who had been highly sought after by Gao Jun, were effortlessly defeated by Chu Han. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Gao Jun, in disbelief, pondered how to convey his apologies to Chu Han. Wei Feng and Li Wu, on the other hand, were completely dazed. They had not even grazed the hem of Chu Han's garment before being thoroughly vanquished, with not a single opportunity afforded them. The sheer terror of Chu Han's might left both of them feeling a burning shame on their faces. Ha ha ha, splendid. The prowess of young brother Chu Han is truly astonishing. At that moment, Gao Jun approached with a hearty laugh, addressing Chu Han. Brother Chu Han, I must apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. I offer you my sincerest apologies. Wei Feng and Li Wu, being young men themselves, naturally harbor a sense of rivalry. Please do not hold it against them. It's quite all right, Chu Han replied with a slight nod. Wei Feng and Li Wu, now subdued, gazed at Chu Han with a mixture of awe and respect. The fact that someone so young could so effortlessly triumph over them marked him as a superlative talent. One that prestigious martial arts academies would be eager to recruit, certainly not someone they could afford to provoke. Moreover, being defeated by Chu Han was not a source of shame for them. It might even lead to the formation of a friendship with a genius. No, Chu Han. We apologize for our recklessness. Wei Feng and Li Wu bowed deeply, their attitude having undergone a complete transformation as they expressed their contrition. There's no need for concern. Chu Han dismissed with a wave of his hand. Excellent. I told you Chu Han's abilities needed no validation, yet you were skeptical. Zhao Qiyu beamed with excitement, her spirits lifted by Chu Han's performance. Gao Jun chuckled. As you represent the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy in the upcoming competition, regardless of the outcome, I shall reward each of you with 5 million Federation coins. A 2 million deposit will be transferred to your accounts immediately. 5 million Federation coins was no trifling sum, and Wei Feng and Li Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. Participating in a few matches and engaging in simple contests with other martial artists for monetary gain was far preferable to venturing into the perilous wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. Furthermore, prior to Chu Han's exhibition of strength, they had not finalized such a lucrative arrangement with Gao Jun. However, following Chu Han's display, Gao Jun had become notably generous, which was excellent news for them. In stark contrast, Chu Han merely nodded indifferently, his expression unperturbed. With a fortune exceeding 100 million, 5 million was insignificant to him, failing to stir any emotional ripples. What truly mattered to him was the opportunity to gain practical combat experience through this ranking battle, to enhance his skills, and to strengthen his ties with the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy. The participants representing the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy extended beyond just Chu Han, as there were two others. After all arrangements were made, Gao Jun initiated the transfer to the three of them, and subsequently introduced them to the other two competitors from the Warhammer Academy. These two exhibited significantly weaker capabilities, one at the initial stage of the third tier and the other at the peak of the second tier. Both were students of the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy and were set to compete, yet Gao Jun held no expectations for them. They were merely there to fill numbers. All of Gao Jun's hopes rested upon the shoulders of Chu Han and his companions. Soon after, the group from the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy departed en route to the competition venue.